Chapter 1. The Eve of the Great Catastrophe. Mr. Gu, your symptoms are getting worse. You have at most 1 month left. I suggest you handle the discharge procedures and go home to rest, the attending physician said emotionlessly before walking away. Watching the attending physician leave the ward, Xiangyu picked up the billing statement just delivered by the doctor. After repeatedly confirming the date and time on it, he murmured to himself, I have been reborn to the end of 2055 on the eve of the great catastrophe of Water Blue Star. In the mid-21st century, the technology of Water Blue Star experienced explosive growth. At the same time, resources were depleted, greenhouse effects became evident, polar glaciers and permafrost gradually melted, sea levels rose rapidly, and more cities faced the danger of being submerged. The frequency of extreme weather events, such as volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, and earthquakes, also increased. One day, a solar flare erupted violently, and under the influence of solar particle radiation, the seabed of Water Blue Star released intense radiation, causing mutations in both plants and animals simultaneously, leading human civilization into a dark age. That day is also referred to as the Day of Catastrophe. Before the catastrophe, Xiangyu was a senior programmer at a gaming company. He once thought he had a very happy family. His wife, Han, was gentle and beautiful, and his daughter was well-behaved and cute. When Xiangyu was diagnosed with late-stage liver cancer, he realized he had been living in facade. First, when he was handling the hospitalization procedures, his wife suddenly told him that the family savings had not been used for investments but had been entirely spent on funding her brother to buy a house, leaving Xiangyu unable to afford the hospitalization and treatment fees. After 3 months in the hospital, his wife, under the pretense of purchasing expensive special medicine, manipulated Xiangyu into signing documents to sell their house and car, taking all the money and disappearing, leaving the latest-stage cancer patient Xiangyu and their 6-year-old daughter to fend for themselves. Due to his wife's sudden disappearance, Xiangyu felt hopeless and wished for death, but he could not let go of his daughter and could only live in pain until the catastrophe suddenly struck. After the catastrophe, Xiangyu's cancer inexplicably healed, and his daughter, Pan, miraculously awakened prophetic abilities, becoming a sought-after talent in various shelters. Xiangyu enjoyed a brief period of glory, benefiting from his daughter's newfound status. Suddenly one day, his wife showed up with her brother's family at the shelter where Xiangyu and Pan were staying. After their relentless pleading, Xiangyu and Pan softened and accepted them. However, Xiangyu underestimated the baseness and ugliness of human nature. Within a week, his brother-in-law transformed into a prophet, and his family enjoyed the best treatment in the shelter, while Xiangyu and Pan were marginalized. When Pan predicted that the shelter was about to face a disaster, her brother-in-law's family, enamored with the shelter's favorable living conditions, refused to leave, claiming that children's words should not be taken seriously, blocking Xiangyu and Pan from leaving. When true calamity struck, his brother-in-law's family ruthlessly betrayed Xiangyu and Pan, leading to his daughter's death and leaving Xiangyu severely injured, forced to survive in the post-catastrophe world until he eventually became food for a monster. Until his death, Xiangyu was unable to seek justice for his daughter. Han, in my past life, my daughter and I loved you deeply, but you only cared about yourself and your brother. In this life, I will never allow you to hurt me and my daughter again. With a self-deprecating smile, Xiangyu let out a deep breath and walked slowly to the window. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and the streets were bustling with traffic. A group of middle school students laughed and played basketball as they crossed the crosswalk. This peaceful and harmonious scene made Xiangyu momentarily dazed. Xiangyu carefully sorted through his memories. There was still one day left until the end of the world. His wife was currently at the property transaction office handling the transfer procedures, and he would soon receive the final payment for the house. Once he received the final payment, his wife would use the excuse of buying special medicine to have him transfer all the money from his bank card to hers, and then disappear. Without a trace to this moment, the money from selling the car and the down payment from selling the house was lying in Xiangyu's bank account, totaling over 2 million. Your account ending in 8285 received a payment of 2,198,000 yuan on November 26th at 12:28 p.m. Federal currency automatic transfer income, with a usable balance of 4,459,000 803 yuan. Federal Central Bank. As Gu Xiangyu was lost in thought, a crisp text message alert sounded in his ear. Glancing at the message content, a happy smile appeared on his face. Gu Xiangyu calmly silenced his phone and set it aside, opening his laptop and typing rapidly, his fingers creating trails of motion above the keyboard. In less than half an hour, as a senior programmer, Gu Xiangyu obtained all the information about his brother-in-law, Yin Qingwei, through online means. After quickly browsing through Yin Qingwei's information, Gu Xiangyu's expression darkened. In his heart, he had already sentenced Yin Qingwei to death. This was because when Yin Qingwei chatted with Yin Qinghan, he showed no respect for Gu Xiangyu, purely treating him as a tool for making money. Even though Yin Qinghan had drained their family savings of over 3 million, Yin Qingwei's attitude remained unchanged and even secretly introduced new boyfriends to his wife. Gu Xiangyu, what's wrong with you? We've called you so many times, and you haven't answered a single one. Just as Gu Xiangyu was contemplating how to deal with Yin Qingwei, the door to the ward was kicked open, and a loud, impatient voice entered his ears. "You. Qingwei is concerned about your health, don't take it to heart." Yin Qinghan tugged at her brother's sleeve and shot him a glance before softly asking, "Why haven't you been answering calls? Did we receive the final payment for the house?" Upon hearing this, Gu Xiangyu's gaze fell on his wife. After carefully examining her for a moment, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. How could he have been so foolish in his past life, completely failing to see the hypocrisy of this woman before him? Although his wife spoke of concern for his health, her gaze was fixed on the phone he had casually placed on the bedside table. She didn't ask about his condition upon entering, but instead inquired whether the final payment for the house had been received. "I just rested for a bit, my phone was on silent, so I didn't hear the calls or texts," Gu Xiangyu said as he took out his phone. Soon, a happy smile appeared on Gu Xiangyu's face. "The final payment for the house has all been received, and the amount is fine." Hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, both Yin Qinghan and Yin Qingwei displayed excited expressions. "Qinghan, I want to speak to Qingwei alone for a few minutes. Can you go downstairs to help with the payment?" Just as Yin Qinghan was considering how to trick Gu Xiangyu into giving her the money from his card, Gu Xiangyu gestured towards the billing statement. Okay. Yin Qinghan's eyes swept back and forth between her husband and brother, hesitating before finally nodding and leaving. Gu Xiangyu, just say what you want. Why do you need to send my sister away? Yin Qingwei lit a cigarette with an impatient look, puffing smoke in the ward. Could you put out the cigarette? This is a non-smoking ward, Gu Xiangyu said softly, watching Yin Qingwei's carefree attitude. "Oh, I forgot you're a liver cancer patient and can't stand the smell of smoke." Yin Qingwei slowly exhaled a smoke ring, sarcastically saying, "But I feel uncomfortable if I don't." "Smoke. Hurry up and say what you have to say. I feel awful staying in this broken ward." "Yin Qingwei, I just sent you an email. I suggest you read it before speaking with me," Gu Xiangyu said, not wanting to argue further with Yin Qingwei, a smirk on his face. Sensing the change in Gu Xiangyu's tone, Yin Qingwei paused for a moment before looking down at his phone. Quickly, Yin Qingwei discovered an unread new email in his inbox. When he saw the title of the new email, Yin Qingwei's expression changed drastically, and the cigarette he had in his mouth fell to the ground without him realizing it. He trembled as he clicked on the email attachment. After reading all the content in his mobile email, it felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained away, and the look he gave Gu Xiangyu was filled with terror. "Sis, brother-in-law, we are family. You can't just expose these things." At that moment, there was no longer any contempt or arrogance on Yin Qingwei's face, only endless unease and fear. Chapter 2, That Ridiculous Night. "Yin Qingwei, don't try to play the emotional card with me. We're not that close. You know very well what you and your sister have done behind my back, and the email records it clearly. Your mess has nothing to do with me, and I don't want to get involved, but you shouldn't keep eyeing the money in my hands." Gu Xiangyu coldly glanced at Yin Qingwei and said impatiently, "Brother-in-law, I was wrong. I promise I won't have any thoughts about the money in your hands." Yin Qingwei quickly admitted his mistake to align with Gu Xiangyu's words. "Is that it?" Gu Xiangyu sneered, disdainfully saying, "Do you believe I can turn the contents of that email into trending news in minutes? Brother-in-law, I have no money. The 3 million my sister gave me has already been lost in the casino. I still owe over 10 million in usury. Brother-in-law, I was wrong. Please let me go. I'm not lying to you. I lost all my money gambling, and the reason I asked my sister for money is to pay off the usury." Seeing that the emotional card was ineffective, Yin Qingwei panicked. It turned out that a girl from the Leaf family in the capital had taken a liking to Yan Qingwei, but the girl was both fat and ugly, to the extent that Yan Qingwei felt no attraction to her and even had an instinctive aversion to meeting her. However, Yan Qingwei was unable to resist the temptation of living off a woman. After a year of passionate dating, Yan Qingwei confirmed his relationship with that girl and was about to step into marriage. But to vent his pent-up frustrations and dissatisfaction, Yan Qingwei had been indulging in eating, drinking, and gambling behind that girl's back for the past year. Little did Yan Qingwei expect that all his sordid actions over the past year would be collected and organized into a compressed file and sent to his email. If this information were to be discovered by the Leaf family in the capital, not only would his marriage fall apart, but whether he could keep his life would also be a big question. I know you have no money and didn't intend to ask you for any. After a while, estimating that the time was right, Xiangyu said thoughtfully, "Promise me 2 things, and I can help you keep the email content a secret. Brother-in-law, as long as you're willing to keep it a secret, I can agree to 200 things." Seeing Xiangyu soften, Yan Qingwei excitedly promised. "The first thing is when your sister comes back, tell her that the house and car payments have all been transferred to you, and then take her away from me. The second thing is you don't have to pay back the 3 million deposit you owe me. Just leave the stone pendant on you." "Thank you, brother-in-law. You're too good to me. I'll give you the stone pendant right now." Yan Qingwei thought that even if he didn't die this time, he would still suffer greatly, but unexpectedly, Xiangyu let him off just like that. He instantly felt relieved and hurriedly nodded in agreement to the conditions proposed by Xiangyu. As he spoke, Yan Qingwei took off the stone pendant he wore closely and handed it to Xiangyu. After receiving the stone pendant, Xiangyu's heart surged. However, upon hearing footsteps outside the corridor, Xiangyu discreetly tucked the stone pendant into his pocket. When Yan Qinghan entered the room, she was surprised to find that her brother, who she had always disliked, was actually helping her husband peel an apple with a happy smile on his face. "Sis, you're back." Brother-in-law said, "I don't have to pay back the 3 million I borrowed from you, as long as I can help him get the pain relief medicine." Yan Qingwei handed the peeled apple to Xiangyu and greeted Yan Qinghan. "Really? Then you should thank your brother-in-law." Yan Qinghan said joyfully upon hearing this. "Hey, I already thanked him. Brother-in-law, just transfer the house and car payments to me. Let's hurry and buy the medicine the sooner we get it. The sooner brother-in-law can be free from pain." Upon hearing that Xiangyu had directly transferred the money to her brother, Yan Qinghan was momentarily taken aback. But remembering Xiangyu's usual pampering of her, she felt it was quite normal for him to do such a thing. Thinking about how she had disregarded her husband's pain for her brother's house issue, spending all the savings her family had accumulated over the years, and now selling their house and car, Yan Qinghan felt a pang of guilt in her heart. "Brother, I know you love my brother-in-law. Once we buy the medicine, you two will have plenty of chances to chat. Let's hurry and leave now." Seeing the guilt in her sister's eyes, Yan Qingwei, who remembered Xiangyu's instructions, shouted. Yan Qinghan hesitated for a moment, glancing at her husband, then left the hospital room under Yan Qingwei's insistence. After confirming that the siblings had left, Xiangyu slowly took out the stone pendant, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a beautiful arc. This stone pendant was his daughter's favorite toy when she was little. When it mysteriously went missing at the age of 4, his daughter was sad for more than half a year. It wasn't until a year later that Xiangyu found out that it was Yan Qingwei who had taken the stone pendant when he came to play at their home. Xiangyu scolded Yan Qingwei a few times, demanding he return the stone pendant. However, not only was Yan Qingwei unwilling to return it, but he also had a big fight with Xiangyu. In the end, it was his daughter who chose to compromise, saying she was willing to give the stone pendant to her uncle. Having already decided to sever ties with his wife, Xiangyu naturally would not indulge Yan Qingwei any longer, allowing him to take away something beloved by his daughter. "Hey, holding the stone pendant has actually relieved my pain quite a bit. Is this just an illusion, or does the stone pendant really help alleviate pain?" Xiangyu looked at the stone pendant with a suspicious expression, showing a thoughtful look on his face to verify his guess. Xiangyu tried putting the stone pendant far away in the corner of the hospital room. The next moment, an overwhelming pain surged in, causing Xiangyu to groan involuntarily. He quickly ran to the corner, picked up the stone pendant, and all the pain vanished. After repeated experiments, Xiangyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. While laughing, he suddenly thought of something sad and began to cry uncontrollably. "Dad, why aren't you paying attention to Pampan? Pan is so scared. As Gu Xiangyu fell into a daze, a tender voice rang in his ears. Looking at the beautiful little girl beside him, who looked like a fairy tale sprite, Gu Xiangyu felt as if he were dreaming, and his eyes involuntarily turned red. Dad, is your body hurting again? Pan will give you candy. After eating the candy, it won't hurt anymore. Seeing her father's eyes turning red, the girl carefully took out a lollipop from her pocket and handed it to Gu Xiangyu. Dad isn't in pain, my eyes are red because of the wind outside. Gu Xiangyu patted his daughter's head, his eyes filled with affection. Gu Xiangyu took the candy from his daughter's hand, unwrapped it, and then offered it back to her, saying, Pan, this is for you. Pan shook her head vigorously, her big round eyes wide open as she said, this is Pon's love for Dad, you must accept it. Looking at his daughter's eager eyes, Gu Xiangyu was stunned, and his nose suddenly felt sour. Just as Gu Xiangyu was about to thank his daughter, he saw her suddenly show a look of pain on her face, followed by a nosebleed. The next moment, Pan rolled her eyes and fainted in front of the hospital bed. Pan. Gu Xiangyu's face turned pale as he bent down to pick up his daughter. On the distant planet L, billions of light years away from Water Blue Star, a large-scale interstellar resource war was raging. Among the commanders of the Human Alliance was a cold, stunningly beautiful woman. The moment Pan fainted, this beautiful woman suddenly frowned lightly, covering her heart, her face instantly turning ashen. She instructed her aide beside her and quickly retreated from the battleship deck back to the command room. Once inside the command room, the beautiful woman's fair hand waved in the air, and a virtual projection of the L-star system appeared. As she gently slid her finger, she examined the many planets in the projection. Soon, her gaze fell on a water blue planet, and her fair finger stopped moving. That planet where I once sought refuge is actually on the path to self-destruction due to resource depletion. After glancing at the detection data, the beautiful woman's expression turned extremely grim, and she finally understood the reason for the stirring in her bloodline. I hope the humans of Water Blue Star pay enough attention to the super origin planet they left behind and take proactive measures. Otherwise, Water Blue Star and the species on that planet are likely to disappear from the annals of history. The beautiful woman subconsciously recalled that absurd night and the flesh and blood she naturally bore on that planet. Darling, please forgive Mommy's selfishness. Due to the harsh living environment of the L-star system, Mommy could only leave you on Water Blue Star. But once Mommy completely resolves the rebellion in the L-star system, I will bring you back. Right now, Mommy can only bestow upon you a creation, hoping you can safely escape this calamity. The beautiful woman stared at the water blue planet for a long time before taking out a syringe from her wristwatch, filling it with blood. After hesitating for a moment, she also pulled out a newly acquired super energy crystal from her recent expedition. Jasmine, inject the super energy crystal in this vial of blood into core experiment number 1, and then deploy it to planet number 2793, the beautiful woman said lovingly as she gazed into the depths of the vast universe, commanding her assistant beside her. Little princess, this super energy crystal was extracted after you risked your life. If you submit it to the Empire, you could immediately be promoted to the commander of the Empire. Jasmine, dressed in red armor, hesitated. You only need to execute my orders, the beautiful woman said coldly. Jasmine, hearing this, looked troubled, standing beside the beautiful woman, wanting to say something but hesitating, realizing the beautiful woman showed no signs of changing her mind. Reluctantly, she went to carry out the task. Chapter 3, The Shocking Truth. Gu Xiangyu immediately pressed the call button by the bedside, summoning a nurse. On the way to the hematology department with the nurse and his daughter, Gu Xiangyu suddenly remembered a detail. After his wife left in his past life, his daughter had fainted while visiting him in the hospital after school. However, he was so depressed at that time that he didn't pay attention to this matter, and after resting his daughter on the hospital bed for a night, she woke up on her own. Could my daughter be seriously ill? Gu Xiangyu felt a shiver in his heart. After anxiously waiting for half an hour, Gu Xiangyu was called to the end of the corridor by the attending doctor. Mr. Gu, after analyzing the data, your daughter has been diagnosed with leukemia. The attending doctor's words struck Gu Xiangyu like a bolt of lightning, leaving him stiff and unable to think. Mr. Gu, your daughter's condition is caused by a tumor virus, which cannot be treated either domestically or abroad. However, fortunately, your daughter's immune ability is much stronger than that of her peers. Gu Xiangyu didn't hear what the attending doctor said. Afterward, he only felt deep hatred for his past neglect of his daughter. After standing quietly in the corridor for a moment, Gu Xiangyu returned to the ward, greeted the nurse caring for Pan Pan, then went downstairs to assist in admitting his daughter to the hospital and also applied for special nursing services. Even though he had neglected his daughter, she would still wake up tomorrow, and after the great disaster, his daughter's leukemia should heal without any treatment. However, now that he knew his daughter had leukemia, Gu Xiangyu still wanted her to receive the best treatment to minimize her suffering. Moreover, there was only half a day left until the great disaster arrived, and there were still too many matters for Gu Xiangyu to handle. He couldn't take care of his daughter closely, so leaving her in the hospital's care was the most appropriate choice. After helping his daughter with the admission procedures and returning to the ward, Gu Xiangyu gazed at his daughter's tender face, filled with heartache. Leukemia caused by a tumor virus should be acquired later in life. So, did someone deliberately poison Pan Pan, or did she accidentally get infected while dining outside? Suddenly, Gu Xiangyu's gaze fell on his daughter's examination report, and he couldn't help but gasp in shock. The report showed that Pan Pan's blood type was B, but Gu Xiangyu clearly remembered that he was type O, and Yin Qinghan was type A. Their child could only be type O or A, and it was impossible for her to have any other blood type. Recalling Yin Qinghan's indifferent attitude towards Pan Pan, Gu Xiangyu began to suspect something. The physical examination report of Pan Pan was something he had followed closely during the tests, so it couldn't be wrong. Therefore, the greatest possibility was that Pan Pan was not his and Yin Qinghan's child. Thinking of this cruel fact, Gu Xiangyu felt dizzied. He quickly remembered another thing. He clearly recalled that Yin Qinghan had been pregnant with his child. Since Pan Pan was not his and Yin Qinghan's child, where was his child? Thinking of this, Gu Xiangyu dialed Yin Qinghan's phone number. Hearing the voicemail prompt indicating the number was out of service, Gu Xiangyu frowned, feeling increasingly cold inside. Gu Xiangyu did not continue to call Yin Qinghan's number, but hurried back to his ward to pack his belongings. Earlier, while handling his daughter's admission procedures, Gu Xiangyu had also arranged for his own discharge. Knowing that the great disaster was about to arrive and that his cancer would heal without treatment, Gu Xiangyu naturally would not waste time lying in the hospital. "Mr. Gu, this is a letter your wife asked me to pass on to you before she left," a voice called out as Gu Xiangyu finished packing and was about to leave. Gu Xiangyu paused in his steps, turned around to take the letter from the nurse's hand, and felt a sharp pain in his heart. Even without opening the envelope, Gu Xiangyu knew what it contained: a divorce agreement signed by Yin Qinghan and the wedding ring he had bought for her. In his past life, after receiving the divorce agreement, Gu Xiangyu had been so enraged that he tore it to pieces and directly flushed it down the toilet. In this life, however, Gu Xiangyu planned to play along, fulfilling Yin Qinghan's wish for divorce. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xiangyu then dialed Yin Qingwei's number. "Brother-in-law, you're not having second thoughts, are you? I completed the 2 conditions you mentioned. It took Yin Qingwei a while to answer the call, his tone filled with anxiety. "Do you know Pan Pan's background?" Gu Xiangyu asked straightforwardly. "I doubt if you can tell me Pan Pan's background. I'll transfer you $1 million immediately." "Brother-in-law, I don't know Pan Pan's background very well. I only heard some things during casual conversations between my mom and sister. Why not ask my sister directly? She must know better than I do. Tell me everything you know. The promise of $1 million remains unchanged. I can't say. I'm afraid you'll get angry. If you're unwilling to speak, I will expose all the dirty things you did online right now. Brother-in-law, I don't want you to transfer money to me anymore. I just hope you won't blame me after you find out what my mom and sister did. This has nothing to do with me at all." Seeing Gu Xiangyu silent, Yin Qingwei immediately became scared and hurriedly revealed the information he knew. "Back when you were dating my sister, my mom strongly opposed it. Even after you got married, my mom still didn't support your marriage and even forced my sister to abort the 3-month-old baby she was carrying. But my mom never expected that my sister would abort the baby and not have the chance to confront you before you called her to say that your house in the urban village was being demolished and you received nearly $5 million in compensation. In the following months, my sister pretended to be pregnant in front of you. As her due date approached, my mom and sister wandered near the hospital to see if they could find an abandoned baby, and that's when they encountered Pan Pan's mom. Pan Pan's mom left over 30,000 yuan and that stone pendant I gave you before leaving in a hurry, and she never appeared again." After learning the whole story, Gu Xiangyu fell silent. It took him over 10 minutes to fully digest and accept the facts narrated by Yin Qingwei. He logged into his mobile banking and transferred 1 million to Yin Qingwei as promised. Soon, Yin Qingwei's call came in, expressing his gratitude in a flustered manner. Have your sister arrive at the Civil Affairs Bureau opposite Xiangyu Hotel within half an hour and tell her that I fully accept the conditions of the divorce agreement and can divorce her. Gu Xiangyu interrupted Yin Qingwei's incessant chatter, his emotions completely calm. Brother-in-law, don't worry. I'll take care of this. If she doesn't want to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, I'll drag her there, Yin Qingwei assured confidently. After hanging up the phone, Gu Xiangyu walked towards Xiangyu Hotel. When Gu Xiangyu arrived at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, he found Yin Qinghan and Yin Qingwei already waiting there. Seeing Gu Xiangyu again, Yin Qinghan felt a bit guilty and didn't dare to greet him, nor could she meet his gaze. Whether it was the over 4 million yuan she tricked Gu Xiangyu into spending on the special medicine or the content of the divorce agreement, all of it made her feel ashamed to face him. Instead, Yin Qingwei was full of enthusiasm, afraid that Gu Xiangyu might get upset and expose him online. The custody of Pan goes to me, and the rest will be handled according to the divorce agreement. No problem. Right? Gu Xiangyu had no intention of small talk with Yin Qinghan, speaking indifferently. Yin Qinghan was taken aback for a moment, then numbly nodded. Since there were no disagreements, the divorce procedures between Gu Xiangyu and Yin Qinghan went exceptionally smoothly. A little over 10 minutes later, the three of them walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, and Gu Xiangyu and Yin Qinghan each held a dark red divorce certificate. Dayu, I'm sorry. I know you love me very much, but I really can't imagine how hard it would be for me to raise Pan alone after you're gone. After leaving the Civil Affairs Hall, the silent Yin Qinghan finally couldn't help but speak up. So, is this your reason for poisoning Pan? Gu Xiangyu impatiently interrupted Yin Qinghan, speaking abruptly. Chapter 4. The Overbearing Force. You, how did you know? Hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, Yin Qinghan's eyes were filled with panic, her face turning pale, and she stammered. Gu Xiangyu, hearing this, was both angry and amused. He threw the hospital's examination report at Yin Qinghan's face, sneering. Yin Qinghan, tell me, what other reason could there be for leukemia caused by tumor virus, other than being poisoned? I never expected it would be you who poisoned me. You were just deceiving me. You didn't know I was the one who poisoned you before? How can you be so shameless? Yin Qinghan let the examination report slip from her face and questioned sharply. Yin Qinghan, go live a good life with your mother and brother. From now on, you have nothing to do with me and my daughter. Seeing that Yin Qinghan not only failed to realize her mistake, but also habitually threw a tantrum in front of him, Gu Xiangyu did not offer any explanation. Instead, he calmly left with a final statement and turned to leave. Gu Xiangyu, stop right there. Why are you being so fierce with me? Are you saying that if you die, I should live my life as a widow with a bastard child? Watching Gu Xiangyu's resolute figure, Yin Qinghan was unwilling to back down. Hearing Yin Qinghan's hysterical shout, Gu Xiangyu did not look back. He simply quickened his pace. Staring at the man who once spoiled her to the heavens, who suddenly turned cold towards her like a block of ice, Yin Qinghan was filled with anger. Yet her heart felt empty and very uncomfortable. Sis, I think the reason Gu Xiangyu has changed so much is that you and Mom pushed him too hard. Even a cornered rabbit will bite, let alone a person. Yin Qingwei murmured from his side. Dai still loves me. He is afraid that I will be sad after he dies, so he deliberately picked a fight with me to get a divorce. Otherwise, why didn't he mention the 4 million and the special medicine just now? After a moment, Yin Qinghan muttered to herself. Hearing his sister's words, Yin Qingwei felt guilty and instinctively said, actually, I suddenly feel that my brother-in-law is quite good. You don't seem to need to rush to divorce him. After all, if he dies, everything will still belong to you, and you can remarry. You know nothing. Gu Xiangyu has a sister. According to the law, if Gu Xiangyu dies without a will, his sister will also get a share of the inheritance. Moreover, most of the hospital and treatment fees in the past few months were borrowed with the help of his sister, so I will definitely have to pay her back. While Yin Qinghan and Yin Qingwei were arguing outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, Gu Xiangyu had already taken a taxi straight to Li Shui's apartment. After registering his identity information at the apartment entrance, Gu Xiangyu took the elevator to the 17th floor, where his sister Gu Wanner lived. Standing at the door of the apartment, Xiangyu hesitated for a long time, not daring to knock. 2 lines of hot tears uncontrollably slid down his face, dripping onto the ground. Xiangyu had always regarded his sister Gu Wan'er as a little girl who hadn't grown up. He didn't expect that when he was diagnosed with cancer and faced obstacles in borrowing money. It was his sister Gu Wan'er who timely helped him gather the required hospitalization and treatment fees, and she also repeatedly helped him settle the expenses in the hospital. In his previous life, after being deceived by Yin Qinghan into selling his house, Xiangyu wanted to pay off Wan'er's debt of hundreds of thousands first, and then use the remaining money to buy special medicine. However, Yin Qinghan readily promised to return the money, but as soon as she got it, she disappeared without a trace and never paid Wan'er back. Even so, his sister Gu Wan'er never complained and instead patiently comforted Xiangyu for an entire night. The next morning, after helping him buy breakfast, she quietly left. However, after the great disaster occurred, Xiangyu could no longer contact his sister. It was several days later that Xiangyu learned that the apartment where his sister lived was attacked by mutated animals from the nearby zoo on the day of the disaster, and no one in the entire building survived. Gu Wan'er, you have 10 minutes. Have you thought it through? Do you want to be my woman or not? Xiangyu, I'm really sorry. I will find a way to repay your 200,000 as soon as possible. I am also very grateful for your help during my toughest time, but I really cannot be your mistress. Gu Wan'er, I'm talking to you nicely, and you are still pushing your luck, right? Since you refused to drink my toast, then I can only make you drink a punishment drink. Don't. What do you want? Let go of me. Suddenly, Xiangyu heard a conversation between his sister and a man coming from inside the house, followed by his sister's scream and the sound of things being knocked over. Xiangyu's heart sank, and he hurriedly knocked on the door. But after knocking for a long time, no one came to open the door, and his expression turned very ugly. However, with Xiangyu's knocking, there was no more sound from inside. Seeing that there was no response to his knocking, Xiangyu realized that his sister must have been restrained and was unable to make a sound, while the man inside seemed determined to bully Gu Wan'er, which made Xiangyu's heart sink even further. Xiangyu frowned and took out his phone to dial his sister's roommate Huang Lijuan's number. Soon, a clear ringtone echoed from inside the room, but it was quickly hung up after just one ring. Gu Wan'er hasn't gotten off work yet. I'm the only one in the room, so it's not convenient for you to come in. Is there something you need? Knowing she had been exposed, Huang Lijuan walked to the door and said, Nothing. Then I'll wait for Wan'er downstairs. Xiangyu replied and turned to leave. Inside the room, after Huang Lijuan saw Xiangyu enter the elevator through the peephole, she patted her chest and gave a thumbs-up gesture to the man inside the room. Sugu, that bastard's brother has left. You can continue. Good, it's great he left. Damn it, scare me almost to impotence. The young man spat and shouted in annoyance. You come over and hold this bitch's arm. She's too strong. I can't handle her alone. Okay, Xiangyu. Huang Lijuan replied straightforwardly, then walked over to Gu Wan'er and held her hands down. Lijuan, please let me go. Otherwise, I will hate you for the rest of my life. Gu Wan'er pleaded loudly. Wan'er, Sugu has money and power. What's wrong with you being with him? Huang Lijuan said with a smile. Moreover, Sugu said he could marry you properly, which is something many women would envy. Hearing her roommate's words, Gu Wan'er realized that she could no longer rely on her, so she could only struggle desperately, trying to break free from their grasp. Despite Gu Wan'er's vigorous struggles, Huang Lijuan and the young man were drenched in sweat and still couldn't remove her clothes, let alone force her. Sugu, didn't you drug her? Why does she still have so much strength after such a long time? Huang Lijuan asked in confusion. She probably sensed that I drug her, so she didn't take it. The young man said in frustration, If this doesn't work, I'll just have to knock her out. Today, I must take her first blood. You should have done this long ago. I don't know why you've been so patient with this bitch. Hearing the conversation between her roommate and Su Haijiang, Gu Wan'er felt her heart sink, and tears of pain welled up in her eyes. She knew that if Su Haijiang really got rough, she would have no chance of escape. Just as Su Haijiang was about to smash an ashtray onto Gu Wan'er's head, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the door, causing him to instinctively stop his actions and wonder what is happening outside. Why is it so noisy? As soon as Su Haijiang finished speaking, the door was kicked open, and he saw a man holding a chainsaw walk into the room. Seeing the menacing figure of the man with the chainsaw, the three people in the house were momentarily stunned. "Brother, save me." Gu Wan'er was the first to react, taking advantage of Su Haijiang and Huang Lijuan's moment of distraction. She forcefully broke free from their grasp and ran to Gu Xiangyu's side. "Wan'er, don't be afraid. I'm here. No one can hurt you," Gu Xiangyu said, looking at his sister's panicked eyes with concern. "So it turns out Wan'er's brother has come. I happen to want to discuss something with you. I heard that Wan'er listens to you completely. As long as you let Wan'er agree to marry me, I will give you a $1 million betrothal gift and immediately arrange for you to be treated at the best cancer specialty hospital in the United States. How about that?" After learning Gu Xiangyu's identity, Su Haijiang straightened his disheveled clothes and appeared calm. Chapter 5. You are really courting death. "Brother, no." Before Gu Xiangyu could speak, Gu Wan'er quickly interrupted. Sensing his sister's inner resistance and fear, Gu Xiangyu gave her a reassuring look and slowly walked towards Su Haijiang, his gaze cold. What do you want to do?" Su Haijiang's face changed drastically as he looked at Gu Xiangyu's chilling eyes, stammering his question. "I just used this chainsaw to cut open the door lock in 17 seconds. How long do you think it would take to cut off your arm with it?" Gu Xiangyu asked ominously. "Brother Wan'er, let's not joke around. This isn't funny at all." Realizing that Gu Xiangyu wasn't joking, Su Haijiang's pupils shrank as he felt the situation slipping out of his control. "Who is joking with you? Do you think I'm just idly wasting time?" Gu Xiangyu scolded displeasedly. "My doctor said I have less than a month to live, so I specially came to say goodbye to Wan'er, only to see you two beasts bullying her. You are really courting death." After finishing his sentence, Gu Xiangyu pressed the switch of the chainsaw, slowly advancing until he was just a step away from Su Haijiang, stopping only then. He looked at Su Haijiang as if he were staring at a dead man. "Brother, killing is illegal. You can't just go crazy." Feeling the astonishing murderous aura emanating from Gu Xiangyu, Su Haijiang panicked, completely losing the arrogant demeanor he usually had. "What do I care about the law as a dying man? Besides, my life is worth two of yours. It's a good deal, don't you think?" Gu Xiangyu's indifferent eyes swept back and forth between Su Haijiang and Huang Lijuan, the chainsaw's switch turning on and off repeatedly. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became extremely tense, and the hearts of the few people inside were racing. They could almost hear their own heartbeats. Although Gu Xiangyu was an ordinary person in the world of catastrophic changes, he had survived countless battles, his hands stained with who knows how much blood. The intense, murderous aura surrounding him was something the few people in the room could not bear. Under Gu Xiangyu's indifferent gaze, Su Haijiang and Huang Lijuan felt as if they were amidst a bloody storm, fearing for their lives at any moment. Huang Lijuan was the first to crack. Her legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground, sweat pouring down her face. "Brother Dayu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have incited Wan'er to borrow money from Su Haijiang, nor should I have helped him harm Wan'er. Please don't kill me." Su Haijiang wanted to stop Huang Lijuan from speaking out of turn, but before he could open his mouth, he saw a large foot appear in front of his face. Before Su Haijiang could react, he was kicked to the ground, and then he felt intense pain as Gu Xiangyu struck him with a chainsaw. In just a moment, Su Haijiang felt as if all his bones were shattered, waves of heart-wrenching pain radiating from every part of his body. And he was too scared to move for fear of Gu Xiangyu attacking him with the chainsaw. "Brother, stop. If you keep hitting, someone will really die." Just as Gu Xiangyu was venting his emotions, a timid voice rang in his ears, bringing him back to reality. It was at this moment that Gu Xiangyu realized that Su Haijiang was lying bloodied and bruised on the ground, no longer making a sound, and with his eyes closed, unsure of whether he was dead or alive. Gu Xiangyu looked at the deformed chainsaw in his hand, and then turned his gaze to Huang Lijuan. Huang Lijuan, already highly strung, saw Gu Xiangyu looking at her and rolled her eyes back, fainting on the spot. "Brother, are you okay?" "Guvane askitva itli. I'm fine. If I hadn't come today, you would have been in trouble." Remembering how his sister had come to visit him in the hospital with red and swollen eyes last time, Gu Xiangyu felt an overwhelming sense of regret and fear. Feeling her brother's concern, Gu Wan'er's heart warmed, and she sweetly smiled. "Brother, when you were tricked by Huang Lijuan, I was in despair, thinking how foolish my brother was, But unexpectedly, you turned around and came back with a chainsaw. But the way you used the chainsaw to hit someone was too scary. I always thought you were a gentle scholar. I didn't expect you to have such a violent side. Brother, although they wanted to bully me, they didn't succeed. You can teach them a lesson. But there's no need to go that far. 20 years later, seeing his sister smile like a flower again and hearing her chattering voice, Xiangyu felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. He gazed at her, hoping this moment would last forever. Gu seemed to have just been frightened as well. She kept talking to ease her emotions. After a while, Gu finally noticed that her brother had been silent, just smiling at her. Brother, is there something dirty on my face? Gu stopped the topic and curiously touched her face. It's nothing. I just think my sister has become more beautiful. Xiangyu smiled and changed the subject. You just said that Su Haijiang is from the Su family? Yes, the Su family has a lot of influence in Yuta province, with power in both the underworld and the legitimate world. Since you just beat Su Haijiang so badly, we probably won't be able to continue staying in Yudu, Gu said, her face filled with worry. What if I just kill them both and be done with it? Xiangyu made a neck-slashing gesture, seeking Gu opinion. Brother, no. After all, we live in a society governed by law. Even if you aren't afraid of legal consequences, it will affect Ponpon's education and employment in the future. Gu refused without hesitation. Hearing this, Xiangyu smiled, knowing that his sister would definitely not allow him to kill anyone. He was just trying to scare her. Then what do you suggest? If we don't kill them to silence them, they will definitely come after us, Xiangyu said with a frown. Brother, how about we drug them? Once they are unconscious, we can leave Yudu province, and then they won't be able to do anything to us, Gu suggested. Her eyes lighting up as she spotted a bottle of medicine on the coffee table. Xiangyu picked up the bottle and examined it for a moment, a playful smile appearing on his face. He wondered where Su Haijiang had gotten the sedative. A single dose could make someone unconscious for most of the day. If Su Haijiang and Huang Lijuan really took the sedative, by the time they woke up, the disaster would have already arrived, and they would die without him having to lift a finger. Using their own methods against them is a great idea, Warner. Let's do it this way, Xiangyu nodded. And then the siblings fed the unconscious Su Haijiang and Huang Lijuan the sedative. After feeding them the sedative, Gu quickly packed her things. Brother, I just thought of something. I can leave you to province, but your health is so poor and sister-in-law and her family are still in Yudu. You can't just leave, she said, scratching the back of her head as they exited the apartment. Seeing his sister's worried expression, Xiangyu couldn't help but chuckle. Silly girl, don't worry. My advisor has some connections with Su Haijiang's father, Su Daoyuan. I'll go ask my advisor for help. He will assist in resolving our concerns. Really? That's great, brother. You're amazing. Gu almost immediately believed Xiangyu's words, her face beaming with joy. After a pause, she muttered, Brother, did you deliberately feed Su Haijiang and Huang Lijuan the sedative? Who allowed them to bully my little Warner? Am I not allowed to take a little revenge? Xiangyu said as he rubbed his nose. Upon hearing this, Gu was touched, her long eyelashes fluttering, and her eyes glistening with tears. Warner, I'm going to find a supervisor for help. I need to trouble you with another matter. Xiangyu paused, concealing the fact of his divorce and Ponpon's background, carefully explaining that he had sold his car and house to buy special medicine, asking Gu to find a suitable housing source that could be moved into by evening. Brother, your sister-in-law is really good to you, willing to sell the house and car to buy you special medicine. Don't worry, I'll handle the rental, Gu said, her eyes red after hearing Xiangyu's words, confidently patting her chest. Seeing that whatever he said, his sister believed, Xiangyu felt a pang of guilt. After staring at his sister for a moment, he silently opened his mobile banking app and transferred 1 million to her. Warner, I just transferred some money to you. You can pay back all the money you borrowed from friends and colleagues, and use the remaining amount for the house deposit and rent. Brother, I remember every word you said. Don't worry, she assured. After hailing a taxi for his sister, Xiangyu turned and rented a G63 from a nearby car dealership, then headed straight to the suburbs. Xiangyu clearly remembered that on the day of the Great Catastrophe, at 12 noon, all humans would awaken attributes similar to those in online games, with various physical attributes displayed in specific data form on the panel. if one took medicine to enhance their physical attributes before noon on the day of the catastrophe. These illegally enhanced attributes would be mistaken for the human's inherent attributes and solidified on the attribute panel, giving a significant advantage at the onset of the catastrophe. Knowing this excellent cheating method, Xiangyu naturally wouldn't let it slip by easily. Chapter 6. The Fanatical Cold Weapon Collector 40 minutes later. Xiangyu drove his G63 to a clinic on the outskirts of the city. Our clinic is closed today. If you're sick, go to a big hospital, said a middle-aged man with yellow teeth from the crack of the door upon hearing a knock. Xiangyu took a glance at the man, quietly stuffing 2 stacks of brand-new bills through the door crack. Scarface Liu introduced me here, saying I could find good stuff. Scarface Liu was someone Xiangyu had met in his previous life in a shelter. He only knew that before the Great Catastrophe. Scarface Liu was a minor leader at the Qianhong Casino. In fact, at this time, Xiangyu didn't even know Scarface Liu yet. Upon hearing Scarface Liu's name, the middle-aged man with yellow teeth opened the door with a creak and invited Xiangyu into the clinic. What do you want to buy? Adrenaline, smart needles, muscle explosion needles, stimulants, and all sorts of drugs that can enhance physical abilities in a short time. Give me 3 of each, Xiangyu listed off confidently. Are you planning to fight in underground boxing or for a life-and-death duel? Asked the middle-aged man, curious. You just need to take the money. Why ask so much? Xiangyu muttered in a deliberately gruff voice. Oh, you have quite the temper and personality. On Scarface Liu's account, I can give you the best in the market for everything. A total of 230,000 yuan. Is that okay? Without hesitation, Xiangyu pulled out 210 stacks of cash from his backpack and handed them to the middle-aged man. Seeing Xiangyu's decisive action, the man nodded in satisfaction and quickly prepared all the drugs, patiently packaging them before handing them to Xiangyu. Xiangyu didn't check the authenticity of the drugs. This clinic only did business with acquaintances, so there was no need to scam him. After leaving the clinic, Xiangyu felt relaxed. He had obtained an excellent cheat code for the Great Catastrophe. Next, he just needed to get a few reliable cold weapons to ensure he had the strength to protect himself when the disaster struck. Xiangyu happened to know that there was a fanatical cold weapon collector in Yuta province. That person was Su Daoyuan, the father of Su Haijiang, whom Xiangyu had mentioned to his sister before. However, Xiangyu's advisor had no connection with Su Daoyuan. He had only seen a news report about him in his previous life. Su Daoyuan had once spent a staggering 50 million yuan at a major auction to buy a legendary weapon, the Taie, which was established long before the federal government. The Yudu Evening News had conducted an in-depth interview and report on Su Daoyuan. Su Daoyuan was a fanatical collector of cold weapons. As long as he had heard of a cold weapon, he would find a way to acquire it. If he couldn't obtain it, he would spend a lot of money to have it replicated. No one knew exactly how many weapons Su Daoyuan had collected. It was said that most of the profits from the Qianji Hotel were spent on purchasing and replicating cold weapons. As the chairman of the Qianji Hotel, Su Daoyuan had even built a private cold weapon museum on the top floor, which showed his obsession and madness for cold weapons. After pondering for a moment, Xiangyu drove straight to the Qianji Hotel. It would be best if Su Daoyuan was willing to part with a few top-notch weapons. If he was uncooperative, Xiangyu wouldn't mind using strong-arm tactics. Half an hour later, Xiangyu arrived at the Qianji Hotel and directly booked 2 presidential suites on the second-to-top floor. Excuse me, is Mr. Su in the hotel? Xiangyu casually asked after completing the check-in process. I'm sorry, Mr. Su is currently not in the hotel. If you want to meet Mr. Su, you can leave your phone number and I can help you make an appointment, the receptionist replied respectfully after sizing up Xiangyu. Xiangyu took the note from the receptionist, carefully wrote down his phone number, and then handed the note along with 2 large red bills back to her. Thank you for your hard work, miss. If it's convenient, please let me know as soon as you have any information about Mr. Su's whereabouts. After wandering around the hotel lobby and the second-to-top floor, Xiangyu couldn't help but frown. He realized that none of the public elevators could reach the top floor. They only went to the second-to-top floor. The entire hotel had a T-shaped structure, making it impossible to climb up through the windows. It seemed the only way to get to the top floor was to take a private elevator or use force. While Xiangyu was still struggling with how to sneak into the Cold Weapon Museum to check things out, his phone suddenly rang. Mr. Gu, your daughter has woken up and wants to talk to you. After the call connected, Gu Xiangyu heard the voice of a nurse. Daddy, why did you leave Pan Pan alone in the hospital? Pan Pan is scared, followed by Pan Pan's panicked voice on the other end of the line. Hearing his daughter crying, Gu Xiangyu felt his heart break. Pan Pan, be good. Daddy is nearby, taking care of something, and will be back to accompany you soon. After hanging up the phone, Gu Xiangyu immediately turned and rushed downstairs to the hospital. In this vast world, his daughter was the most important. Passing by a flower shop, he casually bought a bouquet of purple baby's breath. As soon as Gu Xiangyu walked into the intensive care unit, he felt a shadow quickly pounce on him. Daddy, I miss you, Pan Pan said, nuzzling her head into Gu Xiangyu's embrace. Pan Pan, be good. Daddy misses you too. Feeling his daughter's reliance on him, Gu Xiangyu responded emotionally. Daddy, am I useless? I can even faint just standing. My little princess Pan Pan is super capable. Other kids need their parents to pick them up. But Pan Pan goes to school by herself. Both the teachers and Daddy like Pan Pan. But why does a mommy like Pan Pan? Mommy often says Pan Pan is a burden. Pan Pan's words stunned Gu Xiangyu. Since he had devoted all his attention to work, the task of caring for their daughter had fallen to Yin Qinghan. He never expected Yin Qinghan to disregard their daughter's feelings and call her a burden. Looking at his daughter's yellowing hair from malnutrition and her thin body, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but think of Pan Pan's background. Pan Pan, be good. You're not a burden. You're Daddy's little cotton-padded jacket. Gu Xiangyu took a deep breath, choking up as he spoke. Daddy, why are you crying? Is it because Mommy doesn't want us anymore? Daddy, Mommy said you're going to die soon, and Pan Pan will become an unwanted wild child. Is that true? Daddy, please don't cry. Pan Pan won't say anything bad anymore. His daughter's words pierced Gu Xiangyu's heart like a sharp needle, nearly suffocating him. He had been racking his brain on how to hide the changes at home from his daughter, but he never expected that his 6-year-old daughter seemed to understand everything. She had borne too much that a child her age should not have to endure. Pan Pan, Daddy won't cry anymore. Can you not cry either? Gu Xiangyu rubbed his face, trying to soften his expression, and gently comforted her. Okay, Pan Pan is good. Pan Pan won't cry. Upon hearing this, Pan Pan nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice, then looked straight at the H. store across the hospital, carefully asking, Daddy, Pan Pan is hungry. I want to eat something delicious. What does Pan Pan want to eat? Let's go right now. Gu Xiangyu affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair and asked softly, Can Pan Pan have ice cream? Pan Pan's eyes lit up. Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but lightly tap Pan Pan's nose. You're not hungry. You're craving it. Soon, the father and daughter walked into the H. store. Gu Xiangyu ordered an ice cream hot pot for himself and his daughter, along with a dessert set. When the ice cream hot pot and dessert platter were served, Pan Pan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she couldn't help but drool. Gu Xiangyu patiently used a wet tissue to wipe his daughter's hands before allowing her to eat. Once her hands were free, Pan Pan eagerly reached for the fruits in the ice cream hot pot. In just a moment, Pan Pan turned into a big spotted cat, with white cream smeared all over her mouth and face. Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but chuckle at the sight and quickly took out his phone to snap a few pictures. Dad, I had a nightmare this afternoon. In the dream, there was a volcanic eruption, glaciers melting, the sky turned dark, many cities were flooded by the sea, and all the pets raised by humans turned into ferocious beasts, attacking and devouring their owners. But Dad's illness got better. While Gu Xiangyu was quietly enjoying a delicious dinner with his daughter before the catastrophe, Pan Pan's words left him stunned. Could it be that his daughter was awakening her prophetic abilities now? Chapter 7. You won't sacrifice your appearance, right? Gu Xiangyu was certain that his daughter had not experienced rebirth like he had. However, the scenes described by his daughter after the great catastrophe could only indicate that she had awakened her prophetic talent. Had his daughter ever said such things to him in his past life? Gu Xiangyu had no recollection of that. Even if his daughter had said something similar in front of him, his past self would likely have been too muddled to take it to heart. Pan Pan, what else did you see in your dream? Gu Xiangyu was very curious to know whether Pan Pan had truly awakened her prophetic talent. Pan Pan stared with her big, expressive eyes for a moment, then said regretfully, Daddy, many things in the dream have become blurry, and I really can't remember. If you can't remember, then forget it. Actually, Daddy is just like you. I forget most of the things that happen in dreams after waking up, Gu Xiangyu said, not forcing his daughter to recall her dream. If only the things in the dream could really happen, then Daddy could always be by Pan side, Pan said with hope. As long as Pan is willing. Her dreams will come true, Xiangyu joked as he patted his daughter's little head. Upon hearing his words, Pan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. But soon she realized that it was impossible. After a moment of silence, Pan carefully requested, Daddy, I don't like the smell of the hospital. Can I not stay in the hospital? Xiangyu was taken aback for a moment, and then nodded, saying, no problem. Daddy will take you to handle the discharge procedures right away. Since Pan's leukemia would miraculously heal tomorrow, there was no need to endure the smell of disinfectant in the hospital. More importantly, Xiangyu suddenly remembered that he had never properly accompanied his daughter, and he wanted to enjoy some time with her before the great catastrophe struck. After leaving the Agendas store, Xiangyu took Pan to the hospital to handle the discharge procedures. Daddy is too good to Pan said, unable to resist giving Xiangyu a heavy kiss on the cheek as they left the hospital. Don't you want Daddy to be even better to you? I do. Then let's go to the magic forest castle at Xiangyu Hotel. Daddy, I can't be dreaming, right? Of course not, but before we go to the magic forest castle, we need to make a stop at the mall. Seeing his daughter's cheap clothes, Xiangyu quickly led her into the mall next to the hospital. An hour later, both Xiangyu and Pan had completely transformed, with Xiangyu carrying over 20 shopping bags filled with the latest luxury children's clothing and various daily necessities he had carefully selected. After tossing the items into the hotel room, Xiangyu took his daughter to the magic forest castle operated by Xiangyu Hotel. The next half-day was undoubtedly the happiest time in Pan's life. Xiangyu took her to experience all the attractions in the magic forest castle. For some of the attractions that Pan particularly loved, Xiangyu patiently queued again and again, allowing her to play to her heart's content. When Pan was exhausted and nestled in Xiangyu's arms, not wanting to move, they finally left the magic forest castle. Having played too hard, Pan quickly fell into a deep sleep after washing up. Xiangyu quietly sat by the bed for a moment, and seeing his daughter pouting in her sleep, he couldn't help but gently kiss her forehead, then quietly closed the door and tiptoed out of the hotel. Brother, you finally called me back. I never noticed you had the potential to be a daughter slave. After Xiangyu called Wan, a strong sense of resentment came through the phone. I didn't know you would be jealous of your niece. Xiangyu replied with a smile. Brother, the house has been rented according to your requirements. I need to buy some daily necessities before moving in. I've been busy for 7 hours and I'm exhausted, Wan said, feeling hopeless. Take a break. I bought some daily necessities and I'll deliver them over soon. Using the location provided by Wan, Xiangyu arrived at the Yushi mansion in the Pure Villa community on Jiobin Road in about 20 minutes. Since Wan had given a heads up, as soon as Xiangyu's G63 arrived at the community entrance, 2 security guards respectfully greeted him, and a golf cart led the way, taking the G63 to the central location of Yushi Mansion. Looking at the misty, fairy tale-like landscape of the community, Xiangyu couldn't help but nod in approval. Brother, how do you like this villa? Let me tell you, renting this villa is a huge sacrifice for me, Wan said, beaming with excitement at Xiangyu's enthusiastic expression. You won't be sacrificing your appearance, right? Xiangyu joked. Wan retorted. This villa belongs to a college classmate of mine. Her parents accompanied her to study abroad and have decided to settle there. When she saw me say in the class group that I wanted to rent a villa, she privately messaged me, saying that if I video call her for half an hour every day, she'd waive the rent, and when I no longer want to rent it, she'd help sell the villa. Xiangyu was astonished. Was such a pie-in-the-sky situation actually possible? The villa's garden alone was over 2,000 square meters, with cobblestone paths dividing the large garden into several areas, each filled with various rare flowers and trees. Xiangyu was surprised to find that there was even a stable in the side garden of the villa, where a brown pony was leisurely munching on grass. Upon seeing Xiangyu approach, it even let out a neigh, as if greeting him. My classmate said her dad spent over 20 million just on this garden, and this Akeltech horse was specially selected by her dad from Stud Farm. Pan will definitely love this horse, Wan said, her eyes bright with joy. The brown pony looked stunning, its coat shiny and glossy, and its forehooves were as white as snow, with a sturdy build. However, Xiangyu frowned at the sight of the Tech horse. If the great catastrophe were to occur, the pony's mutated attack power would be much stronger than that of ordinary pets. Should he consider getting rid of it before it mutated? No. By the 10th year after the great catastrophe, humanity seemed to have mastered the methods of taming fierce beasts. As he thought about this, Xiangyu spoke up. I also think Pan will fall in love with this little pony. Wanner, could you discuss with your classmate about selling us this horse? Brother, you really are a daughter slave. I'll talk to Hailing about it later. Wanner was clearly extremely satisfied with the villa, and despite the exhaustion written all over her face, she excitedly explained the layout and features of the villa to Xiangyu. After thoroughly exploring the entire villa, they moved all the daily necessities Xiangyu had bought into the villa. Brother, it seems we won't be able to stay here tonight. Although you bought toiletries and such, we still need to change the mattress, bedding, and pillowcases. Wanner said with a frown after tidying up. I know, so I've already booked a room at Xiangyu Hotel. Aren't you tired? Let's go back to the hotel now, so Pan doesn't wake up and can't find us. You can make a list tonight, and we can go shopping again. Wanner nodded, and the siblings returned to Xiangyu Hotel together. In his past life, he had only helped feed spirit beasts in a shelter and had never tamed fierce beasts. No, wait, he seemed to remember a crude and barbaric method of taming beasts. But the success rate was rather low. Lying in bed, thinking of the Sifu, Xiangyu repeatedly pondered the steps of the taming method in his mind, then fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 8 Perfect Beginning Don't. Pan, wake up. In a daze, Xiangyu returned to the world of the Great Cataclysm, holding his daughter's lifeless body and weeping uncontrollably. No matter how hard Xiangyu shouted, his daughter's body grew colder, causing him immense heartache and tears to flow. Suddenly, he put down his daughter's body and charged towards the murderer, wanting to die with him, but was easily kicked away and fell from the city wall. With a thud, pain shot through the back of Xiangyu's head. Am I still alive? Struggling to open his eyes, Xiangyu slowly surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was in the presidential suite of the Xiangyu Grand Hotel, and the cataclysm had not yet arrived. He had somehow fallen from the sofa to the floor, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Checking his wrist for the time, he saw it was already past 8 in the morning. Xiangyu initially wanted to wake his daughter to have breakfast together, but seeing her sleeping soundly, he held back. After the cataclysm, it had become a luxury for humans to sleep peacefully, so he decided to let her sleep a bit longer before the disaster struck. Leaving a note in the room, Xiangyu sent a text to his sister Wanner and quickly drove to Yushi Mansion. After carefully examining the handsome and obedient little horse, he nodded in satisfaction. Just as the little horse thought Xiangyu was being affectionate, it rubbed against him and snorted as a greeting. Suddenly, Xiangyu flipped his hand, and a sharp dagger sliced from the horse's throat to its abdomen. The horse let out a mournful cry, rearing its front hooves to kick Xiangyu fiercely. However, in the moment the horse kicked, Xiangyu thrust the dagger into its sides twice. In immense pain, the horse could no longer attack Xiangyu and turned to flee. But just as the horse turned, it felt a stab in each of its hind legs and fell uncontrollably to the ground. As the horse collapsed, Xiangyu instinctively sighed in relief, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. Though his movements were as swift as lightning, they had drained all his energy. If he hadn't managed to complete all the actions in one go, his plan to tame the horse would have failed. After resting on the ground for a moment, Xiangyu's expression grew serious, as the next steps were crucial and required utmost care. He picked up the dagger and slowly approached the horse, which began to shed tears. Little one, don't be afraid. I won't take your life, he said, feeling a pang of pity at the horse's sad eyes. In the next moment, he steeled his resolve and stabbed towards the horse's head. Xiangyu confirmed the detailed steps of the blood-packed beast taming method, pricking his palm with the dagger and solemnly allowing his blood to flow into the horse's head wound. 2 hours later, Xiangyu staggered out of the stable, now with 2 dagger wounds on his palm, while the horse had fallen into a deep sleep. He whispered to himself, having owed my daughter so much in this life and the next, I hope she will like this gift. and then drove away. When Gu Xiangyu returned to the hotel, Gu Wanner had already finished breakfast with Pan and was playing games with her on the balcony. "Brother, why were you gone for so long? When are we going to buy furniture?" Gu Wanner complained upon seeing Gu Xiangyu enter the room. Gu Xiangyu checked his wrist for the time and realized it was already 11:30 a.m. Remembering that the cataclysm was about to arrive and he still hadn't obtained suitable weapons, he shook his head and said, "It's rare to stay in a presidential suite. It would be a waste to check out so early. Let's have lunch first and then go." Gu Xiangyu leisurely helped Gu Wanner brew a cup of kung fu tea and smiled, asking Wanner, "If I told you that a cataclysm was about to occur on Water Blue Star and my illness would miraculously heal, would you believe me?" "I certainly would. Pan just told me." Gu Wanner said she believed it, but looked at Gu Xiangyu with a condescending expression, her tone filled with sarcasm. "Wanner, that's quite uninteresting. Your insincerity is too obvious." Gu Xiangyu pretended to be angry and said, "Let me tell you." Using Pan's dream, Gu Xiangyu succinctly recounted the events of the Cataclysm era, then mentioned he had prepared adrenaline, smart needles, muscle explosion needles, stimulants, and other medications to gain an advantage before the disaster struck. "Brother, are you feeling all right?" Seeing Gu Xiangyu's serious demeanor, Gu Wanner's smile faded, and she worriedly touched his forehead, her expression turning grave. Gu Xiangyu swatted Gu Wanner's hand away and said stubbornly, "Gu Wanner, just pretend your brother has lost his mind and wants to play a ridiculous game with you. Just say if you're willing to cooperate." "Fine, you're my brother. I'll do whatever you say." Seeing her brother acting unreasonable, Gu Wanner couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "Dad, can I join the game with you and Aunt?" Pan, who had somehow returned from the balcony, asked with an expectant face upon hearing the conversation between Gu Xiangyu and Gu Wanner. Hearing his daughter's words, Gu Xiangyu felt a surge of joy. He had been worried about how to persuade her to take the injections and medications, and unexpectedly, she had proactively requested to join the game, saving him a lot of trouble. Pan, this game requires very brave people to play. Do you think you're brave enough?" Gu Xiangyu said with a strange smile. Pan showed a thoughtful expression, and after a while, she nodded. "Since you're brave, you can't quit midway through the game, or else you will lose," Gu Xiangyu warned, hugging his daughter affectionately. Meeting her father's gaze, Pan nodded seriously again. "Brother, this game should just be for the two adults. Why are you bringing a child into this? Aren't you worried the side effects of the medication will affect Pan's growth?" Gu Wanner reminded him in a low voice, seeing that her brother seemed serious. "Wanner, I know what I'm doing. You take your medication and inject it over there. I'll handle Pan's injection. Don't let Pan outdo you." Gu Xiangyu confidently handed his sister a medication. Hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, Gu Wanner hesitated, finally sighed, and walked to the side with the medication. "Aunt, good luck." Pan cheered, raising her little arm, which made Gu Wanner both amused and exasperated. "Pan, when Dad gives you the medication, it might hurt a little, so you have to endure it," Gu Xiangyu said gently, wiping his daughter's arm with iodine. "Dad, Pan is very brave." "Ouch!" Before Pan could finish her sentence, the transparent muscle explosion needle was inserted into her tiny arm, causing her to burst into tears, looking at Gu Xiangyu pitifully, wanting to cry, but feeling embarrassed. Gu Xiangyu slowly pushed the syringe, and when he noticed beads of sweat forming on Pan's forehead and her arm turning slightly blue, he decisively stopped injecting the medication. Injecting the muscle explosion needle in moderation could enhance muscle explosiveness in a short time, but an overdose would lead to muscle dissolution. Gu Xiangyu only wanted Pan to have a bit more strength than ordinary people when the disaster arrived, not wanting any accidents to happen. "Pan, you've been very good. The first stage of our game is over. Aunt hasn't dared to inject yet, so Pan has won against Aunt. This is your reward." Gu Xiangyu performed a magic trick, pulling out a lollipop from behind and handing it to Pan, instantly bringing a smile to her face and making her forget the pain she had just felt. In the following moments, Gu Xiangyu continued the act, injecting Pan one after another with stimulants, gland hormones, and smart needles, which could enhance various physical attributes. Although Pan grimaced in pain, she was very cooperative, being obedient to the point that it was heart-wrenching. Gu Wanner initially worried that Gu Xiangyu was playing a prank on her and hesitated to inject herself. It was only when she saw Gu Xiangyu giving Pan Pan the third injection that she realized he was serious, and she gritted her teeth to inject herself with the drugs. However, Gu Wanner struggled to accurately pierce her arm with the syringe several times, only to end up crying out in pain, which made Pan Pan laugh heartily and diverted most of her attention. In the end, it was with Gu Xiangyu's help that Gu Wanner completed all the injections. After assisting Pan Pan and Gu Wanner with their injections, the time had come to 11:55. Gu Xiangyu took a deep breath and quickly injected his own share of medication into his body. Almost simultaneously, with Gu Xiangyu finishing the injection, the sky suddenly erupted with a dazzling light that made people instinctively close their eyes. Then, the originally bright sky unexpectedly turned pitch black, making the transition from day to night particularly abrupt. People busy with work or leisure activities all put down what they were doing and looked up at the sky in unison. Amidst the commotion, many took out their phones or cameras to capture this rare astronomical phenomenon, mumbling about how the Meteorological Bureau had not given any prior warning about such a major event. Only Gu Xiangyu, who had experienced a great disaster, knew that this was not an ordinary astronomical phenomenon, but the beginning of the water blue star disaster. The moment the sky turned black, volcanic eruptions would occur around the world, and the seabed would release intense radiation, the power of which was thousands to tens of thousands of times stronger than nuclear radiation, causing rapid mutations in the affected organisms. Within less than half a month, this radiation would cover the globe, with most areas of water blue star being occupied by mutated beasts and plants, leaving humanity with less than 1/10 of its original living space. Almost at the same time the sky darkened, all humans on water blue star heard a voice, and a virtual attribute panel appeared before them, conducting body attribute scan, conducting DNA information scan, constructing basic body attribute template. Gu Xiangyu's gaze immediately fell on his newly opened attribute panel. Name: Gu Xiangyu. Strength: ordinary person. Power: 14 speed, 12 constitution, 13 spirit, 14 talent. Attribute: none. Skills: none. Seeing the string of numbers on the attribute panel, Gu Xiangyu subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, and a happy smile appeared on his face. In his previous life, when the great disaster struck, the four-dimensional data on Gu Xiangyu's attribute panel was Power 6, Speed 7, Constitution 6, Spirit 8, with a total attribute sum of only 27. A normal adult male should have individual attributes reaching 10, and a total of 40 to be considered qualified. Those with total attributes below 30 were essentially worthless in the world of the great disaster. As a senior programmer, Gu Xiangyu's total attribute points were only 27, making his tragic fate in that world almost predetermined. In this life, due to the injections, Gu Xiangyu had nearly doubled his total attributes on the panel, reaching the level of an elite template, which was undoubtedly a perfect start. Once the attribute panel was constructed, Gu Xiangyu did not rush to inquire about Gu Wanner and Pan Pan's four-dimensional attributes, but instead turned his gaze toward the balcony. On the coffee table of the balcony lay the stone pendant that Gu Xiangyu had obtained from Wei, which was now emitting a faint glow and trembling slightly, as if it were about to take off at any moment. Chapter 9. Awakening Growth Potential Talent Skills. Seeing the stone pendant he had just managed to snatch back from Wei was about to fly away, Gu Xiangyu felt a surge of panic. He dashed towards the balcony and tightly grasped the stone pendant with both hands. In the next moment, a muffled groan involuntarily escaped his throat, and his facial muscles spasmed violently, revealing a look of pain in his eyes. It turned out that the wound on Gu Xiangyu's palm had unknowingly opened, and bright red blood flowed from the wound, staining the stone pendant. After merging with Gu Xiangyu's blood, the stone pendant seemed to transform into a blazing hot iron, suddenly emitting terrifying high temperatures. Gu Xiangyu felt as if his hands no longer belonged to him. By the time he realized something was wrong, the flesh on his hands had already vaporized under the extreme heat. In horror, Gu Xiangyu wanted to release the stone pendant and escape the dangerous balcony. However, he despairingly discovered that the stone pendant seemed to possess a magical power, firmly immobilizing his body, making it impossible for him to move even an inch. Was this the end before it even began? feeling the rapid loss of strength in his body. It seemed as if he was being roasted alive. Watching his sister and daughter's faces in the living room becoming increasingly blurry, Xiangyu was filled with despair. No, I can't die. How can I die like this? I still need to protect my daughter. Xiangyu let out an unwilling shout in his heart. And the tenacious will forged over 20 years of catastrophe overcame his fear of death at that moment. He fixated on the stone pendant before him, maintaining a glimmer of clarity in his mind. As if hearing Xiangyu's inner cry, he clearly saw the stone pendant in his hand slowly melting, eventually turning entirely into scorching liquid. However, this liquid did not fall to the ground. Instead, like maggots clinging to bones, it flowed from Xiangyu's palm into his body, rapidly spreading throughout him. In just a moment, Xiangyu's flesh, blood vessels, bones, organs, heart, and brain were all filled with the scorching liquid. Even though Xiangyu had experienced extreme pain in the world of catastrophe, when this hot liquid recklessly destroyed him from within, he still gritted his teeth in agony, wishing he could faint. At that moment, Xiangyu deeply resented his own nerves for being too resilient. If only his nerves were a little weaker. He could faint right now. How blissful that would be. Dad, what's wrong with you? Just as Xiangyu was being tortured to the brink of death, his daughter's voice suddenly rang in his ears, waking him up. Pampan, don't come over, it's dangerous. Xiangyu instinctively took a step back and hysterically shouted at his daughter. Pampan was startled by Xiangyu's fierce expression and looked helplessly at her aunt. Auntie, our game isn't over yet? Brother, you scared Pampan. Wanner shot Xiangyu a glare, reprimanding him displeasedly. Xiangyu was momentarily stunned. Did his sister and daughter not see the abnormality happening to him? Why did they seem as if nothing had happened, still speaking to him with calm expressions? Brother, are you okay? Do you want me to take you to the hospital? Noticing Xiangyu's silence, Wanner's face showed a hint of worry. I'm fine, just a nightmare come true, I got scared, Xiangyu replied. It was at this moment that he realized his hands had returned to normal, and he no longer felt the burning sensation, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. However, the now missing stone pendant on the balcony told Xiangyu that what he had just experienced must have been real. He just didn't understand what exactly had happened. Wanner, did you also experience an attribute panel? Or your four-dimensional data? Xiangyu, not having time to explore the changes the stone pendant brought to his body, asked concernedly. My four-dimensional data are Strength 16, Speed 14, Constitution 14, Spirit 11. Is this good or bad? Guvane asked nervously. The normal attributes for an adult male are 10 points each, totaling 40 points. However, most people are in a sub-healthy state now, so it is rare for someone to have an attribute reaching 10 points. Usually, around 8 points is the norm. Your body's attributes can rival a professional athlete, so it's definitely excellent, Xiangyu said with envy. The four-dimensional data on Wanner's attribute panel was entirely within Xiangyu's expectations. Wanner was passionate about weightlifting and was a yoga instructor at a gym, so her physical condition far exceeded that of ordinary people. Therefore, it was entirely normal for her data to explode after taking the drug, surpassing Xiangyu's attributes. Brother, what are your four-dimensional data? Hearing Xiangyu's words, Wanner asked with concern. You know my physical condition, my four-dimensional data definitely can't compare to yours. Just as Xiangyu was about to reveal his data to Wanner, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of his attribute panel, and his voice suddenly stopped. Because Xiangyu discovered that his four-dimensional data had undergone earth-shattering changes. Name, Xiangyu Strength, Awakened Beginner, Strength, 27 Speed, 19 Constitution, 25 Spirit, 29 Talent Skill, Infinite Mimicry, C rank, Growth Potential. Just a moment ago, Xiangyu was envious of Wanner's four-dimensional data, but at this moment, he was astonished by the data on his own attribute panel. He had actually become an awakened on the very first day of the catastrophe. Moreover, except for the speed attribute, all other attributes had reached the level of second-tier awakened. Brother, your data shouldn't be too bad, right? Seeing Xiangyu silent for a long time, Wanner asked with concern. Don't worry, although my body is weak because I injected the drug, all my four attributes exceed those of a normal adult male. Gu Xiangyu smiled and then stated the data he had before merging with the stone pendant. Pan glanced at Gu Wanner, then at her father, and was about to cheerfully announce her four-dimensional data when she saw her father gently shake his head. She quickly closed her mouth, but the squinting eyes clearly showed her inner joy. From his daughter's excited expression, Gu Xiangyu could infer that her four-dimensional attributes should be very good. In his previous life, without the injection of drugs, Ponpon's four attributes already surpassed many of her peers, and now, with the injection, her four-dimensional attributes could only be better. Before she had grown up, revealing her four-dimensional attributes too early would only invite jealousy and lead to bad outcomes. Because of the tragedy that happened in his previous life, Gu Xiangyu did not want anyone to know about his daughter's four-dimensional attributes and talent abilities in this life. Brother, I'm sorry, I just misunderstood you. If you hadn't forced me to inject the drug, my total four-dimensional attributes would probably be around 40. Gu Wanner's face was full of remorse. We are siblings. There's no need for formalities. Gu Xiangyu's words were only halfway through when a whistling sound suddenly rang in his ears. Having long lived on the edge of life and death, Gu Xiangyu felt the fatal danger coming from behind him, and his body instinctively tried to dodge. However, seeing his daughter standing in front of him, Gu Xiangyu forcibly halted his evasive action, allowing the attack from behind to strike his back. Dad, be careful. Faced with the sudden danger, Pan, after a moment of daze, screamed hysterically. Chapter 10. No one can offend the Su family and still live happily. Looking at his daughter's terrified eyes and hearing her desperate cries, Gu Xiangyu felt a moment of disorientation. In his past life, every time he faced a life-threatening danger, his daughter would rush towards him without hesitation, using her frail body to help shield him from harm. Thinking of this, Gu Xiangyu instinctively held his daughter's thin body tightly, his eyes involuntarily turning red. As a fierce attack was about to land on Gu Xiangyu's back, a voice suddenly popped into his mind. The next moment, the attack hit him, but he felt no pain, just as if he had been pushed hard by someone. Immediately after, he heard a shrill cry of anguish and the sound of something falling to the ground. Gu Xiangyu turned his head and discovered that it was a mutated pigeon trying to ambush him. However, the area on his back that had just been attacked seemed to have undergone some inexplicable change, causing the mutated pigeon's ambush to fail and instead inflicting heavy injury on itself. Pan, don't be afraid, it's just a little bird. After comforting his daughter, Gu Xiangyu casually reached out and caught the struggling mutated pigeon, a happy smile appearing on his face. Brother, how could the pigeon attack people on its own? It just scared Pan. Gu Wanner looked at the pigeon struggling in her brother's hands and said with lingering fear, Ponpon's dream has all become reality. Looking at the pitch-black sky outside, a complex expression flashed in Gu Xiangyu's eyes. When the sky suddenly turned dark at noon, everyone thought it was a rare astronomical phenomenon. But as the darkness continued into the real night, the sky showed no signs of regaining light. Coupled with the frequent tsunamis and volcanic eruptions that occurred in just half a day, various speculations began to emerge, and endless panic gradually spread across the globe. Having experienced the great calamity in his past life, Gu Xiangyu knew how cruel this half-day was for humanity. Just the unexpected tsunamis and volcanic eruptions had caused massive casualties. All birds and beasts, whether domesticated or wild, mutated and became extremely aggressive, almost turning Blue Planet into a slaughterhouse, with humans as their prey. While Gu Xiangyu distractedly talked with his sister and daughter, he pondered the inexplicable voice that had just appeared in his mind and the sudden change in his back. Meanwhile, in a luxurious manner in the suburbs of Yudu Province, Su Daoyuan had nearly smashed everything in the living room. In Yudu Province, no one who offends our Su family can still live happily. I give you 3 minutes to find Gu Xiangyu's whereabouts. Looking at his son, who had multiple fractures and was in a deep coma, Su Daoyuan's eyes were bloodshot and his face twisted in anguish. The manor's private medical team was urgently resuscitating Su Haijiang, while the butler, bodyguards, and servants stood by trembling, not daring to breathe. Su, Director Su, we found Gu Xiangyu's whereabouts. In less than a minute, a middle-aged man in a Tang suit with an odd expression reported to Su Daoyuan after beating the young master. Gu Xiangyu did not flee Yudu province, but checked into the Qinji hotel, and he even requested to see you. Upon hearing the words of the middle-aged man, everyone in the hall, including Su Daoyuan, thought their ears were malfunctioning. The person who injured my Su family did not immediately flee, but instead checked into our hotel and specifically requested to see me. What gall? Taking a deep breath, Su Daoyuan smiled angrily. Does Gu Xiangyu want to see me? Have a lobby manager take him to the 66th floor. I want to see what kind of person can look down on our Su family so much. When Gu Xiangyu received the call from the front desk, he was very surprised. He had only tentatively requested to see Su Daoyuan, not expecting him to agree. And the meeting place was actually the top floor of the Qinji hotel. Could it be that something happened at Li Shui apartment, and the incident of Su Haijiang being beaten has been exposed? Gu Xiangyu pondered for a moment, and a thought suddenly popped into his mind. Thinking of this, Gu Xiangyu took out his car keys and handed them to his sister. Waner, my supervisor just called and invited me to have lunch with Su Daoyuan at noon. I'm going downstairs to check out now. You can take Pan to Yueshi Mansion later. Gu Waner did not think much of it. After taking the car keys, she picked up her already packed handbag and took Pan with Gu Xiangyu into the elevator. After watching the G63 safely leave the hotel garage, Gu Xiangyu returned to the elevator and went to the hotel lobby, where the lobby manager was already waiting. Under the lobby manager's guidance, Gu Xiangyu entered a private elevator that took him directly to the top floor in less than half a minute. As Gu Xiangyu stepped out of the elevator, he sensed that something was off. At the elevator entrance stood more than 30 hotel security guards in suits, all glaring at him fiercely, as if they were specifically waiting for his arrival. Director Su said to leave one breath for him to come and ask questions. Brothers, act quickly. Don't make Director Su angry. The lobby manager, who had just been smiling while speaking to Gu Xiangyu, suddenly darkened his expression and issued the command ominously. Hearing the lobby manager's words, Gu Xiangyu's heart sank. He knew his fears had come true. Ignoring the hotel security surrounding him, Gu Xiangyu took out his phone and dialed Gu Waner's number. Brother, is something wrong? Came the sound of soothing car music and Gu Waner's curious voice from the other end. Nothing important. Just reminding you to close the car windows and avoid the road near the zoo. If there's danger, remember to call me anytime. Confirming that his sister and daughter were safe, Gu Xiangyu subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, I understand. You stay safe too. Gu Xiangyu acknowledged with an before hanging up the phone. Gu Xiangyu, don't worry. We don't need to kidnap women and children to threaten you. But if you can't get through this, your sister and daughter will probably have to serve our young master for the rest of their lives. Seeing through Gu Xiangyu's intention to call, the lobby manager sneered. Considering you haven't used dirty means against my family, I'll give you a chance to live. Leave now, and I can treat it as if nothing happened. But if you insist on aiding and abetting, I don't mind giving you a profound lesson. Coldly glancing at the more than 30 hotel security guards glaring at him in the hallway, Gu Xiangyu remained calm. As expected, they are bold enough to talk big at this time. Give this bastard a good beating until he begs for mercy. Seeing Gu Xiangyu's arrogant demeanor, the lobby manager was taken aback for a moment, then immediately shouted impatiently. Chapter 11. Whether or not to kill is up to me, with a command from the lobby manager. The two security guards closest to Gu Xiangyu grinned menacingly and suddenly reached for his arms. Soon, the lobby manager's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open, almost big enough to fit an egg. It turned out that the moment the two guards grabbed Gu Xiangyu's arms, he flipped his palms and, with even greater speed, seized both guards by their arms. The scene looked more like the two guards had voluntarily offered their arms to Gu Xiangyu. After grabbing the two guards, Gu Xiangyu swung their bodies around in a sweeping motion. There was a series of dull thuds as the 30 or so security guards surrounding Gu Xiangyu were sent flying backward as if struck by a train, spitting blood mid-air. By the time they hit the ground, they were already looking weak and had completely lost the ability to move. Gu Xiangyu then casually tossed the two guards aside like garbage. When they landed, they were also gasping for breath, looking as if they might pass out at any moment. For a moment, only Gu Xiangyu and the lobby manager were still standing in the corridor. Aren't you a frail cancer patient in the late stage? Our hotel security team has undergone extensive professional training. How could you possibly defeat them so easily? This must be fake. It has to be fake. The lobby manager couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes, his face turning pale and his speech becoming incoherent. The strength Xiangyu had just displayed completely shattered his understanding. Are you going to break your own legs, or should I help you? Xiangyu glanced at the lobby manager and spoke indifferently. Xiangyu, don't think you can be arrogant just because you have some brute strength. You've committed murder. Your life is over. Do you know that? After a brief pause of shock, the lobby manager quickly burst into laughter. Murder? I haven't killed anyone. I was careful to control my strength. I only injured them. I didn't kill them. Whether or not there's murder is up to me, not you. If you know what's good for you, just break your own legs and wait for our boss to arrive, the lobby manager ordered from a superior position. No. Whether or not there's murder is up to me, not you. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, Xiangyu saw the mutated pigeons outside violently crashing into the glass. A hint of hostility flashing in his eyes. In the next moment, Xiangyu dashed to the lobby manager and grabbed him by the neck. With a crack. Before the lobby manager could comprehend what was happening, he lost his life. The Xiangyu Hotel appeared to be just a hotel, but in fact, it was the most upscale entertainment venue in Yuta Province. Xiangyu didn't think the lobby manager was a good person just because he held that position. I'm sorry. Su Daoyuan is about to arrive, and I don't have much time to waste with you. Xiangyu whispered as he looked at the lobby manager's unblinking eyes and then let go of his body, remembering that Su Daoyuan was on his way. Xiangyu surveyed the layout of the top floor and quickly came up with an idea. The Xiangyu Hotel specially raised thousands of white pigeons, which were usually kept on the terrace of the hotel's top floor. They would fly to the fountain square in front of the hotel every morning and evening to forage, becoming a unique sight of the Xiangyu Hotel. When the disaster struck, these pigeons would instead plunge the hotel into a deadly crisis. Su Daoyuan, I hope you don't come here seeking your own demise. Xiangyu muttered to himself as he swiftly removed a fire axe from the corridor and approached the floor-to-ceiling window on the terrace. With a few knocks, he shattered all the glass. The moment the floor-to-ceiling window shattered, the flock of mutated pigeons surged in, flooding into the corridor. Before the mutated pigeons could enter the corridor, Xiangyu had already dashed into the cold weapon museum and quickly closed the heavy door behind him. The next moment, the flock of mutated pigeons descended upon the 30 or so security guards on the ground, and the corridor was filled with screams and wails, resembling hell on earth. After securing the door, the first thing that caught Xiangyu's eye was a long wooden rack displaying various weapons. These weapons formed a wall, simply dividing the room into two areas. The small area near the entrance contained a bookshelf, tea table, and office desk and chairs, designated as the chairman's office. The larger area was filled with various weapons, clearly Su Daoyuan's private weapon museum. Xiangyu casually picked up a war spear to examine the quality of Su Daoyuan's weapon collection. Soon, a look of terror appeared on his face. He watched in shock as the war spear transformed into liquid metal, slowly merging into his body until it vanished. This sudden change frightened him. Was something wrong with his body? Xiangyu carefully assessed his physical condition and found nothing unusual. Unable to resist, he looked at his attribute panel and saw no changes. After a moment of hesitation, Xiangyu picked up a blade from the rack. He once again witnessed the blade melt into liquid metal and then be absorbed by his body. At the same time, Xiangyu felt as if he were soaking in a hot bath, extremely comfortable, and his body seemed to crave more steel. I won't become a mutated person, will I? He recalled the scenes of humans being controlled by various parasitic beasts during the disaster, hunting alongside mutated animals to prey on humanity, and his expression turned grim. No, my situation shouldn't be classified as a mutated person. Those controlled by parasitic beasts lose their cognitive abilities and become mere puppets that kill. I am still clear-headed, with my own consciousness. Gradually, Xiangyu's gaze fell upon the C-grade talent skill Infinite Mimicry on his attribute panel. He tried to manifest a blade in his hand. Minutes later, a blade appeared out of thin air in Xiangyu's hand, identical in size and shape to the one that melted, yet it gleamed brilliantly, seemingly sharper. To verify his hypothesis, Xiangyu took a long spear from the rack and struck it fiercely with the manifested blade. With a ringing sound, the spear broke cleanly in half, the cut smooth and even. His newly manifested blade could actually slice through iron like mud. Although Xiangyu was already sweating profusely, excitement showed on his face. So this is how the infinite mimicry talent works. Xiangyu finally understood the power of the infinite mimicry talent and began to glimpse its many potential uses. Chapter 12. Surge in physical attributes in the following time. Xiangyu seemed to have found a fun toy. He began to melt each weapon from the rack into his body, then reforming them one by one. After repeated experiments, Xiangyu discovered two rules. His body could melt and absorb any metallic object, and he could reform weapons that his body had melted and absorbed. His mental power determined the upper limit of the number of weapons he could reform. When his mental power was exhausted, he could no longer reform more weapons. While Xiangyu was having fun, a sudden roar and gunfire erupted outside the corridor, followed by heavy banging on the door. The door had long been locked by Xiangyu, and he was not worried at all about the people outside getting in. He was even too lazy to check who had come outside. Instead, he bypassed the weapon rack and went to the museum area. As he looked around, the museum was filled with various cold weapons from ancient times to the present. Swords, sabers, bows, halberds, armor, and more, with a total of over 1,000 pieces. Taiyou, Xidian, Bixie, Qingming. Looking at these legendary divine weapons, Xiangyu's eyes lit up with excitement. He had no research on cold weapons, but he had occasionally heard the names of some divine weapons from the history of the Human Federation. What pleased Xiangyu was that each weapon in the museum came with a detailed text introduction and description, clearly stating whether the weapon was an artifact or a replica. Even for replicas, the materials and craftsmen used for the replication were clearly noted. Xiangyu found that some replicas were of far superior quality compared to the originals, as materials and casting techniques had progressed significantly with the development of civilization. Weapons made of titanium alloy and tungsten steel were much harder, tougher, and sharper than those made of wrought iron. This difference was even more apparent in armor and protective gear. For armor and protective gear of the same performance, those made with modern techniques were obviously more lightweight by over 2/3 and also more aesthetically pleasing. Concerned about the safety of his sister and daughter, Xiangyu did not spend too much time in the museum. After quickly skimming through all the text introductions and descriptions of the weapons, he activated his innate skill and began to consume the many weapons in the museum. At first, Xiangyu was worried that his body could not accommodate too many cold weapons. However, he soon discovered that this concern was unnecessary, as his body seemed like a bottomless pit, able to continuously melt and absorb weapons. Aside from feeling a slight swelling in his body, he felt no discomfort at all. It took Xiangyu half an hour to completely melt and absorb all the weapons and armor in the museum, and the changes in his attribute panel made him raise his eyebrows slightly. Name: Xiangyu. Strength: Awakened Beginner. Power: 32, 10 Speed, 19 Constitution, 31, 9 Mental, 33, -27 Innate Skill, Infinite Reformation C-Class. Upgradable. Compared to when he had just awakened his abilities, his four-dimensional attributes showed no changes except for speed. The power attribute increased by 5 points, the constitution attribute by 8 points, and the mental attribute by 4 points. Could frequently, using his innate skill, actually enhance his four-dimensional attributes? Although this enhancement was weak, over time, those with innate skills would still leave those without them behind. The 10 after the power attribute and the 9 after the constitution attribute should be the temporary increases in his power and constitution attributes due to melting and absorbing too much metal. After familiarizing himself with the changes in his body attributes, Xiangyu reluctantly glanced at the empty museum and turned to the door. When he reached the door, he did not open it immediately. Instead, he pressed his ear to the door to listen for any movements inside. Just as Xiangyu's south ear was close to the door, it suddenly fell down and a gust of wind rushed toward his face. With a cold laugh, Xiangyu swung the strange knife in his hand at the door while simultaneously kicking forward. With a soft swish, the strange knife easily sliced the door in half. But his attack was successfully avoided by the opponent. The person outside clearly did not expect the weapon in Xiangyu's hand to be so sharp. He exclaimed lightly and quickly approached Xiangyu, attempting to use empty-handed techniques to disarm him. Sensing the opponent's skilled, close combat techniques, Gu Xiangyu had to focus. However, he was just an ordinary person. Even though he had experienced countless battles during the Cataclysm, he relied solely on brute force and ferocity, lacking any understanding of techniques or routines. In just a moment, Gu Xiangyu found himself at a disadvantage. If it were not for the significant increase in his four-dimensional attributes after awakening his innate skill, which gave him a decisive advantage in speed and stamina, he likely would not have lasted even one move before being defeated. He couldn't compare his weaknesses to other strengths. Soon, Gu Xiangyu, with his rich combat experience, realized where the problem lay. Without hesitation, he changed his combat style, allowing the opponent's attacks to land on him while focusing all his energy on offense. When the newcomer grabbed Gu Xiangyu's wrist, an excited smile appeared on his face. He exerted force with his 5 fingers, intending to make Gu Xiangyu drop the strange knife. In the next moment, the newcomer's eyes widened in astonishment as he realized he was not grabbing Gu Xiangyu's wrist, but rather a titanium alloy prosthetic limb. After trying to exert force, he failed to break Gu Xiangyu's wrist and instead broke his own fingers. While the newcomer was in a daze, Gu Xiangyu let out a sinister laugh and swung the strange knife, directly cutting the opponent in half. It was at this moment that Gu Xiangyu noticed that the 30 or so security guards he had previously knocked down were now completely gone, and the corridor had several more corpses, along with a ground full of mutated pigeon bodies and a few unfamiliar faces. Seeing this new group of people manage to deal with thousands of mutated pigeons, Gu Xiangyu's gaze sharpened. "You killed Lao San. I'll fight you." As Gu Xiangyu was assessing the few people in the corridor, one of them, a middle-aged man in tight clothes with bloodshot eyes, roared angrily and leaped toward Gu Xiangyu. Seeing the opponent's desperate demeanor, Gu Xiangyu revealed a mocking smile. When it came to desperation, he had never feared anyone who had experienced the age of catastrophe. Gu Xiangyu stood still, allowing the opponent's legs to strike his chest. He swung the strange knife in his hand and decapitated the opponent. After Gu Xiangyu killed 2 people in quick succession, the remaining few finally dared not move recklessly. They looked at Gu Xiangyu with serious expressions, their faces changing uncertainly. "May I ask your name? I don't recall the Su family offending someone as skilled as you," Su Daoyuan asked in a muffled voice after a long silence. "Mr. Su, aren't you the one who invited me to meet on the top floor? Have you forgotten so soon?" Gu Xiangyu greeted with a smile, looking at the man in front of him, who bore a resemblance to Su Haijiang. "You are Gu Xiangyu. This is impossible." Gu Xiangyu was just a powerless programmer. How could he possibly have such strong skills? Despite suspecting Gu Xiangyu's identity, when Gu Xiangyu generously acknowledged it, Su Daoyuan was reluctant to believe it. Chapter 13. Isn't it nice to live well? To outsiders, isn't Chairman Su just a proper businessman? Why would he gather so many people from the underworld around him? Gu Xiangyu did not know the few people besides Su Daoyuan, but he recognized their attire. In his previous life, Gu Xiangyu had seen Scar 6 from a distance, and Scar 6 had worn similar clothing at that time. "Mr. Gu, it's better to resolve grievances than to hold on to them. My son has wronged your sister, and you have given him the punishment he deserves. Why don't we just let this go?" Su Daoyuan said, staring into Gu Xiangyu's eyes. "I came to meet Chairman Su with that intention. Since Chairman Su is also willing to let bygones be bygones, that's even better. Let's part ways here. I hope Chairman Su can forgive any offense," Gu Xiangyu said, then strode towards the elevator. After entering the elevator, Gu Xiangyu pressed the button for the first floor, but found that the elevator did not move for a long time. His expression changed, and he instinctively looked at Su Daoyuan. "Gu Xiangyu, you're still too young. You offended the Su family and still think you can leave alive? Do you think our family is so easy to bully?" Su Daoyuan sneered as he made a gesture. At his signal, the 3 survivors beside him pulled out guns and opened fire on Gu Xiangyu. The elevator was small, with walls on 3 sides, and the only exit was guarded by Su Daoyuan and his companions, leaving Gu Xiangyu with no way to dodge the bullets. He could only passively take the hits. Just when Su Daoyuan was smirking, thinking that Gu Xiangyu was doomed, he heard a series of metallic clinks. Su Daoyuan looked at Gu Xiangyu in surprise, only to discover that Gu Xiangyu was now wearing a layer of armor. A set of dazzling titanium alloy armor enveloped Gu Xiangyu from head to toe, even covering his eyes, making him look like a futuristic mech. Isn't this the titanium alloy armor I spent over 3 million to create? No. This armor seems to be even more perfect in design and of much better quality, as all the bullets were blocked by the armor, leaving only white marks before falling to the ground. Su Daoyuan was left dumbfounded. The others, who were madly shooting at Gu Xiangyu, were also stunned. The mocking expressions on their faces froze, turning into fear. Gu Xiangyu had already walked out of the elevator, holding a knife and charging at them. They were still in shock, unable to comprehend what was happening, when Gu Xiangyu's knife swung towards their necks, decapitating them. Isn't it nice to live well? Why seek death? After killing those who shot at him, Gu Xiangyu's cold gaze fell on Su Daoyuan. Please don't kill me. I have money, a lot of money. I can give you all my assets and work for you in the future. Feeling the cold, murderous intent radiating from Gu Xiangyu, Su Daoyuan lost all the arrogance he had before and was filled with fear. Hearing Su Daoyuan's words, Gu Xiangyu felt a stir of interest. Scar 6. Being a small leader in Su's family's casino, managed to rise to prominence during the Great Disaster and became an important leader of a provincial refuge. If Su Daoyuan was willing to help him. However, thinking of the Su family's vast power and his current strength, Gu Xiangyu quickly dismissed the idea of using Su Daoyuan. Although your words tempt me, I'm afraid I won't live long enough to enjoy them, so you should just die. Seeing the despair in Su Daoyuan's eyes, Gu Xiangyu gently raised his knife. Mr. Gu, I was wrong, truly wrong. As long as you spare me, I swear I won't harbor any resentment or thoughts of revenge against you. Su Daoyuan had already witnessed Gu Xiangyu's decisiveness in killing, and seeing him raise the knife, he immediately collapsed to the ground, pleading loudly, fearing that if he spoke slowly, he would lose his life. However, Su Daoyuan's pleas came too late. In his desperate gaze, the knife in Gu Xiangyu's hand still fell upon his head. In fact, Gu Xiangyu had long since sentenced Su Daoyuan to death in his heart. Whether it was Su Haijiang's violation of his sister or the need to protect his own secrets, he could not let Su Daoyuan go. He had just taken such a huge advantage from Su Daoyuan that he felt a bit reluctant to act. So, Gu Xiangyu played along with Su Daoyuan's act. As a result, Su Daoyuan did not disappoint Gu Xiangyu and actively attacked him, allowing Gu Xiangyu to kill him without any psychological burden. After killing Su Daoyuan and his group, Gu Xiangyu did not immediately leave the hotel, but found the monitoring room, cleaned up all the surveillance equipment and footage, and then left the garage. When he reached the street outside, even though Gu Xiangyu had already witnessed the horrors of the Great Disaster, he couldn't help but frown when he saw the human corpses piled up haphazardly on the road and the mutated animals gnawing on them. Gu Xiangyu glanced around and noticed a Hummer parked not far away, still running, with one of the doors open. A stray dog was gnawing on the driver's corpse. Such scenes were everywhere on the road. Under the relentless attacks of mutated animals, humans, who once stood at the top of the food chain, seemed so weak and helpless. Gu Xiangyu swung his knife and dealt with the stray dog gnawing on the corpse, then threw the driver's body out of the vehicle and sat inside. With a foot to the floor on the gas pedal, the Hummer shot out like an arrow. Hearing the roar of the engine, the mutated animals that were gnawing on the corpses growled and chased after the Hummer. However, Gu Xiangyu was already prepared before the mutated animals could encircle the Hummer. It had disappeared from sight. Occasionally, one or two foolish mutated animals blocking the front of the Hummer were also unhesitatingly knocked aside by Gu Xiangyu. What should have been a 20-minute drive took Gu Xiangyu less than 15 minutes to reach Yueshi Mansion. Dad, look! Xiao Hong is so well-behaved. Unlike other animals, it doesn't attack humans and even protects Pan Pan. As Gu Xiangyu stepped out of the elevator from the underground garage into the living room, he saw his daughter waving excitedly at him with a brown, sweat-blood horse snuggling beside her. When the horse saw Gu Xiangyu, it seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, shrinking its neck and quickly hiding behind the sofa. Why is this little guy still acting distant with me? Seeing the lively eyes of the horse, Gu Xiangyu knew that his beast-taming method had worked, and he smiled while chiding it. Dad, are you talking about Xiao Hong? I like Xiao Hong so much. Please don't be mad at Xiao Hong, okay? No, why would I be mad at Xiao Hong? Xiao Hong is a gift I gave to Pan. Gu Xiangyu's words suddenly halted halfway, as he realized that when he performed the beast taming method, he had infused his blood into the horse, establishing a blood bond with it. Logically, the horse should be his spirit pet, only close to him. So how could it be so affectionate with his daughter without his command? Could it be that Pan had a blood relationship with him? Thinking of this, Gu Xiangyu became excited. Chapter 14. Another S-class talent of Pan Dad. The teacher said that lying is wrong. Children shouldn't lie, and adults shouldn't lie either. While Gu Xiangyu was still excitedly speculating about his relationship with Pan, Pon's sweet voice rang in his ears. Huh? Gu Xiangyu looked puzzled. Aunt Wanner told me that this beautiful house was lent to us by Aunt Xiao, and Little Red was also a gift from Aunt Xiao's dad to her. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiangyu's face turned red. He wanted to tell his daughter about taming the prize horse, but he couldn't explain it clearly in just a few words. So he could only grit his teeth and admit his mistake. Pan is right. Dad was wrong. Dad only planned to buy Little Red from Aunt Xiao, but he hasn't had the chance to tell her yet. Dad will definitely try to persuade Aunt Xiao to sell Little Red to Pan as a gift. Okay? Little Red is not a gift. She is a friend. All right. Pan is right. Little Red is Pon's friend. Aunt Xiao was currently video chatting with Aunt Wanner and couldn't pay attention to Dad. As Pan spoke, she suddenly lowered her voice and said, Dad, guess what my four-dimensional attributes are? Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but smile at this. He rubbed Pon's nose and said, Dad isn't a fortune teller. How could I guess your attributes? But I know they must be very high. Upon hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, Pon's face showed surprise. How did Dad know her attributes were high? Because Pan is very pretty and very obedient, Gu Xiangyu chuckled. Pan, quickly tell Dad your four-dimensional attributes so that Dad can be happy too. Dad, my four-dimensional data is Strength 17, Speed 18, Constitution 16, and Spirit 26. Pretty impressive, right? Pan said proudly. Gu Xiangyu was stunned upon hearing this. Then he was overjoyed. Compared to her past life, Pon's four-dimensional data had increased by 10 to 12 points, which undoubtedly enhanced her ability to survive in the world after the Great Disaster. It's important to note that Pan was still just a 6-year-old child. An ordinary child's total four-dimensional attributes reaching 25 points was already quite good, but Pon's total reached 77, about 5 times that of an ordinary child. If Pan could grow up smoothly, she could definitely become a top existence in the world after the Great Disaster. Pan, promise Dad that you won't tell anyone else your four-dimensional attribute data. This is our little secret, okay? Gu Xiangyu said with a serious expression. Okay, Pan remembers. Dad, Pan has another secret to tell you. Pan nodded solemnly, then waved her fair little hand, and a cold light shot out from her palm. With a crisp sound, the ceramic floor in the living room was directly pierced, leaving a bullet-sized hole. Gu Xiangyu was dumbfounded at this sight. He grabbed his daughter's hand and noticed that a layer of blue light had appeared on her palm, with a chilling sharpness surrounding it, giving a very dangerous feeling. Pan is really impressive, but this secret can only be known to us father and daughter. Try not to reveal your abilities in front of others unless absolutely necessary. In Pon's expectant gaze, Gu Xiangyu excitedly gave her a thumbs up on her forehead and generously praised her. Gu Xiangyu clearly remembered that in her past life, his daughter awakened the prophet talent on the day of the Great Disaster, but her combat ability was very weak. In this life, she had unexpectedly awakened dual talents. Besides the prophet talent, the other talent skill she had just exhibited should also have reached S-class. Gu Xiangyu quickly confirmed from Pan that her dual talent skills were S-class prophet talent and S-class ice talent. Actually, Dad also has a secret to share with Pan. Seeing Pon's proud expression, Gu Xiangyu wanted to tell her about his infinite mimicry talent. However, before he could speak, he saw his sister stumbling down the stairs from the second floor, her face pale and full of fear. Wanna, what's wrong? Did you encounter some danger? Gu Xiangyu rushed to the staircase and carefully checked his sister from head to toe, but found no injuries. I'm dead, bitten to death by a snake. I'm dead, bitten to death by a snake. Gu Wanner repeated numbly. Gu Xiangyu helped his sister sit on the living room sofa, poured her a glass of cold water, and didn't ask what had happened, instead looking at her with deep concern. Brother, Hailing was video chatting with me when a python suddenly broke into her room. Her boyfriend tried to save her, but was suffocated to death by the python. Fortunately, the hotel security arrived just in time and killed the python, but 2 of the security guards were also bitten to death by the snake. After sitting on the sofa for a while, Gu Wanner finally came to her senses. She threw herself into Gu Xiangyu's arms, crying uncontrollably while recounting what had happened. It turned out that the Xiao family had been adventuring in the Amazon rainforest during this time. After the great disaster occurred, Xiao Hailing and her family returned to the hotel at the first opportunity. However, when the great disaster struck, the already dangerous and terrifying Amazon rainforest instantly turned into a hell on earth. Even though the resort hotel had taken extreme safety measures, some animals still managed to sneak into hotel rooms, leading to some tourists becoming prey for the beasts. Witnessing the deaths of Xiao Hailing's boyfriend and the hotel security had greatly traumatized Gu Wanner, causing her to frequently drift off. Wanner, since the great disaster has descended, countless innocent lives die every day. Gu Xiangyu remained silent for a long time before speaking to comfort her. Dad, are you sure you are comforting Aunt Wanner? Pan Pan asked seriously. Is he being looked down upon by his daughter? Gu Xiangyu thought about the comforting words he had just said and felt a bit embarrassed. Just as Gu Xiangyu was about to stomp his foot on the floor, his phone rang. Is this Mr. Gu Xiangyu, the designer of the Blue Flame mercenary game? After verifying Gu Xiangyu's identity, the voice on the other end continued. Mr. Gu, this call concerns national confidential information. If there is any leak, it will be dealt with according to the temporary placement law. After hanging up the phone, Gu Xiangyu was taken aback. In his past life, he also received this call, and after leaving the hospital's address, someone delivered a game helmet and an invitation code to him the next day, allowing him to enter the game for testing and assessment. However, in his past life, Gu Xiangyu was heartbroken due to Yin Xinghan's departure and did not take the game helmet and invitation code seriously. More than half a year later, Gu Xiangyu vaguely heard about something. On the day the great disaster struck, the senior officials of the Federal Republic held a top-secret meeting to discuss countermeasures. During the meeting, all participants unanimously raised their hands to vote and passed the Super Yuan Planet plan, which had existed for 7 years on Aqua Blue Star, but had only been implemented on a small scale. After the meeting, the governments of the 9-continent Federation, the American Federation, and the European Federation immediately compiled a list of top elites and experts within Aqua Blue Star for selection. Those who made it onto the official selection list would be issued game helmets and invitation codes to enter the Super Yuan Planet for testing and assessment. Elites who passed the tests and assessments would not only receive substantial financial rewards, but would also become top citizens of the federal government, enjoying all the expert privileges for themselves and their immediate family. More importantly, any elite who passes the Super Metaplanet tests and assessments can obtain various martial arts techniques and mech collected and organized by the federal government. Therefore, the game helmets and game invitation codes officially issued by the Federal Republic have skyrocketed in price on the black market, and there is demand but no supply. Thinking of the precious opportunity he missed in his previous life, Gu Xiangyu felt a pang in his heart. With his previous body's 4-dimensional attributes, even if he made it onto the selection list, he might not necessarily pass the tests and assessments, right? Soon, Gu Xiangyu unraveled his own mental knot. He didn't know how difficult the selection would be, so it seemed he had to find a way to enhance his strength. Glancing at his beautifully sculpted daughter, a determined look flashed in Gu Xiangyu's eyes. Chapter 15. Sorry, the phone you dialed is turned off in a farmhouse courtyard in the suburbs of Yuta Province. Yin Xinghan was watching the news when she inadvertently saw a scene that made her face show a look of anxiety. Qingwei, come look. Is the cruise ship that sank in the tsunami incident on TV the one belonging to Li Tingting's family? Yin Qingwei was playing a game on his phone. Hearing Yin Xinghan's words, he looked up at the TV screen. The next moment, his phone slipped from his hand and fell to the ground, his mouth slightly agape. Seeing Qingwei's reaction, Yin Xinghan's heart sank. She already knew the answer. Sister, I lied to you about something yesterday. Actually, Gu Xiangyu didn't give me the money from selling the house and car. He has my secret, and I can't afford to not do as he says. Just as Yin Xinghan was thinking about how to console Yin Qingwei, A sudden remark from him left her stunned. Qingwei, are you out of your mind? What secret is worth over 4 million that makes you willing to cooperate with that sickly guy? After a few seconds of silence, Yin Qinghan said angrily, If that secret is found out by the Li family, I might lose my life, Qingwei said gloomily. You, can't you control yourself? Yin Qinghan was taken aback, then quickly realized what was going on. Sister, now that the Li family is dead, I don't have to worry about Gu Xiangyu exposing my secret anymore. Let's go get that money back. I've already divorced him. What reason do I have to ask him for money? Sister, you know how Gu Xiangyu feels about you. He's probably heartbroken over your departure. As long as you go back to him and sweet-talk him a bit, he'll give you all the money he has. Then I'll give it a try. With his character, as long as he has money, he'll definitely think about paying off debts first. He probably has already spent some of it. Having some is better than none. While the brother and sister were discussing how to trick Gu Xiangyu into giving them money, the door was suddenly kicked open, and more than a dozen fierce-looking individuals rushed into the room. Upon recognizing the intruders, Yin Qingwei's expression changed, and he turned to run towards the back door. However, he had barely taken 2 steps before he was knocked to the ground by a falling piece of wood. Bastard, you're quite good at hiding. We searched for you day and night, and didn't he expect you to hide out in the suburbs? The leader, a man with a deep scar on his forehead, walked over to Yin Qingwei and stepped on his chest, saying, In our Qianhong casino, the only type of person who can default on a debt is a dead person, and they must have no relatives or friends. Scar brother, I didn't mean to default. I was just having my brother-in-law sell the house and car to raise money. We're going over to get the money now. Yin Qingwei said nervously, glancing at Yin Qinghan and signaling with his eyes. Scar brother, my brother didn't lie. We really are selling the house and car to raise money. Under Scar Lu's questioning gaze, Yin Qinghan nodded. After Yin Qinghan finished speaking, she took out her phone to call Gu Xiangyu. Sorry, the phone you dialed is turned off. Please try again later. The next moment, Yin Qinghan's face turned bright red with embarrassment. Yin Qingwei was taken aback, took out his own phone to call Gu Xiangyu, and heard the same message. Scar brother, my brother-in-law's phone is off. Why don't you sit down for a bit while I make you some tea? Yin Qingwei said with a flattering smile. Use my phone to call your brother-in-law. Scar Lu looked at the siblings with suspicion and then handed his phone to Yin Qingwei. Under the watchful eyes of Scar Lu and others, Yin Qingwei had no choice but to comply. Hello, who is this? The call was quickly answered, and Scar Lu's gaze was filled with a playful smile. Brother-in-law, it's Qingwei. Beep beep. On the other end, Yin Qingwei had just given his name when he was met with a busy signal. Yin Qingwei dialed Gu Xiangyu's number again using Scar Lu's phone, and this time he also heard that the phone was turned off. Now you try calling, Scar Lu ordered, handing Yin Qinghan another phone. The phone was dialed again, and after a moment's pause, Yin Qinghan softly said, DUI. Beep beep. After Gu Xiangyu hung up, Yin Qinghan's mind went blank. She never imagined that the man who once spoiled her would not only block her number, but also not want to hear her voice. At the Yuesher mansion, after Gu Xiangyu hung up on both Yin Qingwei and Yin Qinghan, he opened his phone settings and set it to reject all unknown calls. Brother, was that just sister-in-law's call? Why did you hang up? Gu Wan'er, who witnessed everything, asked in surprise. Seeing his sister's expression of anger and blame, Gu Xiangyu hesitated for a moment but decided to be honest. Wan'er, I divorced Yin Qinghan yesterday afternoon. She has no relationship with me anymore. Brother, how could you divorce sister-in-law? She sold the house and car to buy you painkillers. Gu Wan'er became even more agitated upon hearing this. Gu Xiangyu silently pulled up the WeChat chat records between Yin Qinghan and Yin Qingwei, forwarding them all to Gu Wan'er. It took Gu Wan'er a full 10 minutes to read through all the chat records. Gu Wan'er wanted to ask if the chat records were fake, but after glancing at Gu Xiangyu's expression, she swallowed her words. They are too much. I thought after the divorce, I would be completely cut off from them, but I didn't expect them to still have the face to call me. They must still be thinking about the money from selling the house and car. Wan'er, if they contact you, you must not be fooled by their sweet words. Brother, do you think I'm stupid? No one can deceive me except you. I thought what you said before was true, treating Yin Qinghan as a good person. But I didn't expect they would take away your savings over the years and still want to swindle you out of the money from selling the house and car. It's simply too despicable. Hearing Gu Wan'er's grumbling, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but smile. This is the bond of blood. No matter what one says or does, the other will unconditionally choose to believe and always stand by their side. Warner, I need to go out for a while to take care of something. Take care of Pampan at home, and if there's anything you need, just let me know, and I'll bring it back later. Brother, it's too dangerous outside now, and the villa has everything we need, although many of the bedding items are used. In times like these, safety is the priority. We can make do with what we have. You shouldn't go out. Feeling his sister's concern for him, Xiangyu felt warm inside. Warner, under normal circumstances, the villa is indeed well equipped, but have you thought about how long a major disaster might last? How long can the water and food in the villa sustain you? And have you considered that if the disaster continues, the Wesher mansion might lose internet and power? Xiangyu laid out all the possible scenarios, causing Gu Warner's face to turn pale and her body to tremble. Don't worry, I will pay attention to safety. Remember to lock the doors and windows at home. Besides me, don't respond to anyone at the door. Just act like you didn't hear anything. After repeatedly reminding Gu Warner of the precautions, Xiangyu took the elevator down to the garage and drove the G63 straight to the provincial zoo. This was because Xiangyu suddenly recalled a major event that shook the entire nation in Yudu in his previous life. In the first half-month after the Great Disaster, although all the birds and beasts mutated into ferocious creatures, they had not yet awakened their bloodlines and talents, posing limited threats to humans. Half a month later, all the mutated animals awakened their bloodlines and talents, dramatically increasing their combat power, becoming brutal and bloodthirsty, and began hunting humans everywhere, becoming humanity's greatest nightmare. At that time, Yudu province had just established official and civilian shelters under the unified guidance of the federal government when a group of ferocious beasts descended from the sky, destroying all the shelters, and Yudu province completely fell into a paradise for these beasts. The survivors of Yudu province had to flee to other provinces and cities seeking refuge. And Xiangyu and his daughter were among the survivors. In this life, even to prevent his daughter from suffering the hardships of migration and escape again, Xiangyu did not want the past tragedy to happen again. Moreover, danger and opportunity coexist. The Yudu Zoo might be a dangerous place for others, but for him, it could be a treasure. Chapter 16. A misunderstood contract with a glutton. Xiangyu's car had to stop about a kilometer away from the Yudu Provincial Zoo. He saw numerous warning signs indicating dangerous restricted areas at the intersection. After the Great Disaster struck, the zoo and its surrounding areas seemed to have become a forbidden zone for humans. Anyone who entered this area was ruthlessly killed. Seeing that the road ahead was blocked by abandoned or overturned vehicles, Xiangyu decisively chose to get out and walk. Barely had Xiangyu stepped out of the car when he heard a whistling sound, followed by a tremor beneath his feet. Wow, is it supposed to be this exciting? Xiangyu looked up just in time to see a monkey pouncing towards him. Not far away, an elephant was lumbering over, swaying its body. Following the elephant were a zebra, a tiger, and a lion. To avoid damaging his vehicle, Xiangyu chose to advance rather than retreat, conjuring a blade and charging towards the mutated animals. The monkey that had lunged at him was decapitated the moment the blade appeared. Xiangyu had already slaughtered countless fierce beasts that had awakened their bloodlines and talents in the disaster-stricken world. So facing these ordinary animals that had just begun to mutate was like an adult bullying a child. In just a moment, he had killed all the mutated animals near his vehicle and was now heading towards the zoo's entrance. Along the way, he dealt with every mutated animal he encountered. When Xiangyu stepped through the zoo's entrance, he couldn't help but feel nauseated. The air was thick with the smell of blood, and the ground was almost covered with a layer of thick bloodstains. His eyes were filled with human hair, clothing, and personal items like phones. Clearly, after the disaster, all the visitors at the zoo had become food for the mutated animals, leaving no bones behind. Recalling the fall of Yudu province in his previous life and the various unfair treatments suffered by survivors in shelters across other provinces, Xiangyu felt a surge of bitterness. In the next moment, he transformed into a god of slaughter, dashing through the zoo and swiftly reaping the lives of the mutated animals. Just as Xiangyu was getting into the groove of killing, a whistling sound echoed through the air, and countless mutated animals surged towards his position. In no time, he was surrounded by hundreds of mutated creatures. Observing the animals around him, Xiangyu noticed something was off. Instead of attacking him immediately, they seemed to be waiting for something. Could it be that some animals in the Yudu Provincial Zoo had awakened their bloodlines or talents early? After killing for over an hour and feeling a bit tired, Xiangyu decided not to act. Instead, he sat down cross-legged to rest and adjust his physical state. As he patiently waited, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. A chubby panda slowly walked out from behind the crowd of animals, looking adorably silly, yet exuding a regal presence. When the panda approached Xiangyu, all the animals let out a low growl that made his eardrums ache. Xiangyu, feeling irritated, raised his blade and struck down a black pig behind him. This action seemed to provoke a hornet's nest. As a dozen nearby, mutated animals bared their teeth and prepared to attack. However, before they could act, Xiangyu conjured a war spear out of thin air. With a sweeping motion, he ended the lives of several mutated animals. The growls and squeaks of the surrounding mutated animals seemed to be silenced by Xiangyu's decisive killing, and instead, they directed their low growls towards the chubby panda, as if reporting a complaint. The panda then began barking at Xiangyu, "Woof, woof, woof. You're a cat, not a dog. Why are you barking like a dog?" Xiangyu couldn't help but chuckle at the panda's barking. Seemingly sensing the ridicule in his eyes, the panda became angrier, pushing off with its hind legs and launching itself towards Xiangyu like a round ball. "Don't think that just because you can act cute, I'll go easy on you." Xiangyu snorted coldly and swung his spear towards the panda. To his astonishment, the panda deftly twisted in midair, opened its mouth, and bit down on Xiangyu's spear. With a snap, the spear broke in half. For a moment, Xiangyu even forgot to continue attacking, instinctively dodging the panda's pounce while watching in shock as the panda eagerly gnawed on the spear he had conjured. Is it my eyes or my talent skills that are malfunctioning? Watching the panda munching happily on his spear, Xiangyu's mind was filled with question marks. Subconsciously, he conjured another war spear and struck it heavily into the ground. Looking at the spear half a meter deep in the ground, and then at the panda still gnawing on the previous spear, Xiangyu's confusion deepened. However, upon hearing movement behind it, the panda quickly swallowed the spear it was eating and then lunged at the new spear Xiangyu had conjured. In Xiangyu's incredulous gaze, the panda quickly devoured the new spear piece by piece. Goo. After finishing the spear, the panda looked at Xiangyu with an expectant expression. Hearing the panda's cheerful sounds, Xiangyu felt a strange illusion that he had established a mysterious connection with the panda, as if he could understand what it was expressing. Could it be he had accidentally forged a contract with this panda, making it his spirit beast? After carefully examining the panda's eyes, Xiangyu was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. To confirm his guess, he said, "If you want delicacies, no problem. Bring me a raccoon." Gigi. Upon hearing this, the panda let out a low roar. With its roar, a raccoon jumped down from a tree above Xiangyu. Seeing the raccoon, Xiangyu's eyes lit up. Although he had come out to resolve the impending crisis in Yudu province, he also sought to gain his own opportunities. Xiangyu clearly remembered that in his previous life, a zookeeper had fought back during the Great Disaster, killing a raccoon, and by coincidence awakened the talent of the true eye, rising to the pinnacle of the world and becoming a legend of the disaster. Many human strongmen, upon hearing this legend, sought to find and kill raccoons. But raccoons that had awakened their bloodline talents were extremely wary, making it hard for anyone to even track them down. "Big fat cat, is it alright if I kill all the animals here?" Xiangyu conjured a shield and tossed it to the panda, seeking its opinion. The panda, without saying a word, began to gnaw on the shield. After a few bites, it noticed Xiangyu still watching and made a few chirping sounds. "You can kill as you like. They have nothing to do with me." Wow, so heartless? Hearing the panda's tone, Xiangyu was taken aback. He had thought that the animals in the zoo would follow the panda's lead, and it would certainly try to protect its little followers. Since the panda had no objections, Xiangyu naturally wasted no time in unleashing a massacre. These mutated animals initially sought help from the fat panda, but when they discovered that the fat panda was only focused on gnawing at the various weapons thrown by Xiangyu, completely ignoring their deaths. They finally lost hope and retreated in despair. Half an hour later, almost all the animals were slaughtered by Xiangyu. It wasn't that Xiangyu didn't want to leave one or two animals alive to tame them as spirit beasts, but the beast taming method he mastered was too crude, with a success rate of only 30%, and it consumed a lot of vital energy. Taming just one unmutated foal had already cost Xiangyu half of his life. So he didn't dare to easily try the blood contract beast taming method on these mutated beasts in the zoo. It seemed he had to quickly pass the selection of the Super Yuan Planet program, as that would give him a chance to acquire some martial skills and advanced beast taming methods. Xiangyu's gaze quickly fell on the raccoon's corpse. To ensure his success in obtaining the second talent, he had left the raccoon for last to kill. Chapter 17. 3 Joys arrive, gently touching the still warm raccoon corpse. Xiangyu carefully used a dagger to cut around the raccoon's eyes, completely removing its eyelids. In the next moment, Xiangyu's breathing became rapid. He recalled in detail the steps shared by the strong individual on how to obtain the Eye of Truth talent. Repeatedly rubbing his eyes, then gritting his teeth and widening his eyes, gently crushing the gland of the raccoon's eyelid, letting the secretion drip into his own eyes. A burning sensation surged from Xiangyu's eyeballs, making him gasp and almost instinctively close his eyes. At the critical moment, Xiangyu remembered the precautions mentioned by the strong individual and resisted the impulse to close his eyes. If what that strong person shared was not a prank, then he would soon possess a second talent. Embracing the beautiful anticipation of his second talent, Xiangyu endured the stinging pain in his eyes. It took a full 5 minutes for the pain to subside, during which he was already in tears. Xiangyu instinctively looked at his attribute panel, then excitedly waved his fist, revealing an expression of exhilaration. He discovered that there was now a new S-rank talent skill on his attribute panel, and his 4-dimensional attributes had also improved slightly. Name: Xiangyu Strength, Awakener, 2nd Stage, Strength, 35 Speed, 23 Constitution, 34 Spirit, 37 Talent Skills, Infinite Mimicry, C-rank can grow. Eye of Truth, S-rank can grow. Not only did he gain an S-rank talent, but he also became a 2nd Stage Awakener. It was truly a double joy. No, it should be triple joy. Xiangyu murmured to himself, then turned his gaze to the chubby panda beside him. Under the effect of the Eye of Truth skill, the panda's attribute panel clearly appeared before Xiangyu's eyes. Species: Iron-eating beast strength, 3rd Stage monster strength, 57 speed, 43 constitution, 51 spirit, 39 bloodline. Ancient iron-eating beast, SSS rank. Skills: copper skin and iron bones, S rank. Savage bite, S rank. Master. Xiangyu, after clearly seeing the panda's bloodline, talent, and 4-dimensional attributes, Xiangyu couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. A beast that had awakened its bloodline and talent was simply too terrifying. If he hadn't fortuitously contracted with the panda today, he might have lost his life here. You have both the bloodline of the iron-eating beast and the talent of copper skin and iron bones. From now on, I'll call you Iron Block, Xiangyu said solemnly, stroking the big panda that was affectionately cuddling against him. Goo 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 goo. You are simply a glutton here. Seeing Iron Block holding a shield and munching on it, while demanding more food, Xiangyu couldn't help but laugh as he materialized another shield and tossed it to him. As Xiangyu walked out of the zoo gate with Iron Block, he glanced at the completely paralyzed large chain supermarket across from the zoo, then looked at the nearly 2-ton Iron Block beside him, feeling a rush of temptation. He wished he could immediately go in and shop for free. However, after considering the omnipresent cameras and the still intact social order, Xiangyu forcibly held back. He didn't want to attract the attention of the federal government due to a moment of greed. The reason he came to eliminate the mutated animals in the zoo was to protect the people. It would be too unwise to end up in prison. Thinking of this, Xiangyu returned to the zoo and destroyed all the cameras inside and nearby, then deleted the relevant surveillance footage, which made him feel a bit more at ease. Iron Block, I can't take you home for now. You stay here for a while, and I'll come to see you from time to time. Looking at Iron Block closely following him, Xiangyu hesitated for a moment and suppressed his reluctance. On the way home, passing by a supermarket, Gu Xiangyu made large purchases according to the shopping list his sister had prepared. It took him a full 2 hours to gather everything, and upon returning to the villa, he unloaded all the items into the garage storage room, and then called for his sister to come downstairs and help him organize. When Gu Xiangyu entered the living room, his expression changed drastically. A group of uninvited guests had appeared in the living room. Yin Qinghan and Yin Qingwei were among them. The villa's front door had already been broken down, and Gu Wanner and Pan Pan were surrounded on the sofa, looking both angry and frightened. "Dad, you finally came back. They bullied me and my aunt, and they even hurt Xiaohong." Upon seeing Gu Xiangyu, Pan Pan immediately flew over. "Pan Pan, it's okay. Daddy is here. You don't need to be scared." Gu Xiangyu pinched his daughter's cheek and softly comforted her before turning to look at Gu Wanner. "Didn't I tell you before I left not to answer any calls or reveal our address? How would they find this place?" "Brother, after I finished a video call with Hailing, I just left my phone upstairs charging. Their arrival has nothing to do with me." Gu Wanner explained aggrievedly. Seeing that he had wronged his sister, Gu Xiangyu awkwardly smiled, his gaze inadvertently falling on the smartwatch on his daughter's wrist, and he immediately understood what had happened. "Yin Qinghan, we are already divorced. Why are you here?" "Dayu, I know you were eager to divorce me to avoid making me feel bad, but you still love me deep down, right? I love you a lot too. Look, I've sold our house and car to help you with your treatment and pain relief." As Yin Qinghan spoke, she found it difficult to continue because Gu Xiangyu didn't even glance at her, but suddenly squatted down, taking out a napkin from his pocket and patiently wiping the sweat off Pan Pan's forehead. "Dayu, I heard Qingwei say that you haven't transferred the money for the pain relief medicine to him yet. Hurry and transfer the money to Qingwei before it's too late and there's no stock left." Yin Qinghan paused, but couldn't help but speak up. "Oh, you mean that? A few days ago, an international medical expert contacted me, saying they had a special medicine for late-stage liver cancer. I took a chance and made a deal with them. So there's no need to buy pain relief medicine anymore. You, how can you trust those scammers outside? Hurry and call the police. If you wait too long, you won't be able to get that money back. How can you casually call people scammers? After I took the medicine, I haven't had any pain since, and I feel particularly good. I could do 100 push-ups in one breath now." It was at this moment that Yin Qinghan noticed Gu Xiangyu's rosy complexion, completely free of the sickly appearance he had before, as if he really had recovered. For a moment, Yin Qinghan was unsure how to speak. "Gu Xiangyu, you are too selfish. The house and car are joint property between you and my sister. How can you use that money privately?" Seeing Yin Qinghan's bewildered expression, Gu Qingwei angrily shouted from the side. "Yin Qingwei, is it a problem for me to use my own money for treatment? Why is your face so big? When are you going to pay me back the over 3 million you borrowed from our family? Even if it's joint property, there's half of it that belongs to me." Hearing Gu Xiangyu mention the 3 million borrowed money, Yin Qingwei was instantly rendered speechless. "Dayu, Qingwei just said something in haste. Don't blame him. After buying the special medicine, how much money do you have left for the house and car? Qingwei is temporarily in a bit of trouble. Can you lend us the remaining money for a while?" Yin Qinghan mumbled. "The special medicine for late-stage liver cancer is very expensive, and there are many people queuing to buy it from the experts. I was lucky to buy one pill after much effort. I transferred the remaining 1 million to Qingwei yesterday." "Didn't he tell you?" Gu Xiangyu replied seriously. "Gu Xiangyu, you must still have money. Otherwise, how could you afford to stay in the presidential suite of the Qinji Hotel and rent such a luxurious villa?" Feeling Gu Xiangyu's perfunctory tone, Yin Qinghan became anxious. "Gu Xiangyu, I'm putting it bluntly today, my brother is in trouble. You have to lend him money today, whether you have it or not. Otherwise, don't even think about having a good life. Deji, I'm misguided, sobi. Seeing Yin Qinghan and Yin Qingwei looking fierce, Pan Pan, who was hiding behind Gu Xiangyu, suddenly got scared and began to cry softly. Chapter 18. The Odd Siblings Yin Qinghan. Did I give you face? I used to indulge you because I was blind, but I won't indulge you anymore. Your brother's troubles have nothing to do with me. I'm not his ancestor. Seeing that Yin Qinghan was still throwing tantrums like before and had no warmth towards Pan Pan, Gu Xiangyu immediately turned dark-faced and retaliated without mercy. Yin Qinghan clearly did not expect Gu Xiangyu to respond with such anger. She was momentarily stunned, her face flushed. Unsure how to reply. "Gu Xiangyu, How can you be so heartless? My sister has been married to you for 7 years. There's an old saying that says a night as husband and wife brings 100 nights of grace. Before Yin Qingwei could finish, he received a heavy slap from Gu Xiangyu. You know I've been married to your sister for 7 years, right? Then why are you introducing her to other men for blind dates when I'm still alive and Haven T divorced her? Is this something a person would do? I. Yin Qingwei stuttered, completely at a loss for words. You two siblings get lost. Just seeing you makes me sick. And hearing you talk is even more nauseating. Gu Xiangyu shouted in disgust. After saying this, he walked into the living room, leaving Yin Qinghan and Yin Qingwei outside. Gu Xiangyu, right? Your behavior just now was very manly. I respect you as a man. Just as Gu Xiangyu entered the living room, he heard the sound of several slaps and then saw Scarface Lu looking at him with admiration. Gu Xiangyu sized up Scarface Lu and the others but remained silent. I'm in charge of debt collection for the Qianhong Casino. Yin Qingwei said you could get money from you, so I came. However, after hearing your conversation, I realized things are not as I imagined, so I'm not going to ask you for money anymore. Not knowing what Scarface Lu was up to, Gu Xiangyu still didn't respond and just quietly observed him. The gambling debt of Yin Qingwei has nothing to do with you. Let us leave that aside. But you beat the young master of the Su family into a disability and even drugged him excessively, nearly turning him into a vegetable. How do you explain that? Under Gu Xiangyu's puzzled gaze, Scarface Lu suddenly raised his voice and questioned sternly. Su Daoyuan has already told me that this matter is settled. What do you want me to say? Gu Xiangyu sneered. You met our boss? Hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, Scarface Lu's imposing aura instantly crumbled, looking shocked. Do you think it's hard for your boss to find someone in Yuta province? Besides, our family stayed at the Qianji Hotel last night. Seeing that Scarface Lu was intimidated, Gu Xiangyu sneered. Scarface Lu looked at Gu Xiangyu with uncertainty, but Gu Xiangyu's expression was too calm. After a moment of hesitation, he could only choose to temporarily believe Gu Xiangyu's words. He thought, since he knew Gu Xiangyu's whereabouts, even if he was deceived, he could always come back later. Thinking this, Scarface Lu said with a fawning expression, Mr. Gu, I was rude just now. Please help me speak a few good words for me in front of the boss when you have the chance, so he can promote me. After saying this, Scarface Lu signaled to his group of younger brothers to leave. You're just leaving like that? Gu Xiangyu's displeased voice suddenly rang out in the room, causing Scarface Lu's expression to change. Although our house is rented, you broke the door and injured the horse. Are you just going to ignore it? My fault. How much is it in total? Please quote a price, and I'll transfer the money to you immediately. This door was made of Tasmanian blackwood, worth about 100,000. And as for the little horse outside, it was carefully selected by the owner from Tukumustana, probably worth over $1 million. I won't ask for more. Just leave 30,000 as compensation, and we'll let this matter go. Scarface Lu initially thought that a compensation of 10 to 20,000 would be sufficient. But he didn't expect the villa door and the little horse to be so expensive. He was momentarily frozen at the door. If you don't have that much money on you, just call someone to bring a few generators over. Second-hand ones are fine too. Seemingly noticing Scarface Lu's embarrassment, Gu Xiangyu spoke up in time. Oh, okay, no problem. We at Qianhong Casino don't have much, but we can still produce a few generators. Scarface Lu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and then made a phone call. Hearing this, Gu Xiangyu smiled. He knew that Su Daoyuan owned a generator manufacturing factory, which was why he made this request to Scarface Lu, and unexpectedly, Scarface Lu agreed without hesitation. 20 minutes later, a large truck carrying 10 silent diesel generators arrived at the villa garage, along with 10 barrels of diesel, which made Gu Xiangyu very satisfied. Mr. Gu, I'm very sorry for today's matter. I won't disturb you any longer. We'll talk another day. After successfully handing over the generators, Scarface Lu said with a happy face, Let us have tea together when we have the chance. Seeing how supportive Scarface Lu was, Gu Xiangyu generously gave him a smile. Outside the villa, Yin Qinghan and Yin Qingwei watched as Gu Xiangyu and Scarface Lu talked cheerfully in the villa. Their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. Wasn't Scarface Lu supposed to be here to deal with Gu Xiangyu? How did it evolve into Scarface Lu seemingly becoming friends with Gu Xiangyu? What are you standing there for? Get these two onto the car. We're going back to the casino now. As he walked up to the siblings, Scarface Lou shouted loudly at the hesitant younger brothers. Scarface, you'd better be polite to us. Immediately waive my brother's gambling debt. Otherwise, once my husband says something bad about you in front of your boss, you won't be able to handle it. Yin Qinghan suddenly grew bold and reprimanded Scarface Lou harshly. Hearing Yin Qinghan's words, Scarface Lou instinctively looked at Gu Xiangyu, only to find Gu Xiangyu slowly shaking his head. Scarface Lou immediately became furious and slapped Yin Qinghan across the face, saying, "You just said not to let Mr. Gu have a good life, and now you expect Mr. Gu to save you? How can you think of such beautiful things all day? That was just a quarrel between husband and wife. In fact, we have a very good relationship. I advise you to—" Before Yin Qinghan could finish her words, Scarface Lou's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he glared at Yin Qinghan fiercely, signaling her to shut up, and then he answered the phone with a serious expression. What? The boss is dead? The big boss and the third boss are also dead? Before he died, the boss issued a kill order on Gu Xiangyu? A few minutes later, Scarface Lou hung up the phone, looking at Yin Qinghan with a playful expression. He softly asked, "Did you just say that you have a good relationship with Gu Xiangyu?" "No, I haven't had any feelings for Gu Xiangyu for a long time. I'm with him purely for his money, and now that he is out of money and about to lose his life, how could I still like him? I've long been looking for a new partner. Brother Scarface, I can testify that I've been introducing my sister to boyfriends during this time." Because they were close to Scarface Lou, the siblings faintly heard the conversation between Scarface Lou and the other end of the phone and knew that Gu Xiangyu was in big trouble. So they naturally tried to distance themselves from him. Gu Xiangyu, who was standing at the door, couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head as he clearly saw the siblings' disgraceful behavior. Fortunately, he had already severed ties with them. Otherwise, he might have been driven to madness by this odd pair of siblings. Chapter 19. The intentions of Song Fei upon seeing treasure, disgusting things, get lost. If you can't pay back the remaining money within 3 days, just wait to collect your corpses. Scarred 6 seemed to be shocked by the actions of the brother and sister. He kicked Yin Qingwei to the ground, his face filled with disdain. Hearing Scarred 6's words, the siblings felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, not daring to say a word more as they crawled away from the Yueshi mansion. Gu Xiangyu, Scarred 6, hate being deceived more than anything else in my life. Putting aside the matter of the Li Shui apartment, are you not going to give me an explanation for today's events? Scarred 6 glared at Gu Xiangyu with a sinister expression, his murderous intent gradually intensifying as he spoke. "Wanner, take Pan upstairs." Seeing that the situation had been exposed, Gu Xiangyu revealed a helpless smile on his face. He did not respond to Scarred 6 immediately, but turned to Gu Wanner instead. "Brother, Dad." Upon hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, both Gu Wanner and Pan showed worried expressions. "Gu Xiangyu, there's no need to complicate things. I Scarred 6 always handle matters swiftly. If they go upstairs now, I'll have to go up later to bring them down." "It's too troublesome," Scarred 6 said impatiently. "Scarred 6, considering you gave me a generator and diesel, I might as well kindly remind you that Su Daoyuan and his group can't do anything to me. Do you think you are stronger than them? The reason I let the kids go upstairs is that I don't want them to see blood. Did you really think I was afraid of you? You were a smart person. How did your brain suddenly stop working?" Gu Xiangyu's words made Scarred 6 tremble, his face going blank. Recalling what he had heard on the phone earlier, Scarred 6 became increasingly alarmed, and his gaze toward Gu Xiangyu became uncertain. "Mr. Gu, may I ask, what is the sum of your four-dimensional attributes?" After hesitating for a long time, Scarred 6 asked nervously. "My total four-dimensional attributes are about 120. Are you sure you want to continue fighting me?" Gu Xiangyu saw through Scarred 6's thoughts and said with a half-smile, "In no way. How could your four-dimensional attributes be so high? Your four-dimensional attributes are 17, 9, 11, and 13. And I also know that you injected muscle explosion needles and adrenaline to achieve attributes higher than an average adult male. You can gain the opportunity to become stronger when the great disaster strikes, and others can too, since you already have advantages that others do not. Why not cherish your own life instead of continuing to work for others? Mr. Gu, thank you for your guidance." Scarred 6 takes his leave. When the great disaster struck, Scarred 6 unintentionally injected muscle explosion needles and adrenaline, causing his total four-dimensional attributes to far exceed those around him. This made him ambitious, wanting to seek a higher position in the Su family. However, after hearing about Gu Xiangyu's total four-dimensional attributes and being pointed out his own opportunities by Gu Xiangyu, he decisively chose to back down. Brother, is your total four-dimensional attributes really 120? How do you know Scarred 6 four-dimensional attributes? After Scarred 6 and his group left, Gu Wanner kept asking questions nonstop. Pan beside her also looked curious. Gu Xiangyu, originally worried that his sister would question him about deceiving her, felt relieved when she did not mention the matter between him and Su Daoyuan. He instinctively breathed a sigh of relief and shared his talent, skills, and four-dimensional attributes. Wow, Dad is so awesome. Is Dad going to become Superman? After listening to Gu Xiangyu's narration, Gu Wanner was stunned, immersed in great shock, while Pan couldn't help but excitedly shout. After chatting with his sister and daughter for a while, Gu Xiangyu went downstairs and moved all the items he bought from the supermarket into the villa. Gu Wanner wanted help with the tidying up, but was politely declined by Gu Xiangyu. A few hours later, when Gu Xiangyu replaced all the bedding, daily necessities, and toiletries in the villa with new ones, Gu Wanner had also prepared delicious spicy dishes in the kitchen. Brother, the villa's main door is completely unusable. What should we do? It's so chaotic outside now. The building materials store is probably closed. After dinner, looking at the severely damaged villa door, Gu Wanner said with a worried expression, Wanner, did you forget about your brother's talent skills? Gu Xiangyu rolled his eyes at his sister and said irritably, Can your talent skills really turn out a wooden door? Auntie is so silly. Do you think that since the villa's main door is wooden now, Dad must turn out a wooden door? Pan, you little ingrate. Auntie just made your favorite braised crucian carp. And you dare scold me? Just wait and see how I deal with you. Auntie, I was wrong. Dad, save me. Seeing his sister and daughter bickering, Gu Xiangyu smiled happily. Living this life again was all to protect the warmth and happiness in front of him. After greeting his sister, Gu Xiangyu walked out of the living room and wandered around the community. The main entrance of the Yueshi Mansion villas was mostly wooden. Moreover, each villa's entrance door varied in size and style, depending on the owner's personality and preferences. Gu Xiangyu looked at over 30 villas, but could not find an entrance door that matched the size and style of the one he lived in. Just as he was about to despair, he finally spotted a copper entrance door that was almost identical in style and size to the one in his villa. He was uncertain if anyone lived in this villa. Standing at the door, Gu Xiangyu hesitated. A scene involuntarily flashed through Gu Xiangyu's mind. He was forcibly breaking into someone else's entrance door and was caught by the villa's owner. That scene was as awkward as it could get. Dayu, is that you? Suddenly, a voice came from above Gu Xiangyu's head. He looked up and saw the owner of the villa standing on the third-floor terrace talking to him. The person was none other than Song Fei, the boss of the game company he worked for. Upon recognizing Song Fei's face, Gu Xiangyu's expression darkened, and he turned to leave. Dayu, are you here to ask me for money? I've been looking for you. Please wait on the living room sofa for a moment. I'll come down to settle with you right away. Hearing Song Fei's words, Gu Xiangyu's steps instinctively paused. The reason he ran upon seeing Song Fei was that after being diagnosed with cancer, he had wanted to advance his salary with the company. But Song Fei had refused him without hesitation. Moreover, during Gu Xiangyu's hospitalization, the company not only did not reimburse or compensate him, but also unilaterally dismissed him, claiming that his health was no longer suitable for work. What made Gu Xiangyu even angrier was that a game he developed during his leisure time brought the company immense profits. Yet the company never acknowledged his involvement and did not give him any share of the revenue. Could it be that the sun is rising from the west? Gu Xiangyu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately couldn't resist his curiosity and stopped. After all, if Song Fei acknowledged it, Gu Xiangyu could still receive a substantial amount of money. When Gu Xiangyu pushed open the entrance door, he realized he had been tricked. The moment he opened the door, a mutated large wolf dog lunged at him. Gu Xiangyu almost reflexively produced a knife and swung it heavily toward the direction of the charging mutated wolf dog, which was easily split in two. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Song Fei rushing down from upstairs at full speed toward the dining table in the living room, looking completely confused. However, when Gu Xiangyu saw the car keys on the dining table, he suddenly realized It was obvious that Song Fei wanted to use him to attract the attention of the mutated wolf dog, so he could take the car keys and escape the villa. Xiangyu, where did you get the knife in your hand? Song Fei inadvertently glanced in Xiangyu's direction, and when he saw that the mutated wolf dog, which had been blocking him upstairs for half a day, was actually cut in half by Xiangyu, Song Fei paused in his steps, his face showing a look of shock. Half a day later, Song Fei finally came back to his senses from his momentary shock. Mr. Song, this precious knife was bought at a high price from a master craftsman after I sold my house and car. It can cut through hair and sever tendons, slice through iron like mud. Would you like to give it a try? As Xiangyu spoke, he swung the knife in his hand, not only chopping the wolf dog on the ground into pieces, but also severely damaging the villa's expensive hardwood flooring, causing veins to bulge on Song Fei's forehead. In the past, Song Fei would have scolded him immediately. At this moment, thinking about Xiangyu's late-stage liver cancer and looking at the knife in Xiangyu's hand, Song Fei decisively chose to swallow his anger. I don't know if you're willing to part with this knife in your hand, but I can buy it at the original price. No, I can buy it at a high price. Seeing that Xiangyu, despite being ill, could kill the mutated wolf dog with this precious knife, Song Fei couldn't help but develop other thoughts in his heart. Chapter 20. Cleverness backfires. The master craftsman said that this was a divine weapon from the 9 provinces, long before the establishment of the federal government, priceless. He owed me a huge favor, which is why I was able to buy this foreign knife with all my savings, Xiangyu said seriously. Hearing this, Song Fei swallowed hard and turned to grab a bone-cutting knife from the kitchen. He rolled his eyes and took off a diamond ring from his finger, handing both to Xiangyu. If the foreign knife in your hand can cut through the bone-cutting knife and split the diamond, then it will prove that it is indeed a divine weapon. Xiangyu naturally saw the greed in Song Fei's eyes and understood his intentions. He couldn't be bothered to expose Song Fei's provocations and instead cooperatively swung the foreign knife, cutting both the bone-cutting knife and the diamond in half. Seeing the bone-cutting knife and diamond in front of Xiangyu's foreign knife, as if they were mere hair, breaking with just a gentle touch, Song Fei's eyes widened. An excitement appeared on his face. I am willing to buy that knife from you for 10 million, and in addition, the company will help you cover all your hospital expenses and provide you with hospitalization subsidies. The revenue share from the Blue Flame game will also be settled for you. How about that? Song Fei said excitedly. Xiangyu pretended to be moved upon hearing this, but hesitated and did not speak. Considering you are my junior, besides the conditions I just agreed to, the company will also give you an additional 1 million as a severance package. But I have a small request that I hope you can agree to. After a moment of hesitation, Song Fei continued to sweeten the deal. What request? Did you receive a call during this time? Someone wants to send you a game helmet and game invitation code. And I hope you can give that game helmet and invitation code to me. Hearing Song Fei's words, a strange smile appeared on Xiangyu's face. A vague memory floated in his mind. The night after the great disaster in his previous life, Song Fei, who had always ignored him, suddenly came to the hospital, not only giving him a big red envelope, but also buying plenty of good food for himself and Pan. Before leaving, Song Fei casually took the game helmet and invitation code that Xiangyu had thrown on the bedside table. If Xiangyu had not known the value of the game helmet and invitation code, he would have been deeply moved by Song Fei's sudden sweet talk, just as he had been in his previous life, and would have unhesitatingly given them to Song Fei. Now that he knew the value of the game helmet and invitation code, how could Xiangyu easily give up this opportunity again? I did receive such a call this morning. I thought someone was playing a prank on me. If you're really willing to give me more than 30 million, I will bring you the game helmet and invitation code after I receive them. Seeing Xiangyu agree so readily, Song Fei's face twitched. Although he had just voluntarily asked to settle Xiangyu's salary, hospital fees, hospitalization subsidies, and the revenue share from the Blue Flame game, the thought of losing more than 30 million federal dollars made him feel heartache. After all, he could pocket more than 20 million federal dollars from the game revenue share. Fearing that Xiangyu might change his mind if he acted slowly, Song Fei quickly notified the company's finance department to transfer more than 30 million federal dollars to Xiangyu's account. After noticing the change in his bank balance, Xiangyu reluctantly handed over the foreign knife to Song Fei. After obtaining the foreign knife, Song Fei excitedly waved it around, testing it on all the furniture he deemed hard in the living room, making Xiangyu feel a toothache. Dayu, have you been in touch with Director Chen recently? His health has been getting worse, and he often mentions you, Song Fei said with a forced smile after playing with the foreign eye for a while. Realizing Xiangyu was still sitting in the living room, Xiangyu's face showed an apologetic expression upon hearing this. Whether in his previous life or this life, after being diagnosed with advanced liver cancer, he had not contacted his mentor again. Seeing your reaction, I can tell you haven't visited Director Chen, but he really cares about you, treating you like his own son, even your. Song Fei was becoming emotional as he spoke, almost revealing the matter of the game helmet and invitation code. However, at the critical moment, Song Fei realized and quickly swallowed the words that were about to come out. It turns out that Song Fei had long known about the federal government's Super Yuan star plan through special channels, and he was racking his brain to get himself a spot in selection for the Super Yuan star plan. After some inquiries, he learned that his mentor, Chen Jiubin, had a recommendation spot, and he immediately brought a significant gift to visit his mentor. Unexpectedly, before Song Fei could even step into Chen Jiubin's house, he overheard Chen Jiubin recommending Xiangyu for the Super Yuan star plan over the phone. Frustrated, Song Fei turned around and tossed the gift he had brought into the trash can before quietly leaving. What do you mean? Why did you stop speaking? Xiangyu was engrossed in the conversation when Song Fei's words suddenly halted, and he couldn't help but urge. Sigh, at this point I'll be honest. After you got sick and hospitalized, not only did I fail to fulfill my duty as a senior to care for you, but I also let greed cloud my judgment and made things difficult for you. Director Chen is very displeased with me and has scolded me over the phone more than once. As he spoke emotionally, Song Fei's voice broke, and he sincerely apologized to Xiangyu, his attitude as sincere as it could be. Xiangyu was moved, not by Song Fei's apology, but because he was unaware of how much his mentor had silently sacrificed for him. Watching Song Fei's increasingly exaggerated performance, Xiangyu felt uneasy. Unable to endure it any longer, he quickly found an excuse and turned to leave. As he watched Xiangyu's figure disappear from the garden, a shadowy expression crossed Song Fei's face. Chen Jiubin, why do you only care about Xiangyu, whom I am clearly better than? Why do you think of him for every benefit while rejecting me? You probably never dreamed that Xiangyu, whom you consider your own, actually hates you to the core and wishes never to see you again, right? Chen Jiubin, since you are unwilling to give me a spot in the Super Yuan star plan, I will compete for it with my own abilities. But once I pass the tests and assessments for the Super Yuan star, don't expect me to feel any gratitude towards you. After leaving Song Fei's villa garden, Xiangyu took out his phone, found his mentor's number, and wanted to dial it. However, after struggling for a long time, Xiangyu still couldn't bring himself to press the call button. Sitting in the community park, Xiangyu found himself with tears in his eyes, unable to speak. When Xiangyu had just been accepted as a doctoral student, a car accident took away all his parents. The sudden loss of his parents plunged Xiangyu into despair, nearly causing him to drop out of school. At that critical moment, Chen Jiubin noticed Xiangyu. He not only provided psychological counseling, but also took meticulous care of him in life and studies. He helped Xiangyu emerge from that dark period of his life and ultimately facilitated Xiangyu's marriage to Yen Qinghan. Xiangyu regarded Chen Jiubin and his wife as his reborn parents, showing them filial piety. However, after Yen Qinghan left him coldly, Xiangyu directed his resentment towards Chen Jiubin and his wife as well. Even after the Great Disaster, when Chen Jiubin and his wife secretly provided Xiangyu with numerous favors, Xiangyu, knowing this, resolutely refused their kindness, leaving them heartbroken. Xiangyu sat in the community garden for most of the day, thinking deeply. He finally let go of the knot in his heart, realizing that he should not blame Chen Jiubin and his wife for what happened between him and Yen Qinghan. However, seeing that it was getting late, Xiangyu did not continue to call Chen Jiubin, but instead came to Song Fei's villa. After confirming that Song Fei was already fast asleep, Xiangyu gently placed his hand on the bronze front door. Chapter 21. The Invasion of Alien Civilizations. Brother, your talent is simply invincible. seeing Gu Xiangyu conjure the new villa's entrance door out of thin air like a magic trick, seamlessly fitting without any signs of discord. Gu Wanner couldn't help but express her admiration. Of course, your brother has always been amazing. Brother, I told Hai Ling about Xiao Hong's situation. She seemed to be terrified by the recent wave of animal mutations and readily agreed to give Xiao Hong to us. She even suggested that we should probably kill Xiao Hong to avoid any potential danger. Under repeated reminders from Pan Pan, Gu Wanner paused for a moment and then spoke up. Dad, can we not kill Xiao Hong? She's so well-behaved. She definitely won't attack us. Pan Pan pleaded pitifully from the side. Your classmate is like a person who gets bitten by a snake and fears the rope for 10 years. Not all animals will mutate into ferocious beasts. Since Xiao Hong didn't mutate into a ferocious beast during the disaster, the likelihood of her becoming one in the future is also low. So there's no need for us to kill her. Gu Xiangyu saw through his daughter's thoughts at a glance, lovingly lifting her onto his lap and decisively stating, Dad is so nice. I knew you wouldn't want to kill Xiao Hong, just like Pan Pan. Pan Pan likes Xiao Hong so much. How could Dad bear to kill her? Dad doesn't want to become the big bad guy in Pan Pan's eyes. Watching the interaction between father and daughter, Gu Wanner couldn't help but roll her eyes, feeling somewhat superfluous at that moment. Wanner, did your classmate mention what price they want to sell this villa for? Today, the company settled the earnings from the Blue Flame mercenary game. If you all like this house, let's buy it. Noticing his sister's jealous expression, Gu Xiangyu changed the subject. Upon hearing this, Pan Pan immediately perked up. The Clearwater house was bought for over $13 million, but the money spent on renovations was more than 3 times the house price. She asked me to help list it at $40 million, but her psychological price is $35 million. Gu Wanner exclaimed excitedly, if I buy it, she will definitely give me the biggest discount. You want to buy it? Do you have that much money? Gu Xiangyu teased on purpose. Brother, you said you would support me. You can't go back on your word. Gu Wanner protested, jumping onto Gu Xiangyu and tickling him. All right, I'll support you. Hurry and communicate with your classmate. Whether we can successfully buy this house depends on you. Gu Wanner then called Xiao Hailing on a video call from the living room. As expected, when she mentioned that the Gu siblings wanted to purchase the villa and were willing to pay in full, Xiao Hailing directly quoted a minimum price of only $30 million. In the end, Gu Wanner felt a bit guilty, and after seeking Gu Xiangyu's consent with a gesture, she willingly added $3 million, and both parties reached an agreement on the price. After agreeing to transfer the ownership the next day, the two reluctantly ended the video call. Dad, will this house be ours from now on? After hanging up, Pan Pan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. To be precise, starting tomorrow, this house will truly belong to us. That's great. I thought that after Mom and Dad sold the house, Pan Pan would have no home. Hearing Pan Pan's words, Gu Xiangyu's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected that selling the house would lead his daughter to such a thought. Dad, Pan Pan was wrong. Pan Pan won't mention Mom again. Seeing Gu Xiangyu silent for a long time, the sensitive Pan Pan hurriedly apologized. Pan Pan's understanding demeanor made Gu Xiangyu's heart ache. In that moment, he wished he could reveal Pan Pan's true identity. However, considering Pan Pan's mysterious background, Gu Xiangyu didn't know where to start. It would be best to wait until he found Pan Pan's biological mother before being honest with her about this matter. After finalizing the house sale, the mindset of the three in the villa underwent a subtle change, as they were no longer under someone else's roof, but had become the true owners of the house. They excitedly discussed what new items could be added to their home and which furniture could be replaced. While Gu Xiangyu, his sister, and daughter were discussing how to make the villa cozier, the Strategic Defense Department of the Republic was holding a highly confidential meeting. So far, except for the military, police, and some logistical personnel, most of the Water Blue Star's inhabitants have already settled on the Super Yuan Planet. I invite everyone here to share your feelings and opinions. The silver-haired elder at the head of the table slowly surveyed everyone in the meeting room, his expression grave. Chief, the Super Yuan Planet is simply amazing. It perfectly clones everything from the Water Blue Star and can synchronize with everything happening on Water Blue Star. If I didn't know about the Super Yuan Planet project, I would think I was still living in the real world and not a virtual world. I estimate that the vast majority of ordinary people are unaware that they have entered a virtual world. For scientists, the Super Yuan Planet is simply paradise, as it only requires a little energy to continuously replicate various materials. If we can implement the Super Yuan Planet project early, the civilization of Water Blue Star could be decades ahead of its current state. Don't you all realize that the Super Yuan Planet has very significant results for human health, longevity, and disease relief? Many terminally ill patients have become healthy, normal people after entering the Super Yuan Planet. Just this alone is enough for us to fully embrace the Super Yuan Planet. As soon as the silver-haired elder finished speaking, everyone started to excitedly voice their opinions one after another, and the meeting room became as chaotic as a market. The silver-haired elder seemed to have anticipated all this. He did not intervene, but allowed everyone to debate. After about 10 minutes, when the excitement in the meeting room subsided, they gradually calmed down. I have heard everyone's comments. Clearly, everyone realizes the many benefits of the Super Yuan Planet. Now, let's watch a video so everyone can have a more comprehensive understanding of the Super Yuan Planet. As the silver-haired elder spoke, colorful images of the Super Yuan Planet appeared on the holographic projection in the multimedia meeting room. Watching the beautiful, serene, and grand Water Blue Star on screen, the mood in the meeting room gradually settled, and smiles involuntarily appeared on everyone's faces. In the next moment, a space-time rift suddenly appeared above Water Blue Star, and then mechs began to emerge from the black hole, descending onto Water Blue Star, starting to slaughter the human elites on the planet. Faced with the massacre of these mechs, the human elites left on Water Blue Star had no power to fight back until a group of ancient-dressed martial arts experts appeared, barely managing to fend off the invasion of the mech squad. Subsequently, the scene switched to another image where a group of unknown ferocious beasts emerged from the space-time rift. After landing on the ground, they began to mutate the remaining animals on Earth while wantonly destroying crops and human settlements, tearing apart the human elites left on Water Blue Star. The sight left everyone in the meeting room shocked and restless. When a gigantic, mutated creature suddenly opened its massive mouth, charging towards the screen, looking ready to burst through, everyone in the meeting room instinctively closed their eyes, and the image abruptly stopped, yet screams echoed throughout the room. Chapter 22, the astonishing truth. The footage just played in the video was captured from different angles by the monitoring satellites we deployed above Water Blue Star. Yesterday afternoon, more than 30 time-space rifts appeared above Water Blue Star, with many mechas and unknown ferocious beasts emerging from these rifts. Our forces stationed on Water Blue Star are simply insufficient to fend off the invasion from those alien civilizations. After the screams in the conference room subsided, the silver-haired elder spoke sorrowfully, articulating each word. Upon hearing the elder's words, the conference room fell into a deathly silence, seemingly immersed in the shock of Water Blue Star's plight. We should be grateful that we had foreseen this scene years in advance and made thorough preparations. The Federal Republic even promptly launched the Super Yuan Planet project, putting most humans and animals on Water Blue Star into hypnosis and concentrating their bodies in secret bases across the country. If we had not prepared for the invasion of alien civilizations, it is estimated that the population of Water Blue Star would have been reduced by 90%, with direct or indirect economic losses potentially reaching trillions of federal coins, and the civilization of Water Blue Star would have regressed by decades or even face complete annihilation. Although the Super Yuan Planet can provide us with a safe haven once our bodies on Water Blue Star are discovered, or if we do not receive nutritional supplements from the outside world, we will also die on the Super Yuan Planet. Therefore, we must quickly transport combat personnel to Water Blue Star. The meeting of the Strategic Preparedness Department of the federal government lasted a long time, despite the silver-haired elder repeatedly emphasizing that the content of this meeting was top secret and strictly prohibited from leaking. The details spread rapidly in a small circle after the meeting, causing a strong reaction in society. Kyushu University Faculty Housing Area. After Xiangyu returned home, he walked back and forth in the room anxiously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Old man, are you feeling okay?" An elderly woman in loungewear, sitting on a swing chair on the balcony, put down the newspaper and asked with concern. "Old lady, I'm fine, just shocked by the federal government's grand plan." Chun Jiubin hesitated for a moment, but could not help but summarize the contents of the Strategic Preparedness Department meeting succinctly. No way. Are we actually in a virtual world now? Not on Water Blue Star? Zhang Alian's expression was one of disbelief upon hearing Chun Jiubin's words. You're worried that the Super Yuan Planet project will put Dayu in danger, right? Then you should call Dayu and tell him to give up his selection quota. Zhang Alian quickly understood her husband's concern and urged him. You know Dayu's temperament. If I don't call, he might not take the Super Yuan Planet project selection quota seriously. If I do call, he might actually go against me. Both of them understood Gu Xiangyu's character, and it was indeed possible that he would do such a thing. How about I call Yin Qinghan? If she knows that the game helmet and game invitation code are worth over 100 million, she will definitely find a way to ask Dayu for it. After pondering for a while, Zhang Alian suggested. Upon hearing this, Chun Jiubin couldn't help but glare at his wife, wanting to refute, but after thinking carefully, it seemed that this unconventional method was indeed feasible. Just as Chun Jiubin was torn about whether to call Yin Qinghan, the doorbell rang. Dayu, what are you doing here? Opening the door and seeing Gu Xiangyu outside with a bunch of gifts, Chun Jiubin thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Teacher Chun, I'm really sorry. I've not been in good health lately, and it's been a long time since I came to visit you and your wife. How are you both? Gu Xiangyu skillfully placed the fruits on the dining table, changed into slippers, and acted as if he were back in his own home. Old lady, Dayu is here. Hurry and make tea. Chun Jiubin was so excited that he didn't know what to say and shouted towards the balcony. Oh, Dayu is here, that's great. I'll make tea right away. The elderly woman was so excited that she almost choked up, seeing the director and his wife with tears of joy. Gu Xiangyu felt a pang of guilt, realizing how important he was to the two elders. Gu Xiangyu knew very well that in his past life, it was the selfless care of the director and his wife that allowed him to survive in the cataclysmic world for 20 years. In fact, a year after the cataclysm struck, Gu Xiangyu had already forgiven the two elders and sincerely thanked them for their help. But at that time, he felt too ashamed to face them and wanted to wait until he had achieved something before coming back. This wait lasted a lifetime, and the two elders passed away in sorrow without ever receiving a visit from Gu Xiangyu. Dayu, I'm sorry for you. You clearly devoted yourself to your career and didn't want to pursue a relationship, yet I insisted on bringing you together with Yin Qinghan, causing you so much distress and harm. Dayu, it's the fault of your teacher's wife for not recognizing people well. If we had known Yin Qinghan was like this, we would never have pushed for your marriage. After sitting on the sofa for a moment, the two elders could not help but apologize first. Teacher Chun, teacher's wife, please don't blame yourselves. Yin Qinghan's character is mainly due to her family background. It has nothing to do with you two. If anyone should be blamed, it should be me as her husband who bears more responsibility. Seeing the two elders hurriedly apologizing, Gu Xiangyu spoke sincerely. Hearing Gu Xiangyu's words and looking at his expression, Chun Jiubin and Zhang Alian couldn't help but exchange glances, their eyes revealing surprise. The two elders knew that Gu Xiangyu was a person whose emotions could not be hidden on his face. Since Gu Xiangyu said this, it meant he had already unraveled his knots and completely let go of Yin Qinghan. Dayu, your late-stage liver cancer should be better now, right? After a moment of silence, Chun Jiubin cautiously asked. Gu Xiangyu nodded, looking puzzled at his mentor. Dayu, do you feel that something is off about this world? Chun Jiubin continued to ask. Upon hearing his mentor's words, Gu Xiangyu's expression changed. His mouth slightly opened, and his heart raced. Teacher Chun, I feel that something has been very wrong with this world since yesterday afternoon. For example, my late-stage liver cancer has inexplicably healed, and I have awakened an attribute panel in my body. Do you know what's going on? Dayu, have you heard of the brain in a Vadin allegory of the cave theories? Since yesterday afternoon, we have already been in a virtual world. After listening to Chun Jiubin's words, Gu Xiangyu was rendered speechless, unable to respond for a long time. This fact was too shocking for Gu Xiangyu, making it impossible for him to accept. Teacher, has the technology of Water Blue Star developed to this extent? It can hypnotize billions of people and animals globally and make them all enter a virtual world? After a long silence, Gu Xiangyu finally asked dryly. If it relied solely on Water Blue Star's own technology, it would be impossible to achieve this. However, 7 years ago, A big shot from the L-Star system came to Water Blue Star for refuge. She left behind several prophecies for Water Blue Star and some gifts, the most precious of which is the virtual world called Super Yuan Planet. L-Star system? Yes, according to that big shot, L Planet belongs to a level 5 civilized star system, while Water Blue Star civilization is in a transitional phase between level 1 and level 2. Teacher, I have a question. Since the federal government has hypnotized most animals on Water Blue Star, why not just eliminate them instead of keeping them alive with nutritional liquid? Not only does this waste resources, but there is also the possibility of mutations in animals, which could bring deadly dangers to humanity. The high-level officials of the federal government have discussed this plan, and it has been proven to be unfeasible. This is because inducing mutations in animals is merely one of the methods of extraterrestrial civilizations attacking Earth, not the only one. The truly difficult challenge comes from the ferocious beasts of extraterrestrial civilizations. Mutated animals on Earth are actually not that hard to deal with. Killing all the animals on Water Blue Planet would not only collapse the ecological chain, but also hinder humans on the Super Meta Planet from training and improving their combat skills. Entering the Super Meta Planet does not mean that humans can live a peaceful and prosperous life. Various situations that occur on Water Blue Planet will also unfold on the Super Meta Planet. Only in this way can we continuously supply combat talents to Water Blue Planet. At this point, Chun Jiobin paused and said apologetically, Dayu, I'm really sorry. I only learned the true purpose of the Super Meta Planet Plan A few hours ago. Before this, I was too anxious and put you on the selection list. Just throw away the game helmet and game invitation code. Otherwise, it's too dangerous. Teacher Chun, don't worry. Last night, Song Fei asked me for the game helmet and game invitation code, and I agreed to him. In order to avoid worrying his advisor, Xiangyu did not reveal his true intentions and casually brushed it off. Song Fei, that guy is clever. He will probably find out the true purpose of the Super Meta Planet plan in his own way soon. In the end, he may not even want your game helmet and game invitation code. It doesn't matter if he doesn't want it. After all, he has bled a lot for this game helmet and game invitation code. Xiangyu chuckled and recounted how Song Fei actively settled his dismissal compensation, hospitalization fees, and the revenue share from the Blue Flame game. Chun Jiobin and Zhang Alian were left speechless, unable to decide whether to laugh or cry. Song Fei is a classic case of being too clever for his own good. If he finds out the truth, he might be so angry that he spits blood. Just as Chun Jiobin was laughing heartily, his phone suddenly rang. After glancing at the caller ID, he made a shushing gesture to the other two people in the room and then answered the call. After hanging up, Chun Jiobin looked at Xiangyu with a strange expression, hesitating to speak, his face showing a fascinating expression. Chapter 23. Yin Qinghan's mindset crumbled instantly. Chun, if you have something to say, just say it. Are you trying to drive people crazy with your hesitations? Xiangyu felt a strong urge to urge him to speak when Zhang Alian took the lead in speaking. Dayu, you've already become awakened? Chun Jiobin asked with a serious expression. Hearing this from the advisor, Xiangyu could roughly guess the content of the call. He nodded honestly. Your four-dimensional attribute total exceeds 100? Xiangyu nodded again. And you've awakened an S-level talent? Xiangyu nodded for the third time. Dayu, I really don't know what to say now. Just now, Jiang Sherbo from the War Department called me. He praised you endlessly and said that once you're in the War Department, if you encounter any difficulties, you can just find him, and he will definitely help you out. Chun Jiobin said with a complex expression, being noticed by that old man means you can't even give up your selection quota. This can't be. Dayu will face life-threatening dangers when he returns to the real world. Zhang Alian anxiously voiced her concerns. This matter is already beyond our control. Dayu's data triggered the automatic selection logic of the Super Origin Planet. So far, he is the only one who has triggered the automatic selection logic of the Super Origin Planet, which is why that old man is interested in Dayu. Teacher Chun, does this mean my overall strength is the strongest in Water Blue Star? Xiangyu asked excitedly. Dayu, you might be overthinking it. Some elites from the military and police entered the Super Origin Planet for training a long time ago. They are already executing missions on Water Blue Star. So your strength is just that of cannon fodder on Water Blue Star. Seeing Xiangyu's excited expression, Chun Jiobin couldn't help but pour cold water on him. Teacher Chun, it's useless to discourage me. I'm determined to go to Water Blue Star. But, Teacher Chun, there's no but. What did you teach me in school? The great ones act for the country and the people. Xiangyu pleaded, finally convincing the advisor and his mentor to believe that he had enough strength to protect himself. After leaving the faculty housing area of Jiuzhou University, Xiangyu felt an indescribable sense of relief. Remembering the 20 years of wasted time in the world of the great disaster in his previous life, he couldn't help but feel a bit melancholic, realizing it was merely an experience in a virtual world. Although the Super Yuan Planet completely synchronized everything with Water Blue Star, the events he experienced on the Super Yuan Planet basically followed the developmental trajectory of Water Blue Star. However, Xiangyu knew that the Super Yuan Planet was at best a novice training ground. The battles on Water Blue Star were obviously much more brutal and bloody. No, according to Teacher Chun, the Super Yuan Planet is the link connecting all galactic civilizations. It seems to be more important in the history of civilization development on Water Blue Star than Water Blue Star itself. Xiangyu clearly remembered that in his previous life, many alien races and ferocious beasts invaded and destroyed the shelters on Water Blue Star, wantonly damaging the research and construction projects of the human race. Now it seemed that those alien races were obviously trying to curb the development of Water Blue Star's civilization by invading and controlling the Super Yuan Planet. Therefore, the persistence of ordinary people on the Super Yuan Planet was not insignificant. It was as important as the elites on Water Blue Star fighting fiercely. After realizing this, Xiangyu felt much more relaxed. The level he occupied in his previous life was ultimately too low, and he had no access to much information. Xiangyu sighed and drove straight to the real estate transaction center. Xiao Hailings was already waiting with Gu Wanner and Pan Pan at the real estate transaction center for a long time. Xiangyu originally planned to transfer the ownership of the Yueshi mansion to his sister's name and didn't intend to make this trip. However, Gu Wanner insisted on it, and Xiangyu couldn't refuse, so he had to come personally. Before Xiangyu arrived, the Gu Wanner had already completed most of the necessary procedures. After Xiangyu simply queued to sign a few documents, the villa of Yueshi Mansion was successfully transferred to his name. Dad, why is there only your name on the house and not Ponpon's name? Pan Pan, holding the bright red property certificate, suddenly asked with a crisp voice after looking at it for a long time. Because Pan Pan is adopted, not my biological child. Gu Wanner joked from the side. Hearing this, Xiangyu's heart sank. He instinctively looked at his daughter. Sure enough, Ponpon's expression instantly darkened, and tears as small as soybeans began to roll down her cheeks as she opened her mouth and cried out loud. Is there such an aunt? Every day, either jealous of her niece or making her niece cry. Xiangyu glared at Gu Wanner, feeling helpless to criticize. Pan Pan, I'm sorry, and he was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. Annie apologizes to you. Gu Wanner also realized she had misspoken, sticking out her tongue at Xiangyu and hurriedly apologizing to Pan Pan. However, Gu Wanner's joke clearly touched Pan Pan's sore spot, and no matter how they tried to comfort her, she couldn't stop crying. Pan Pan, don't cry. Annie was just joking. You're Dad's biological child. How could you be adopted? Next time, if Annie says you are adopted, you can say she's adopted. Xiangyu patiently helped his daughter wipe away her tears, soothing her gently. But, Grandma and Mom also said Pan Pan is adopted. Pan Pan weakly said. Hearing Pon's words, Xiangyu felt a pang in his heart, while Gu Wanner was furious. Yin Qinghan and her mom are going too far. How can she say that about a child? Gu Wanner said angrily. Gu Wanner, I was just telling the child the truth. How is that going too far? Whether the wild girl is adopted or not, your brother knows best. He is just deceiving himself and doesn't dare to admit it. As soon as Gu Wanner finished speaking, a mocking voice rang in her ears. Gu Wanner turned around and saw that the speaker was Yin Qinghan, and she was momentarily stunned. After Yin Qinghan finished her sentence, she reached out and snatched the property certificate from Pon's hand. After taking a quick look, her eyes widened in shock. Good for you, Xiangyu. You actually bought a villa behind my back. No, this is marital property. My name must be on the property certificate, or I'll sue you in court. Recalling how she had sold her family's land to help her brother pay off debts and was now deeply in debt, reduced to living on the streets, While the Gu Xiangyu she had cast aside was living in a five-star hotel and could afford a standalone villa, Yin Qinghan's mindset instantly crumbled. This lady, I am Xiao Hailings. This villa was a transaction completed today between my client and Mr. Gu Xiangyu, and it has just been transferred, so it does not belong to marital property. The lawyer, who had been watching the drama unfold, couldn't he help but remind her. So what if the house was transferred today? We only divorced the day before yesterday, and he bought a villa today. The money he used to buy the villa must have been saved before the divorce, and it belongs to our marital property. Yin Qinghan glared at the lawyer disdainfully and shouted defiantly. Chapter 24. The Angry Yin Qinghan and the Blacklisted Song Fei Yin Qinghan. Can you have some self-respect? Open your eyes and see clearly whether this money is my private savings before the divorce or my income after the divorce. Seeing Yin Qinghan's unreasonable behavior, Gu Xiangyu was furious. He opened his mobile banking app and pulled up the transfer record from the gaming company that had been sent to him last night. When Song Fei had the company finance transfer money to Gu Xiangyu, he deliberately played a little trick, adding the note cultural relics and mysterious blade to the transfer. Gu Xiangyu hadn't noticed this note at the time, and only realized it when he transferred money to Xiao Hailing just now. Gu Xiangyu could easily guess Song Fei's intentions. The other party simply didn't want to admit any connection with Feixiang Gaming Company, nor did he want to link Gu Xiangyu with a Blue Flame mercenary game. What does cultural relics and mysterious blade mean? Yin Qinghan asked, looking confused as she saw the transfer account and the note. You're still a university student, and you can't even understand these words. I bought a mysterious blade at the antique market yesterday. Song Fei believed it was a relic from the previous Kyushu country of the Federal Republic and insisted on buying it at a high price. If you don't believe me, you can call Song Fei to verify. Gu Xiangyu explained patiently. You. Yin Qinghan naturally knew Song Fei's number and was aware of the strained relationship between Song Fei and Gu Xiangyu. Seeing Gu Xiangyu's confident demeanor, Yin Qinghan easily believed his words, her face turning extremely awkward. How about we remarry? Otherwise, after you leave, who will take care of Pan Pan? Warner will eventually get married. She can't always keep Pan Pan with her. After a moment of hesitation, Yin Qinghan whispered, I'm sorry from the moment you divorced me. We became strangers. Pan Pan has nothing to do with you. Gu Xiangyu interrupted her without hesitation. Gu Xiangyu, I just want to accompany you through the last stage of your life. Don't be a dog biting Lu Dongbin. Unable to recognize a good person's heart, you'd rather leave the house to a wild child than give me a break. You deserve to get a terminal illness. Gu Xiangyu's cold words and indifferent attitude made Yin Qinghan furious and humiliated. She glared at Gu Xiangyu fiercely before cursing and leaving. Originally, buying a villa was a happy occasion, but with Yin Qinghan causing such a scene, the moods of Gu Xiangyu, Gu Warner, and Pan Pan all plummeted. Dad, is Pan Pan really adopted? Pan Pan's innocent voice suddenly rang in Gu Xiangyu's ear, waking him from his endless thoughts. Pan Pan, how can you not believe what Dad says? Seeing Pan Pan still entangled in this topic, Gu Xiangyu remembered the bond between the sweat blood horse and Pan Pan, and a thought flashed through his mind. How about we do a paternity test? You should trust what the doctor says, right? I. Hearing Gu Xiangyu mention a paternity test, Pan Pan was scared. Brother, Pan Pan is just a child and doesn't understand. How can you go along with her nonsense? Don't you know if the child is your own? Gu Warner shot a glare at Gu Xiangyu and scolded him impatiently. I know Pan Pan is my biological child, which is why I'm willing to take her for a paternity test. Gu Xiangyu rubbed Pan Pan's head, smiling broadly. Otherwise, this little fool will always think she popped out from a rock crevice. We're going to the hospital, not just for the paternity test. I also want to get a checkup to see if my late-stage liver cancer is really cured. You should come along for a checkup too. You two really have too much time on your hands. I'm completely defeated by you. Gu Warner rolled her eyes and then took Pan Pan into the back seat of the G63, and the group headed straight for the hospital. After several people paid and collected their forms, they began the long wait for various health checks. Brother, I always feel something is off in this world. Logically, a major catastrophe should make human bodies worse. So how come your late-stage cancer has inexplicably improved? Perhaps at the moment the catastrophe struck, we all died and then entered another world together. Because the existence of the Super Yuan Planet was classified information, Gu Xiangyu didn't want to trouble his mentor, so he dared not tell his sister the truth. If that's the case, then everything makes sense. As long as my brother's illness can be cured, I'd be willing to die. Gu Wan nodded thoughtfully. Silly sister. Gu Xiangyu poked his finger at his sister's forehead, showing a helpless expression. By 2055, medical technology had already advanced significantly. In less than 2 hours, the expedited paternity test results for Gu Xiangyu and Pan came out. Upon seeing that the paternity test similarity reached 99.97, Gu Xiangyu instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. Haha, I'm Dad's biological child. This is fantastic. After hearing the doctor's explanation, Pan shouted with joy, revealing her charming dimples. Auntie, I'm Dad's biological child, not adopted. You're the one who was adopted. Humph. Pan recalled what Gu Wanner had said at the real estate office, and said it resentfully. If you dare say I'm adopted, believe it or not, I'll tickle you. Don't. Dad, save me. After joking around in the hospital, all 3 of their health check results came out. Seeing the perfect health data on the report, Gu Wanner felt a weight lift off her heart. Pan is my biological child. But who is Pon's mother? Why do I have no memory of her? Gu Xiangyu, holding the paternity test, had a bewildered expression. At the Yushi mansion, Song Fei was about to call Gu Xiangyu to ask for the gaming helmet and game invitation code when his phone suddenly rang. What? The Super Yuan Planet program tests and assessments are life-threatening, and anyone with physical attributes below 50 points will definitely die upon entry? Mr. Phone, could you be more specific? Isn't it true that passing the Super Yuan Planet program tests and assessments allows one to enjoy the benefits of federal government experts? How could there be life-threatening risks? Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll give up my selection for the Super Yuan Planet program and honestly develop my own company. After hanging up the phone, Song Fei was left in a daze. After sitting on the sofa and pondering for a while, he couldn't help but dial Chun Jiobin's number again. Teacher Chun, I want to confirm something with you. Is there really a life-threatening risk in the Super Yuan Planet program? At any time, rights and obligations are reciprocal. The federal government is willing to offer the best benefits and treatment precisely because of the extreme dangers of the Super Yuan Planet program. Thank you, Teacher Chun. I misunderstood you before. I'll come by to thank you in person another day. After ending the call with Chun Jiobin, Song Fei realized that his back was soaked with sweat. The face of Gu Xiangyu involuntarily flashed in his mind, causing an inexplicable irritation in his heart. He opened WeChat and casually sent Gu Xiangyu a message. I won't be needing the gaming helmet and game invitation code anymore. You can keep them for yourself. Okay. Song Fei's message was sent less than 2 seconds before he received Gu Xiangyu's reply. Looking at those 2 words, Song Fei suddenly slapped himself hard. How did I suddenly become so foolish? I don't need the gaming helmet and game invitation code myself. I could sell them at a high price. The price of gaming headsets and game invitation codes in the black market has skyrocketed to over 100 million federal coins. Just because I know the Super Yuan Star project is dangerous doesn't mean others do. So how could I easily give up this money-making opportunity? The feeling of regret made Song Fei feel unbearable. After racking his brain for a long time, he finally came up with a way to deceive Gu Xiangyu into giving him the gaming headset and invitation code. However, after sending the message, Song Fei discovered that Gu Xiangyu had actually blocked him on WeChat. Furious and enraged, Song Fei couldn't help but call Gu Xiangyu, only to hear that the other party was already on another call. Song Fei knew that his phone number had probably been blocked by Gu Xiangyu as well. Gu Xiangyu, I curse you. In a fit of rage, Song Fei shouted and smashed his phone into pieces. Chapter 25. Pon's Divine Assist Mr. Gu. Here is your package. Please check it. When Gu Xiangyu returned to the Yueshi mansion, he found a delivery guy waiting at the door. Gu Xiangyu thanked him and opened the package in front of the delivery guy, carefully inspecting the gaming helmet. After confirming that there were no issues, he nodded at the delivery person. After signing the delivery receipt, Gu Xiangyu immediately received a code on his phone. Just as Gu Xiangyu was about to enter the house with his daughter, the delivery guy turned around and pulled out another package from the delivery box. After signing for 3 identical gaming helmets in a row, Gu Xiangyu was puzzled. Why did he receive 3 gaming helmets? Was it possible that the Federation was worried about the quality of his gaming helmet and sent 2 spares? No, this is a virtual world, not water blue star. Gaming helmets couldn't have quality issues. Xiangyu was baffled and couldn't help but called Xiangyu to discuss the matter. Everyone selected for the Super Yuan Planet program is supposed to get only one gaming helmet and one game invitation code. The other two gaming helmets and invitation codes must have been sent to you by someone else. I didn't expect your connections to be this strong. After hanging up the phone, Xiangyu felt even more confused. Do I really have strong connections? Why am I unaware of it? Xiangyu counted on his fingers the people who might have sent him gaming helmets, but after nearly breaking his fingers, he couldn't think of anyone besides his mentor who had enough influence to obtain gaming helmets and would be willing to give them to him for free. While Xiangyu was deep in thought, his phone suddenly rang. Hello, is this Mr. Gu? I heard you have a gaming helmet, and I wonder if you would be willing to sell it. You can name your price. I won't haggle. Hearing this, Xiangyu couldn't help but show a happy expression on his face. It was like someone sending a pillow just when he was drowsy. If you were sincere, you'd come to me with a price. Since you lack sincerity, don't call me again. You're not the only one who wants a gaming helmet. Xiangyu didn't give the caller a price. Instead, he arrogantly dropped that line and hung up, not giving the other party a chance to speak. Song Fei, didn't you say your junior is a country bumpkin who could be convinced with just 10 to 20 million for a gaming helmet? From his tone, it seems this isn't something that can be settled for that amount. In the villa of Building 47 of Yueshi Mansion, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses looked displeased after the call was dropped and glanced at Song Fei. Upon hearing this, Song Fei showed an embarrassed expression and stammered. He wanted to give me the gaming helmet for free yesterday. He must have received other purchase calls today and realized the value of the gaming helmet. So now he wants to sell at a price. Glancing at the WeChat chat records on Song Fei's phone that had been processed, the middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses revealed a strange expression and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, Song Fei. Even someone as shrewd as you can make mistakes. You actively turned down the gaming helmet and invitation code that Xiangyu offered you. If you hadn't found me, I wouldn't have known the value of the gaming helmet either. As someone who runs a gaming company, I'm not short on gaming helmets. Him giving me a gaming helmet as a gift is just ridiculous. What a pity. Such a great opportunity to make money was missed by you. The middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses shook his head and murmured, What price do you think could impress your junior? Since others are trying to buy the gaming helmet from Xiangyu, if we quibble over the price now, it might be snatched away by someone else. Song Fei reminded him, You're right. To me, money is just a bunch of numbers. The benefits and treatment from the federal government are what I truly need. The middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses nodded seriously, acknowledging Song Fei's words. Mr. Huang, let's agree that whether you could buy the gaming helmet or not, the contract we discussed must be honored, as the information I provided to you is genuine, Song Fei said nervously. The middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses nodded, and then dialed Xiangyu's number again. Mr. Gu, your gaming helmet is still available, and I am willing to pay 150 million Federation dollars for it. I wonder if you would be willing to part with it? Upon hearing Huang Su offer a price that was 50 above the market value, Song Fei couldn't help but click his tongue and felt a pang of heartache. If it weren't for his impulsiveness in sending that message to Xiangyu, that 150 million would have been his. However, thinking about the contract Huang Su was about to sign with him, Song Fei's mood lightened again. After signing the contract, it shouldn't be a problem for his company to multiply its profits fivefold this year, right? Huang Su easily got what he wanted this time. After hanging up the phone, he quickly signed his name on the contract that Song Fei had prepared. Song Fei, you probably don't know what you've missed, Mr. Huang said, looking at Song Fei with a hint of sympathy before leaving. Mr. Huang, some things are destined, aren't they? Song Fei said with a bitter smile, not mentioning the deadly dangers behind the Super Yuan Planet program. After starting his vehicle, Huang Su received a text message from Xiangyu with the meeting address. Seeing the words Yueshi Mansion, Building 33 on his phone, Huang Su showed a strange expression. Song Fei, how little do you know about your junior? Looking back at the sign of Building 47 of Yueshi Mansion, Huang Su suddenly felt unsure whether the contract he just signed with Song Fei was right or wrong. A few minutes later, following the directions in the underground parking lot, Huang Su arrived at the entrance of the garage of Building 33 of Yueshi Mansion. Glancing at the G63 and Hummer parked in the garage, A thoughtful expression flashed in Mr. Huang's eyes, and then he called Gu Xiangyu. "Mr. Huang, you arrived so quickly?" Gu Xiangyu was surprised when he answered the phone, then took the elevator down to the garage. After welcoming Huang Su into the living room, Gu Xiangyu made him a cup of tea and then went upstairs to fetch the gaming helmet and invitation code. "Mr. Huang, may I ask how you found out that I had a gaming helmet and invitation code?" Gu Xiangyu asked curiously after completing the transaction. "Of course, this is my imposition, and Mr. Huang can choose not to answer. If you tell me honestly, I will owe you a favor." Before Huang Su could speak, Gu Xiangyu added, "Before answering my question, I am very curious about something. Why did you choose to sell your gaming helmet and invitation code instead of keeping them for yourself?" Huang Su did not answer Gu Xiangyu immediately, but stared intensely at him, as if he would not respond to Gu Xiangyu's question unless he was satisfied with the answer. Gu Xiangyu felt a headache coming on. He shouldn't have asked that question, just as he was uncertain whether to reveal that he had 3 gaming helmets. Pan Pan suddenly peeked her little head from the second floor. "Daddy, my aunt won't let me touch your things, but I think there are 2 gaming helmets in your bedroom. And one of them should be mine, right?" Pan Pan said while waving the 2 gaming helmets in her hands. Gu Xiangyu. "Huang Su. Pan Pan, Daddy is having a guest. It's very rude to interrupt him while he's talking. We'll discuss playing games with Daddy after the guest leaves." At a critical moment, Gu Wanner smiled apologetically at the 2 people in the living room, and then carried Pan Pan back to the bedroom. Chapter 26, Selling a Hen That Lays Golden Eggs. Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu actually has 3 game helmets? Huang Su was stunned for a long time before he managed to swallow, and said with a trembling voice. At this moment, Huang Su's heart was filled with extreme shock, leaving only discouragement and frustration. Huang Su thought that with several listed companies in control over most of the traffic channels in Yuta province, he should be considered a successful person at the top of the pyramid. However, after learning part of the truth about the Super Yuan Planet project, he had struggled hard and exhausted his connections just to barely find a channel to obtain a game helmet and a game invitation code. Yet, the person in front of him, Gu Xiangyu, actually owned 3 game helmets. "Since Mr. Gu knows the truth, I will no longer hide it, and I ask Mr. Want to keep it confidential? Thank you," Gu Xiangyu said with a shy smile. "Mr. Gu can rest assured. I won't say anything about this." Knowing that Gu Xiangyu had 3 game helmets, Huang Su's attitude towards him underwent a complete 180-degree turn. "The question Mr. Gu asked me was something I originally intended to discuss with you, but when I saw Mr. Gu actually selling his game helmets and invitation codes, I hesitated for a moment, not expecting that it was Huang's vision that was too narrow." Huang Su said with a bitter smile. "Mr. Gu, when I was on the phone with you before, I was with Song Fei, and I learned from him that you have game helmets and invitation codes. In fact, I initially thought that Song Fei had game helmets and invitation codes and planned to purchase them from him. Not wanting to bore Gu Xiangyu, Huang Su got straight to the point. Song Fei. Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but examine Huang Su's business card, and then suddenly realized. When Gu Xiangyu received a text from Song Fei in the morning, he was astonished, because Gu Xiangyu had never thought of actually giving the game helmet and invitation code to Song Fei. He was just playing along and intended to casually buy a game helmet outside to get by. So when Gu Xiangyu received the message, he was overjoyed and replied to Song Fei's text, then immediately blocked all of Song Fei's contact information. Gu Xiangyu initially thought that after Song Fei came to his senses, he would use a roundabout strategy to let a stranger buy the game helmet and invitation code from him, then sell it for a profit. Unexpectedly, Song Fei introduced him to a real customer. Mr. Gu probably doesn't know yet, but actually this test and assessment were conducted in the Blue Flame Mercenary game. Logically speaking, the development company of the Blue Flame Mercenary game must have game helmets and invitation codes, but I never dreamed that Song Fei, as the company owner, would not have a game helmet. Hearing Huang Su's words, Gu Xiangyu's expression showed no change. In the morning, when he was a guest at Chen Jiubin's home, Chen Jiubin had already informed Gu Xiangyu about everything regarding the Super Yuan Planet project. Originally, Song Fei could have had a selection quota for the Super Yuan Planet project, but at a critical moment, Chen Jiubin stood up and said a few words, which led to a change in the situation. It seems that Mr. Gu is aware of the situation, while Song Fei is completely unaware of these insider details. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so calm while chatting with me. Seeing Gu Xiangyu's indifferent reaction, Huang Su felt even more bitter. I have heard some things about the conflict between Mr. Gu and Song Fei. I heard that the Blue Flame mercenary game was a leisure project for Mr. Gu after work, but Mr. Gu had no guard up and uploaded the game to the channel platform using the company account. Unexpectedly, this game became a hit, which also aroused Song Fei's greed. Faced with the greedy and cunning Song Fei, Mr. Gu actually talked about feelings and reasoned with him to protect his rights, only to be repeatedly deceived until the game had been operating for nearly 3 years, and he hadn't received a dime in game revenue from you. I was still feeling indignant for Mr. Gu, but I didn't expect that Mr. Gu would have a last laugh, and the fool was actually Song Fei. Hearing about his grievances with Song Fei from someone else, Gu Xiangyu felt a mix of emotions. Originally, Gu Xiangyu admired his senior brother Song Fei greatly, so after graduating, he chose to join Song Fei's company without hesitation. He never imagined that Song Fei would end up quarreling with him over a game to the point of near enmity. Mr. Huang, you are being too harsh. In fact, the ultimate winner in this matter is still Song Fei. After all, he made at least 200 million from the Blue Flame mercenary game, and when the game's popularity waned, he also received 30 million in copyright buyout fees from the federal government. After Huang Su got the answers he wanted from Huang Su, he lost interest in continuing the conversation. He raised his wrist to check the time and said loudly, "Mr. Huang, it's getting late today, and I have things to attend to. Shall we meet again next time?" Huh? Huang Su was getting more and more excited and was planning to chat with Gu Xiangyu for a while longer, but Gu Xiangyu's dismissal took him by surprise. However, after realizing Gu Xiangyu's mystery and strength, Huang Su dared not show any impatience on his face. He could only hurriedly say goodbye. "Mr. Huang, considering that you just told me the answer, I would like to offer you a suggestion before your 4-dimensional attributes reach 80 points. Try to stay on the Super Yuan Planet and avoid other thoughts. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly die." In the garage, after Huang Su's vehicle had slowly driven a few meters, he suddenly heard Gu Xiangyu's cheerful shout. Huang Su felt a jolt in his heart. He turned back to look at the smiling Gu Xiangyu and nodded solemnly in thanks. After leaving the Yueshi Mansion community, Huang Su slammed on the brakes and stopped the car by the roadside, then gasped for breath, his face completely drained of color. It was at this moment that Huang Su realized that his back was completely soaked. The last sentence that Gu Xiangyu revealed to him was incredibly important to him, nearly suffocating him and making it impossible to continue driving. After sitting in the car for a long time, Huang Su finally decided to abandon his original plan. Because Gu Xiangyu not only owned 3 game helmets, but also seemed to know the ins and outs of the Super Yuan Planet project inside and out. Huang Su even suspected that Gu Xiangyu had developed the Blue Flame mercenary game to cooperate with the Super Yuan Planet project. Otherwise, how could the Blue Flame mercenary game become an essential part of the Super Yuan Planet project? While the game helmets that everyone outside was fighting over were completely disregarded by Gu Xiangyu, suddenly, Huang Su's mind flashed with Song Fei's face. Recalling the chat records between Song Fei and Gu Xiangyu, he couldn't help but feel cold. "Song Fei, you must know the dangers of the Super Yuan Planet project, which is why you rejected Gu Xiangyu's game helmet. But isn't it a bit unscrupulous of you not to tell me, knowing that the Super Yuan Planet project is fraught with deadly risks? You thought that after 2 years, the popularity of the Blue Flame mercenary game would fade, and you would be overjoyed with the last wave of profit from the government, without realizing that what you sold was a hen that lays golden eggs. Since you calculated against me, Huang, then don't blame me for being unkind." Chapter 27. When did making money become so easy? As Gu Xiangyu returned to the living room, Pan Pan rushed into his arms, acting cute and persistently asking for a gaming helmet. "Pan Pan, if you want to play games, Daddy will buy you a gaming pod later, and you can play any game you like." Gu Xiangyu pinched his daughter's cheek and said gently, "The content of this gaming helmet is a bit bloody and violent. It's not suitable for children." "Oh." Pan Pan widened her eyes, tilted her head in thought for a moment, and then nodded seriously. Seeing his daughter's adorable expression, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but gently kiss her forehead. "Warner, this is a mercenary game. If you want to play, I can give you this gaming helmet." "I'd rather not. I'm not interested in fighting games. I prefer simulation games." Gu Wanner decisively shook her head in refusal. After refusing, she suddenly remembered something that Xiao Hailing had mentioned to her inadvertently and instinctively said, "Brother." Hailing told me that her dad seems to be looking to buy a gaming helmet related to the Super Yuan Planet project. The Europa Federation government has already inflated it to 3 billion Federation coins, but it's a seller's market. How great would it be if this gaming helmet you have is the one they are all scrambling for? Upon hearing this, Gu Xiangyu suddenly felt that the 150 million Federation coin transfer he just received wasn't as appealing anymore. Wanner, why didn't you tell me this earlier? That guy with the gold-rimmed glasses just bought my gaming helmet for 150 million. Seeing his brother's hysterical reaction, Gu Wanner was full of question marks. It took her a while to process what was happening. Brother, you don't mean to tell me that this helmet is the one Hailing's dad is trying to buy, right? Gu Wanner's voice trembled as she said this. You just need to tell Xiao Hailing that I'm the developer of the Blue Flame mercenary game, and her dad will know what to do. Gu Xiangyu didn't elaborate further, instead signaling Gu Wanner to contact Xiao Hailing. Gu Wanner nodded and quickly dialed Xiao Hailing's video call. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Gu Wanner got straight to the point about the gaming helmet. Xiao Hailing on the other end was taken aback and quickly called her father over. After verifying the authenticity of the gaming helmet and the game invitation code via video, Xiao Hailing's father, Xiao Junjiang, was so excited that his face turned red. Without saying a word, he transferred 500 million Federation coins into Gu Xiangyu's bank account, insisting that Gu Xiangyu keep the gaming helmet and that he would send someone to pick it up immediately. After ending the video call, Gu Xiangyu's head was buzzing. Gu Wanner also felt that everything that had just happened was too surreal. Dad, since the gaming helmet is so expensive, you shouldn't play games anymore. Just sell this remaining gaming helmet. Suddenly, Pon Pon's tender voice rang out in the villa's hall, waking the siblings from their state of shock. Brother, when did making money become so easy? I can't be dreaming, right? A gaming helmet can sell for several hundred million. Doesn't that mean Feixiang Game Company made a fortune? Brother, can you get a share of the gaming helmet? Or can you only get a share of the game? At this moment, Gu Wanner and Pan Pan both turned into money-hungry kids, leaving Gu Xiangyu speechless. Gu Xiangyu had never mentioned his grievances with Song Fei to his sister. It was only after receiving the share from Blue Flame Games yesterday that he explained his income source, fearing that his sister would worry. He never expected that his sister would be concerned about his earnings because of the unusual demand for the gaming helmet. First of all, the Blue Flame mercenary game has been bought out by the Federation Republic. So whether it's the gaming helmet or game shares, it has nothing to do with Feixiang Game Company. Secondly, after I was diagnosed with late-stage liver cancer, I was already dismissed from Feixiang Game Company, and they gave me the full severance package. So even if the Blue Flame mercenary game continues to generate profits for Feixiang Game Company, it has nothing to do with me. Finally, Sister Wanner, we should be content and not too greedy. And you too, Pan Pan. As long as we have enough money to spend, we shouldn't get caught up in money. This gaming helmet is the result of Dad's hard work. Shouldn't we let Dad enjoy it a bit? Gu Xiangyu cleared his throat and earnestly lectured them. Hearing Gu Xiangyu's righteous words, Gu Wanner and Pan Pan both blushed and lowered their heads in acknowledgement. Half an hour later, Gu Xiangyu and the others heard a rumbling noise in the house. When they went outside, they found a private jet had landed on the lawn outside the villa. Hello, Mr. Gu. I was sent by President Xiao to collect the gaming helmet. This is a small token of appreciation from President Xiao. Please accept it. A young man in a Zhongshan suit quickly walked over to Gu Xiangyu and respectfully handed him a high-end gift box. Gu Xiangyu nodded, accepted the gift box, and returned to the hall, took out the gaming helmet, and handed it to the young man. Wanner, what business does your classmate's family do? They're not just ordinary rich. After watching the helicopter leave, Gu Xiangyu opened the gift box and saw 10 heavy gold bars inside. He couldn't help but ask curiously. It seems their family has several mines in the American Federation and the Europa Federation. I'm not very clear about the specifics. I've never asked Hailing. If you're interested, I can help you ask. Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but roll his eyes at Gu Wanner and said irritably, I was just thinking about whether to return some money to them since 500 million Federation coins for a gaming helmet is too exaggerated. Since their family has mines, let's just pretend I said nothing. Although he couldn't continue to earn from the gaming helmet or the game, Suddenly gaining such an astronomical sum of wealth was still something to be happy about. In Villa 47 of the Yuanshe mansion, Song Fei was equally excited and flushed, because he had received a mysterious phone call half an hour ago. The caller informed him that the Blue Flame mercenary game was an important part of the Super Yuan Planet project, and now the helmets of the Blue Flame mercenary game were being sold for nearly 200 million each on the black market. However, the issuance of gaming helmets was restricted by the governments of the 9 provinces federation, the American Federation, and the Europa Federation, resulting in a seller's market. The mysterious caller suggested that Song Fei privately produce the Blue Flame mercenary game helmets and collaborate in selling them, as it would definitely allow them to make a huge profit. After making several calls to confirm that the selection for the Super Yuan Planet project was indeed related to the Blue Flame mercenary game, he was so furious that he smashed things in the living room. Finally, he called back the mysterious caller and agreed to collaborate on producing and selling the gaming helmets. Chapter 28. Wealth Beyond Count. After disposing of the 2 extra game helmets in his possession, Xiangyu continued to focus on improving his strength in preparation for the Super Yuan Planet program test and assessment in a few days. Although his physical 4-dimensional data had already triggered the automatic selection logic of the Super Yuan Planet program, Xiangyu was acutely aware that his strength was still far from sufficient. In his previous life, the heads of those shelters had essentially awakened their talent skills, and their total 4-dimensional data exceeded 200. However, they had no means to fight back against the ferocious beasts in the virtual world. Xiangyu did not feel that he was much stronger now than those shelter heads from his past life, especially since he was returning to Water Blue Star to battle the beasts and demons invading from alien civilizations, which would only increase the difficulty and danger of the fights. This left Xiangyu with a profound sense of insecurity. His low status in his previous life meant that many methods and experiences for strengthening oneself were no longer relevant to him. The only method Xiangyu could think of to enhance his strength before the test and assessment was to repeatedly use his infinite simulation talent to improve his 4-dimensional data, while ideally evolving his talent skill level once more. With resources in hand, he felt no panic. Xiangyu leveraged his finances to actively engage in cold weapon collection. After casually mingling and becoming a familiar face in the community, he began to purchase various cold weapons at any cost. He offered a 20 premium for any cold weapon with even slight uniqueness available on the market, and for those with collectible value, he would even offer a premium of 50 to 200. In just a few days, Xiangyu had spent nearly 500 million federal coins, successfully making a name for himself in the community, being dubbed the biggest spendthrift. However, after seeing the changes in his 4-dimensional attributes, Xiangyu felt that it was all worth it. Name: Xiangyu Strength, 2nd tier Awakened Power, 42 Speed, 23 Physique, 39 Spirit, 45 Talent Skills. Infinite Simulation C-Class can grow. Eye of Truth S-Class can grow. Compared to when he first obtained the Eye of Truth ability, Xiangyu's total 4-dimensional attributes had increased by a full 20 points. It should be noted that previously, after Xiangyu had looted all of Su Deyuan's collection at the Cold Weapon Museum on the top floor of the Qinji Hotel, his total 4-dimensional attributes had only increased by 15 points. This means that the total value of the cold weapons Xiangyu had purchased in just a few days was already comparable to Su Deyuan's collection amassed over half a lifetime, and perhaps even slightly better. Dayu, I see you making a big splash with your cold weapon acquisitions. You must be trying to boost your strength as much as possible before the test and assessment, right? Your uncle Jiang said there are many abandoned and unmined mines in the Jojo Federation. If various metal ores are useful to you, then enhancing your strength this way should be even more economical. As Xiangyu spent money like water, watching his bank balance approach zero, he received a call from Professor Chun Jubin. Professor Chun, why didn't you call me sooner? Dayu, Professor Chun is just an ordinary person. Everything is deduced by your uncle Jiang. If you hadn't made such a big commotion, you wouldn't have received this call. I'm just joking with you. Thank you. Professor Chun, you must be feeling the pain of spending all that money. Forget it, I won't hold it against you. I'll send the maps of those mines to your phone shortly. After hanging up the phone, Xiangyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. After a quick tidy up, he drove out in his Hummer. However, as soon as he exited the community, Xiangyu calmed down. While improving his strength was important, the safety of his sister and daughter was equally crucial. Though the Su family had been quiet for the past few days, Xiangyu did not believe that the matter with them was over, and during the great disaster, any danger could arise. Thinking of the iron pillar he had left at the Yudu Zoo, Xiangyu's heart grew eager. Since everything in the Super Yuan Planet operated autonomously and the federal government's main focus was on Water Blue Star, it was natural that the iron pillar from the Super Yuan Planet could be brought home. Having a beast soldier with third-tier cultivation at home would be enough to handle most dangers. When Gu Wanner and Pampan suddenly saw the iron pillar, they instinctively screamed and rushed to hug it. The iron pillar's appearance was too deceptive. Round and clumsy, no girl could resist its cute act. However, Xiangyu dared not say that he had casually taken the iron pillar from a zoo. Instead, he told Gu Wanner and Pampan that it was a product of the federal government's latest cloning technology. Who knew the two girls weren't interested in the origin of the iron pillar, and even thought that Xiangyu's talking was a disturbance. Seeing the iron pillar having fun with the two girls, Xiangyu felt a bit strange. He had initially thought the iron pillar would become his battle partner, but unexpectedly, it had ended up as a household mascot. Was the iron pillar in reality also tamed by him like the one in the Super Yuan Planet? Suddenly, an exciting thought popped into Xiangyu's mind, making him eager to return to Water Blue Star to find out. Moreover, since the development of the Super Yuan Planet was synchronized with Water Blue Star, killing the animals from a Yudu Zoo in the Super Yuan Planet should not change the fate of Yudu Province's fall. He needed to return to Water Blue Star to truly resolve the situation of Yudu Province's collapse. After dazing in the hall for a while, Xiangyu greeted his sister and daughter and eagerly drove to the nearest mine. 50 minutes later, following the map, Xiangyu arrived at an abandoned mine in the northern part of Yudu Province. This mine had clearly been abandoned for a long time. The entrance was filled with collapsed rubble and overgrown weeds. If it weren't for the map in Xiangyu's hand clearly marking it as a mine, it would have been easy to miss just by looking at it. Xiangyu simulated a long spear, patiently clearing the rubble and weeds at the entrance, carving out a passage and moving forward slowly. This mine was evidently thoroughly developed. After going in for over 10 meters, he saw no metal at all, and he even suspected that the mine had been completely emptied. What if I don't follow the original passage and instead search in another direction? After delving another 30 meters, Xiangyu stopped, and a thought surged in his mind. In the next moment, Xiangyu simulated a knife and directly sliced beneath his feet, cutting the cement floor beneath him as if it were tofu. Then, Xiangyu transformed into a burrowing beast and began to dig deep into the ground. Suddenly, Xiangyu heard a crisp sound, and excitement instantly lit up his face. Under the illumination of the mining lamp, the ore beneath his feet emitted a golden glow. Is this a gold mine? Xiangyu easily pierced the ore beneath him with a knife, extracting a basketball-sized chunk of ore. After using his infinite simulation talent, the metal components of the ore were gradually absorbed by his body, while the impurities fell to the ground. Soon, a gold nugget the size of a fist appeared in Xiangyu's hand, making him beam with joy. I didn't expect my infinite simulation talent could also refine the purity of metals. I won't have to worry about money anymore. Thinking of the many mines on Water Blue Star, Xiangyu's mood surged. Just a basketball-sized piece of ore could yield a fist-sized gold nugget. If he were to visit all the abandoned and unmined mines on Water Blue Star, how much wealth would he accumulate? Xiangyu found that he couldn't calculate anymore. After foolishly smiling for a long time, Xiangyu transformed into a mole again, but this time his movements were even quicker, as if an endless energy had suddenly been injected into his body, giving him a feeling that he couldn't stop. Chapter 29, He will die with rhythm in the following days. Apart from occasionally returning to the city for supplies, Xiangyu spent nearly all his time in the mines. He repeated the actions of searching for minerals, mining, purifying, and modeling every day. Although monotonous, it was extremely fulfilling. By the time he received an encrypted call from the federal government notifying him that he could wear the game helmet and go to the Dragon Sports Arena for testing and assessment at 8 o'clock tonight, Xiangyu had already exhausted over a dozen mines. Time is still not enough. he thought to himself while looking at the nearly 100 mines marked on the map. However, when Xiangyu saw the tremendous changes on his attribute panel, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Name: Xiangyu. Strength: Awakened Tier 3. Power: 55 Speed, 33 Constitution, 54 Spirit, 57 Talent Skills. Infinite Modeling, B rank. Upgradable. Eye of Truth, S rank. Upgradable. Compared to before he entered the mines, the total of Xiangyu's four-dimensional attributes had increased by 50 points, and his infinite modeling talent had successfully advanced from C rank to B rank, raising his strength to Tier 3 Awakened. This is the right way to improve strength. Thinking of the truckload of ores he had, Xiangyu felt even happier. He roughly estimated that the value of that truckload of ores should exceed 1 billion. After realizing that his ability could purify ores, Xiangyu conducted some research on the types and values of ores. He found that the most expensive metal was not gold, but rhodium, which was 5 times the price of gold. Moreover, palladium was also significantly more expensive than gold. Although iridium, platinum, and osmium were not as valuable as gold, they were still worth a lot. Naturally, Xiangyu wouldn't leave these rare and expensive metals in the wild. Instead, like a miser, he happily moved them all to the truck. Now he owed his advisor even more. Thinking about how this time's improvement in strength and wealth was entirely thanks to Chun Jiobin, Xiangyu felt touched and pondered how to better thank his advisor. After returning to the Yueshi mansion, Xiangyu disregarded everything and dove into his bedroom, lying on the bed and falling fast asleep. It wasn't until 6 hours later that Xiangyu woke up to the sound of the alarm clock, fully restored to peak condition. "Dad, are we going out?" Just as Xiangyu greeted his sister and Pan, preparing to leave alone with the game helmet, his daughter jogged over to him, her face filled with excitement, and asked. Xiangyu was taken aback upon hearing this, only to realize that his sister and daughter had all put on light makeup, wore sun hats, and carried small bags, looking ready to go out. "Brother, you didn't forget what you promised us, did you?" Seeing Xiangyu's confused expression, Gu Wanner turned pale. What thing?" Xiangyu felt a bit guilty upon hearing this, his mind racing to recall what he had promised his sister and daughter. "Dad, you promised on the phone yesterday to take me and Annie to the testing site. Annie is especially eager to see you perform in the test. And Pan also wants to cheer for you." Just as Xiangyu felt awkward and at a loss, Pon's voice rang in his ears. Is that so? I don't remember this at all." Xiangyu's expression grew more puzzled. "Brother, you're too much." Gu Wanner was furious upon hearing this. She excitedly said, "How can you deny something you already promised? Dad, you taught Pan that we shouldn't casually break our promises." Pan also pouted and said. At this moment, Xiangyu finally remembered that he did receive a call from his sister Gu Wani yesterday afternoon while he was in a mine, but at that time, due to being in a cave, the signal was intermittent. He couldn't hear clearly what his sister and daughter were saying, and not wanting to spoil their mood by hanging up, he just responded with a few vague affirmations. Perhaps he had promised to take his sister and daughter to the testing site then. In significant matters, one must remain calm. "Wanner, your temperament is even worse than Pon's. Getting all worked up over nothing, and you won't even allow your brother to joke with you?" Xiangyu chuckled mischievously, then picked up Pan and stepped into the elevator. Seeing this, Gu Wanner paused for a moment before quickly following, but her face was filled with suspicion. Is her brother's acting really that good? When Xiangyu and his group arrived at the officially designated assessment location, they found that the area was already in a state of lockdown, with police maintaining order within a few kilometers. After verifying their identities, they successfully entered the Dragon Sports Arena. Xiangyu clearly saw that a large number of people were being stopped outside the security line, and these individuals were excitedly arguing with the police. It seemed they'd spent a lot of money to buy game helmets and game invitation codes, but could not pass the official verification. This made Xiangyu worry a bit. The 2 game helmets he sold shouldn't have this problem, right? "Xiangyu, how did you manage to get into the testing site? Didn't the police stop you?" Just as Xiangyu was looking around, trying to find out if Huang Su had passed the official verification to enter the site, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Turning to look, Xiangyu found that the person speaking to him was Yin Qinghan. Dressed up meticulously, Yin Qinghan looked stunningly beautiful. with long eyelashes and almond-shaped eyes adorned with light purple eyeshadow. The tight-fitting sweater highlighted her already ample bosom, making it stand out like a peak, showcasing her impressive assets. However, at this moment, Yin Qinghan was tightly clutching the arm of a bald man, her ample bosom almost completely pressed against his arm. Looking at Gu Xiangyu's group with disdain and contempt. "Darling, this is your ex-husband, but he doesn't look like a terminal cancer patient at all." The bald man glanced at Gu Xiangyu, a playful smile on his face. "Sweetheart, maybe he's having a moment of clarity." Yin Qinghan called the bald man in a sickly sweet voice, and her malicious words escaped her lips, making Gu Xiangyu frown. "Gu Xiangyu, do you think you're something special just because you bought a villa at a bargain? My boyfriend Su Daoran is the chairman of Qinji Group. As for a villa like the one in Yueshi Mansion, he can have as many as he wants. You people are sick, and not just a little. If you can't afford a doctor, I can lend you some money." While Yin Qinghan was boasting about the wealth of the man beside her, Gu Xiangyu coldly threw out a sentence and led his sister and daughter away. Seeing this, Yin Qinghan was furious, her face turning red, her chest rising and falling dramatically. Quite a sight. Su Daren's expression also darkened, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Darling, I didn't expect him to become like a mad dog now, biting anyone he sees." Fearing that Su Daoran would be angry at her, Yin Qinghan hurriedly apologized. "This has nothing to do with you. But your ex-husband has angered me, and he will die with rhythm." Su Daoran squeezed Yin Qinghan's bosom, grinning wickedly. Chapter 30. First on the three-list brother. "Yin Qinghan is really too much. If I weren't worried about affecting your assessment today, I would have really wanted to scratch her face just now," Gu Wanner said indignantly after entering the gymnasium. "Let's not talk about that woman." Seeing Ponpon's silence, Gu Xiangyu felt a pang of heartache for a few seconds and changed the subject. "Call Qiao Hailing and ask if her father's identity has been officially verified by the United States federal government." Gu Wanner agreed and quickly dialed Qiao Hailing's number. Just as Gu Xiangyu was about to contact Huang Su, he felt someone pat his shoulder from behind, and then a cheerful laugh reached his ears. "Mr. Gu, what a coincidence. I was just about to look for you, but I didn't expect to run into you at the door." Hearing Huang Su's distinctive voice, Gu Xiangyu's heart finally settled. It seemed he wouldn't have to refund the money after all. "It's good that you came in. I saw so many people being stopped outside, and was worried you might be held up too. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Gu. The gaming helmet and game invitation code you transferred to me are officially provided, so there won't be any mistakes. Those people blocked outside obtained their helmets and invitation codes through unreliable channels, so they naturally can't pass the official verification." Huang Su said this with excitement flashing in his eyes. However, Gu Xiangyu's attention wasn't on Huang Su. He was absent-mindedly surveying the competition area and its audience. So he didn't catch the hidden meaning in Huang Su's words. In front of such a large crowd, Huang Su didn't dare to speak too directly. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Gu Xiangyu, he hurriedly left. "What exactly happened in the Dragon Gymnasium in my past life? Why can't I remember it at all?" Gu Xiangyu vaguely recalled that something significant had occurred at the Dragon Gymnasium around this time in his previous life. However, at that time, he was still lying in a hospital and didn't pay much attention to outside events. It wasn't until a long time later that he vaguely heard some fragmented information. "Brother, Hailing said her father's identity has been officially verified, and he has already entered the assessment venue." Just as Gu Xiangyu was lost in thought, Gu Wanner chirped beside him. "All right, then you two can find a couple of seats in the audience area. I'm going to the contestant area." Unable to recall what had happened in his past life at the Dragon Gymnasium, Gu Xiangyu scratched the back of his head anxiously and slowly walked toward the contestant seats. "Gu Xiangyu, this is the competition area. Only contestants are allowed in. You're not trying to remarry me and waiting here for me on purpose, are you?" Just as Gu Xiangyu stepped onto the stairs leading to the contestant area, Yin Qinghan's noisy voice rang in his ears. Gu Xiangyu looked at Yin Qinghan with impatience, wishing he could slap her away. "I'm telling you, it's impossible for us. My boyfriend is not only wealthy, but also holds a selection spot in the Super Yuan Planet program. Do you know how much that spot is worth? It would scare you to death. Once my boyfriend passes the assessment, he can become someone of significance, and, as his spouse, I can also become part of the privileged class of the federal government, enjoying special treatment throughout Water Blue Star. After our divorce, We are from two different worlds. You should stop daydreaming about me coming back to you. Yin Xinghan didn't notice Gu Xiangyu's impatience and continued flaunting her superiority. Excuse me, miss, please step aside. You're blocking the way for the contestants. Just as Yin Xinghan was getting into her groove, a staff member responsible for maintaining order politely reminded her. He is a contestant. Yin Xinghan looked around and realized that besides the two staff members maintaining order, it was just Gu Xiangyu and her. She was momentarily stunned. During the time Yin Xinghan was dazed, Gu Xiangyu forcibly pushed her aside and stepped up the stairs. How could he possibly be a contestant? No, that's impossible. He's just an ordinary programmer. There's no way he could be on the Super Yuan Planet program list. Buying a spot costs over 100 million federal coins. He can't afford it. There must be a problem with the official verification. He must have sneaked in. You guys hurry up and chase him out. Otherwise, it will seriously affect the normal conduct of this assessment. Even seeing the staff respectfully leading Gu Xiangyu in front of him, Yin Xinghan still couldn't believe what was happening in front of her and excitedly pulled at the staff member who was left behind maintaining order, shouting nonstop. Under the guidance of the staff, Gu Xiangyu quickly entered the competition area through the contestants' exclusive passage. There were only a few minutes left before the assessment began, and the other contestants had long been ready, so Gu Xiangyu's arrival didn't attract anyone's attention. Just as Gu Xiangyu sat down, a host dressed in a dark blue suit walked onto the central podium of the competition area with a microphone. Dear contestants and online and offline viewers, good evening. With everyone's eager anticipation and strong support, the Super Yuan Planet program test and assessment is about to begin. Whether you're an expert or elite on the official selection list, or a lucky one who obtained a gaming helmet and game verification code through other channels, I, on behalf of the Federal Republic, congratulate you because you will face a significant change in your life's destiny. This event is divided into a testing phase and an assessment phase. The testing phase is mandatory, and we will test all contestants' physical data. Participation in the assessment phase is voluntary. The host took 3 minutes to explain the rules of the test and assessment, as well as the benefits related to passing the test and assessment, information that contestants could already know through the gaming helmet before today. So, as soon as the host announced the start of the test and assessment, the contestants eagerly put on their gaming helmets and followed the host prompt step by step. Suddenly, everyone felt the chairs underneath them shake violently, and then a refreshing fragrance wafted into their noses, quickly spreading throughout the competition area. These fragrances were composed of high-intelligence, compound molecules vaporized from nutrient solutions, providing the necessary nutrition for the human body. As a feeling of weightlessness came over them, everyone suddenly found themselves in a completely unfamiliar square. The square was boundless, and in the center stood a suspended blue flame sculpture. Everyone was positioned beneath the flame statue, and their previously anxious and uneasy feelings calmed instantly. Gu Xiangyu surveyed the familiar square before him, a look of realization appearing on his face. Because every detail of the Blue Flame Mercenary game was infused with Gu Xiangyu's hard work, but in the end, the game was snatched away by Song Fei. Mr. Gu, although I've spent half a month getting familiar with the Blue Flame Mercenary game, I'm still a bit uneasy about this test and assessment. So please take care of me when it's convenient for you. As Gu Xiangyu immersed himself in memories of the past, Huang Su strode toward him with an expectant expression. Huang Su, but getting worse. You're actually bowing and scraping to a little programmer. What can he do for you? Before Gu Xiangyu could speak, a mocking voice rang in their ears. Su Daoran, if you don't speak, no one will take you for a mute. Although the Qianji group is impressive, in my eyes, it's just that. If you think your little worth can show off in front of me, you're looking at the wrong person. Su Daoran clearly didn't expect Huang Su to be so disrespectful to him. He snorted coldly, glared fiercely at Gu Xiangyu, and then turned to leave. Other contestants who had logged into the Blue Flame Mercenary game were also looking for familiar faces, whispering and discussing among themselves. Mr. Huang, since you think so highly of me, I have a small suggestion for you. The core philosophy of the Blue Flame Mercenary game is trust and never giving up. As long as you keep these 2 words in mind, you should perform well in the assessment. Gu Xiangyu glanced around and, under Huang Su's expectant gaze, gave his advice. After Huang Su left with a beaming face, Xiangyu silently called up the holographic virtual operation interface and made changes to the default settings. Almost as soon as Xiangyu finished the setup, 4 groups of milky white light descended from the sky, transforming into 4 huge virtual screens surrounding everyone. At the top of these enormous screens were the words Strength Ranking, Speed Ranking, Constitution Ranking, and Mental Power Ranking, with the rankings, names, and individual attribute data displayed below. Meanwhile, a series of crisp mechanical prompts echoed in everyone's minds. Dear contestants, your 4-dimensional attribute test results are out. Please check your rankings on the 4 lists. Anyone whose individual attribute data ranks in the top 1,000 should proceed toward the corresponding list. If all 4 attributes are in the top 1,000, please choose the list with your highest individual attribute to move forward. If none of the 4 attributes are in the top 1,000, you may choose any direction to proceed. After 10 minutes, we will announce the final test results based on your proximity to the lists. Upon hearing the system prompt, each contestant immediately looked at the list corresponding to their highest individual attribute to check their ranking. Xiangyu glanced at his 4-dimensional attributes and then looked at the mental power ranking. Soon, a charming smile appeared on Xiangyu's face as he discovered that his game ID was prominently ranked first on the mental power ranking. He couldn't help but look at the other rankings and was delighted to find that, except for the speed ranking, his game ID also ranked first on the strength ranking and constitution ranking. Moreover, his attribute data on these 3 lists far surpassed that of the second-place contestant, with a gap of over 10 points, even reaching 20 points in some cases. Not to mention the difference in individual attributes between Xiangyu and the others beyond the second place. Gradually, others also noticed the exaggerated attributes of the first place on each list, and the entire square erupted in excitement. Wow! The attribute points for the first place on the strength ranking are actually 55, which is more than double mine. The data for the first place on the constitution ranking is also too exaggerated, exceeding the second place by a full 20 points. Someone actually has a mental attribute of 57. Is that even human? Am I the only one who noticed that the first place on the strength ranking, constitution ranking, and mental power ranking displays the game ID instead of a name? And it's the same game ID? Chapter 31, Who is number 718? The candidates on the selection list for the Super Yuan Planet program are mostly older experts and elites, while the players of the Blue Flame Mercenary game are primarily teenagers. Even if the contestants had done their homework on the game beforehand, it would be impossible for them to know the game settings as well as Xiangyu does. Therefore, when over 99% of the names on the leaderboard are real names, Xiangyu's game number 718 appears so out of place and dazzling. Number 718 can't be a military elite. His physical attributes are just too exaggerated. It turns out this game even allows players to hide their names. I've learned that. And I'll try it too. Number 718 must be a veteran player of the Blue Flame Mercenary game. Otherwise, he couldn't be so familiar with the game's operations. Because of number 718's exaggerated physical attributes and unique game number display, he instantly becomes the focus of discussion among the contestants. Fortunately, the Blue Flame Mercenary game is a holographic virtual reality game, and there are no identifying marks displayed above players' heads. So Xiangyu is not worried about his identity being exposed. Mr. Gu, is number 718 you? Huang asked. Mr. Huang, are you joking? I'm just a programmer. How can my physical attributes be so exaggerated? Xiangyu firmly denied Huang Su's suspicion. The reason Xiangyu chose to hide his name on the leaderboard is that he feared standing out would invite trouble. After hiding his name, unless someone knows his game number or physical attributes in real life, it will be difficult to associate number 718 with him. Outside the arena, everyone in the audience saw 4 leaderboards on the huge screen above the gym. When they saw familiar names on the boards, they instinctively screamed and celebrated with those around them. Gu Wan'er silently recited the physical attributes that Xiangyu had mentioned to her before, carefully searching for his name on the large screen. However, after looking through the 4 leaderboards, her expression turned very grim. Each leaderboard only displayed the names of the top 1,000 players by attribute data, but the lowest attribute data in these 4 lists was 16 points. Andy, why do you look so unhappy? And no, not all. Andy, Pan wants to share a little secret with you. Do you want to hear it? What secret? Annie will definitely be very happy after hearing this secret. But you have to give me a kiss first, and then I'll tell you. Gu Wanner was amused by Pon Pon's words. She chuckled, and then gave Pan Pan a heavy kiss on her little face. Annie, Dad's game helmet number is 718. You probably didn't know that, right? Pan Pan urged Gu Wanner to lower her head, then whispered in her ear. Hearing Pon Pon's words and seeing her proud expression, Gu Wanner looked perplexedly at the 4 leaderboards on the big screen. When she saw that number 718 ranked first on 3 of the leaderboards, she hesitated, unsure of what to say. Gu Wanner, do you know how your brother got the game helmet and the game invitation code? Just as Gu Wanner was racking her brain on how to explain to Pan Pan that Gu Xiangyu's game helmet number couldn't possibly be 718, a familiar voice rang in her ear. Seeing Yin Qinghan come over to chat, Gu Wanner frowned in disgust and ignored her. Gu Wanner, are you and your brother stupid? Since you got the game helmet, why not sell it? You know a game helmet can sell for at least 100 million federal coins. Noticing Gu Wanner didn't respond, Yin Qinghan opened her mouth to mock her. But before she could finish her sentence, Pan Pan couldn't help but retort loudly. Dad and Annie aren't stupid. They sold 2 game helmets and made over 600 million federal coins. 600 million federal coins? Yin Qinghan reflexively repeated, then want to scold Pan Pan for lying. But looking at the expressions on Gu Wanner and Pon Pon's faces, she thought about their personalities and realized that this was most likely true. Recalling how Gu Xiangyu suddenly made several 100 million federal coins and how it had nothing to do with her, Yin Qinghan's mood instantly soured, and she looked at Gu Wanner and Pan Pan with jealousy and resentment. Dad also said he wants to achieve good results in this test and assessment so that Annie and I can enjoy the top citizen status of the Federation. Just as Yin Qinghan was dejectedly turning to leave, Pan Pan timely added a final blow from behind. Yin Qinghan wanted to refute that with Gu Xiangyu's physical attributes, it was impossible for him to pass the official tests and assessments. But thinking of those 600 million federal coins, she lost all desire to argue. Pan Pan, well done. Gu Wanner never expected Pan Pan to suddenly become so sharp-tongued, driving Yin Qinghan away with just a few words. She couldn't help but give Pan Pan a thumbs up. Pan Pan never lies. Could the secret she just shared with me really be true? Looking at Pan Pan, who was eagerly staring at the big screen, Gu Wanner suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. Soon, however, she couldn't help but shake her head and sigh, her face revealing disappointment, because she saw her brother heading towards the speed leaderboard, while number 718's highest attribute data was clearly in mental strength. Hey, my brother is heading towards the speed leaderboard. Could it be that his speed attribute data made it into the top 1,000, and I just missed his name because I was careless? Gu Wanner instantly became excited, her gaze returning to the speed leaderboard as she began searching for her brother's name line by line. Gu Xiangyu was unaware of what was happening in the audience and had no idea about Gu Wanner's thoughts. He originally intended to head towards the mental strength leaderboard. However, after taking a couple of steps, he suddenly remembered something. The Blue Flame Mercenary Games Talent Square is surrounded by 4 talent stone monuments. Players can reach the talent square through the teleportation array of the Mercenary Guild after achieving a contribution of 1,000 points and choose different talent stone monuments to enhance their physical attributes. Gu Xiangyu already knew the true purpose of the Super Yuan Planet program. The host wanted the contestants to move towards the leaderboard of their highest individual attributes, probably to make their individual attribute data more prominent. However, what Gu Xiangyu wanted to enhance was his speed attribute, because Gu Xiangyu could improve his strength, physique, and mental attributes through unlimited simulation talent. He had never found an effective way to enhance his speed attribute. So Mr. Gu really isn't number 718? After seeing Gu Xiangyu's direction, Huang Su, who had been silently keeping an eye on Gu Xiangyu, couldn't help but show disappointment. He clearly saw that number 718 speed attribute was only 33, ranking 59th on the speed leaderboard. Huang Su, that bastard, had always treated Gu Xiangyu with respect. I thought number 718 was Gu Xiangyu. If that were the case, I would have to let go of my hatred and even relocate my entire family's influence out of Yuta province. Since number 718 isn't Gu Xiangyu, I no longer need to hold back and can continue observing. In the dense crowd, a chilling gaze swept back and forth over Huang Su and Gu Xiangyu. After clearly seeing the direction Xiangyu was heading, the owner of the gaze instinctively let out a breath of foul air, and a sinister smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 32. Double attribute point reward after finding their names on the leaderboard. The other contestants quickly chose their direction to move forward. However, Xiangyu took 2 steps towards a mental attribute leaderboard before suddenly changing his direction, causing him to fall to the back of the team. As a game designer, Xiangyu was not at all worried about his final test results. Although the Federal Republic uniformly distributed game helmets and game invitation codes to eliminate the possibility of cheating, it did not mean Xiangyu could not find shortcuts to improve his test scores. Every game has its rules, and reasonably utilizing these rules to enhance test scores is a form of cheating that the Federal Republic cannot prohibit. For example, Xiangyu had collected a large amount of internal test data and verified the 4-step breathing method through numerous experiments. This method not only maximized lung and heart functions, but also kept his body in a relaxed state while moving forward. Inhale for 4 steps, exhale for 4 steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. As Xiangyu ran, he mentally recited the numbers, and his limbs instantly became light, entering a very rhythmic pace. His speed increased. Soon, Xiangyu caught up with the main group. Then, at a rapid pace, he overtook one person after another. 2 minutes later, he had already run to the middle of the team. 5 minutes later, he surged to the front of the team, leading the way. By the 8-minute mark, Xiangyu had left the team far behind, just a step away from the talent steal. The huge screen in the gym continuously displayed the test scenes of the contestants in the game. Many faces flashed briefly in front of the camera, but the camera never hesitated to focus on the small group of people at the very front of each team, especially when other contestants were running at nearly the same speed. Moving in sync, Xiangyu stood out with his exaggerated speed, leaving the team far behind, which gave him more chances to appear on the big screen. And look quickly, Dad is in first place, so amazing. Even though Dad's speed attribute is the weakest of his 4 physical attributes, he can still do the best. I must learn from Dad and not embarrass him. Gu had been searching the speed leaderboard for a long time without finding Xiangyu's name, feeling disappointed. However, upon seeing her brother's calm and confident face on the big screen, she almost thought she was dreaming. It wasn't until Pan excitedly shook her arm and chattered nonstop that Gu began to process and accept the fact that her brother was at the front of the team. Could it be that her brother's game helmet number was really 718? At this moment, Gu started to believe Pon's words. Yin Qinghan also saw Xiangyu's frequently appearing avatar on the big screen and couldn't believe her eyes. Given Xiangyu's physical condition, it would be impressive enough for him to rank within the top 1,000 in speed. So how could he be leading the team? In the tense atmosphere of the competition, 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, just as the contestants were desperately sprinting towards different leaderboards. The host announced the end of the testing phase. Recalling that his previous game number had appeared on 3 leaderboards, Xiangyu's expression changed, and he quickly opened the game settings menu for adjustments. Almost as soon as Xiangyu clicked confirm, the old leaderboards disappeared, replaced by new ones. Seeing his name displayed on the speed attribute leaderboard, he showed a look of relief. Was his brother really number 718? Seeing the name Xiangyu at the top of the speed leaderboard left Gu extremely confused. She naturally noticed that the previous number 718 also had a speed attribute of 33, but there were over 20 people with a speed attribute of 33, and several were displayed with game numbers. Huang Su and Su Daoran were equally puzzled. Huang Su had initially ruled out the possibility of Xiangyu being number 718. But after seeing Xiangyu achieve first place on the speed attribute leaderboard, he began to doubt his judgment. Su Daoran was surprised by Xiangyu's speed attribute data and the exaggerated results he achieved in the test, his expression shifting between different emotions. However, including Huang Su and Su Daoran, all contestants quickly lost interest in the leaderboard rankings. Suddenly, a virtual dialog box popped up in front of them. You have completed the testing phase of the Super Yuan Planet program. You can choose to log out of the game or continue to the assessment phase of the Super Yuan Planet program. If you choose to log out of the game, You will receive attribute point rewards and enjoy the status of a secondary citizen of the Federal Republic. If you choose to continue into the assessment phase, you may face the danger of death, but passing the assessment could grant you the status of a first-level or top-tier citizen of the Federal Republic. Behind the virtual dialog box, a 30-second countdown timer was flashing. This meant that all contestants had to make a choice within 30 seconds, or they would be considered to have logged out of the game by default. For the vast majority of people, this was a difficult choice. The water blue star categorizes citizens based on their contributions to society and humanity, with different citizen levels enjoying different benefits. For ordinary people, the Super Yuan Planet program was undoubtedly a chance to leap to success, which was also why game helmets and invitation codes were being sold at astronomical prices. However, when faced with the danger of death, not many could remain calm. After all, choosing to log out of the game also allowed for secondary citizen status, and physical attribute data could be improved, which was sufficient for those seeking stability. As the 30 seconds passed, the host announced the attribute reward measures for the testing phase. Any contestant who entered the attribute leaderboard rankings would receive corresponding attribute point rewards. Contestants ranked from 1,000 to 100 would receive 1 attribute point. Those ranked from 110 would receive 2 attribute points. Contestants ranked from 10th to 6th would receive 3 attribute points. Those ranked from 6th to 4th would receive 4 attribute points. Third place would receive 5 attribute points. Second place would receive 6 attribute points. And first place would receive 10 attribute points. Additionally, congratulations to the contestants who entered the top 1,000 and chose to continue into the assessment phase. You will receive double attribute point rewards. Upon hearing the host announce the specific rules for attribute rewards, both online and offline audiences, as well as all contestants, were in an uproar. No one had ever dreamed that simply participating in the Super Yuan Planet program's testing phase and entering the top 1,000 would yield such generous attribute rewards. They were even more surprised that choosing to enter the assessment phase of the Super Yuan Planet program would double the attribute rewards. It's important to know that after body attributes were templated, almost everyone realized the importance of physical attribute data and the difficulty of improving it. I hit the jackpot this time. Looking at the new data on his basic body attribute template, Xiangyu couldn't help but smile widely. Chapter 33. First encounter with the beast name, Xiangyu Strength, Awakened, Rank 5, Power, 55 Speed, 53 Physique, 54 Spirit, 57 Talent Skills, Infinite Mimicry, Grade B, Upgradable. Eye of Truth, Grade S, Upgradable. This is Xiangyu's attribute template data after receiving rewards. Although his power, physique, and spirit attributes have not changed, the increase of 20 points in speed has compensated for his biggest physical shortcoming, causing his strength to suddenly rise from a rank 3 awakened to a rank 5 awakened, which can be described as a qualitative leap. If he were to return a water blue star now, he should have a certain level of self-protection, right? While Xiangyu was immersed in the immense joy of his strength increase, the host announced that contestants who chose to log out of the game could leave the stadium or go to the audience seats, while those who chose to participate in the second phase of the Super Origin Planet program would remain in the arena, with flashes of white light. The number of people in the talent square suddenly decreased by more than half. Originally, there were over 10,000 contestants, but only about 3,000 remained. The system teleported the more than 3,000 contestants, who were located near different attribute talent stone tablets, to the Mercenary Guild's mission hall. Mr. Gu, congratulations on receiving a 20-point speed attribute reward. Your strength has greatly increased. Huang Su immediately found Xiangyu, his face filled with excitement. Thank you, President Huang. And congratulations to you too. Xiangyu nodded at Huang Su, his gaze towards him carrying more recognition. This was because Huang Su had actually secured the first place on the Spirit Power Test list, earning a 20-point Spirit Attribute reward, which Xiangyu thought was no small feat. It should be noted that Huang Su's Spirit Power Attribute was only 28 points before, and he hadn't even made it into the top 50 on the list. Mr. Gu, the reason I achieved such good results this time is mainly due to your guidance. On my way to the Spirit Power list, I was trapped in numerous illusions, encountering a lot of betrayal and setbacks. If I hadn't kept in mind your words trust and never give up, I probably wouldn't have even made it into the top 1,000. Huang Su said sincerely. President Huang is being modest. One must rely on their own strength. My words are just embellishments. Gu Xiangyu replied indifferently. Sensing Gu Xiangyu's indifference, Huang Su hesitated for a moment and, with a thick face, asked, Mr. Gu, are there any points to note in the assessment phase? Act when the opportunity arises, and act according to your abilities. Gu Xiangyu pondered for a moment and said solemnly, Mr. Gu, when I was at the Yueshi mansion, you reminded me not to have other thoughts when my four-dimensional attributes did not exceed 80 points. Now my four-dimensional attributes are 19, 15, 18, and 48, totaling 100. Does that mean I no longer need to worry so much? Gu Xiangyu's expression darkened upon hearing this. He regretted having spoken too freely before. Mr. Gu, actually, even without your reminder, I noticed that Water Blue Star seems to be undergoing a new round of reshuffling. The Super Origin Planet program is the start of this reshuffle. I don't seek great wealth, just hope to leave some assets for the next generation after this round of reshuffling, so they won't have to live too hard. Since President Huang had noticed it himself, why ask about it? Gu Xiangyu tossed out a sentence and strode away. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Gu. If I can get through this trial, I will surely repay you handsomely. Although Gu Xiangyu did not give a clear answer, Huang Su understood the implied meaning in Gu Xiangyu's words, and his heart finally settled. In fact, during his time at the Yueshi mansion, Huang Su's total four-dimensional attributes were still below 80 points. However, after hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, Huang Su spent lavishly to desperately improve his four-dimensional attributes, finally managing to barely stack his total to 80 points before the test and assessment, and just recently secured the first place on the Spirit Power Test list, which increased his total four-dimensional attributes by another 20 points. Esteemed warriors, welcome to the Mercenary Guild's Mission Hall. Thank you all for your trust and support for the Super Origin Planet program, and for choosing to participate in our assessment activities. The content of our assessment is the bounty missions displayed on the rolling screen on the wall. A solemn reminder to all warriors. Bounty missions carry significant life-threatening risks. Once you die in the game, you will also die in reality. So please prioritize safety, act according to your abilities, and do not gamble with your life lightly. Bounty missions can be completed solo or in groups, with a time limit of 4 hours. After 4 hours, regardless of whether you have completed the mission, those who do not return to the mission hall in time will be considered mission failures. While Gu Xiangyu listened to the host's explanation, he looked around the mission hall in confusion. Slowly, his brows furrowed tightly. Gu Xiangyu noticed something was off about the mission hall. Although the mission hall before him was over 90 similar to the mission hall of the Mercenary Guild in the game, to Gu Xiangyu, a game designer, some small details were fatal flaws. Gu Xiangyu easily judged that the mission hall in front of him was not the one from the game. After scanning through the 4 bounty missions displayed on the rolling screen, he further confirmed his suspicion. This assessment location won't be in the real world, will it? With this thought, Gu Xiangyu's adrenaline surged. Gu Xiangyu glanced around and found that others had not noticed the anomalies in the mission hall and bounty missions. He silently accepted all the bounty missions and quickly left the mission hall. Mission 1. Exterminate the mole rat horde. Earn 200 contribution points for each mole rat killed. Mission 2. Exterminate the red-skinned snake horde. Earn 300 contribution points for each red-skinned snake killed. Mission 3. Exterminate the flying mantis. Earn 500 contribution points for each flying mantis killed. Mission 4. Exterminate the mutated demon bat. Earn 1,000 contribution points for each mutated demon bat killed. After exiting the mission hall, Gu Xiangyu opened the taskbar to check the details of the bounty missions. Since these missions were not the same as the bounty missions in the game, all his strategies for the missions became useless, which left him feeling troubled. If his guess was correct, it indicated that the beasts that needed to be dealt with in the bounty missions had already become an urgent matter for the federal government, and he didn't need to deliberately search for these beasts. After standing at the entrance for a moment, Gu Xiangyu made up his mind and plunged into the vast night. Having traveled less than 100 meters, Gu Xiangyu heard a rustling sound in his ears, and then he felt a slight tremor on the ground beneath his feet. Gu Xiangyu instantly halted his steps, quickly mimicking a foreknife, and scanned his surroundings with a serious expression, while also not forgetting to mimic a piece of titanium alloy armor on his body. Without warning, a sharp pain shot through Xiangyu's toes. Xiangyu reflexively slashed downwards with the foreknife in his hand. The next moment, he felt a warmth on his face, as if the blood of a beast had splattered onto him. Following that, a series of piercing screams filled his ears. Xiangyu's scalp tingled, and he instinctively shifted to the side. However, the speed of the beast was simply too fast, and there were too many of them. Before Xiangyu could react, he was subjected to dozens of attacks. Chapter 34 exaggerated kill count. Even though Xiangyu had manifested a titanium alloy armor, he still felt sharp pains radiating from various parts of his body. Damn, what the hell is this? It can even penetrate titanium alloy armor? Xiangyu grunted in frustration, then activated his Eye of Truth talent to check the beast attacking him. Species: Mouse Strength, Second Tier Beast Power, 27 Speed, 45 Constitution, 31 Spirit, 29 Bloodline, none Skills. Digging A level, Bite B level. After seeing the beast's information, Xiangyu's face twitched. He was actually being bullied by a group of mice. Although the burrowing moles were hidden in the darkness, with some even buried underground, it was difficult for Xiangyu's naked eye to see them. However, under the Eye of Truth talent skill, the burrowing moles appeared like stars in the night, shining brightly in Xiangyu's eyes. With a sinister smile, Xiangyu raised the unfamiliar knife in his hand and, with a light swing, easily slaughtered the dozen or so burrowing moles surrounding him, almost one cut per mole. Meanwhile, the kill count for burrowing moles in Xiangyu's taskbar rapidly jumped from 0 to 17. Looking at his titanium alloy armor, which was riddled with holes from the bites of the moles, Xiangyu chuckled lightly and manifested new, intact titanium alloy armor to cover himself as he continued forward. The hardness of titanium alloy was still insufficient. He thought about crafting a suit of armor from pure titanium later. It seemed that the hardness of osmium metal was also quite good. An armor made from titanium or osmium should be more reliable than titanium alloy. With so many abandoned and undeveloped mine maps in his possession, he just needed to find someone to design the patterns and another to forge them. There was no need to exhaust himself searching for and buying materials everywhere. Xiangyu's mind felt like Pandora's box had been opened, suddenly overflowing with countless thoughts. Inspiration surged in his mind, and his hands never paused. Any burrowing mole within the coverage of Xiangyu's Eye of Truth, whether on the surface or underground, whether they actively attacked him or not, would be met with his blade without hesitation. Because burrowing moles hid underground for long periods and preferred to act at night, they had become the most troublesome beasts for the federal government, without exception. However, these moles that left the federal government helpless were like straw in front of Xiangyu, unable to fight back, merely allowing him to harvest their lives. In less than half an hour, the kill count for burrowing moles in Xiangyu's taskbar surpassed 3 digits, and the number continued to rise rapidly, seemingly provoked by Xiangyu's reckless killing. The number of burrowing moles did not decrease after he killed over 100. Instead, more and more burrowing moles surged towards him. To avoid any mishaps, Xiangyu wrapped himself completely in the titanium alloy armor he manifested, even covering his hands. He simply wielded his knife in front and charged straight into the crowd of burrowing moles. One by one, the burrowing moles leaped high, opening their mouths wide to bite at Xiangyu. The sharp teeth glinted with a cold light. As flashes of blade light cut through the air, the burrowing moles were sliced in half mid-air by Xiangyu. Although many of the moles' attacks landed on Xiangyu due to their lack of agility, causing him to suffer some injuries and even bite through his titanium alloy armor, the attacks were not fatal. Compared to the extreme pain he had endured in his previous life, these injuries were hardly even an itch, so Xiangyu paid them no mind. An hour later, the kill count of burrowing moles in the taskbar had already exceeded 500, yet the rising speed of the kill data showed no signs of slowing down. The strong smell of blood gradually spread throughout the forest. Burrowing moles from all directions rushed towards Xiangyu, surrounding him like a torrent. The burrowing moles had gone mad, ignoring casualties as they pounced on Xiangyu, desperate to devour him. Xiangyu was equally frenzied, ignoring the increasing number and aggression of the moles. simply swinging his unfamiliar knife like a meat grinder, harvesting the lives of the moles around him. At first, the moles' attacks could still hurt Xiangyu. Gradually, once he became familiar with their attack patterns, he was able to dodge most of their strikes due to his powerful mental strength and speed. Thus, the battle between Xiangyu and the burrowing moles had transformed from a balanced struggle into a one-sided massacre. When there were no living, burrowing moles left around him, Xiangyu was drenched in their blood, and his wrists felt slightly sore. At this moment, the bodies of burrowing moles had piled up around him like a mountain. Xiangyu instinctively glanced at the kill count in the taskbar. 1350. Seeing this exaggerated number, he silently calculated how many contribution points he could exchange for and couldn't help but grin foolishly. Over 2 hours had passed, and he wondered how the other participants were doing with their bounty tasks. Xiangyu glanced at the countdown timer for the bounty task, feeling a bit unsatisfied. It was at this moment that he realized he had unknowingly walked into the burrowing mole's lair while killing them, and he had lost track of how far he was from the task hall. After determining his direction, Xiangyu quickly turned back. He didn't intend to return to submit the task just yet. He thought that the area he was in seemed to be the mole's territory, and after clearing them out, there were no other beasts nearby. Thus, Xiangyu wanted to go to the other end of the task hall to kill beasts for more contribution points. However, just as Xiangyu approached the task hall, several figures blocked his path. In Xiangyu's puzzled gaze, Su Daoran walked out of the task hall with a cold smile on his face. "You little brat, your patience is impressive, hiding out here for so long, making me wait for you in the task hall for over 2 hours." Su Daoran looked Xiangyu up and down, speaking in a sarcastic tone. "Is there something you want?" Xiangyu shot Su Daoran a sideways glance and asked irritably, "What the hell have you been doing in the real world, that you're so oblivious? You actually asked me if there's something wrong? Do you think I have nothing better to do than wait here for you?" Su Daoran's temper flared up at Xiangyu's words. "Are you crazy? The assessment time is so precious. Why aren't you out hunting beasts? Why are you waiting for me at the task hall? I'm not your father. You don't need to be so polite with me. You're driving me crazy. Everyone come at him. Cut him up for me. If we can't kill him in the game, we'll deal with him after the assessment is over. I don't believe we can't handle this little brat." Su Daoran was nearly spitting blood from anger at Xiangyu's words, and after reddening with rage for a while, he finally gasped out orders. Chapter 35. The clever ones outsmart themselves, leading to your doom at Su Daoran's command. 6 middle-aged men in tight-fitting clothes quickly spread out, skillfully positioning themselves to surround Xiangyu in the center. Su Daoran, the scarred 6th, was just a small leader in the Qianhong Casino. If he could assess the situation and not oppose me, why are the Su family members so much more foolish? Even lacking the intelligence of a small-time casino leader? Seeing the confident demeanor of Su Daoran and the 6 middle-aged men, Xiangyu couldn't help but sigh. The Water Blue Star is facing a strong invasion from an alien civilization in a perilous situation. If Su Daoran and his 6 companions could pass the test of the Super Yuan Planet program, and with the Su family holding significant power in Yuta province, Xiangyu sincerely didn't want to continue trouble with them if the Su family was willing to let go of their grudges. "Little brat, do you think that because you topped the speed attribute test during the evaluation, you are invincible? Didn't you notice that the first place in the power attribute test was taken by my Su family?" Scarred 6 said your overall 4-dimensional attributes exceeded 120 and strongly advised us not to provoke you further. I did indeed hesitate for a long time before deciding not to seek trouble with you. But during the evaluation, you accidentally revealed your weakness. Your highest speed attribute is only 33 points. How strong can your other attributes be? With that level of strength, you can't possibly intimidate the Su family. Seeing Xiangyu still pretending to be calm at this point, tried to intimidate him with words, Su Daoran couldn't help but sneer. After finishing his speech, Su Daoran lost interest in continuing the conversation with Xiangyu, making a throat-slitting gesture to the 6 middle-aged men before turning to head toward the mission hall. Just as Xiangyu was preparing to dismiss the 6 middle-aged men surrounding him and continue with his bounty mission, a burly man in his 40s approached him with a sinister smile, his eyes filled with deep-seated hatred. "Xiangyu, actually the second master never intended to deal with you. It was I who repeatedly requested the second master to avenge the eldest master. The eldest master saved my life and recognized my worth. So if the second master wants my loyalty, he must avenge him. By the way, my overall four-dimensional attributes exceed 200 points, with the power attribute alone reaching 61 points. So don't even think about resisting in front of me. Just obediently pay with your life for the eldest master. As soon as the burly man finished speaking, he reached out with his large hand like a fan, forcefully grabbing at Xiangyu's arm. In the next second, a cold light flashed, and the burly man's arm was severed. Without pausing, Xiangyu swiftly sliced off the limbs of the burly man. The poor burly man, overconfident, couldn't even unleash half of his strength before being reduced to a mere human stick. He didn't even have time to scream before fainting from the extreme pain. After incapacitating the burly man, Xiangyu's gaze swept over the other 6 middle-aged men surrounding him. Under Xiangyu's stare, the 5 men who had previously looked down on him instinctively took a step back, their eyes flickering nervously. It's important to note that the burly man's four-dimensional attributes had already surpassed 200, making him the strongest among them, which was why Su Daoran had made every effort to win him over. However, their strongest companion, the burly man, couldn't withstand even one of Xiangyu's strikes and fell to the ground without any resistance. This left them shocked and filled their gazes with fear and despair. "Do you have anything to say to me?" Xiangyu asked. "Forget it. Whether you speak or not is no longer important. Since you're all together, you could die together. I cannot show favoritism." As Xiangyu spoke, his blade was already swinging. Although the middle-aged men surrounding Xiangyu were not weak, their morale had collapsed after their companion, the burly man, was killed. Xiangyu's four-dimensional attributes, especially his speed, completely overwhelmed them. Moreover, Xiangyu wielded a blade capable of cutting through iron, while they had to fight barehanded. In less than 10 breaths, Xiangyu had severed the limbs of the 5 middle-aged men, leaving them to lie in a pool of blood, wailing. At that moment, Su Daoran had just entered the mission hall. Hearing the horrific screams and wails behind him, he thought his subordinates were torturing Xiangyu. Wearing a cold smile and too lazy to look back, "Su Daoran, your Su family members have all left. You're not needed anymore. Why don't you go keep them company?" Suddenly, Su Daoran felt darkness before his eyes as someone blocked his path. Seeing the figure in front of him, Su Daoran stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. They. Su Daoran stammered for a long time, realizing he couldn't form a complete sentence. He turned his head back with great difficulty and instantly turned pale, his body going limp as he collapsed to the ground. "No, it's impossible." Su Chao's four-dimensional attributes have already surpassed 200 points. His strength can kill you instantly. How could he be killed by you? Each of the 6 men had four-dimensional attributes exceeding 120 points. Even in a one-on-one fight, they could handle you. How could they lose in the end? What is your total four-dimensional attribute, and how strong are you really? Su Daoran couldn't accept the reality before him. Xiangyu's total four-dimensional attributes were supposed to be around 120 points. Even if he received a 20-point speed attribute reward, it would only be about 140 points. Furthermore, before the great disaster struck, Xiangyu was just a powerless programmer, while all those nurtured by his family were martial arts experts. In Su Daoran's view, it should have been a piece of cake to kill Xiangyu during the evaluation phase. How did it end up like this? Thinking back to how the family had almost gambled everything on this Super Yuan Planet program, pouring all resources into the 7 of them, purchasing game helmets, game invitations, and enhancing their four-dimensional attributes, which not only consumed all the family's liquid assets, but also incurred huge debts of gratitude. Yet now, because of one wrong decision, the family team, which had the advantage in the Super Yuan Planet program tests and evaluations, was completely wiped out. Su Daoran regretted it deeply. Su Daoran, the intelligence of your Su family truly doesn't compare to that of a small-time casino leader. So there's no need for the Su family to continue existing, don't you think? Just as Su Daoran hesitated whether to beg Xiangyu for mercy, the blade in Xiangyu's hand pierced Su Daoran's throat like lightning. Before his consciousness fell into darkness, Su Daoran saw the coldness in Xiangyu's eyes and heard the indifference in his voice. Chapter 36, Stirring Up a Hornet's Nest After Killing Su Daoran. Gu Xiangyu found the screams and wails of the other members of the Su family too piercing. He frowned and walked directly to a few people, giving each of them a knife to end their suffering. Almost at the same time, Gu Xiangyu killed the last member of the Su family's team. His taskbar showed changes in both the types and numbers of beasts killed. Red-skinned snake kills, 28. Flying mantis kills, 11. Mutant démon by kill, 12. Could it be that the authorities are monitoring all participants in the assessment via satellite? Gu Xiangyu immediately noticed the changes in his taskbar. He looked up at the pitch-black sky, a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Gu Xiangyu did not linger near the task hall for too long. Aiming in a direction completely opposite to the territory of the ground moles, he hurried forward. Soon, Gu Xiangyu encountered other participants who were completing bounty tasks. To his surprise, he found that these participants were mostly grouped in 3s and 5s to hunt beasts. Upon seeing Gu Xiangyu approach, these teams warmly invited him to join them in their bounty tasks. Gu Xiangyu hesitated for a moment but ultimately declined their invitation. On one hand, the beasts near the task hall were mostly 2nd or 3rd tier, which Gu Xiangyu could handle independently. More importantly, he did not want to expose his talent skills and true strength in public. However, when he saw other participants in danger while hunting beasts, Gu Xiangyu would decisively step in to help. Along the way, he killed quite a few red-skinned snakes, as well as 2 flying mantises and 1 mutant demon bat. Each time he encountered a new beast, Gu Xiangyu would immediately use his true eye talent to check the beast's information. The 4-dimensional attributes of the red-skinned snake were decent. Aside from its outstanding speed attribute of 50 points, the only thing to watch out for was its sea-level deadly poison talent, making its overall strength comparable to that of a ground mole, both being 2nd-tier beasts. The 4-dimensional attributes and talent skills of the flying mantis and the mutant demon bat, however, made Gu Xiangyu frown. The flying mantis was actually a 3rd-tier monster and possessed S-level jumping talent, as well as S-level cutting talent. The mutant demon bat was also a 3rd-tier monster, with S-level nightmare talent and A-level sonic attack talent. Fortunately, the numbers of flying mantises and mutant demon bats were scarce, unlike the abundant ground moles and red-skinned snakes. Otherwise, it was likely that all participants in this assessment would be wiped out. Just as this thought crossed Gu Xiangyu's mind, he suddenly felt the ground give way beneath his feet, and his body involuntarily began to fall. In a panic, Gu Xiangyu quickly manifested a dozen shields and threw them beneath him, then used his true eye talent to survey the surroundings. Upon looking around, Gu Xiangyu was nearly terrified out of his wits. All around him were densely packed ground moles and mutant demon bats. A rough estimate placed their numbers at least in the thousands. Damn, are these beasts becoming intelligent? They actually know how to set traps? Seeing the ground moles ignore his presence and continue to gnaw at the surface above, Gu Xiangyu felt a shiver run down his spine. The mutant demon bats also seemed oblivious to Gu Xiangyu's arrival, remaining motionless attached to the top cliffs of the cave. After about 10 seconds, Gu Xiangyu heard a crisp sound as the shields hit the ground. Soon, Gu Xiangyu's body also fell to the ground. Mr. Gu, I didn't expect you to fall into the trap as well. What should we do now? Just as Gu Xiangyu was preparing to survey his surroundings, a familiar voice reached his ears. Mr. Huang, when did you fall into this pit? Can you tell me about the situation here? Encountering a familiar face in a desperate situation, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but feel delighted. Well, I don't really know how to explain it. After leaving the task hall, it felt like a voice in my head was urging me to walk in this direction, and then I inexplicably fell into this cave. After falling in, I initially wanted to kill those mutant demon bats on the ceiling, but even though they were just lying there, my attacks couldn't reach them. All I could do was watch as one participant after another fell from above. Originally full of energy and vitality, Huang Su now looked pale and dispirited, speaking in a lackluster manner, with no spark in his eyes. It seemed he had been mentally tormented by the mutant demon bats to the brink of collapse. Unable to extract any useful information from Huang Su, Gu Xiangyu ignored him and began to survey the cave he was in, as well as the trap above. After a thorough examination, Gu Xiangyu was certain that this was a natural cave. Originally, the surface above the cave should have been intact, allowing people to walk normally without issue. However, The ground moles seemed to be hypnotized by the mutant demon bats, tirelessly digging and tearing at the surface above, turning what was once intact into a series of deadly traps. Besides Xiangyu and Huang Su, there were over 100 other participants in the cave. Most of these people were severely injured and unconscious, with only a small number still awake. However, their mental states were even worse than Huang Su's. Their eyes blankly staring ahead, showing no awareness of Xiangyu's arrival. It seemed that the mutant demon bats had not refrained from attacking the participants in the cave. They had already begun their assault. However, Huang Su had a decent mental attribute, allowing him to accidentally escape the attacks. Remembering the two talent skills of the mutant demon bat, Xiangyu's expression grew serious. After a moment's thought, he manifested a longbow and a large number of arrows. Aiming at a mutant demon bat above, Xiangyu pulled the bowstring back fiercely and shot an arrow. With a crisp sound, a mutant demon bat that had been steadily perched on the cave's ceiling fell to the ground. Xiangyu's taskbar reflected an increase in the number of mutant demon bats killed. It seems I need to practice my archery more. I clearly aimed to shoot the bat next to it, but ended up missing. Xiangyu did not feel excited about successfully killing a mutant demon bat. Instead, he reflected on his shortcomings. In the time that followed, Xiangyu continually drew his bow and shot arrows. The bats on the cave ceiling were so densely packed that even without aiming carefully, he could kill one mutant demon bat with each shot. In just half a minute, Xiangyu had killed over 10 mutant demon bats. Huang Su initially thought that Xiangyu was like the other participants, who could only wait for death after falling into the cave. When he saw Xiangyu pull out a bow and arrows like magic, shooting down one mutant demon bat after another with precision, he was left speechless, utterly amazed by Xiangyu's skill. Mr. Gu, can I team up with you? My bounty task, bar shows 0 for both the types and numbers of beasts killed, and I can't pass the assessment. I can pay you. For each beast you kill, I'll give you 10 million federal coins. Realizing that he had a chance to pass the assessment on Super Yuan Star, Huang Su's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly pleaded, "You should first think about how to save your life." Xiangyu threw down his bow, an arrow, picked up a shield from the ground, and tossed it to Huang Su. Xiangyu then quickly ran to a secluded corner. After Xiangyu had shot down a dozen of their companions, the mutant demon bats that had been watching from the cave's ceiling finally recognized the danger and suddenly became agitated. With a series of high-pitched screeches, hundreds of ground moles shot towards Xiangyu like arrows released from a bow. Chapter 37, I Can Kill You to Bankruptcy. Seeing the mutated bat standing still, only the burrowing mice were attacking him. Xiangyu instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. Xiangyu even calmly threw a team invitation to Huang Su, thinking that Huang Su was simply a wealth bringer. Killing a fierce beast rewards 10 million federal coins. I can kill you to bankruptcy, Xiangyu silently thought. Just as Xiangyu held the unfamiliar blade across his chest, preparing to collect the lives of the burrowing mice, he heard Huang Su's anxious shout, "Mr. Gu, be careful of the mutated bat's nightmare attack and sound wave attack." As soon as Huang Su's words fell, Xiangyu felt a sharp pain in his eardrum, as if something were trying to drill into his mind. At the same time, mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared before his eyes. The tragic experiences of his past life flashing before him like a movie. Perhaps it was because Xiangyu's mental attribute was stronger than that of the mutated bat. He merely shook his head, and the bloody images vanished. The mutated bat's nightmare skill had failed to trap Xiangyu in a nightmare state. However, in the brief moment that Xiangyu was dazed, hundreds of burrowing mice had already pounced on him, biting him wildly, some even using their drilling skills to burrow into him. Feeling the pain surge like a tide, Xiangyu couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. If it weren't for the thick titanium alloy armor he had materialized on himself in advance, he would have already lost his life in that moment. Mr. Gu, plug your ears and try to hold your breath. The mutated bat's sound wave attack will be greatly reduced. Seeing Xiangyu being overwhelmed by the burrowing mice, his face pale with fear, Huang Su shouted loudly. Xiangyu nodded gratefully at Huang Su. In the next second, Xiangyu materialized a metal piece to seal his ears tightly, leaving no gaps whatsoever. After eliminating the possibility of a mutated bat's sound wave attack, Xiangyu then looked at his titanium alloy armor, now riddled with holes, and his bloodied body. To his horror, he discovered that several burrowing mice had already burrowed halfway into his body. The extreme pain nearly made Xiangyu faint. But the resilient nerves honed during the cataclysm in his previous life kept him gritting his teeth, maintaining his awareness. A few little mice want my life? No way. Xiangyu roared, then swiftly pulled out all the burrowing mice that were about to drill into him. He didn't bother to clean or care for his wounds, quickly materializing a new titanium alloy armor on his body to protect himself. After doing all this, Xiangyu grinned savagely and wielded the unfamiliar blade, focusing on dealing with the burrowing mice around him. Without the mutated bat's sound wave attack, its nightmare attack was also ineffective against Xiangyu, and the battle returned to a rhythm he was familiar with. With every strike of his blade, burrowing mice were sure to meet their end. Su had initially thought that under the combined attacks of the mutated bat and the burrowing mice, Xiangyu would surely meet a tragic fate, perhaps even being gnawed to the bone. Just as Su had lost hope for Xiangyu, he suddenly noticed the numbers in his bounty taskbar rapidly changing. Burrowing mice killed 1. Burrowing mice killed 14. Burrowing mice killed 77. At first, Su thought he had entered a nightmare state, biting his tongue to wake himself up. But when he looked at the bounty taskbar again, he found that the number of burrowing mice killed was still rapidly increasing. He couldn't help but look in the direction of Xiangyu in confusion. Then Su's eyes widened, mouth agape, producing a series of meaningless sounds. The nearly invincible burrowing mice in Su's eyes were being swatted down by Xiangyu as if they were flies, each strike landing perfectly with no chance to escape. In just a moment, the hundreds of burrowing mice that had overwhelmed Xiangyu's body had all become corpses piled at his feet. After clearing out the burrowing mice, Xiangyu's gaze fell upon the numerous mutated bats on the cave wall. Xiangyu activated his talent skill, True Eye, and the four-dimensional data of the mutated bats clearly presented itself before him. Species: Bat Strength, Tier 3 Fierce Beast Power, 31 Speed, 47 Constitution, 32 Spirit, 49 Bloodline, None Skills, Nightmare, S Grade, Sound Wave Attack, A Grade. Without its minions, you're nothing. After confirming that the four-dimensional attributes of the mutated bat were indeed trash, Xiangyu had no more reservations. The only headache for Xiangyu was that the mutated bat was a flying creature with decent speed, even though his attributes completely overwhelmed the mutated bat. Killing it was not going to be an easy task. After shooting down a few mutated bats with his bow, Xiangyu dejectedly put down his bow. With the mutated bats now on guard, it was a luxury to even hope to hit them with his poor archery skills. Just as Xiangyu was about to leave with Su, he accidentally caught sight of over 100 injured contestants in the cave, feeling a pang of compassion. Xiangyu knew that while he and Su could safely leave, the remaining people might have to pay with their lives here. I got it. Xiangyu suddenly remembered exploring an abandoned mine over 10 days ago, where the surroundings were filled with animal remains. After entering the mine, he also felt dizzy and nauseous, and it was only by holding his breath that he avoided fainting. He had been startled at the time, thinking he had entered a paranormal scene. It was only after absorbing the metal in the mine that he understood the reason for the remains surrounding the mine. It turned out that this mine was rich in metallic mercury, and its toxicity was extremely strong. It not only poisoned all the animals that entered the surrounding area, but also made the plants growing nearby contain deadly toxins, continuously emitting toxic gas. I hope this method works. Xiangyu glanced at the thousands of mutated bats in the cave, and then materialized a long stick, wildly smashing it at the mutated bats. Any mutated bat hit by Xiangyu's stick would basically have its head smashed and lose its life. Mutated bats killed 1. Mutated bats killed 7. Mutated bats killed 23. Su's bounty taskbar began to change again with the number of fierce beasts killed. Mr. Gu, are you venting your anger? Su didn't believe Xiangyu had the ability to kill all the mutated bats in the cave. Even with Xiangyu's speed attribute reaching 53 points, He could only look on helplessly in front of the flying mutated bats. Mutated bats killed, 78. Mutated bats killed, 199. Mutated bats killed, 461. When Huang Su saw Xiangyu sweating profusely, nearly exhausted, yet having only killed less than 30 mutated bats, he became even more convinced of his guess. Just as Huang Su was about to call Xiangyu to take a break and discuss how to deal with the mutated bats, he saw the number of mutated bats killed in his bounty task bar suddenly increase by dozens or even hundreds, leaving him dumbfounded. Chapter 38. The killing demon. In others' words, did Mr. Gu hide his strength before, and is this now his true power? As Huang Su saw the number of mutant bats killed skyrocketing at an exaggerated speed, he couldn't help but feel a storm of emotions rising in his heart. He instinctively looked towards the direction where Xiangyu was. He saw Xiangyu driving all the mutant bats into a corner, and the corpses of the mutant bats killed by him were all thrown into that corner. Xiangyu was simply waving his stick quickly, not allowing the mutant bats to fly out of that corner, and he wasn't using the stick to kill the bats. Yet, the kill count for the mutant bats in the bounty taskbar was still rapidly increasing. When the final kill count for the mutant bats settled at 243, there were no living mutant bats left in the cave. Mr. Gu, what is going on? Huang Su asked in confusion, taking off the torn fabric stuck in his ear. However, Xiangyu was currently exhausted both physically and mentally. He sat down on the ground, panting heavily, even forgetting to put away the metal piece covering his ear. It took Huang Su several questions before Xiangyu realized that the metal piece was still blocking his ear. I have a talent skill for spatial storage. I placed a lump of metallic mercury in my internal space earlier, and I just used that lump of metallic mercury to poison the mutant bats, Xiangyu explained softly, discreetly taking off the metal piece from his ear and picking up the metallic mercury from the ground. Upon hearing Xiangyu's explanation, Huang Su suddenly understood, and his gaze towards Xiangyu was filled with envy and admiration. He never expected Mr. Gu to awaken a talent skill. No wonder Mr. Gu was so powerful. If it were anyone else, even with Mr. Gu's talent, they wouldn't be able to annihilate all the mutant bats here. If it weren't for Mr. Gu today, I would probably have lost my life here. I'm extremely grateful, Huang Su expressed. There's no need to be so polite, Mr. Huang. Your bounty task should be completed now, and the assessment results won't be too bad. I wonder if the promise you made before still stands? Xiangyu said with a smile. Huang Su was taken aback upon hearing Xiangyu's words, and then he remembered what he had said before. To complete the bounty task, he had begged Xiangyu to team up with him to hunt the beasts, promising him 10 million federal coins for each beast killed. At that time, Huang Su thought it would be great if Xiangyu could kill a dozen beasts, and he would only need to pay over 100 million to pass the final assessment of the Super Yuan Planet program. However, looking at the current beast kill count in the bounty taskbar, even with his wealth, Huang Su felt a pang in his heart. Groundhog kill count, 576. Mutant bat kill count, 243. Since we agreed on 10 million per beast, I naturally won't go back on my word. Once the assessment is over, I will immediately transfer 1 billion to Mr. Gu, of which 1 billion is the agreed reward, and the remaining 2 billion is to repay Mr. Gu for saving my life, Huang Su said decisively after weighing it in his heart. Xiangyu originally thought that upon seeing the kill data for the beasts, Huang Su would go back on his promise or try to bargain. He never expected Huang Su to agree so readily to fulfill his promise, which made Xiangyu view him in a new light. Thinking about the 2 billion federal coins he would soon receive, Xiangyu couldn't help but smile and felt a bit closer to Huang Su. Huang Su was equally delighted. With multiple publicly listed companies, he wasn't lacking in money. What he lacked was social status and a sense of security. By passing the assessment of the Super Yuan Planet program, he could become a top citizen of the Federal Republic, a privilege that money couldn't buy, especially since he had also gained Xiangyu's friendship. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they realized that there were only a few minutes left in the countdown to the end of the assessment. They, along with the other conscious participants in the cave, carried the severely injured participants out of the cave and returned to the task hall together. When Xiangyu and the others arrived at the task hall, There were only a few minutes left in the countdown to the end of the assessment. Almost all the surviving participants had made it to the task hall. Those who hadn't arrived were mostly dead at the hands of the beasts. Have you heard? There's a tough guy among us. He killed 7 people at the entrance of the task hall without even blinking. Really? The people on the selection list for the Super Yuan Planet program are either experts or scholars. Everyone is reasonable. How could they kill? You might not be awake yet. Most of the people on the selection list are indeed experts and scholars, but many of them have sold their spots. The ones who actually came to participate in the test and assessment are mostly from major financial groups and families, along with some new rich. While Xiangyu and Huang Su were waiting for the task settlement, participants in the task hall were gathered in groups of 3 or pairs, chatting casually. Perhaps because they had just experienced a brutal battle, everyone spoke very casually without any reservations, which allowed Xiangyu to unknowingly learn some insider information. Little brother, I noticed you all came back to the task hall in the last few minutes, and most of you are seriously injured. Have you completed your bounty task? An old man, who had been silent after Xiangyu entered, asked with concern. It should be completed, Xiangyu replied with a smile, seeing that the old man had no ill intentions. Little brother, the minimum standard for completing a bounty task is to kill at least 2 beasts per person. Your team has over 100 people, so you must have killed hundreds of beasts. Do you understand the task calculation rules? Don't let it all go to waste. The old man kindly reminded. Xiangyu was just about to say that he was very clear about the task calculation rules when suddenly a middle-aged man with a square face jumped out beside the old man, looking terrified, and pulled the old man away. Old man, how can I say you're good? Why can't you stop randomly chatting with people? The young man you were just talking to is the one who killed members of the Su family S team. Aren't you afraid he might come after you? No way. That young man looks so gentle. Hearing the conversation between the old man and the square-faced middle-aged man, Xiangyu couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. He had unknowingly become the killing demon in others' words. Mr. Gu, did you really kill Su Daoran and his subordinates? Huang Su swallowed hard and asked with difficulty. Chapter 39 Assessment Results. Seeing Huang Su's unusual reaction, Xiangyu felt quite puzzled. He remembered that previously, when Huang Su clashed with Su Daoran, he did not regard Su Daoran as a threat. Why now? Upon hearing that Xiangyu had killed Su Daoran, did Huang Su show signs of fear? Was there something wrong? Xiangyu did not provide any explanations but frowned and retorted, Su Daoran and his Su family's Xiangyu group are not to be feared. What I worry about is the forces behind the Su family. You should have noticed that there are some martial arts experts around the Su family, right? Those people are actually just miscellaneous disciples of a certain sect. It is said that the Su family is entirely supported by that sect, and every year, they need to pay a large tribute to the sect. When the Su family encounters a life and death crisis, that sect will send real experts to help them. You killed Su Daoran and others in public this time. This news will definitely spread. At that time, I'm afraid that sect will come looking for you. Huang Su spoke eloquently, sharing all the information he knew. When soldiers come, they block. When water comes, they cover. The people are dead. We can deal with any issues that arise later. This was the first time Xiangyu had heard about the existence of sects in the Water Blue Star. However, he did not feel much fear regarding these so-called sections. Instead, a strange thought flashed through his mind. Would the people from the sect enter the Super Yuan Star world like ordinary people? Seeing Xiangyu's calm demeanor, Huang Su's anxious heart finally settled. While the task hall was bustling with voices, Xiangyu focused his mind, closing his eyes to adjust his breathing. The battles with the burrowing mice and mutated bat demons in the cave have been extremely brutal. Even though his 4-dimensional attributes exceeded 200 points, his physical functions were still severely drained by the end of the battle. In a vague manner, Xiangyu seemed to hear a strange sound. He had heard the same sound during the cataclysm. Could it be that the federal government was using special means to hypnotize the contestants to return to the Super Yuan Star world? Xiangyu struggled to open his eyes to see what was happening in the task hall, but he found his eyelids growing heavier. It seemed like a second had passed, or perhaps a long time. When Xiangyu opened his eyes again, he found that he and the other contestants seemed to still be in the task hall. No, this was no longer the task hall of Water Blue Star, but rather the task hall in the Blue Flame mercenary game. As Xiangyu carefully observed his surroundings, he noticed subtle differences. Except for Xiangyu, Clearly no one else had realized that they had already traveled back to the real world during the assessment period. Dear heroes, welcome back to the task hall. I now officially announce the assessment for this Super Yuan star plan is officially over. The assessment scores and results have been synchronized to everyone's helmet information to protect everyone's privacy and safety. We will not display all participants' assessment scores and results on the big screen. However, everyone can check their own scores and results through the holographic screen of the game helmet. Additionally, I think many of you have noticed that only 1/3 of those who participated in the assessment have returned to the task hall. Those who did not return have already tragically perished in the assessment tasks. The federal government will provide appropriate compensation to these brave heroes. As soon as the host's words fell, the participants in the task hall eagerly checked their assessment scores and results. No one expressed dissatisfaction with the official decision not to disclose the scores and results. After all, not everyone who chose to participate in the Super Yuan Star Plan assessment passed the task. Some participants wandered outside the task hall and realized they were no match for the fierce beasts, possibly facing death at any moment. They chose to return to the task hall for safety, although this would not allow them to pass the Super Yuan Star Plan assessment. It was better than losing their lives during the assessment. There were also some participants who barely met the minimum assessment standards and awkwardly fled back to the task hall. Only a very few contestants, like Xiangyu, who awakened their talents or had high four-dimensional attribute values, could achieve excellent results in the assessment. However, these people also did not want their strength to be exposed. They prefer to earn wealth quietly. Although we will not disclose the assessment scores and results of all participants, our rewards for those who achieve excellent results in the assessment will definitely not be shortchanged. All participants who enter the top 100 in the bounty task assessment will gain the qualification of top citizens of the Federal Republic, and their names have been announced on the big screen in order of surname strokes. All participants who enter the top 10 of the bounty task assessment will not only become top citizens of the Federal Republic, but can also exchange contribution points for suitable martial arts techniques and skills from the Ministry of Martial Arts of the Federal Republic, or exchange contribution points for physical attribute points. When the list of the top 100 in the bounty task assessment appeared on the big screen, the atmosphere in both the arena and the audience suddenly became lively. Almost everyone's gaze was focused on the big screen, eager to see who among them was fortunate enough to become a top citizen of the Federal Republic. As for what the host said afterward, very few people were still listening. Haha, I found my dad's name. Dad has become a top citizen of the Federal Republic. In the audience, Pan danced with excitement after seeing Xiangyu's name, shouting loudly, "Yes, Dad is going to become a top citizen of the Federal Republic. We're going to enjoy life with Dad." Warner stared dreamily at the list on the big screen, echoing Pan. Similar scenes played out in various corners of the audience. Some were rejoicing, while others were sorrowful. While some in the audience were clapping in celebration, many others wore mournful expressions, unable to contain their grief. After all, only 100 people made it to the big screen, while more than 3,000 had chosen to participate in the assessment. Among those 3,000, only about 1,000 managed to return to the task hall alive, most having already died during the bounty task. For the relatives and friends of those contestants who did not return to the task hall, this was undoubtedly a cruel matter. It should be noted that when the personnel participating in the bounty task assessment were fighting fierce beasts in the wilderness, the official had selected some footage to be played on the big screen. While playing this footage, the host provided detailed explanations of the fierce beast's four-dimensional attributes, talent skills, combat techniques, and the threats they pose to Water Blue Star. Clearly, the Federal Republic regarded the Super Yuan Star Plan's tests and assessments not only as a survival of the fittest selection, but also as a means of education, allowing the ordinary citizens of Water Blue Star to understand the bloodthirsty and brutal nature of the fierce beast for the first time. Xiangyu, my father's mysterious disappearance must be related to you. My second uncle and the senior brother from the Mushy sect died in the assessment task, and you can't escape responsibility. In a private box in the audience, Su Haijiang stared intensely at Xiangyu's name on the big screen, recalling the grievances between him and Xiangyu. His face twisted in anger. Chapter 40. Talent upgrades again. Xiangyu was unaware that Su Haijiang had also arrived at the Dragon Sports Center. and even less aware that Su Haijiang had forcibly linked the disappearance of Su Daoyuan and his group and the deaths of Su Daoran and others to himself without any evidence. At this moment, Gu Xiangyu was checking his assessment scores and results through the holographic virtual screen of his game helmet. Looking at the rows of data displayed on the holographic screen, Gu Xiangyu felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Red-skinned snake kill count, 45, contribution points, 13. 500, flying mantis kill count, 13, contribution points, 6. 500, mutated bat kill count, 1. 256, contribution points, 1. 256,000, gopher kill count, 1. 950, contribution points, 390, 000, bounty task assessment result, SSS, ranking first, total contribution points, 1. 666, 000. Why did the officials go to such lengths to have us exchange for martial skills and techniques at the martial arts department? Wouldn't it be more effective to directly exchange for martial skills and techniques at the Dragon Sports Center? Remembering the helplessness he felt during the assessment task when fighting the fierce beasts, Gu Xiangyu was eager to obtain martial skills and techniques to enhance his combat power. Something's not right. The officials placed so much importance on the Super Yuan Planet program assessments and evaluations. Logically, they should distribute rewards on the spot, rather than have the top 10 contestants go to the martial arts department to exchange for rewards. Also, while encountering danger during assessments is normal, the difficulty of this assessment was clearly at a nightmare level. Throughout the assessment process, no matter what difficulties the contestants faced, there was no sign of any official support personnel, which was very suspicious. Suddenly, Gu Xiangyu's mind was filled with doubts. He couldn't help but glance at the host, only to discover that in the middle of winter, the host's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. His vest was soaked with sweat, and his expression was somewhat dazed, as if he was completely out of it. Damn, I finally remembered what happened in the Dragon Sports Center in my previous life. In an instant, news report from his past life vividly flashed through Gu Xiangyu's mind. In his previous life, the assessments and evaluations of the Super Yuan Planet program were also held at the Dragon Sports Center, but after the assessment ended, it seemed that an 8th-tier demon beast and several 7th-tier demon beasts suddenly descended upon the Dragon Sports Center. After wreaking havoc, they turned the Dragon Sports Center into ruins. Not only did everyone in the audience die tragically, but all the elites who passed the Super Yuan Planet program assessments also met their end in the bellies of the demon beasts. There must have been an accident on Water Blue Star, drawing all the energy of the Federal Republic officials away, leaving them unable to care for and protect the contestants during the bounty task assessment. Alien civilizations may have already discovered the existence of the Super Yuan Planet and figured out methods and paths to invade it, using their own ways to undermine the Super Yuan Planet program. Combining memories from his past life with the many doubts during this assessment process, Gu Xiangyu finally sorted out many things and knew what was about to happen. Host, if I were you, I would immediately announce the end of the assessment. Evacuate the audience and contestants in the sports center, and then try to contact the officials. Gu Xiangyu quietly walked up to the host and reminded him softly, "You, how do you know I've lost contact with the officials?" "It turns out to be Mr. Gu. You're right, I'll do it right away." The host was startled when he suddenly heard Gu Xiangyu's words, instinctively questioning, but after seeing Gu Xiangyu's face, his tone immediately changed. The host had clearly seen through satellite monitoring the scenes where Gu Xiangyu fought fiercely against the gophers and mutated bats during the bounty task assessment. Due to Gu Xiangyu's stunning performance in the assessment, the host admired him and had completely become Gu Xiangyu's fan. The host knew that with Gu Xiangyu's displayed strength and potential, it was only a matter of time before he became a high-ranking official in the Federal Republic. If it were anyone else ordering the host to do something, he might have ignored it or even gotten angry. Faced with Gu Xiangyu's request, the host acted without hesitation, feeling it was a matter of course. Seeing the host evacuate the audience and contestants, Gu Xiangyu recalled the rules announced by the host earlier. Contestants who ranked in the top 10 of the bounty task assessment could exchange contribution points for physical attribute points. Gu Xiangyu quickly browsed and studied the method and ratio for exchanging contribution points for physical 4-dimensional attribute points. Faced with formidable enemies and unable to obtain martial skills and techniques, he could only enhance his combat power by improving his physical four-dimensional attributes. Damn, it takes 10,000 contribution points to exchange for one physical attribute point. This exchange ratio is too ridiculous. Xiangyu originally thought he had a lot of contribution points and should be able to exchange for decent martial skills and techniques. But when he realized that the total contribution points he had obtained this time could only be exchanged for 166 physical attribute points, he couldn't help but exclaim. Complaining aside, Xiangyu's actions didn't slow down at all. In just a few seconds, he exchanged all his contribution points for attribute points, leaving him with only 6,000 contribution points from his original 666,000, with the rest converted into 166 physical attribute points. Xiangyu examined his physical attribute template and fell into deep thought. Name: Xiangyu Strength. Awakened, Tier 5. Power: 55 Speed. 53 Constitution. 54 Spirit. 57 Talent Skills. Infinite Mimicry B rank upgradable. Eye of Truth S rank upgradable. After receiving the 20 speed attribute points as a reward for ranking first in the Super Yuan Planet program speed attribute assessment, Xiangyu's four-dimensional attributes were very balanced, all exceeding 50 points. Xiangyu was a bit conflicted about whether to allocate the newly exchanged 166 points preferentially to one attribute or distribute them evenly. According to the barrel theory, if he developed unevenly, he might not be able to fully utilize the true advantages of a single strongest attribute. So, evenly distributing the points should be the most scientific approach. After pondering for a moment, Xiangyu made a decision in his heart. Since the upper limit of the spirit attribute directly determines the upper limit of the infinite mimicry talent, Xiangyu reserved 46 points for the spirit attribute, then evenly divided the remaining 120 attribute points into 3 parts, giving each attribute a value of 40 points. After Xiangyu's operation, his physical attribute template underwent a dramatic change. Name: Xiangyu Strength. Awakened, Tier 9. Power: 95 Speed. 93 Constitution. 94 Spirit. 103 Talent Skills. Infinite Mimicry, a rank upgradable. Eye of Truth, S rank upgradable. After the Spirit attribute broke through 100 points, the Infinite Mimicry talent actually upgraded. What a pleasant surprise. Discovering that the Infinite Mimicry talent had improved by a tier, Xiangyu couldn't help but feel overjoyed. What excited Xiangyu even more was that he found his strength had risen from a Tier 5 awakened to a Tier 9 awakened. This sudden surge of power made his blood boil, filling him with confidence. Even without learning any martial skills or techniques for the time being, Xiangyu felt that he could still turn the tide in the upcoming upheaval and support the collapsing structure. Chapter 41, I can instantly defeat 10 previous versions of myself. The host of this Super Yuan Planet project test and assessment activity, Xiangyu, was an elite media professional carefully selected by the Zhuzhou Federation government. He not only had solid political qualities, but also rich and seasoned hosting experience, with an impressive IQ and EQ. However, Xiangyu first saw through satellite monitoring that Water Blue Star was experiencing unprecedented disasters. Suddenly, he received a phone call from a high-ranking official in the Federation government, giving him full responsibility for the subsequent stages of the Super Yuan Planet project test and assessment. Before the official finished speaking, Xiangyu heard the roar of a ferocious beast on the phone, followed by the sound of a busy signal. Remembering the various images he had seen through the satellite monitoring equipment, Xiangyu instantly realized that something serious had happened on Water Blue Star, and the Super Yuan Planet was also in trouble. The sudden crisis and the heavy burden imposed by the Federation's upper echelon left Xiangyu in a state of chaos. Nevertheless, he still persisted on stage, adhering to professional ethics, hoping to give this event a perfect ending. What Xiangyu did not expect was that among the contestants, someone had sensed that something was amiss and forcefully issued orders to evacuate the audience and contestants. Upon discovering that the person giving orders was Xiangyu, Xiangyu felt as if he had found a backbone, and his panicked emotions instantly calmed down, allowing him to begin the evacuation work in a tense yet orderly manner. With his rich hosting experience, Gao Jiong did not let the audience in the gym notice anything unusual. Amid the cheerful and passionate background music, a large portion of the audience quickly left the gym, and it seemed that everyone could be evacuated safely. Although the contestants felt something was off, under Gao Jiong's persuasive words, they hesitantly removed their game helmets and began to leave in an orderly manner from the backstage. Mr. Gu, I feel something is wrong. This event had such a grand setup initially, almost gathering all the media resources of Water Blue Star to hype it up, making everyone aware of the Super Yuan Planet project. Why is it so quiet after the event officially started, giving a feeling of a damp squib? Huang Su quietly approached Gu Xiangyu and voiced his doubts. Gu Xiangyu glanced at Huang Su, hesitated, unsure whether to reveal the truth. Little brother, do you know any insider information? Before Gu Xiangyu could decide, the silver-haired old man who had previously struck up a conversation with him in the task hall approached with curiosity. Behind the silver-haired old man, a middle-aged man with a square face smiled apologetically at Gu Xiangyu, looking helpless. If I guess correctly, the officials should be hindered by the ferocious beasts and have no way to participate in the event. Moreover, I suspect that those participating in the Super Yuan Planet project test and assessment are also being targeted. Ferocious beasts will soon descend here. Seeing that there were still dozens of contestants lingering in the arena, unwilling to leave, Gu Xiangyu spoke cautiously, his expression serious. Little brother, are you exaggerating? Ordinary people might be helpless against ferocious beasts, but it should be easy for the officials to deal with them. After all, the officials have controllers and extraordinary beings. The silver-haired old man scoffed at Gu Xiangyu's words. Gu Xiangyu smiled and did not refute, but curiously used his true eye talent to check the data of the silver-haired old man. Name, Zhong Shouwei Strength. Awakened Stage 5. Power, 72 Speed. 69 Physique. 63 Spirit. 57 Talent Skills. None Cultivation Method. Sun Fire Heart Sutra. Medium Grade Spiritual. Martial Skills. Crumbling Mountain Fist. Upper Grade Ordinary. Finding that the silver-haired old man actually possessed both a cultivation method and martial skills, and was an awakened at Stage 5, Gu Xiangyu's eyes lit up. It seemed there were quite a few experts among this group of contestants. Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but eagerly check the other dozens of people lingering in the arena. Soon, he realized he had overthought it. Aside from the middle-aged man with a square face who also mastered the Sunfire Heart Sutra and Crumbling Mountain Fist, reaching Awakened Stage 7. The other dozens were all ordinary people with strengths between Awakened Stage 2 and Stage 4. Mr. Zhong, you should have gained quite a few contribution points in the assessment, right? I suggest you convert all your contribution points into spirit attribute values to enhance your strength, so you don't risk your life when facing ferocious beasts. Gu Xiangyu kindly reminded the silver-haired old man. Little brother, what grudges do I have with you that you would make me waste contribution points to exchange for physical attribute values? It's not cost-effective at all. Physical attribute values can be improved through regular training. It's best to save contribution points to exchange for martial skills and cultivation methods. The silver-haired old man exclaimed as soon as Gu Xiangyu finished. The middle-aged man with the square face also looked at Gu Xiangyu warily. Huang Su, hearing the conversation between Gu Xiangyu and the silver-haired old man, showed a thoughtful expression, then asked Gu Xiangyu, Mr. Gu, I can exchange for a total of 135 points of physical attribute values. Which attribute do you think I should add the physical attribute values to for the best effect? Gu Xiangyu clearly did not expect Huang Su to trust him so much. He couldn't help but glance at Huang Su's four-dimensional attributes. Name, Huang Su Strength. Awakened, Stage 1, Power, 19 Speed, 15 Physique, 18 Spirit, 48 Talent Skills. None first. Add the values of Power, Physique, and Spirit to 60 points. And pile the remaining points entirely into the Speed attribute. Upon hearing this, Huang Su lowered his head and operated for a while, quickly beaming, Mr. Gu, my strength has now reached Awakened Stage 5. Except for the Speed attribute being only 55 points, all my other attributes are at 60 points. This explosive increase in strength feels simply wonderful. I feel like I can punch a big yellow cow to death now, or even instantly defeat 10 previous versions of myself. Discovering that he had suddenly become an awakened stage 5, Huang Su was as excited as a child, completely ignoring the astonished and envious gazes from other contestants in the arena. You two are acting too fake, right? I killed over 100 burrowing moles and more than 50 red-skinned snakes, yet I could only exchange for 4 points of attribute values. How can you exchange for over 130 points? Zhong Shuwei quickly realized something was off and scolded Huang Su and Gu Xiangyu with a stern face. Huang Su opened his mouth to explain, but seeing Gu Xiangyu lightly shake his head, he hurriedly closed his mouth, his face flushed with excitement. Huh? Caught in a lie and speechless, huh? Zhong Shuwei laughed at Huang Su's red face, thinking he was feeling guilty. However, he had only laughed a couple of times when it was as if someone had choked him by the neck, his voice abruptly stopping. This was because he saw a mammoth the size of a truck suddenly charge into the gym from the main entrance. The audience that was retreating towards the entrance did not have time to scream before being knocked away by the mammoth, with some even being trampled into a pulp. Following the mammoth, several flying mantises appeared, lightly leaping onto the arena. Zhong Shuwei was horrified to find that the aura emanating from these flying mantises was actually suppressing him, making it extremely difficult for him to move even a bit. Chapter 42, Tightening of the Hips Species, Mantis Strength, Level 7 Beast Power, 87 Speed, 73 Physique, 81 Spirit, 71 Bloodline, None Skills, Jump, S-Grade. Cut down, S-Grade. Gu Xiangyu immediately checked the data template of the flying mantis with his true eye, and his expression turned exceptionally grim. This was a level 7 flying mantis with S-grade jumping and cutting abilities. Everyone should avoid its 2 forearms. Gu Xiangyu was afraid that the dozens of people left in the arena would mistakenly think that these mantises were only level 3 like in the bounty tasks. So he quickly shouted a warning. Almost as soon as Gu Xiangyu's words fell, several screams erupted in the arena. It turned out that the dozens of people in the arena had fallen into a daze due to the sudden change, while the flying mantises wasted no time, mercilessly extending their forearms and effortlessly slicing the contestants in front of them in half. The chilling screams finally jolted the remaining contestants awake. It was at this moment that everyone realized that Gu Xiangyu's earlier words were not alarmist, but a fact. They now only regretted not heeding the host's advice to leave immediately, and instead stayed out of curiosity to uncover the truth. Beasts, cease your attacks, Zhong Shuwei shouted, then swiftly kicked at one of the flying mantises. However, the mantis simply jumped over him in a single bound. Zhong Shuwei's kick missed entirely. In the next moment, a contestant behind Zhong Shuwei was sliced in half by the mantis, in front of the level 7 flying mantis. The strength of the contestants in the arena was utterly insufficient to even scratch it. In just a short time, the 4 flying mantises killed over a dozen contestants, and the remaining ones were already so frightened that they fled towards the back door of the arena. Although Zhong Shuwei and his son Zhong Shungang had decent strength, they could only barely save themselves and had no way to inflict effective damage on the flying mantises. Huang Su, who had just experienced a surge in strength and thought he could take down a big yellow cow with one punch, was now trembling in fear after witnessing the bloody slaughter of those around him, completely devoid of the courage to fight. Was he really going to meet a tragic end at the hands of the flying mantis after just reaching the peak of his life? At this moment, Huang Su felt extremely desperate and unwilling. Zhong Shuwei and Zhong Shungang also wore faces of discouragement. They too sensed the gap in strength between themselves and the flying mantises. They knew that if the authorities did not come to rescue them, none of the contestants or spectators who had not yet managed to evacuate the arena would leave alive. Just when Huang Su and the others thought they were doomed, they suddenly saw a figure flash like lightning at the back door of the arena. With a crisp sound, one of the flying mantises that was killing contestants at the door had its forearm severed. After losing its forearm, the mantis stood frozen like a toothless tiger. Without any hesitation, Gu Xiangyu swiftly decapitated the mantis, then turned to attack the other 3 mantises. Mr. Gu, it's Mr. Gu. He can fight the flying mantis. We are saved. Huang Su had been secretly observing Gu Xiangyu's movements, and when he saw Gu Xiangyu effortlessly slay the mantis, he immediately shouted in excitement. Where did he get that strange knife? Seeing the cold blade in Gu Xiangyu's hand, Zhong Shouwei was completely confused. "Oh man, your focus is misplaced. Didn't you notice that Mr. Gu's strength is a bit outrageous?" Zhong Shungang rolled his eyes and said impatiently, "As warriors, how can we cower behind others? Only by fighting can we live up to the spirit of a warrior. Shungang, we need to deal with that mutated mammoth and prevent it from harming ordinary citizens," Zhong Shouwei said, staring at Gu Xiangyu for a moment before calling to his son. Without waiting for his son to respond, Zhong Shouwei charged towards the mutated mammoth. Zhong Shungang hurriedly followed. Huang Su glanced in the direction of Gu Xiangyu, then at Zhong Shouwei and Zhong Shungang, and finally gritted his teeth, also rushing towards the mutated mammoth. Although Gu Xiangyu was battling the flying mantis, he was keenly aware of the actions of Zhong Shouwei, Zhong Shungang, and Huang Su. After quickly eliminating the remaining 3 flying mantises in the arena, Gu Xiangyu was anxious to head towards the mutated mammoth. Gu Xiangyu clearly understood that the level 7 flying mantis was merely an appetizer. The real disaster threatening the Dragon Stadium and his own life was undoubtedly the level 8 beast, the mammoth. If he couldn't successfully deal with the mutated mammoth, all of his and the host's previous efforts would be in vain, and even his sister and daughter might not escape with their lives. Gao Jiong, while ensuring your own safety, continue to guide the audience and contestants to evacuate. "Leave the fighting to us," Gu Xiangyu instructed quietly as he passed by Gao Jiong. Before Gao Jiong could respond, Gu Xiangyu's figure had already vanished. When he found Gu Xiangyu again, he saw him standing before the mammoth. Species: Elephant Strength, Level 8 Beast Power, 102 Speed, 89 Physique, 99 Spirit, 99 Bloodline, Ancient Divine Elephant, a grade. Skills: Earth Tremor, S grade, Thick Skin, a grade. Damn, can we even fight this? After reading the mammoth's body attribute template data with his true eye, Gu Xiangyu felt an impulse to turn and flee. The mammoth's innate skills were simply too outrageous. Not only did it possess area attack skills, but it was also exceptionally resilient, making it hard to find a way to attack. At this time, Zhong Shouwei and Zhong Shungang had already attacked the mammoth dozens of times, but their strikes seemed to only tickle the mammoth and did not inflict any damage. On the contrary, every time the mammoth raised its 2 forelegs to stomp on the arena floor, the father-son duo would become stiff and spit out blood. Their presence was not entirely useless, as they successfully restrained the mammoth, preventing it from causing widespread destruction, thus buying precious time for the survivors in the stadium to escape. "Mr. Zhong, Brother Zhong, Mr. Huang, catch!" After joining up with Zhong Shouwei and the others, Gu Xiangyu did not immediately attack the mammoth, but instead magically produced 3 strange knives and tossed one to each of them. "I just observed your battle with this mutated mammoth. When a mammoth raises its 2 forelegs, you need to be on high alert. Before its forelegs hit the ground, either move behind it or jump immediately, which should allow you to avoid its skills. Additionally, since this elephant has thick skin and tough flesh, we should try to attack its vulnerable spots, such as its eyes, mouth, and rear." As Gu Xiangyu spoke, he had already circled behind the mammoth. Suddenly, a large iron rod appeared in his hand, and he thrust it forcefully into the mammoth's rear. Although Gu Xiangyu had never fought a mammoth in this life, he had witnessed many human experts battle mammoths in his past life, and for such a tough beast as the mutated mammoth, complex techniques and martial skills were ineffective. Simple and brutal attacks were the most effective. Zhong Shouwei, Zhong Shungang, and Huang Su took the strange knife from Gu Xiangyu, still digesting the meaning of the words rear court that Gu Xiangyu had mentioned. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed in their ears. Immediately after, they saw the mutated mammoth suddenly raise its 2 front legs high, then its entire body pivoted on its hind legs, performing a 180-degree spin in the air, with its front legs aimed at Gu Xiangyu and coming down. It was at this moment that Zhong Shouwei and the others noticed that a thick iron rod, as thick as a fist, had appeared behind the mammoth's rear, with bright red blood gushing down the rod. Seeing the scene, the 3 of them felt a tightening in their hips and surprisingly felt a bit of sympathy for the mammoth before them. Chapter 43. Never give up. After Gu Xiangyu thrust the iron rod into the mutated mammoth's hindquarters, He wanted to take the opportunity to stir it up and deal a heavy blow to the beast. Suddenly, he saw the mutated mammoth move with an agility that was completely mismatched to its enormous and clumsy body, performing a Thomas spin and raising its front legs to stomp down on him. His pupils involuntarily constricted, realizing that the mammoth's speed was off. Xiangyu instinctively used his true eye to scan the monster's body data template. Species: elephant strength, tier 9 monster power, 102 speed, 99 physique, 104 spirit, 107 bloodline. Ancient divine elephant, A-class. Skills: earth tremor, S-class. Tough skin, A-class. Status: bloodthirsty frenzy. Seeing that the mutated mammoth strength had increased from a tier 8 to a tier 9 monster, and that it now had a bloodthirsty frenzy status, Xiangyu's face drained of color, and a feeling of helplessness surged within him. Standing before a mammoth over 10 meters tall, Xiangyu, who was only 8 meters tall, felt particularly small and helpless. No, he absolutely could not give up. Even if he ultimately could not escape death, he would fight until the last moment. After a moment of daze, Xiangyu rolled forward instead of retreating, heading towards the space between the mammoth's hind legs. Just as his body left its original position, the mammoth's front hooves came crashing down to the ground. With a thunderous roar, 2 massive craters deeper than a meter appeared on the originally smooth and solid concrete floor. The entire gymnasium shook violently. Many spectators who were desperately trying to flee fell to the ground due to the violent tremors. "What are you all dawdling for? Quickly get out of the way!" Xiangyu shouted at Zhong Shouwei, Zhong Shungang, and Huang Su, who were still dazed nearby. He grabbed Huang Su and threw him aside, while not forgetting to yell at the Zhong family father and son. After missing its attack, the mutated mammoth seemed to become even more irritable. It let out a roar and spun around in a 180-degree turn, swiftly executing the earth tremor skill. With another thunderous sound, the gymnasium shook violently again, and 2 more deep pits appeared on the ground. Zhong Shouwei and Zhong Shungang, who barely dodged the mammoth's attack, turned pale, cold sweat pouring from their bodies. They knew all too well that if Xiangyu hadn't shouted to wake them up, they would have certainly been trampled into a pile of meat paste by the mutated mammoth. Huang Su, who had been thrown far away by Xiangyu, glanced at the 2 new deep pits on the ground and thought about where he had just been standing. He felt a lingering dread and was still shaken. "Mister, Gu saved me once, and now he saved me again." After being saved by Xiangyu twice, Huang Su regarded him as a second parent, elevating Xiangyu's status in his heart immensely. At this moment, Xiangyu had no time to consider Zhong Shouwei, Zhong Shungang, and Huang Su's attitudes towards him. After successfully dodging another attack from the mutated mammoth, his expression became extremely grim. He had initially planned to rely on his slight speed advantage to gradually wear down the mammoth. However, after entering a frenzied state, the mammoth had become a tier 9 monster, and its attributes had increased significantly. Even its lowest speed attribute was now superior to Xiangyu's, leaving him with no hope of killing the mammoth. "There must be a way. As long as I don't give up, it's not a failure. I'm not living for myself alone." Xiangyu shook his head, driving away all negative emotions from his mind, and focused all his attention to enter the best state possible. The countless life and death trials in his past life, though they hadn't made him an unparalleled powerhouse, had forged an incredibly resilient spirit. Perhaps because Xiangyu had dealt a heavy blow to the mutated mammoth, it completely ignored the presence of everyone else in the gymnasium and fixated its gaze on him. Wherever Xiangyu appeared, its attacks were immediately locked onto that spot. The ground of the once smooth and flat gymnasium was now a mess, filled with numerous deep pits after avoiding hundreds of attacks from the mutated mammoth. With Gao Jiong's guidance and assistance, all the competitors and spectators who had been lingering in the gymnasium had evacuated. Only Zhong Shouwei, Zhong Shungang, Huang Su, and Gao Jiong remained, watching from a distance. It wasn't that they didn't want to help Xiangyu deal with the mutated mammoth. Rather, the overwhelming power gap made it impossible for them to assist. Seeing Xiangyu narrowly escape from the mammoth's attacks each time kept their nerves on edge, and they didn't dare to breathe. Xiangyu's speed was slowing down, and his face was growing paler, causing Gao Jiong and the others to become increasingly anxious. They feared that Xiangyu would be turned into a pile of meat paste under the mammoth's next strike. Yeah, did I just see a smile on Brother Gu's face? Zhong Shouwei rubbed his eyes, looking puzzled. The others couldn't help but take a serious look at Xiangyu and notice that while he appeared extremely fatigued, there was indeed a faint smile in his eyes. Mr. Gu isn't planning to give up, is he? Had he lost focus? Gao Jiong said with a worried expression. No. The smile in Mr. Gu's eyes is one of confidence. He must have thought of a way to deal with the mutated mammoth. This time, the mammoth is doomed. Unlike Zhong Shouwei, Zhong Shungang, and Gao Jiong, Huangsu had a blind confidence in Xiangyu. Hearing this, Zhong Shouwei opened his mouth, wanting to refute Huangsu. However, remembering how Xiangyu had saved his life and that he had endured so long under the mammoth's attacks, the usually talkative Zhong Shouwei swallowed his words. Mr. Huang is right. Mr. Gu is really going to win. After scanning back and forth between Xiangyu and the mutated mammoth for a long time, Zhong Shunggang's face also revealed a happy smile. Did you see that? The front hooves of the mutated mammoth are already seeping blood. That must be Mr. Gu's doing. With a broad smile, Zhong Shungang said, looking at the curious gazes from the other three. How is this possible? The mammoth's hooves are the toughest part of its body. How could they be injured? Mr. Gu has been busy escaping and hasn't attacked the mammoth at all. Seeing that blood was indeed seeping from the mutated mammoth's front hooves, Zhong Shouwei was left dumbfounded, his face filled with disbelief. Chapter 44. Despite the lioness wide-mouthed Zhong Shouwei and the others, who were watching from the sidelines, couldn't he understand how Xiangyu, who seemed utterly defenseless against the attack of the mutated mammoth and was struggling to even survive, suddenly caused the mammoth's front hooves to become injured. However, it was an undeniable fact that the mutated mammoth's hooves were indeed injured. As the frequency of the mammoth's attacks slowed down, Xiangyu's dodging became increasingly easier, and Zhong Shouwei and the others gradually relaxed their tense nerves. I knew Mr. Gu could turn the tide, seeing things develop in the direction he had predicted. Huangsu vigorously waved his fist, his face full of excitement. At this moment, Zhong Shouwei, Zhong Shungang, and Gao Jiong had already realized that Huangsu was completely a die-hard fan of Xiangyu. He had an inexplicable confidence in Xiangyu and wouldn't allow anyone to speak ill of him. Mr. Huang, how did you know from the beginning that Mr. Gu could handle the mutated mammoth? Zhong Shouwei asked curiously. Because Mr. Gu is a person who is good at creating miracles. He once single-handedly killed over 1,000 mutated demon bats. Huangsu began, but then realized he had let something slip. He couldn't help but glare at Zhong Shouwei. You old man, how could you be so ungrateful? Try to pry information out of me while I was distracted? Mutated demon bats are flying creatures. They not only attack with nightmares, but also with sonic waves. Those below the level of extraordinary beings wouldn't be able to touch them. How could any contestant kill over 1,000 mutated demon bats? Zhong Shouwei instinctively retorted. However, after he finished speaking, he noticed that Huangsu merely curled his lip in disdain, too lazy to respond, while Gao Jiong remained calm. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. Could it be that the thing about you exchanging 135 points of physical attributes was true and not just a performance with Mr. Gu? You old man, how rude. Mr. Gu is so powerful. Does he really need to perform in front of a bunch of strangers? After being questioned repeatedly by Zhong Shouwei, Huangsu finally lost his temper. Seeing that the atmosphere was off, Zhong Shungang quickly used his eyes to signal his father to stop talking. However, the father and son duo were already stirred up inside, unable to calm down. They originally thought they had the strength of a 5th-tier Awakener and a 7th-tier Awakener respectively. Although they had only achieved 3rd and 4th place in the assessment task, they believed they were not far behind the top 2. So when they heard that Huangsu had exchanged contribution points for 135 points of physical attributes, they instinctively thought he was bragging, as the assessment results were ranked according to the total contribution points. How could the contribution points of an ordinary person like Huangsu be over 30 times that of the two of them? At this moment, after witnessing Xiangyu fighting against the flying mantis and the mutated mammoth, The father and son duo no longer thought that Gu Xiangyu and Huang Su were just putting on a show. Just as Huang Su said, with Gu Xiangyu's strength, was there really a need to act in front of a group of strangers? If Huang Su teamed up with Gu Xiangyu for bounty tasks, he could easily win against all the contestants. Mr. Zhong, I sincerely apologize. It's my fault for underestimating Mr. Gu, Zhong Shouwei said. Realizing that Huang Su was now also a 5th-tier awakener, and that Gu Xiangyu could even kill 9th-tier ferocious beasts, he immediately lowered his attitude. Huang Su snorted proudly, focusing intently on the battle between Gu Xiangyu and the mutated mammoth, ignoring Zhong Shouwei. Feeling awkward, Zhong Shouwei scratched the back of his head, signaling his son to help smooth things over. Zhong Shungang pretended not to see it, his eyes fixed on the battle in the center of the gymnasium. Mr. Zhong, Mr. Huang is upset that you underestimated Mr. Gu. After the battle is over, be polite to Mr. Gu, and I guarantee there will be no issues. Gao Jiong reminded with a smile from the side. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shouwei's eyes lit up, and he nodded gratefully at Gao Jiong. He then fell silent and seriously watched the exciting battle between Gu Xiangyu and the mutated mammoth. Gu Xiangyu did not disappoint the 4 spectators. After a few minutes, the mutated mammoth, which had been frequently using the earth tremor skill and chasing Gu Xiangyu around, making him run for his life, seemed to have its legs filled with lead, moving slower and slower. The mammoth's earth tremor skill also seemed to be sealed, unable to be used anymore. While dodging the mammoth's charges, Gu Xiangyu was even able to occasionally circle around to the back of the mammoth, stirring the iron rod that had already embedded itself in the mammoth's rear, causing it to emit a series of mournful cries. Half an hour later, the mutated mammoth crashed to the ground like a mountain collapsing. Seeing this, Gu Xiangyu did not let his guard down. Instead, he materialized a long spear and exerted tremendous strength to sever the mammoth's head, before finally sitting down on the ground, gasping for breath. This battle had been extremely dangerous for Gu Xiangyu. Both physically and mentally, it was a challenge that pushed him to his limits time and again. At this moment, Gu Xiangyu was particularly grateful to Su Daoyuan. If it hadn't been for seeing iron barbs in Su Daoyuan as private cold weapon museum and having consumed and absorbed them, and then suddenly coming up with the idea of using iron barbs against the mammoth's earth tremor skill, the outcome of today's battle would have been hard to predict. Mr. Gu, I just received a call from the senior officials of the federal government. They want to invite you to visit the martial arts department. If you're willing, they will arrange for a vehicle to pick you up immediately. I wonder what you think. Gao Jiong's respectful voice suddenly rang in Gu Xiangyu's ear as he was still digesting the experience from the battle. The martial arts department wants to invite me? Gu Xiangyu showed a hesitant expression. Remembering the contribution points he had almost exhausted, he instinctively wanted to refuse. Just then, Gu Xiangyu's phone rang. Seeing that the caller ID was his advisor's name, Gu Xiangyu smiled apologetically at Gao Jiong and then walked aside to answer the call. Dayu, did you just solve the huge crisis at the Dragon Gymnasium? Teacher Chun, how did you know so quickly? As long as the situation is true, that's good. I thought that old guy was just messing with me. The federal government's War Department is taking this matter very seriously, and they are discussing your commendation. You can confidently visit the martial arts department. Go ahead and negotiate for the best benefits. That old guy should help you. Chun Jobin was the kind of person who spoke and acted very decisively. After explaining everything clearly, he ended the call. To have Teacher Chun relay a message for me to go to the martial arts department and negotiate? My unseen Uncle Jiang is quite a remarkable person. Gu Xiangyu murmured to himself, a very happy smile appearing on his face. Chapter 45, Astonishing Talent, Mr. Gu. Have you agreed to go to the martial arts department? Seeing Gu Xiangyu walking towards him with a beaming smile, Gao Jiong already guessed the answer. Gu Xiangyu smiled and nodded, asking Gao Jiong to help reply to the martial arts department, while he dialed his sister Gu Wanner's phone. Bro, what have you been busy with all day? I can't see you, and you didn't answer your phone. I heard there was a fierce beast that broke into the gym. Are you okay? The phone rang for only half a second before it was answered, and Gu Xiangyu heard his sister's rapid-fire voice. Wanner, I'm fine, no injuries. I was just busy dealing with the fierce beast and couldn't answer the phone. I'm really sorry. Are you and Pampan okay? Feeling his sister's anxiety and concern, Gu Xiangyu's nose inexplicably tinged with emotion. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xiangyu adjusted his mood. I originally wanted to wait for you at the gym entrance with Pan Pan, but Pan Pan suddenly insisted on having ice cream, so I took her to the Haagen-Dazs shop across from the gym. We're fine. That little glutton is enjoying herself. Hurry up and come over. Hearing his sister's words, Gu Xiangyu's worried heart instantly relaxed. It was also at this moment that Gu Xiangyu remembered that his sister was with a daughter who possessed an S-level prophetic talent, even without using her talent skills. An S-level prophetic talent holder has an almost instinctual ability to avoid danger, truly a favored child of heaven. During Gu Xiangyu's past life, when he was fleeing with his daughter, they often inexplicably avoided life-threatening crises and frequently encountered benefactors who helped them. Therefore, he had a deep appreciation for the wonders and power of S-level prophetic talent holders. Warner, I just received a call from the senior officials of the federal government. I need to go to the martial arts department right away. After you finish your ice cream with Pan Pan, head home and be safe on the way. Oh, after Gu Xiangyu hung up, he saw several round faces approaching him. He was so startled that he almost dropped his phone. Mr. Gu, my old man and my son thank you for saving our lives, and I must apologize for previously doubting that you and Mr. Huang were acting. As Gu Xiangyu looked at him in confusion, Zhong Shouwei excitedly spoke up. Gu Xiangyu shook his head, indicating that he didn't mind. Mr. Gu, how did you think to use iron thorns against a mutated mammoth? It's simply a stroke of genius. Even the inventor of iron thorns probably wouldn't have thought that this thing could counter the S-level talent skill of a 9th-tier monster. Every time you fought the mutated mammoth, you narrowly avoided its stomps. Did you intentionally slow down to set up the iron thorns? We were all on edge at that moment. Also, how do you have so many iron thorns in your storage space? And these iron thorns seem to be made with modern technology, and the material is not iron, but tungsten. After gaining Gu Xiangyu's understanding, Zhong Shouwei's talkative nature was activated again. He stared at Gu Xiangyu with fervent eyes, and a stream of questions erupted from his mouth, leaving Gu Xiangyu overwhelmed. It turned out that while Gu Xiangyu was on the phone, Zhong Shouwei, Zhong Shungang, and Huang Su had already examined the corpse of the mutated mammoth and its surroundings. Upon seeing the iron thorns embedded in the mammoth's hooves, they instantly understood the real reason Gu Xiangyu was able to defeat the mutated mammoth this time, and they were in awe of him. The few of them could tell that although Gu Xiangyu was stronger than them, he was still lacking in front of the mutated mammoth. However, he was able to slay the mutated mammoth in such a perilous situation, which made them admire him greatly. Not to mention Huang Su, even Zhong Shouwei and Zhong Shungang, and even Gao Jiong were inclined to become Gu Xiangyu's fans. While they were chatting, the special car sent by the martial arts department had already arrived at the gym entrance. After Gu Xiangyu exchanged contact information with Zhong Shouwei, Zhong Shungang, and Gao Jiong, he got into the back seat of the special car, leaving amidst their excited and envious gazes. Gao Jiong, do you know why the senior officials of the federal government invited Mr. Gu to the martial arts department? After the special car disappeared around the corner, Huang Su asked curiously. I don't know either. It should be a good thing, right? Gao Jiong replied uncertainly, recalling the enthusiastic attitude of the federal government officials during the call. After Gao Jiong finished speaking, he noticed Zhong Shouwei and his son, as well as Huang Su, looking at him eagerly, seemingly with countless questions waiting for him. He panicked and quickly found an excuse to leave. On the way to the martial arts department, Gu Xiangyu recalled how he had repeatedly pushed his limits during this battle. He vaguely felt that his strength should have improved, and he couldn't help but look at his physical attribute template. Name, Gu Xiangyu Strength. Awakened, 9th tier, Power, 99 Speed, 99 Constitution, 99 Spirit, 113 Talent Skills. Infinite Mimicry, a level can be upgraded. Eye of Truth, this level can be upgraded. My physical attributes have actually increased so much, even though he was already psychologically prepared. When Gu Xiangyu saw the specific values of his physical attributes, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. After battling the 9th-tier monster, the mutated mammoth, almost every physical attribute increased by 4 to 6 points, and the spirit attribute even exaggeratedly increased by 10 points. Could it be that extreme challenges are the true way to enhance strength? Gu Xiangyu's heart suddenly burned with passion. However, thinking of the life-and-death situations he faced several times today, he quickly calmed down. Unless absolutely necessary, Gu Xiangyu really did not want to face that feeling of teetering on the edge of life and death again. Mr. Gu, we've arrived. As Gu Xiangyu sat in the car with his eyes closed, digesting the gains from this battle, the driver's voice suddenly rang in his ear. Gu Xiangyu opened his eyes and found that the vehicle had stopped at the foot of a towering building. The words Martial Arts Department of the Zhejiang federal government were clearly visible, causing him to feel a jolt of energy. You must be Gu Xiangyu, the proud disciple that consultant Shun often mentions. You look quite spirited. Indeed, we have another young talent in our federal government. As soon as Gu Xiangyu got out of the car, an old man in military uniform strode confidently towards him, extending a hand the size of a fan while loudly praising him. Behind the old man was a small team of 10, standing in 2 neat rows, vigilantly surveying their surroundings and subtly protecting the old man. Young man, consultant Shin should have mentioned me, right? Once we enter the conference room, don't be swayed by the various generous offers they throw at you. You must firmly refuse to join the martial arts department, and then you will receive unexpected surprises. As Gu Xiangyu was speculating about the identity of this overly enthusiastic old man, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Looking at the old man in military uniform who was making exaggerated gestures towards him, Gu Xiangyu instantly confirmed the other party's identity. Chapter 46. The trump card. Although it was the first time Gu Xiangyu met the old man in military attire, the moment he confirmed the old man's identity, he felt that the old man appeared particularly amiable and genuinely wished to be close to him. This was because Gu Xiangyu had heard many legends about this master uncle from his advisor, Chen Jiubin. Moreover, this master uncle had been quietly watching over his growth, even gifting him a mining map to help him smoothly pass the tests and assessments of the Super Yuan Planet program. Now, the master uncle was specifically waiting for him outside the martial arts department, using a secretive tone to advise him not to join the martial arts department. Regardless of the old man's intentions, Gu Xiangyu decided to follow his advice. General, you flatter me. I am truly humbled. Gu Xiangyu pretended he hadn't heard anything, shaking hands with the master uncle while responding neither too humbly nor too arrogantly. Jiang Qingfeng noticed Gu Xiangyu subtly wink at him and smiled, patting Gu Xiangyu on the shoulder before leading him into the martial arts department hall. Old Jiang, what brings you to our martial arts department's territory? Just as Gu Xiangyu was curiously surveying the hall's decor and layout, a voice as loud as a gong suddenly reached his ears, causing a faint pain in his eardrums. Following the sound, Gu Xiangyu saw an old man in a tang suit with white hair blocking the path in the hall. The man was glaring at Jiang Qingfeng with wide eyes, emanating an aura of authority without anger. Hello, Brother Gu. I am Zhou Hongyu, the Deputy Minister of the Martial Arts Department. After hearing about your heroic deeds at the gym, I specifically invited you to visit the Martial Arts Department. Xiao Hongyu, who had just been loudly reprimanding Jiang Qingfeng, now greeted Gu Xiangyu with a beaming smile. Old Zhou, can we have some dignity here? You're over 70 years old, calling a 20-something young man brother. You have no shame, and I feel embarrassed just hearing it. Gu Xiangyu was struggling with how to respond to Zhou Hongyu when Jiang Qingfeng's words almost made him lose his composure. Zhou Hongyu was clearly furious at this remark, his eyes widening as he seemed ready to act. However, seeing Gu Xiangyu beside him, he forcibly suppressed his anger, gave a cold snort, and led Gu Xiangyu into the conference room with a smile. As it turned out, the decision made by our martial arts department this time was entirely correct. Whether it was the sudden increase in the difficulty of assessments or the changes at the gym, it was all about survival of the fittest, selecting the elites we need. A group of useless individuals who only waste nutrient solutions in the virtual world are not worth our investment. Just as Gu Xiangyu approached the conference room, a passionate voice reached his ears. Hearing such a bold statement made him pause, a wave of discomfort rising in his heart. Gu Xiangyu quickly scanned the conference room, noticing about 30 people seated inside. The speaker was at the head of the table, flanked by empty seats. Upon seeing Gu Xiangyu and his group, the person stood up excitedly and walked straight toward Gu Xiangyu, passionately declaring, "Our great hero Gu Xiangyu has arrived. Let's give him a round of applause. Brother Gu, this is our Minister of the Martial Arts Department, Tang Heng. He greatly admires your achievements in the tests and assessments. Your battle at the Dragon Gym has left him speechless. With his support, your path to advancement in martial arts will be worry-free, Xiangyu said while clapping. Leaning closer to Gu Xiangyu to whisper, Jiang Qingfeng snorted coldly but seemed hesitant to say more. Gu Xiangyu, before you came here, we were all watching and admiring your battle videos from this assessment. I must say, your performance has amazed us. Now that alien civilizations are invading strongly, Water Blue Star is facing an unprecedented extinction crisis. Humanity needs true, strong individuals to stand up and turn the tide. Your performance in this assessment has shown us the hope for Water Blue Star's rise. Given enough time, you will surely grow into a pillar of our world. In light of your achievements in the assessment and your performance at the Dragon Gym, we have decided to reward you. All the rewards the Martial Arts Department can offer are displayed on the big screen. You may choose any 3 items. As Xiangyu had said, Tang Heng indeed valued Gu Xiangyu highly. While speaking, Tang Heng warmly pulled Gu Xiangyu to sit beside him, praising him in front of everyone in the conference room. Despite having already resolved to resist the various temptations of the Martial Arts Department and refusing to join, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but glance at the big screen. 1. Double the contribution points earned in the Super Yuan Planet program assessment. 2. A set of martial arts techniques and skills below the spiritual level, including spiritual level. 3. A weapon below the spiritual level, including spiritual level. 4. A beast taming method below the spiritual level, including spiritual level. 5. A spirit beast below the general level, including general level. After browsing through all the available rewards on the big screen, Gu Xiangyu's heart raced, and his breathing quickened. Gu Xiangyu, we just discussed that if you're willing to join the martial arts department, you can enjoy the benefits of a council member and choose 6 items from a more than 20 rewards displayed on the big screen. Tang Heng keenly observed Gu Xiangyu's reaction and strategically played his trump card. Hearing Tang Heng's words, Gu Xiangyu had to admit that he was tempted. If he could indeed choose 6 items from the rewards displayed, he was almost certain that his strength would soar in a short time. However, recalling the deliberate reminder from Master Uncle Jiang at the door, as well as Tang Heng's words upon entering the conference room, Gu Xiangyu slowly calmed down. Minister Tang, I sincerely apologize. Your invitation is too sudden for me. May I temporarily choose 3 rewards, and when I have made a decision about joining the martial arts department, claim the other 3 later? To spare Tang Heng and the martial arts department's face, Gu Xiangyu didn't directly refuse to join, but instead hesitated for a moment before asking anxiously. Tang Heng, Xiangyu. And everyone in the conference room had assumed that Gu Xiangyu would unhesitatingly choose to join the martial arts department upon seeing the numerous rewards on the big screen. Thus, when Gu Xiangyu refused, they each thought their ears were malfunctioning. Gu Xiangyu, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. The Mushy sect is also a group member of the martial arts department. They have already learned about your 2 kills of their disciples and are preparing to settle the score with you. If you join the martial arts department, we can help resolve the enmity between you. Hearing the words Mushy sect, Gu Xiangyu was suddenly alarmed. In a flash, he understood why Tang Heng had suddenly mentioned the Mushy sect. It must be that Tang Heng felt embarrassed by Gu Xiangyu's refusal to join the martial arts department. By deliberately offering to help resolve the enmity with the Mushy sect, it was less of a goodwill gesture and more of a threat. Chapter 47. Acknowledge your mistakes and stand straight when punished. Gu Xiangyu's first impression of Tang Heng was very poor. After hearing Tang Heng's mix of soft and hard words, Gu Xiangyu's impression of him worsened. If it were someone else, Gu Xiangyu would have fired back with a single sentence long ago. However, facing the powerful and prominent Tang Heng, Gu Xiangyu could only choose to remain silent. Minister Tang, you say the Musher faction is plotting against Gu Xiangyu? I will report this matter to the War Department immediately, and I hope you can corroborate it when the time comes. Just when Gu Xiangyu felt extremely uncomfortable and didn't know how to respond to Tang Heng, Jiang Qingfeng's deep voice suddenly rang out in the conference room. This statement was like heavenly music to Gu Xiangyu, allowing him to finally catch his breath after feeling nearly suffocated. Tang Heng believed he had grasped Gu Xiangyu's weak spot and was smugly looking at him, expecting Gu Xiangyu to submit. Jiang Qingfeng's words were like a resounding slap across Tang Heng's face. It was at this moment that Tang Heng realized that it was not just Gu Xiangyu and Zhou Hongyu who had entered the conference room. He did not know when Jiang Qingfeng had also followed them in. He had been so focused on Gu Xiangyu that he had completely overlooked Jiang Qingfeng, who had deliberately lagged behind the two of them. Jiang, General Jiang, how could the Musher faction target Gu Xiangyu? What I just said was a joke and shouldn't be taken seriously. Fearing that Jiang Qingfeng would escalate the situation, Tang Heng hurriedly denied it. Minister Tang, the War Department has a clear record of the Musher faction's 2 previous attacks on Gu Xiangyu. Even if they are not planning to continue targeting him, the Martial Arts Department must give Gu Xiangyu an explanation regarding this matter, don't you think? That was a grudge between the Su family and Gu Xiangyu. The Musher faction is completely unaware of it, and we in the Martial Arts Department are even less clear on how it happened. Faced with Jiang Qingfeng's aggressive words, beads of sweat began to form on Tang Heng's forehead. So that's how it is. I must have wronged Minister Tang. Just when Tang Heng thought this topic would pass, and he could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard Jiang Qingfeng change the subject. I heard Minister Tang just threaten Gu Xiangyu with the Musher faction's matter to make him join the Martial Arts Department. I thought the grudge between the Su family and Gu Xiangyu was not accidental, but rather a long-planned conspiracy by the Martial Arts Department and the Musher faction. I clearly remember that when the Musher faction first targeted Gu Xiangyu, he was still a beginner awakened. When they targeted him the second time, they even specifically requested Gu Xiangyu's physical data from the Martial Arts Department, sending several people to participate in the tests and assessments, only to find that the data was outdated. If I am not mistaken, there are high-ranking members of the Musher faction sitting in this conference room. Are you planning to take Gu Xiangyu's life if he refuses to join the Martial Arts Department? Jiang Qingfeng's last sentence was like a thunderclap, causing an uproar in the conference room. Several people stood up excitedly, pointing at Jiang Qingfeng and cursing at him, seeing the flushed faces of the Martial Arts Department members. Jiang Qingfeng sneered and turned to leave with Gu Xiangyu. General Jiang, please wait. Just as Jiang Qingfeng and Gu Xiangyu were about to reach the door of the conference room, Tang Heng could no longer restrain himself and shouted, Minister Tang, at this point, don't harbor any illusions. Before you contacted Gu Xiangyu, the cabinet had already made arrangements for his position. After I conveyed the cabinet's intentions to Gu Xiangyu, he agreed. What you need to consider now is not how to force Gu Xiangyu to join the Martial Arts Department, but how to get him to help you conceal the truth from the cabinet to avoid being criticized and punished. Since you're in this line of work, you must admit your mistakes and stand straight when punished. What do you say, Minister Tang? Jiang Qingfeng didn't really want to leave the conference room. He just wanted to take control of the conversation. So, as soon as Tang Heng finished speaking, he immediately stopped in his tracks and threw out the prepared words emphatically. Upon hearing Jiang Qingfeng's words, the previously noisy conference room fell silent in an instant, and Tang Heng wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. He glared at Jiang Qingfeng in extreme frustration, wanting to confirm whether what Jiang Qingfeng said was true or just a bluff, but after staring for a long time, he couldn't figure it out. In the end, he could only dejectedly say, Gu Xiangyu, can we talk privately? Gu Xiangyu had no idea what had just happened. He looked at his master uncle in confusion. Seeing Jiang Qingfeng nod, he followed Tang Heng out of the conference room and into the minister's office. Gu Xiangyu, whether you believe it or not, I truly admire you and am willing to cultivate you. After making Gu Xiangyu a cup of tea, Tang Heng said sincerely. Gu Xiangyu nodded non-committally, not saying a word. Since the cabinet has made arrangements for you, it only means that the Martial Arts Department is not meant for you. However, the Martial Arts Department still wants to establish a good relationship with you, as long as you agree to help speak on our behalf in the cabinet. The Martial Arts Department can meet 3 of your requests. Seeing Gu Xiangyu remain silent, Tang Heng knew it would be hard to gain his trust anytime soon, so he decided to be direct. Gu Xiangyu didn't understand why Tang Heng was so certain he could speak on behalf of the cabinet, but when he heard that the Martial Arts Department could meet his 3 requests, he subconsciously thought of the 26 optional rewards that had flashed across the big screen in the conference room. Could those 26 rewards on the big screen in the conference room count as one request? After pondering for a moment, Gu Xiangyu suddenly remembered his master uncle's reminder that he could ask for big rewards from the martial arts department. He couldn't help but look forward and said, "Minister Tang, I just thought about it. I plan to combine my 3 requests into one. The martial arts department should give me 30 million contribution points. How about that? Kid, are you sure you're not looking for death?" Upon hearing Gu Xiangyu's request, Tang Heng's eyelids twitched violently, and he gritted his teeth as he scolded. Seeing Tang Heng's furious reaction, Gu Xiangyu felt relieved instead. Since Tang Heng didn't act immediately, it meant that his request was within the other's expectations. So this deal with the martial arts department should be secure. Chapter 48, a huge surprise. 30 million contribution points? You really dare to ask for that? On the way to the cabinet, Jiang Qingfeng couldn't help but be curious and ask Gu Xiangyu about the deal with the martial arts department. Upon learning that Gu Xiangyu had asked for an astronomical amount of contribution points, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Master, didn't you tell me to go big?" I was hoping he would give me all the rewards listed on the big screen in the conference room, but he didn't agree. Gu Xiangyu muttered softly. Hearing this, Jiang Qingfeng pointed at Gu Xiangyu's nose and sighed, "I even doubt whether you are really Chen Jiobin's student. How could such an honest person teach you? A cunning and slippery student? Master, what exactly happened with this Super Yuan Star Project event? Why were you able to handle the martial arts department with just a few words and make them willingly pay such a high price?" Gu Xiangyu chuckled and skillfully changed the topic. Upon hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, Jiang Qingfeng couldn't help but sigh, and a look of sorrow appeared on his face. The martial arts department was established only after the Great Disaster, composed of various ancient martial arts sects, families, and rogue experts. As the federal government needed to rely on their strength to combat the invasion of alien civilizations, the federal government compromised and paid a lot for this. However, these ancient martial arts experts were accustomed to the jungle law of survival of the fittest and regarded the Great Disaster as an opportunity. Treating the orders and tasks issued by the federal government with indifference, hardly caring about the lives of ordinary people. The testing and assessment tasks of the Super Yuan Star Project were originally the responsibility of the combat department, but due to the arrival of an alien mech team, we had to mobilize all forces to encircle and suppress them, so the testing and assessment tasks were temporarily handed over to the martial arts department. As a result, the martial arts department didn't take the testing and assessment tasks seriously, and then the tragedy occurred. After listening to Jiang Qingfeng's account, Gu Xiangyu fell silent. Gu Xiangyu had always thought that the heavy casualties in this testing and assessment task were because the federal government's forces were completely held back by the alien civilization and were unable to rescue the participants. He never imagined that the martial arts department clearly had the strength to protect the participants of the Super Yuan Star Project and could have avoided the disaster at the Dragon Sports Center. Yet they did nothing. The reason was simple, ridiculous, and cruel. Because the participants of the Super Yuan Star Project and the audience at the Dragon Sports Center were all ordinary people, they were not qualified to be protected, and their deaths were well-deserved. However, the martial arts department never expected that the invading alien civilization would split into 2 forces, with one deliberately attracting the attention of the combat department, while the other targeted the Super Yuan Star Project event. As a result, the final development of this event completely exceeded the control of the martial arts department, with not only 2/3 of the participants in the assessment task suffer casualties, but nearly all participants and spectators at the Dragon Sports Center facing annihilation. If it weren't for Gu Xiangyu killing all the mutated demon bats in the cave near the task hall and turning the tide at the Dragon Sports Center by dealing with the mutated mammoths and flying mantises, the Jiuzhou federal government would have become a joke in front of the American federal government and the European federal government. Master, since the martial arts department made a mistake, why do you still want me to cover up and hide the facts for them? Why not let the cabinet punish them directly? After a long while, Gu Xiangyu spoke out with righteous indignation. Dayu, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. The strength of the alien civilization's invasion of Water Blue Star is simply too powerful. It is difficult to resist relying solely on the combat department, so we must unite all forces we can. Unless more ordinary people on Water Blue Star grow rapidly like you, we won't easily tear our faces with the martial arts department. Does the martial arts department know the federal government's taboos? Maybe they know, maybe they don't. It doesn't matter because they understand the martial world, but not politics. Perhaps the topic was too heavy. After saying this, Jiang Qingfeng closed his eyes to rest and fell silent. Gu Xiangyu quietly digested Jiang Qingfeng's words, and a thought suddenly emerged in his mind, his gaze becoming increasingly determined. Half an hour later, under Jiang Qingfeng's guidance, Gu Xiangyu entered the cabinet. Gu Xiangyu, do you wish to join the combat department and become an honorable warrior? Before Gu Xiangyu could seriously observe the elder who was meeting him, he heard the elder's deep and hoarse voice. Looking at the elder before him, who resembled a neighborly grandfather, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but nod. Xun Jiubin is a good man, and his disciple is also a good man. Since you are willing to join the combat department, you will temporarily train under Jiang Qingfeng. With his protection, you should be able to grow safely. The martial arts department is generous, willing to offer 30 million contribution points. The cabinet and the combat department cannot be stingy either. Jiang Qingfeng discuss the specific rewards and benefits with Gu Xiangyu and make sure Gu Xiangyu is satisfied. The elders seemed to be unwell. After saying a couple of sentences, his breathing became rapid. He smiled apologetically at Gu Xiangyu, then slowly left with the support of the guards. Elder Huang is one of the 7 extraordinary realm experts in our Jiuzhou federal government. In facing the invasion of alien mechs this time, if it weren't for Elder Huang's selfless and bloody battle, the strength of our combat department would have suffered at least half of its losses to deal with that alien mech team. Under Gu Xiangyu's questioning gaze, Jiang Qingfeng explained with a serious expression. After hearing about Elder Huang's deeds, Gu Xiangyu felt a deep respect for him, and an overwhelming sense of emotion and pride surged in his heart, even feeling a rush of blood. All right, Dayu, don't daze off. The martial arts department has given you 30 million contribution points. The cabinet and the combat department will give you another 70 million contribution points to make it a round number. The rewards that the cabinet and the combat department can offer are all here. You can exchange them with your contribution points. To be clear in advance, don't try to bargain with me. This has been approved by Elder Huang, and it is the maximum sincerity I can offer within my authority. While Gu Xiangyu was still immersed in the excitement of being received by Elder Huang, Jiang Qingfeng had somehow projected a screen on the wall, densely listing a long string of rewards. Seeing the numerous rewards on the projected wall, Gu Xiangyu suddenly felt that the 26 rewards listed on the big screen in the martial arts department's conference room were simply meant to send beggars away. The 26 rewards listed on the big screen in the martial arts department's conference room were all here, and they were more comprehensive and advanced. The rewards not listed on the big screen in the martial arts department were also available here. Gu Xiangyu carefully flipped through the rewards and found that the wall projection had a full 50-something pages, each page detailing the specific names, levels, types, characteristics, and prices of the rewards. Under Jiang Qingfeng's guidance, Gu Xiangyu pressed the remote control in his hand to sort all the rewards by value. 1. Dust Universe Transformation, incomplete. Upper Tier Spirit Method, Alien Civilization Body Refinement Technique. When the body is refined to the extreme, can internally create space, valued at 40 million contribution points. 2. Falling Star Palm, incomplete. Mid-tier Spirit Skill, Alien Civilization Battle Technique. When a star-like palm strikes, stars fall, valued at 30 million contribution points. 3. Wandering Cloud, Surprising Dragon Step. Mid-tier Spirit Movement Technique. When cultivated to perfection, can create 9 shadow clones, valued at 20 million contribution points. 4. Divine Beast Taming Technique, a low-grade upper-tier beast taming skill. Can tame all beasts with a rank not higher than its own, worth 15 million contribution points. After clearly seeing the first few exchangeable rewards projected on the wall, Gu Xiangyu's eyes instantly widened. Chapter 49. Sorry, your balance is insufficient. Master Jiang, can I really exchange for all the rewards on the projection screen? After a long while, Gu Xiangyu swallowed hard and asked excitedly. In both his past and present lives, Gu Xiangyu had never heard of anyone around him cultivating spiritual grade techniques and martial arts. However, now in front of him appeared spiritual grade techniques, spiritual grade combat skills, and spiritual grade movement techniques, all of which he could obtain with just a flick of his finger, making Gu Xiangyu feel an extreme sense of unreality. Jiang Qingfeng seemed very pleased with Gu Xiangyu's reaction, nodding with a smile. As long as your contribution points are sufficient, feel free to exchange. After getting confirmation from Jiang Qingfeng, Gu Xiangyu didn't hesitate and clicked the exchange buttons for Dust Universe Transformation, Falling Star Palm, and Cloud Walking Dragon Step. Sorry, your balance is insufficient. Please recharge in time. Just as Gu Xiangyu was about to click to exchange for Divine Shadow Beast Control Technique, a dialog box suddenly popped up on the projection screen, leaving him stunned. It was at this moment that Gu Xiangyu realized that after exchanging for Dust Universe Transformation, Falling Star Palm, and Cloud Walking Dragon Step, his 100 million contribution points had reduced to 10 million after spending 90 million, while Divine Shadow Beast Control Technique was worth 15 million contribution points. Gu Xiangyu instinctively looked to Jiang Qingfeng for help. You see, I'm of no use either. I already said, the Cabinet and the War Department have given you a maximum reward of 70 million contribution points. And their greatest reward for you is not contribution points, but the rewards on the projection screen. Before Gu Xiangyu could speak, Jiang Qingfeng spoke first. Master Jiang, could you lend me some contribution points? I'll pay you back later. Gu Xiangyu glanced at the more than 50 pages of rewards, feeling restless. And couldn't he help but beg with a flattering smile. Get lost. Old man, doesn't he even have enough contribution points myself? Jiang Qingfeng said irritably. Master Jiang, as an elder, isn't it a bit unreasonable not to give your nephew a little greeting gift on our first meeting? Dayu, it doesn't he help to talk today? I really have no contribution points because I exchanged for this sword yesterday. Jiang Qingfeng said with a helpless smile. Seeing that Jiang Qingfeng was truly out of options, Gu Xiangyu had to give up. Hey, why am I so fixated on the beast control technique? Soon, Gu Xiangyu realized the reason behind it. In his past life, due to his low strength, he always wanted to tame a fierce beast to protect himself and his daughter, leading to an almost pathological obsession with taming methods. After being reborn, his mindset had not completely transformed, so he still had an obsession with taming fierce beasts. In fact, with his current strength, even without a spirit beast, he could still protect himself and his daughter well. Gu Xiangyu's gaze skipped over Divine Shadow Beast Control Technique and fell on the 5th-ranked Heavenly Dragon Halberd Technique and Star Moon Perception Technique. Heavenly Dragon Halberd Technique is a set of upper-grade ordinary halberd techniques that need to be used with a battle halberd. Star Moon Perception Technique is a secret manual for cultivating mental power, both valued at 10 million contribution points. Since he already had the spiritual grade combat skill, Falling Star Palm, he could take or leave the upper grade ordinary halberd technique. After weighing in his heart for a moment, Gu Xiangyu decisively exchanged his remaining 10 million contribution points for Star Moon Perception Technique. Master, I have exchanged everything. Where do I go to receive the techniques and combat skills? After finishing the exchanges, Gu Xiangyu asked Jiang Qingfeng excitedly. I must say your choice is the most reasonable because your own strength is the most important. Any external force is unreliable. Thankfully, you didn't exchange for spirit beasts, weapons, or armor. Otherwise, I would definitely look down on you. Jiang Qingfeng glanced at the rewards Gu Xiangyu had exchanged and looked at him with admiration. He pointed to a gaming pod in the room. Just get in and lie down. In the real world, we will implant all the rewards you just exchanged into your memory through a chip. Hearing Jiang Qingfeng's words, Gu Xiangyu exclaimed, You implanted a chip in my head? If we didn't implant a chip, how would we log into the Super Yuan Planet? Don't worry. The chip is just a connection terminal. It won't harm your body, nor will anyone spy on your privacy. Only under very special circumstances, with authorization from the main program, will we access and view your physical data. Under Jiang Qingfeng's guidance, Gu Xiangyu lay down in the specially designed gaming pod and closed his eyes quietly. In the next second, a flood of memories regarding Dust Universe Transformation, Falling Star Palm, Cloud Walking Dragon Step, and Star Moon Perception Technique surged into Gu Xiangyu's mind, as if these memories were innate, completely merging into his bones and blood. While Gu Xiangyu was slowly savoring the wonders of it all, his eyes suddenly brightened as he found himself in a training ground. In the training ground, a middle-aged man in a tight outfit greeted Gu Xiangyu with cupped fists and then demonstrated Dust Universe Transformation, Falling Star Palm, cloud-walking dragon step, and star-moon perception technique in sequence, allowing Gu Xiangyu to practice along and patiently correcting Gu Xiangyu's mistakes over and over again. Gu Xiangyu was eagerly comprehending and practicing the techniques and martial skills, completely immersed in it and forgetting the passage of time. It felt like a second, yet also like 10,000 years. When Gu Xiangyu opened his eyes again, they shone with dazzling light, and a smile of happiness appeared on his face. He knew he had grasped the basics of dust universe transformation, falling star palm, cloud-walking dragon step, and star-moon perception technique. And all that was left was to accumulate practice over time. How do you feel? Jiang Qingfeng had been waiting beside the gaming pod and asked with concern when he saw Gu Xiangyu wake up. Very good. Unprecedentedly good. It's amazing. Gu Xiangyu did not hold back his praise. Although 100 million contribution points were a lot, enough for him to exchange for 10,000 body attribute points. Gu Xiangyu knew that in Water Blue Star, techniques and martial skills were far more important. Good techniques and martial skills could allow practitioners to unleash strength several times beyond their cultivation level. If one only had a cultivation level without good techniques and martial skills, they could easily be killed by someone with a much lower cultivation level. More importantly, if he had to comprehend and practice dust universe transformation, falling star palm, cloud-walking dragon step, and star-moon perception technique on his own, it would be impressive to grasp one of them in 1 or 2 months. But with the help of the chip, he had mastered 4 techniques and martial skills in just half a day. This experience was exceptionally good. Dayu, since you have accepted the inheritance of techniques and martial skills from the cabinet, there are some secrets I must tell you. Before today, the Zhejiang federal government had only opened the inheritance of techniques and martial skills for 7 elders, and you are the 8th. Chapter 50, Are You Insulting My Intelligence? Gu Xiangyu initially thought that using chips for the inheritance of martial arts and combat techniques was a common practice within the cabinet and the War Department, and he was still in shock at the high technology of the federal government. After listening to Jiang Qingfeng's explanation, he realized that it was not the case at all. The reason was simple. The nutritional liquid consumed to initiate a martial arts and combat technique inheritance was simply too much. It could supply an entire administrative province's population for half a year. Therefore, unless one made significant contributions to the Kyushu Federation government or possessed a special talent that could be fully utilized by the government, such treatment would not be possible. Gu Xiangyu not only had unlimited simulation talent, but also, by chance, turned the tide during the tests and assessments of the Super Yuan Planet project, compensating for the serious mistakes made by the martial arts department and preserving the face of the Kyushu Federation government. This was why the cabinet and the War Department were willing to grant him the inheritance of martial arts and combat techniques. Dayu, I remember you still have 6,000 contribution points, right? How about exchanging them for Xiangyu Courtyard House on Water Blue Star after reaching the 9th level of Awakened Cultivation? If you want to continue enhancing your strength, you'll have to go to Water Blue Star, Jiang Qingfeng said with a smile after sharing the secret of the inheritance. Master, are you insulting my intelligence? Contribution points are so precious, and you want me to use them to exchange for a house? Can't I just buy a house with federal currency? Gu Xiangyu shot Jiang Qingfeng a sideways glance and refused without hesitation. Dayu, not all houses can be bought with federal currency. It was only by coincidence that I learned this secret. If I had enough contribution points, I definitely wouldn't miss out on this house, Jiang Qingfeng said. Seeing that Gu Xiangyu showed no signs of being tempted, Jiang Qingfeng became anxious and patiently explained the additional value of the Xiangyu he recommended. After listening to Jiang Qingfeng's words, Gu Xiangyu fell into deep thought. It turned out that the Xiangyu recommended by Jiang Qingfeng was on Guanyang Island. The most important aspect of this Xiangyu was not its residential property, but that every quarter, an auction was held on the island. Just the auction ticket was worth tens of thousands of contribution points, and it was hard to come by. Strictly speaking, Guanyang Island could no longer be considered a residential community, but rather an extremely high-end and special social platform. All rare items from Water Blue Star would appear at the quarterly auction on Guanyang Island, and the owners of the Xiangyu there had the right of first purchase for these auctioned items. Although Gu Xiangyu was still not very interested, Seeing the earnest expression on his master's face, he gritted his teeth and used 6,000 contribution points to acquire the Xiangyu on Guangyang Island. Dayu, you won't regret buying the Xiangyu on Guangyang Island. Dayu, the ownership transfer of the Xiangyu on Guangyang Island has been completed, and your identity information has been recorded on Guangyang Island. Guangyang Island excels in security, privacy, and comfort, apart from a few high-level officials in the cabinet. No one will know your personal information. Seeing that Xiangyu had exchanged contribution points for the Xiangyu on Guangyang Island, Jiang Qingfeng instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. Fearing that Xiangyu might regret it, Jiang Qingfeng quickly helped him complete all the procedures. After completing the employment procedures for the War Department with Jiang Qingfeng's assistance and listening to him drone on about the War Department's rules, Xiangyu was finally able to leave the cabinet. Having not seen his daughter for over half a day, Xiangyu's heart was already flying back to the Yueshi mansion. After watching Xiangyu leave in the car, Jiang Qingfeng finally revealed a joyful smile on his previously tense face and walked briskly to the innermost courtyard of the cabinet. In the courtyard, 7 elderly men were seated. Upon seeing the 7 elders, Jiang Qingfeng immediately lightened his footsteps and showed an extremely respectful expression. Several elders, I have intentionally given the martial arts and combat techniques left behind by Lord Ling to Xiangyu at a bargain price, and he has successfully entered. Has he really entered? Our water blue star is saved. The person Lord Ling told us to wait patiently for has finally appeared. As soon as Jiang Qingfeng finished speaking, the originally calm expressions of the 7 elders turned excited, and they repeatedly asked Jiang Qingfeng for details. It was until Jiang Qingfeng described the detailed process of Xiangyu accepting the martial arts and combat techniques a dozen times, leaving him parched, that the elders nodded in satisfaction and temporarily let Jiang Qingfeng off the hook. That kid seems quite clever, but this time his intelligence is clearly offline. Did he really think that spiritual martial arts and techniques could be exchanged for contribution points? This isn't just a lack of intelligence, it's greed at play. If I offered you this chopping knife for 100,000 federal currency, would you still want it? No matter what. We finally have someone on Water Blue Star who can cultivate starry martial arts and techniques. In the future, we won't be too embarrassed when dealing with experts from other planets. Listening to the elders discuss Xiangyu, Jiang Qingfeng, standing aside, felt no impatience. Instead, he felt a sense of pride. Jiang kid, since Xiangyu can enter the starry martial arts and techniques, did you give him the Xiangyu on Guangyang Island? Suddenly, the elders remembered another matter entrusted by Lord Ling and hurriedly asked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingfeng couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead and said with a fawning smile, Several elders. The Xiangyu on Guangyang Island has already been transferred to Xiangyu, but he traded it with me for 6,000 contribution points. What the hell is 6,000 contribution points? Guangyang Island is a property left by Lord Ling. She intended to gift it to someone faithful, and the cabinet is merely safeguarding it. You actually didn't directly reward the house to Xiangyu, but made him exchange it with contribution points? I remember. Your daughter seems to have her eyes on a white spiritual fox in the cabinet's treasury. You've been saving contribution points for a while, and it seems you're just short of 6,000 contribution points. But you're even letting your own disciple down. Aren't you afraid he'll sever ties with you when he finds out the truth? The elders exchanged words, leaving Jiang Qingfeng's face flushed with embarrassment. These individuals held high positions and had great strength, so Jiang Qingfeng dared not refute them. In my opinion, Jiang kid selling the Xiangyu to Xiangyu may not be a bad thing. Just as Jiang Qingfeng was feeling so pressured that he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in, one of the elders cleared his throat. Since Xiangyu can enter the starry martial arts and techniques, we cannot train him as an ordinary warrior. Instead, we should treat him as a trump card. Best if people from other planets mistakenly believe that Xiangyu is not a native of Water Blue Star. Therefore, we must do our best to erase any traces of Xiangyu's life on Water Blue Star, and even the cabinet cannot have any overt connection with him. Chapter 51. Your lives no longer belong to you siblings. The person who said this was the Grand Elder of the cabinet. Among several elders, The Grand Elder was not the strongest in terms of power, but his strategic abilities were unmatched. It was precisely because of his foresight and careful planning that Water Blue Star was able to minimize losses when a great catastrophe struck. After listening to the Grand Elder's sudden proposal for a surprise plan, the expressions of the other people in the courtyard simultaneously showed amazement. They knew that if the Grand Elder's surprise plan could be successfully implemented, it might really change the fate of Water Blue Star falling into despair. In the following time, the few people in the courtyard exchanged ideas, gradually modifying and perfecting the surprise plan. In the garden outside, Building 33 of the Yuesha Mansion, Su Haijiang and his group had been waiting here for more than 2 hours, yet they still hadn't seen Xiangyu and his family return. An impatience was evident on their faces. Yin Qinghan, are you sure Xiangyu lives in this villa, and not somewhere else? Su Haijiang glared at Yin Qinghan and asked impatiently. This was already the countless time Su Haijiang repeated the same question. Although Yin Qinghan felt displeased and intimidated by Su Haijiang's dominance, she had to nod reluctantly. Mr. Su, Xiangyu's family really lives in this house. I have seen their property certificate and have been here once. How could you lose track of them? Who knows if you might have remembered the wrong place? Useless thing. Su Haijiang did not soften his tone because Yin Qinghan was pretty. His gaze towards her even carried a hint of disdain. In Su Haijiang's eyes, Yin Qinghan was too foolish and too snobbish. Apart from her looks, she was practically worthless. I also don't know how they suddenly disappeared after following them closely, Yin Qinghan defended softly. After leaving the Dragon Sports Center, Yin Qinghan received Su Haijiang's order to keep a close watch on Gu Wan'er and Gu Panpan. After learning about Su Daren's death, Yin Qinghan initially planned to leave directly, but she couldn't resist the high price Su Haijiang offered, so she agreed. Yin Qinghan never imagined that Gu Wan'er and Gu Panpan would seemingly vanish in a thin air right under her nose. With no other options, she could only bring Su Haijiang and his group to Yuesha Mansion. Yin Qinghan, Xiangyu is about to become a top citizen of the Federal Republic. Do you regret divorcing him? Su Haijiang moquette de liberté. Upon hearing this, Yin Qinghan's face turned pale, and an expression of immense pain appeared in her eyes. When she saw the list of 100 people announced on the big screen at the Dragon Sports Center, she regretted it deeply. If she hadn't divorced Xiangyu, she could be enjoying the benefits of being a top citizen of the Federal Republic right now. Mr. Su, the process for Xiangyu to become a top citizen of the Federal Republic will be completed soon. Instead of trying to curry favor with him, you're thinking of dealing with him. Do you want the entire Su family to pay for your mistakes? In her anger, Yin Qinghan spoke without thinking. As soon as her words fell, she received a heavy slap. Wretched girl, what do you know? You know nothing. Xiangyu not only ruined my happiness as a man, but also killed my father. Even if I don't kill Xiangyu, once he becomes a top citizen of the federal government, he won't spare me or the Su family. After Su Haijiang finished speaking, he noticed Yin Qinghan looking at his lower body with a strange expression, and he immediately realized he had accidentally let something slip. In a fit of rage and humiliation, Su Haijiang couldn't help but slap Yin Qinghan twice more. They're back. Gu Wan'er and that bastard are back. After being slapped to the ground, Yin Qinghan rubbed her burning face and was about to apologize when she caught sight of movement in the living room of the villa out of the corner of her eye and shouted, "You go knock on the door." Su Haijiang ordered fiercely. Yin Qinghan looked troubled upon hearing this. She knew that neither Gu Wan'er nor Gu Panpan had any good feelings towards her. If a stranger knocked on the door, the two of them might open it. But if she went to knock, they definitely wouldn't. After hearing Yin Qinghan stammering her explanation, Su Haijiang spat and then pulled her aside, letting the people from a mushy faction go knock on the door. When Gu Wan'er heard someone knocking, she had no doubts and opened the door, intending to ask who was there, but the door was pushed open heavily, and more than a dozen people streamed in. "What do you want?" "I'm calling the police." Gu Wan'er, pushed to the ground, panicked and loudly questioned while taking out her phone to call the police. Just as Gu Wan'er was about to use her phone, Su Haijiang kicked it aside. The next moment, Su Haijiang frivolously pinched Gu Wan'er's chin and said, "Gu Wan'er, actually, I really like you and genuinely want to marry you. But you're too ungrateful. Your brother is just as ungrateful, so don't blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, he began tearing at Gu Wanner's clothes. In just a moment, Gu Wanner's outerwear was stripped away, and her sweater was torn into pieces, leaving only her innerwear faintly visible through the sheer fabric, highlighting her perfect figure. "You bad guy, don't bully my aunt." Just as Su Haijiang let out a sneer and prepared to tear away Gu Wanner's sheer fabric, suddenly a shadow fell from the sky, kicking Su Haijiang aside and protecting Gu Wanner behind her. "Aunt, I told you Dad wouldn't be back so soon. We could have played at the amusement park for a while before coming back, but you insisted on rushing back, and now you've suffered, right?" Pampan admonished Gu Wanner like a little adult. Gu Wanner couldn't help but laugh and cry upon hearing this. Was this really the time to discuss this? "Pampan, later I'll help you distract them while you sneak away. You know the community well, and you should be able to find a hidden corner to escape their pursuit." Gu Wanner whispered, leaning close to Pampan's ear. "Gu Wanner, you might as well save your breath. Since I, Su Haijiang, have found this place today, it means I've decided to burn my boats. Even if the whole Su family has to pay for it, I will kill you and Gu Xiangyu." As soon as Gu Wanner finished speaking, she heard Su Haijiang's chilling voice. It was also at this moment that Gu Wanner realized Su Haijiang had already gotten up from the ground, and his face was almost close to hers. Having overheard everything she and Pampan were whispering about, "I'll be blunt with you. Among the few mushy faction brothers behind me, one is a third-tier evolver, and the other two are ninth-tier awakeners. No matter how well Gu Xiangyu performs in the Super Yuan Star Project assessment, he is completely outmatched in front of these mushy faction brothers. So, don't have any delusions today. From the moment you siblings assaulted me at Li Shuei apartment, your lives no longer belong to you. And you, wild girl, I never intended to kill children, but since you're looking for death, don't blame others." As Su Haijiang spoke, he suddenly touched his face, which had just been kicked by Pampan, and raised his fist, heavily smashing it towards Pampan's face. Chapter 52, Do You Think You've Got Me Figured Out? "Be careful, Pampan." Seeing Su Haijiang suddenly attack, Gu Wanner exclaimed in alarm, quickly turning around to shield Pampan with her back, taking Su Haijiang's punch herself to prevent any harm to Pampan. Even though Gu Wanner's physical attributes far exceeded those of an average person, she still felt an overwhelming discomfort in her body from Su Haijiang's punch, and a trace of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. "You two don't need to rush. You're all going to die anyway. So just line up and take your time." Su Haijiang was momentarily stunned, then threw another punch at Gu Wanner's back. "Don't hurt my aunt." At a critical moment, Pampan snorted coldly, and a glimmer of cold light flashed at her fingertips. Su Haijiang's fist, which was about to hit Gu Wanner's back, seemed to be electrocuted, retracting rapidly. Su Haijiang let out a piercing scream as he discovered a small hole the size of a finger had appeared on his fist, with blood gushing out. "You little brat, you actually used a hidden weapon to hurt me. You're looking for death." In a fit of rage, Su Haijiang raised his other hand and slapped it fiercely towards Pampan's face. Pampan, seeing this, flashed a look of panic, but the cold light in her hand flashed again. Su Haijiang cried out in despair again, realizing that his palm now also had a bloody hole, and he could even faintly see the exposed bone of his palm. "Young Master Su, you should step aside. This little girl is an awakened talent. Her strength can easily kill you." Just as Su Haijiang was looking at Pampan with suspicion, feeling somewhat at a loss, a member of the Woodstone sect behind him spoke in a deep voice. "Little girl, your awakened talent must be the S-rank ice talent, right? If you are willing to join our Woodstone sect and become my disciple, I can ensure the safety of your family and even help you accomplish 3 things. The third-tier evolutionary of the Woodstone sect stared at Pampan with shining eyes, as if he saw an extraordinary treasure. "Brother Chun, your sect's elder promised me that as long as I donated all my family assets to the Woodstone sect, you would help me kill Gu Xiangyu's family. You can't go back on your word." Hearing Brother Chun from the Woodstone sect, Su Haijiang panicked and quickly reminded him, in front of an S-rank awakened, "The Su family's wealth is nothing. If you keep talking, I'll kill you right now. Do you believe me?" Brother Chin snorted coldly in response, reprimanding him displeasedly. Feeling the palpable killing intent from Brother Chun, Su Haijiang immediately dared not say another word. "Little girl, what have you decided?" Brother Chin squatted down in front of Pampan with a friendly smile and said, "By the way, Our Woodstone sect is a member of the federal government's martial arts department. Your dad is currently receiving a reward from the martial arts department, and I think he will join the martial arts department soon, which means he and I will be colleagues. At this moment, Pan Pan felt regret for inadvertently exposing her ice talent, as her father had repeatedly reminded her not to reveal her abilities in front of outsiders. Naturally, she was unwilling to accept Brother Chen's invitation to join the Woodstone sect. However, hearing that her dad would also join the martial arts department and that this man would become her dad's colleague, she felt a little tempted. This was not something a child could decide on their own. It had to be approved by her dad. Worried that Pan Pan might inadvertently agree to Brother Chun's invitation, Gu Wana spoke up from the side. Just as it seemed Pan Pan was about to accept Brother Chen's invitation, unexpectedly, Gu Xiangyu returned in time. Gu Wana and Pan Pan, due to their line of sight, did not see Brother Chen's subtle signal, but Gu Xiangyu, who had just come out of the elevator, saw it clearly. Since the Woodstone sect's people have appeared in my home, many things are already obvious, so why pretend? Gu Xiangyu coldly glanced at everyone in the living room and said disdainfully, Gu Xiangyu, your daughter being noticed by Brother Chen from the Woodstone sect is a blessing your ancestors earned over 8 generations. How can you be so foolish as to refuse? Do you even realize what you're missing out on? Su Haijiang was overjoyed to hear Gu Xiangyu's words and deliberately fanned the flames. As Su Haijiang spoke, he gestured to Yin Qinghan. Seeing Su Haijiang's gesture, Yin Qinghan sneered, Gu Xiangyu, it's one thing for you to be foolish and short-sighted, but don't ruin Pan Pan's future. Having a celestial being from the Woodstone sect teach her skills is far better than living a mundane life beside you. Yin Qinghan, you have no place to speak here. Get as far away as you can. Gu Xiangyu rebuked her as soon as she finished speaking. I've already killed over a dozen of your Woodstone sect's trash. I'm not short of you few. Who wants to come first? Or should you all come at once? Gu Xiangyu's words made the people from the Woodstone sect furious. Su Haijiang and Yin Qinghan exchanged glances, their faces revealing happy smiles. Gu Xiangyu, we VE checked your latest 4-dimensional data through the martial arts department. As a 9th tier awakened who has not practiced any martial arts or techniques, you dare to act so arrogantly in front of us? Do you really not know how to write the word death? As soon as Gu Xiangyu finished speaking, a disciple from the Woodstone sect snorted coldly and then swung his palm towards Gu Xiangyu's chest. Gu Xiangyu instinctively wanted to use his knife to cut off the opponent's hand, but at that crucial moment, various moves of the Starfall palm surged into his mind. The next moment, Gu Xiangyu's palm transformed into a sky full of stars, striking at the attacking disciple from the Woodstone sect. With a thunderous sound, the disciple, confident that he could overpower Gu Xiangyu due to their shared 9th tier awakening, was sent flying by Gu Xiangyu's slap. While still in the air, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, unconscious. Is this the level of the Woodstone sect? How dare you speak so arrogantly? Who gave you the confidence? Even without using his infinite mimicry talent, Gu Xiangyu's successful one-hit kill of a same-tier Woodstone sect expert filled him with confidence. He looked at the other members with shining eyes, realizing that this group had decent strength and would be excellent sparring partners. Witnessing Gu Xiangyu's sudden display of profound combat skills, all the disciples of the Woodstone sect, including Brother Chun, fell silent. The slap in the face came so unexpectedly that they didn't know what to say for a moment. Gu Xiangyu, I have to say, we indeed underestimated you. But do you really think you can challenge me, who has the strength of a 3rd-tier evolutionary, with your own abilities? After a moment of silence, Brother Chen stepped out from the crowd, looking serious as he stared at Gu Xiangyu. 3rd-tier evolvers are indeed powerful, but do you think you have me figured out? Gu Xiangyu sneered, then shouted loudly, Taidun, come out and get to work. Knock down this big fool in front of you, and I'll give you extra food tonight. Hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, Brother Chun was taken aback. Could there be a hidden expert in the villa? However, he had been in the villa for quite a while without noticing anything. Even now, he felt no sign of any expert's presence. Just as everyone in the room was looking around, trying to see what the expert who could rival Brother Chen looked like. A huge mass of flesh suddenly rolled down the stairs. When everyone saw Tieduan's appearance, they exchanged glances, all with expressions of shock. Chapter 53. The terrifying power of Iron Dun Gu Xiangyu. You wouldn't be trying to tell us that this panda is your reliance, would you? Senior brother Chun looked at the cute and fierce Iron Dun in front of him, then at Gu Xiangyu, and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Su Haiziang, Zan Qinggang, and several others from the Musher sect also wore mocking expressions, looking at Gu Xiangyu as if he were an idiot. Gu Wanner and Pampan were equally puzzled. After all, Iron Dun usually just acted cute or slept in front of them, never showing any combat ability. Seeing everyone's reaction clearly, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Before the Super Yuan Star Program test and assessment tasks, Gu Xiangyu had been mining day and night to enhance his strength. He only saved a few expensive metals, most of which went into Iron Dun's belly, making Iron Dun's power increase even faster than Gu Xiangyu's. Under the coverage of Gu Xiangyu's true eye skill, Iron Dun's physical attribute template was clearly displayed before him. Species, Panda Strength, 9th Tier Beast Soldier Power, 157 Speed, 119 Constitution, 137 Spirit, 99 Bloodline, Ancient Iron-Eating Beast SSS level, Skills, Copper Skin Iron Bone S level, Savage Bite S level, Master. Gu Xiangyu, although Iron Dun was only at the 9th Tier B Soldier Cultivation level, its power, speed, and Constitution attributes had already reached the standard of a Beast General. Moreover, with an SSS level Bloodline and 2 S level innate skills, it would be too easy for Iron Dun to deal with a Tier 3 Evolver. Just when Senior Brother Chun and the others were laughing heartily, treating Iron Dun as a cute pet, Iron Dun suddenly raised a front paw and slapped Senior Brother Chun. Caught off guard by this sudden slap, Senior Brother Chun didn't even have time to defend himself before being sent flying by Iron Dun. The laughter and mockery in the room stopped abruptly, and everyone's jaws dropped in shock. You beast, daring to sneak attack me. Just wait until I chop off your claws. After getting up from the ground, Senior Brother Chun drew his sword with a clang, his face flushed as he charged towards Iron Dun. In the face of Senior Brother Chun's aggressive attack, Iron Dun didn't even budge, but instead smiled at Gu Xiangyu, making a chirping sound for food. Master, you've been out for so long, I'm starving. Gu Xiangyu vaguely understood the meaning behind Iron Dun's chirp. The big guy has a sword in hand, so if you're hungry, eat the sword to fill your belly. Once the task is done, you can eat to your heart's content. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Iron Dun glanced at Senior Brother Chin's sword with a look of disdain. You scared me. I thought this panda was formidable, but it turns out it only has brute strength and won't even dodge when Senior Brother Chin tries to kill it. Senior Brother Chun, having lost face to this panda, would definitely show no mercy. What a pity for such a cute panda. Seeing Iron Dun in grave danger, yet still acting cute in front of Gu Xiangyu, several members of the Musher sect couldn't help but whisper among themselves, their eyes filled with sympathy and regret. Senior Brother Chun, on the other hand, had a sinister look on his face, showing no hesitation in his actions despite Iron Dun's cuteness. Soon, Senior Brother Chin's sword struck Iron Dun. With a crisp clang, sparks flew from Iron Dun's body. Senior Brother Chun, who had intended to behead Iron Dun, was left in a daze, completely unaware of what had just happened, having long been scared into closing her eyes. Gu Wanner slowly opened her eyes upon hearing the sound of metal clashing, looking at the scene in confusion. The few Musher sect disciples, who had felt sympathy for Iron Dun, were equally dumbfounded. Taking advantage of Senior Brother Chin's moment of distraction, Iron Dun turned its head, opened its mouth, and bit down on Senior Brother Chin's sword. With a few crunching sounds, the sword, which could cut through iron like mud, was devoured cleanly by Iron Dun in just a few bites. You beast, you ate my treasure, give it back. Senior Brother Chin finally understood that Iron Dun might possess an innate talent similar to being impervious to blades, which is why his attack had no effect. But when he saw his sword being completely devoured by Iron Dun, his mentality completely broke. At that moment, Senior Brother Chin couldn't care less about how Iron Dun had managed to chew through his sword. He only wanted to kill Iron Dun, as if doing so would allow him to retrieve his sword. Facing a Senior Brother Chun who had completely lost his reason and was attacking without any strategy, Iron Dun revealed a hint of human-like disdain in its eyes. With a wave of its paw, it sent Senior Brother Chun flying again. This time, before Senior Brother Chun could get up from the ground, Iron Dun leaped onto him and sat heavily on him. Seeing this, senior brother Chen's soul nearly left his body. He instinctively gathered his strength in his arms and slapped down on Iron Dun's backside. The next moment, he heard the sound of his arms breaking. Then, it felt like a massive rock had crashed down on him, not only shattering all his bones but also displacing his internal organs. This was a spirit beast with power not lower than his own and possessing S-level talents. Just before losing consciousness, senior brother Chen finally understood why he had been defeated by Iron Dun. Iron Dun, remember not to make such a bloody mess next time. It's hard to clean up the room. Seeing senior brother Chen turned into a pile of mush beneath Iron Dun, Xiangyu frowned and casually tossed a piece of refined metal to Iron Dun, lightly reprimanding him. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Iron Dun excitedly received the piece of metal thrown by Xiangyu, happily chirping in response, then squatted down to enjoy its treat. Su Hai Diang. After what happened at the Li Shui apartment, as long as you don't continue to trouble me, perhaps I will slowly forget you. Why do you have to seek your own death? Looking at Su Haijiang, who was pale with fear and trembling, Xiangyu sighed. You can't kill me. I am now a disciple of the Musher sect, and disciples of the Musher sect are protected by the martial arts department. If you kill me, you will be sanctioned by the martial arts department. I've killed many disciples of the martial arts department. You are not the first nor the last. I never caused trouble, but I have no mercy for those who wish to harm me and my family. After finishing his sentence, Xiangyu didn't give Su Haijiang a chance to beg for mercy. With a swing of his knife, he directly left a line of blood on Su Haijiang's throat. Su Haijiang wanted to speak, but found his throat already ruptured. He could only clutch his throat tightly, looking at Xiangyu with eyes full of despair and regret. Xiangyu, both you and your daughter are awakened talents, and you also possess a top-tier spirit beast. If our sect knew about this, they would definitely not oppose you. I beg you, spare us. Seeing Xiangyu's decisive demeanor, the other Musher sect disciples panicked. After a brief discussion, they hurriedly begged for mercy from Xiangyu. But before they could finish their words, Xiangyu's knife fell, ending their lives. Yin Qinghan, if I'm not mistaken, you must have brought them to the villa, right? After killing Su Haijiang and the other Musher sect disciples, Xiangyu, holding the bloody knife, pointed at Yin Qinghan and asked. Chapter 54. No egg left under the overturned nest. Yin Qinghan glanced at senior brother Chen, who had turned into a puddle of flesh, then looked at Su Haijiang, who had his throat slit, along with several disciples of the mushy sect. Finally, her gaze landed on the mysterious knife in Xiangyu's hand, stained with bright red blood. In an instant, feelings of regret, pain, despair, panic, fear, and resentment surged in her heart. She hesitated, wanting to speak, but felt that anything she said would be superfluous. Finally, her eyes rolled back, her head tilted, and she collapsed to the ground. Dad, did you kill Mom? Xiangyu was staring at Yin Qinghan with a puzzled expression, unsure of what had happened, when Ponpon's panicked voice suddenly rang in her ears. Pampan, don't wrong your dad. He just asked Yin Qinghan a question and didn't he do anything. Yin Qinghan must have fainted, Gu Wanner said, stunned, and quickly reprimanded Pampan. Upon hearing that her mother had just fainted, Pampan instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. Dad, I'm sorry. I suddenly saw Mom fall and thought you'd killed her. Afraid that Xiangyu would be angry, Pampan hurried to his side, hugging his arm and shaking it. Even if Dad is hard-hearted, he wouldn't be able to bring himself to kill your mother. Xiangyu affectionately patted his daughter's head, suppressing the impulse to tell Pampan the truth about her origins, and explained softly, Yeah, I know Dad is the best. Seeing that her father wasn't angry, Ponpon's eyes turned into crescent moons as she smiled. Vanya, take Pampan upstairs to rest. I'll clean up the room. Xiangyu kissed his daughter and then instructed his sister. Okay, brother. Gu Wanner responded decisively and took Ponpon's small hand upstairs. Xiangyu glanced at the corpses scattered throughout the hall, frowned, and dialed Jiang Sherbu's number. What? The mushy sect people actually dared to attack you? They have such audacity. Wait, I'll be right over. Upon learning that the mushy sect had the nerve to cause trouble for Xiangyu, Jiang Qingfeng was furious. He threw down a sentence and hurried to the Yueshi mansion. Along with Jiang Qingfeng came Elder Huang from the cabinet. Seeing Elder Huang suddenly arrive with Jiang Qingfeng, Gu Xiangyu was puzzled. He thought it was just a matter of letting the War Department help him deal with the murder situation to avoid leaving any aftermath. But even the big shots from the cabinet had been alarmed. Gu Xiangyu, I'm not here because of your murder situation. I want to discuss another matter with you. Elder Huang explained with a smile. Elder Huang, you're too polite. I'm now a member of the War Department. Just let me know what you need. No need for discussion, Gu Xiangyu said as he led Elder Huang and Jiang Qingfeng to the reception room. While Jiang Qingfeng's guards were responsible for cleaning up the corpses and bloodstains in the villa's hall. Gu Xiangyu, I don't know why you and Pan were able to awaken your talents. In fact, so far, only the two of you have awakened talents in the Jiuzhou Federation government. To be precise, you are the only two on the entire Water Blue Star who have awakened talents. The American Federation and the European Federation have not heard of any humans awakening talents either, though it's possible there are awakened individuals not discovered by the Federation Republic. However, we have found that aliens invading Water Blue Star have almost all awakened talents. It seems that talent awakening is a very common phenomenon on civilized planets outside of Water Blue Star. And this distinction appears to be a standard to differentiate aliens from Water Blue Star humans. After hearing Elder Huang's proposal for a special operations plan, Gu Xiangyu fell into silence. Accepting the special operations plan would mean his life would undergo earth-shattering changes. For the safety of his family and friends, he certainly couldn't live openly with his daughter and sister. Even when contacting familiar people like his mentor and Jiang Shibua, he would have to be extremely cautious. However, Gu Xiangyu also understood that there were no complete eggs left under an overturned nest. If they couldn't protect Water Blue Star, everything would be meaningless. Elder Huang, Jiang Shibua, I agree to accept this special operations plan. After careful consideration, Gu Xiangyu solemnly stated his decision. Upon hearing Gu Xiangyu's answer, Jiang Qingfeng and Elder Huang exchanged smiles. Jiang Qingfeng couldn't help but excitedly pat Gu Xiangyu on the shoulder and said loudly, Gu Xiangyu, I knew you would agree to this plan. From now on, your identity as a member of the War Department will be top secret. You will only communicate with me through a single line. You have half a day to say goodbye to your family. After half a day, we will act according to the plan. When the three of them left the reception room, the villa's hall had been cleaned spotless, as if nothing had ever happened. Gu Xiangyu didn't mention a word about the special operations plan to his sister and daughter, but he cherished the half-day time spent with them. Not only did he enjoy all the amusement park rides with his daughter, but he also accompanied his sister for half a day of shopping, clearing out all the clothes and accessories she liked. In the end, Gu Xiangyu transferred 1 billion federal coins to his sister's bank card. Brother, why do you seem so troubled? When she received the massive transfer notification, Gu Wanner finally sensed that something was off. Vanya, the law is the same for the emperor and the commoner. Although Su Haijiang and the Mushy sect members deserve to die, I still killed someone. Even with Jiang Shibua protecting me, it only bought me half a day's freedom. Wanner, promise me that during the time I'm not around, you must take good care of Pan. If you encounter any difficulties, contact Jiang Shibua immediately. He will help resolve all problems. Gu Xiangyu explained that he would soon have his status as a top citizen revoked by the Federation government and be declared a murderer, while also informing Gu Wanner that she and Pan will be taken to live at the War Department's secret base. Brother, you're not joking with me, right? The great disaster has arrived, and social order is on the brink of collapse. Even ordinary people who commit homicide won't be sentenced as severely as before. Not to mention you're about to become a top citizen of the Federation Republic, enjoying many exemptions that ordinary people can't even imagine. Gu Wanner couldn't accept what Gu Xiangyu had just said and exclaimed excitedly. You also said that I am about to become a top citizen of the Federation Republic. Not that I have already become one. Look, the news has already been pushed out. You take good care of Pan. I'm leaving first. After finishing his sentence, Gu Xiangyu gently hugged his sister and turned to leave resolutely, watching her brother's figure disappear into the crowd. Gu Wanner looked down at the news, pushed on her phone, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. In the Martial Arts Department office building of the Jiuzhou Federation government, at the meeting of all the directors of the Martial Arts Department, 2 elders from the Mushy sect were excitedly banging on the table. When everyone in the conference room received the news push from the War Department at the same time, smiles appeared on their faces. Since the War Department had already compromised, there was no need to employ many tactics against them. All they needed to do was quietly kill Xiangyu. This ant was jumping around too much, seriously affecting their mood. Tang Hung snorted coldly, which served as a final judgment, putting an end to the incident of Xiangyu's murder. Chapter 55, I just want to know where the beauties of Water Blue Star have gone in the Super Yuan Planet. Xiangyu had just arrived at a secluded place when his figure disappeared from the spot. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself sitting in a quaint courtyard, sipping tea, with Zhang Qingfeng smiling broadly across from him. Dayu, this is the courtyard you exchanged for 6,000 contribution points. Isn't it beautiful? Zhang Qingfeng said proudly as he noticed Xiangyu excitedly surveying the surroundings. Guangyang Island is the largest island in the upper reaches of the Yangtze River, covering more than 300 acres of precious vegetation and housing thousands of nationally protected rare animals. The entire island has only one residence, which is this courtyard of yours. Before the Great Catastrophe, Guangyang Island was the best place for the people of Yudu Province to relax, exercise, and it was also a favorite venue for the federal government and various social elites to host large events. Now, not only is this courtyard yours, but the entire island is yours as well. Quite a bargain, right? Xiangyu nodded upon hearing this, feeling a bit excited. Before the Great Catastrophe, Xiangyu had visited Guangyang Island a few times with his daughter, and the scenery on the island was indeed breathtaking. The thought that this 300-acre ecological scenic area had now completely become his private garden made him feel particularly satisfied. I installed a nutrient pod in your bedroom. In the future, whenever you want to enter the Super Yuan Planet, just lie down in the nutrient pod. Also, I brought your panda here. The courtyard is stocked with a year's supply of nutrient solution for you and the panda. To avoid detection by aliens or the martial arts department, we should minimize contact in the future. For important matters, immediately leave a message in the Super Yuan Planet instead of communicating on Water Blue Star. After repeating the precautions, Zhang Qingfeng left with a heavy heart. Xiangyu sat in the courtyard for a while, then excitedly rode on the Iron Beast, circling around Guangyang Island. Half an hour later, Xiangyu's face turned as dark as coal, and he felt unwell. The once beautiful Guangyang Island had turned into a deserted island due to the Great Catastrophe, due to plant mutations and lack of maintenance. Almost all the roads were covered with weeds, and many ornamental plants had turned into towering trees, making the island resemble a primordial forest. If it weren't for the Iron Beast's tough physique, Xiangyu would have doubted whether he could move at all on Guangyang Island. I've been tricked. The feeling grew stronger in Xiangyu's heart as he recalled Zhang Qingfeng's hasty departure. However, seeing the meticulously maintained courtyard and the well-prepared living supplies within, his dissatisfaction dissipated. After all, he had purchased the courtyard, not the entire island. If he couldn't stand the overgrown appearance of the island, he could always find time to tidy it up later. Iron Beast, let us go out and work. Remembering the fall of the Yudu province shelter in his previous life, Xiangyu felt a tightness in his heart and called out to the Iron Beast. The Iron Beast happily growled and then crawled in front of Xiangyu, allowing him to ride on its back. In the next moment, Xiangyu felt as if he were riding on clouds, galloping across Guangyang Island. This fast and stable feeling was much more comfortable than driving, and the best part was that he didn't have to worry about anything. Feeling delighted, Xiangyu casually conjured a piece of metal and tossed it into the Iron Beast's mouth. Occasionally, ferocious beasts would jump out to block the way, but Xiangyu didn't need to intervene. The Iron Beast would simply swat them away with a paw. Along the way, Xiangyu saw many collapsed skyscrapers, completely ruined shopping malls, and countless remnants of limbs, leaving him sighing in sympathy. Thinking of the nearly unchanged Super Yuan Planet, Xiangyu smiled. The leadership of the Federal Republic had actually managed to bring most people and animals into the Super Yuan Planet just before the Great Catastrophe, which made Xiangyu admire the unity of humanity on Water Blue Star and the determination of the federal leadership. The supply of nutrient solution on Water Blue Star is limited. Once it runs out, humanity will no longer be able to enjoy the peaceful life in the Super Yuan Planet and must return to the real world to face various ferocious beasts and dangers. Therefore, Humanity on Water Blue Star is racing against time to see whether the nutrient solution runs out first or the crisis on Water Blue Star gets resolved first. Just as Xiangyu was lost in thought, a shadow fell from the sky, landing in front of him and the Iron Beast. Faced with this shadow, the Iron Beast surprisingly did not attack immediately, but took a few steps back while carrying Xiangyu. This is an almost extinct iron-eating beast in the universe. You actually have one as a spirit pet. Aren't you lucky? Which planet are you from? Are you also here to check on the evolution of Water Blue Star? The newcomer scrutinized Xiangyu and the Iron Beast, curiously greeting him. Upon hearing the newcomer's words, Xiangyu instantly concluded that the other party was not a human from Water Blue Star and had mistakenly assumed that he was also from an alien civilization. Xiangyu habitually used the Eye of Truth to check the other's data panel attributes. Name: Wang Xiaoqi. Strength: Evolver, 2nd stage. Power: 215 speed, 223 physique, 244 spirit, 203 talent skill. Beast Intimidation, S-Class. Can be upgraded. Cultivation Technique. Cloud Beast Classic Combat Skill. Beast Transformation Palm, seeing the other party's 4-dimensional attributes, talent skills, and combat techniques. Xiangyu finally understood why the Iron Beast was afraid of this guy. With an S-Class Beast Intimidation talent, it was likely that any ferocious beast would avoid him. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking others questions? Xiangyu pretended to be calm and responded unpretentiously. Haha, my fault. My name is Wang Xiaoqi. People who know me call me Xiaoqi. Honestly, I didn't want to come to Water Blue Star at all. My family insisted I come, so here I am. However, I'm not interested in the tasks my family arranged for me. I just want to know where the beauties of Water Blue Star have gone. I've been here for half a month, and I haven't seen a single woman, let alone a beauty. Hearing Wang Xiaoqi's words, Xiangyu couldn't help but show a strange expression. From Jiang Qingfeng, he learned that aliens were full of hostility towards humanity on Water Blue Star. Not only indiscriminately killing humans, but also searching for and destroying various resources and materials on Water Blue Star. Why was this guy so different from the aliens Jiang Qingfeng described? Was he just good at disguising himself? Or was he really an anomaly? In addition to beauties, I have another hobby, which is taming and raising spirit beasts. However, I've been to many civilized planets, and haven't found a suitable spirit beast until today when I saw this iron-eating beast under you. I finally know what my favorite spirit beast is. Brother, could you transfer this iron-eating beast to me? I'll give you energy crystal coins, and I guarantee the price will satisfy you. While Xiangyu was still sizing up Wang Xiaoqi, the latter had already approached him with a flattering smile, sincerely requesting. Chapter 56. The robbery fails, and they are robbed. This was the first time Xiangyu had heard of energy crystal coins. He had no idea what they were or their value. He wanted to ask the other person about it, but was afraid of revealing his ignorance. After a moment of silence, Xiangyu calmly said, "A gentleman does not take away what others cherish. Don't you think your behavior is excessive?" Upon hearing Xiangyu's words, Wang Xiaoqi couldn't help but chuckle. "You're right. If it were me, I wouldn't want to part with my beloved items, no matter how many energy crystal coins others offered me." Seeing that Wang Xiaoqi wasn't angry about his refusal, Xiangyu instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. Realizing that Wang Xiaoqi was a genuine person, Xiangyu couldn't help but add, "Actually, I encountered this iron-eating beast on Water Blue Star. If you really like iron-eating beasts, I can help you catch one the next time I encounter it." Bro, am I dreaming? You're really willing to help me catch an iron-eating beast? That's amazing. Here, I'll give you 100 energy crystal coins as a deposit, and when I get the iron-eating beast, I'll pay you 1,900 more. Is that okay? Wang Xiaoqi was overjoyed at Xiangyu's words, shaking Xiangyu's arm excitedly, his face flushed with excitement. While speaking, Wang Xiaoqi opened his storage ring and handed 100 energy crystal coins to Xiangyu. However, before Xiangyu could reach out to take the energy crystal coins, they felt a gust of wind sweep past them, and then the energy crystal coins in Wang Xiaoqi's hand vanished, along with the storage ring. How did an idiot like you come to Source Beast Star? The person standing in front of you is obviously a native of Water Blue Star, yet you treat him like a transcendent being and even offer him energy crystal coins to buy an iron-eating beast. Water Blue Star ISNT, even a member of the Planetary Alliance, he can't spend your energy crystal coins. Since you're foolish with money, instead of giving it to a native, you might as well give it to me. At least if I take your money, I might help you in the future if you encounter life-threatening danger. Gu Xiangyu and Wang Xiaoqi were confused, not knowing what was happening when a voice suddenly rang in their ears. A blond young man appeared behind them, holding Wang Xiaoqi's storage ring. How could he be a native? I saw him use a talent skill with my own eyes. Wang Xiaoqi argued defiantly. To traverse the spatial rift, one must at least be an evolved being. Look at what his current cultivation level is. The blond young man sneered. Wang Xiaoqi carefully scrutinized Gu Xiangyu and realized that Gu Xiangyu was only at the awakener level. He was instantly dumbfounded. Don't think you know everything. The world is full of wonders, and there are many things you don't understand. Gu Xiangyu scoffed, his face full of sarcasm. You're just a speed-type, third-level evolved being. What is there to show off in front of us? Why, you know me? No, we definitely haven't met before today. How do you know my cultivation level? Upon hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, Ouyang Fuyong's face showed signs of tension, his eyes fixed on Gu Xiangyu, his nerves highly strung. Ouyang Fuyong had forcefully snatched Wang Xiaoqi's storage ring and energy crystal coins while mocking Gu Xiangyu, because he could see through their cultivation levels. However, hearing Gu Xiangyu reveal his cultivation level made Ouyang Fuyong feel vulnerable. Could it be that this person's cultivation level was much stronger than his, and he was just pretending to be weaker to deceive others? The thought suddenly entered Ouyang Fuyong's mind, and he felt an urge to flee. If you don't want to die, leave Wang Xiaoqi's storage ring and your own storage ring behind, and get lost far away. Gu Xiangyu observed Ouyang Fuyong's subtle expressions and silently chuckled, but spoke with a commanding tone. As Gu Xiangyu spoke, a strange knife suddenly appeared in his hand. Seeing Gu Xiangyu's cold gaze, Ouyang Fuyong's expression changed multiple times before he sighed, dejectedly removed the storage ring from his wrist, and handed both it and Wang Xiaoqi's storage ring to Gu Xiangyu before quickly leaving. Bro, you're amazing. That Ouyang Fuyong must be blind to think you're just an awakener. If you were only at the awakener level, how could you tame a 9th-level bee soldier like the iron-eating beast and see through his cultivation level so easily? Bro, that Ouyang Fuyong guy relied on his exceptional speed and his talent skill to rob many weaker transcendent beings of their storage rings. I didn't expect him to be robbed by you today. It's such a satisfying turn of events. After seeing Ouyang Fuyong flee in defeat, Wang Xiaoqi was so excited that he jumped around, instantly becoming a chatterbox. At that moment, Gu Xiangyu's mind instinctively flashed to Zhong Zhouwei's face. This Wang Xiaoqi seemed to be somewhat similar to him, with thoughts of the items in Ouyang Fuyong's storage ring on his mind. Gu Xiangyu didn't have time to chat with Wang Xiaoqi. After exchanging contact information, he quickly mounted the iron-eating beast and left. Only after confirming that no one was following them did Gu Xiangyu excitedly open Ouyang Fuyong's storage ring. Wow, there are so many energy crystal coins in Ouyang Fuyong's storage ring. The moment he opened the storage ring, Gu Xiangyu felt a wave of rich energy wash over him. He instinctively took out an energy crystal coin to study what it was. Soon, Gu Xiangyu's eyes widened in shock. He discovered that the energy crystal coin in his hand had vanished into thin air once again. Gu Xiangyu thought Ouyang Fuyong had chased after him. Unable to help himself, he used his true eye-talent skill to scan the surroundings, only to find that there wasn't even a ghost around. Gu Xiangyu cautiously took out another energy crystal coin from the storage ring. The next second, the energy crystal coin disappeared again. Gu Xiangyu's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, and his body trembled. When he had just taken out the energy crystal coin, he had gripped it tightly to prevent it from disappearing again. Even so, the energy crystal coin still vanished. Gu Xiangyu was certain that he hadn't used his infinite simulation talent and felt no changes in his body. So where did the energy crystal coins go? Chapter 57. High from the sky, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but look at his body attribute template again, only to find that his physical attributes and talent skills remained the same as before. The disappearance of the energy crystal coins should have nothing to do with the outside world. The problem lay within himself. The reason he couldn't feel any changes in his body and why his attributes and skills had not changed was likely because he hadn't yet reached the point where quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. After testing several energy crystal coins again, Gu Xiangyu came to a preliminary conclusion. In the following time, Gu Xiangyu cautiously took out energy crystal coins from his storage ring while seriously sensing the changes in his body. At first, he took out one coin at a time. Slowly, he began to take out handfuls of coins. When Gu Xiangyu discovered that as long as his palm touched the energy crystal coins, they would disappear, he simply dumped all the coins from his storage ring onto the ground, instantly increasing the efficiency of absorption by dozens of times. Ding! The energy replenishment of the Star Source Battleship key has reached 10, meeting the conditions for awakening superintelligence. Please choose whether to awaken superintelligence. Yes, no? Just as nearly 20,000 energy crystal coins in Ouyang Fuyong's storage ring were about to be consumed, a voice suddenly echoed in Gu Xiangyu's mind, startling him while he was focused on sensing the changes in his body. What is the Star Source Battleship key? Gu Xiangyu murmured, falling into deep thought. After a moment of entanglement, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but choose yes. As soon as he made his choice, a light group suddenly surged in front of him, which twisted for a moment before condensing into a miniature version of Yin Xinghan in midair. Dear Master, Superintelligence Yaya is at your service. After you bound the Star Source Battleship key, why haven't you been replenishing its energy? Yaya has been feeling so uncomfortable locked in the little black room. Wait a minute, can you change your appearance before talking to me? Looking at Yin Xinghan's face, Gu Xiangyu felt uncomfortable and interrupted her speech without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Yaya blinked her eyes and quickly transformed into another image, looking at the cute and adorable miniature version of Pampan in front of him. Gu Xiangyu's eyes lit up and his heart melted. Dear Master, is this image okay? Perfect. Gu Xiangyu nodded in satisfaction and asked, what's going on with the Star Source Battleship you mentioned? And what is the little black room? Master, the Star Source Battleship is a top-level spaceship from the 5th-level civilized star system, the L-Star system. The key you fused with your body half a month ago is the Star Source Battleship key. Because you bound the key, the Star Source Battleship has become your private asset, and, as the superintelligence of the Star Source Battleship, I have also become your exclusive intelligence. When the energy of the Star Source Battleship key is below 10, I will fall into a dormant state, which means being locked in the little black room. Listening to Yaya's explanation, Gu Xiangyu had a blank expression. Seeing Gu Xiangyu lost in thought, Yaya stopped talking and quietly floated in midair, waiting for Gu Xiangyu to digest and accept the fact she had stated. Yaya, since the Star Source Battleship is a product of the 5th-level civilized star system, how did it come to Water Blue Star? After a long time, Gu Xiangyu finally came to his senses and asked with a puzzled expression. Yaya clearly did not expect Gu Xiangyu to suddenly ask her this question. Logically speaking, Water Blue Star was just a 1st-level civilized planet close to a 2nd-level civilization, and it had little to do with L-Star. However, a prominent figure from L-Star once fell to Water Blue Star after being injured. Hearing Yaya's words, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but recall what Chun Jiobin had told him. So that prominent figure from the L-Star system not only left behind the virtual world of Super Yuan Star, but also left a spaceship? The information revealed by Yaya could confirm what Chun Jiobin had said, only differing in details, which led Gu Xiangyu to conclude that what Yaya said was completely true. After communicating with Yaya, Gu Xiangyu realized that the Star Source Battleship key was actually the stone pendant he had fused with his body. Although the stone pendant was a delicate and complex key shape that was very appealing, Gu Xiangyu had never thought that the stone pendant was not just made of super energy crystal material that helped him awaken the infinite simulation talent. He never imagined that the stone pendant was a real key, and it was the key to the 5th-level civilized star system spaceship, the Star Source Battleship. He had inadvertently become the master of the 5th-level civilized Star Source Battleship. Gu Xiangyu felt as if a pie had fallen from the sky. Now that Water Blue Star was facing an unprecedented crisis, should he hand over the spaceship to the military department? Master, no. As soon as the thought of whether to hand over the Star Source Battleship to the Jiuzhou Federal Military Department emerged in Gu Xiangyu's mind, Yaya panicked and shouted, Master, if you hand the Star Source Battleship over to the federal government, we will not have a good ending. You will be controlled by the federal government, completely losing your freedom and even your life. Yaya will be destroyed, and a new superintelligence will be born on the Star Source Battleship to replace Yaya. Hearing Yaya's words, Gu Xiangyu was stunned. However, after thinking carefully, he realized that what Yaya said was entirely possible. The Star Source battleship was too important. Once he handed it over to the federal government, they would definitely not allow such a secret to leak. So he would undoubtedly be subjected to the strictest control. Yaya, I can understand that you say I will lose my freedom, but how could you be destroyed? Gu Xiangyu asked in confusion. Because only the dead can truly keep secrets. As long as you are alive, the possibility of leaking secrets always exists. Can you guarantee that you won't silence me? And Yaya is your exclusive intelligence. If you die, Yaya will definitely perish with you, Yaya patiently explained. Yaya, I have one more question. Since the Star Source battleship belongs to that prominent figure of the L-Star system, you should also be that prominent figure's exclusive intelligence. How can you still bind with me? Master, the Star Source battleship first encountered the bombardment of a spatial energy cannon, then faced a cosmic storm, and when it fell to water blue star, it was left with only a wreck. The previous super intelligence died in the cosmic storm to save that prominent figure's life. I was born as a new intelligence just over half a month ago, and all the information I know is read from the remaining database. But the information in the database is severely lacking. Seeing Gu Xiangyu's expression change from excitement to deep disappointment, Yaya's voice grew quieter. Master, Yaya will work hard to learn external knowledge to help you repair the Star Source battleship as soon as possible. Please don't destroy Yaya, okay? Fearing that Gu Xiangyu might look down on her, Yaya hurriedly promised. Chapter 58. The pursuit by Ouyang Fuyong, when Gu Xiangyu suddenly learned that he had become the owner of a level 5 Wuxing Star Source battleship. He was extremely excited and overjoyed. However, upon hearing that the Star Source battleship was now just a wreck, he couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. The abrupt switch from great joy to deep sorrow left Gu Xiangyu feeling at a loss. It was only when he heard Yaya's pitiful plea that he couldn't help but chuckle. How could something he had never possessed be considered his? Even without the Star Source battleship, having acquired Yaya, this super intelligence was already a significant gain. Gu Xiangyu quickly adjusted his mindset and smiled. Yaya, I like you too much to destroy you. I was just thinking about how to recharge the Star Source battleship key so that you wouldn't accidentally end up locked in a small dark room again. Thank you, Master. I knew you were the best. Upon hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, Yaya's face instantly lit up with joy. Master, there are many ways to recharge the Star Source battleship key. The simplest and most efficient method is to let the key absorb super energy crystals. However, there are no super energy crystals on Water Blue Star, so this method won't work for now. Another way is to kill the beasts that descend on Water Blue Star from the time-space rift, as they have a certain chance of containing crystal cores that the Star Source battleship key can absorb for recharge. The last method is the least efficient and most costly, which is to use energy crystal coins to recharge the key. For every 2,000 energy crystal coins consumed, the key can be recharged by 1. Pan was so excited that she danced around, explaining the various methods for recharging the Star Source battleship key. Is that so? Then I can relax. Next, we will focus on hunting the beasts that descend on Water Blue Star through the time-space rift. As for the humans who descend, if they mean no harm and are willing to cooperate, we will only rob them of their energy crystal coins. Otherwise, we will take both their money and their lives. Really, Master, you're so good. Master, I have hacked into the monitoring satellites above Water Blue Star. As long as it's within the coverage of the monitoring satellites, Yaya can conduct real-time surveillance. So, Yaya can not only help you find the beasts and the beings from alien civilizations, but can also help you avoid danger. The holographic virtual Yaya spun excitedly in the air, appropriately taking credit. Hearing Yaya's words, Gu Xiangyu's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected Yaya to have such great abilities, and for a moment, his mood soared as the slight disappointment from the Star Source battleship being in ruins instantly vanished. Master, there's a being approaching you rapidly, and it is filled with killing intent, seemingly hostile towards you. Just as Gu Xiangyu was thinking about how to utilize Yaya's powers to showcase his own skills, he suddenly saw Yaya disappear with a whoosh. At the same time, he heard Yaya's voice in his mind. Master, my existence must not be known to anyone, whether they're humans of Water Blue Star or the beings that descend. Otherwise, it will bring disaster upon both of us. Sensing Gu Xiangyu's confusion, Yaya explained softly. Yaya, if I confront that being, can you help me win the battle? Gu Xiangyu instinctively thought of Ouyang Fuyong's face and anxiously asked. After returning to Water Blue Star, Gu Xiangyu had encountered two beings, but he had only had a conflict with Ouyang Fuyong. So he quickly deduced that Ouyang Fuyong must have sensed something amiss and was pursuing him. Recalling that even Ouyang Fuyong's weakest attribute value was 312 points and his speed attribute was as high as 498. Gu Xiangyu did not think he could possibly defeat Ouyang Fuyong with his own abilities, so he decisively sought help from Yaya. Master, the power difference between you and that being is too great. Even if Yaya wants to help you win, it will be beyond my capabilities. Upon hearing Yaya's words, Gu Xiangyu felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, chilling him from head to toe, and his expression became extremely grim. Master, although Yaya can't help you defeat that being, I can clearly see the direction the being is heading. So, it should be no problem for Yaya to help you successfully escape from the being's pursuit. Just when Gu Xiangyu thought he was doomed, Yaya's words made him feel as if there was still hope. Yaya, can you speak without taking a breath? I thought I was done for today. Gu Xiangyu scolded Yaya with a hint of irritation and then jumped on the iron block and ran. Master, the other party is heading straight towards the Yudu Zoo from the direction of Guangyang Island, and they're just 1 kilometer away from you now. You need to change direction to escape. Yaya reminded him in time. Gu Xiangyu nearly fell off the iron block upon hearing this. He didn't have time to complain about Yaya and quickly followed her instructions. Master, that being has reached the place where you were just now, then took out a wristwatch to check, adjusted their direction, and is coming after you again. 2 minutes later, Yaya's voice carried a hint of panic. Hearing Yaya's words, Gu Xiangyu's face changed drastically, and he had to change direction in time. Master, I can finally see clearly. The being seems to be holding your wristwatch. They can locate your position through your phone. As Gu Xiangyu was joyfully riding the iron block, Yaya's voice rang in his mind. Hearing this, Gu Xiangyu felt despair. Even with Yaya's help, could he still not escape Ouyang Fuyong's pursuit? Master, we now have 2 plans to deal with the being's pursuit. The first plan is to cut off the connection between the wristwatch and your phone so that they cannot locate you. The second plan is to lure the being into a trap and directly ambush them. Which one do you choose? The first plan is simple. You just need to turn off your phone. The second plan is relatively difficult. We don't have enough time to set up a trap unless there is a ready-made trap nearby. Yaya is not particularly familiar with the situation here, so you'll need to think of a way yourself. Seeing the energy alarm signal for the Star Source battleship key flashing urgently, indicating that he might fall into a dormant state at any moment, Yaya became anxious, fearing that she would enter a dormant state in the next second. Yaya quickly presented 2 countermeasures for Gu Xiangyu to choose from. Gu Xiangyu instinctively wanted to choose the first countermeasure. However, just as he was about to blurt it out, a piece of information suddenly flashed through his mind, and he instantly changed his mind. Chapter 59. I've long been prepared for you to run away. Humans are always filled with fear of the unknown. After Gu Xiangyu realized that Ouyang Fuyong was tracking him through his wristwatch, the fear in his heart dissipated instantly. Yaya, according to the information provided by the War Department, the Musher sect is located not far from us at Zhongliang Yinfeng. Please help me find the specific location of the Musher sect. We will lead this descender there. After giving instructions to Yaya, Xiangyu did not turn off his phone, but instead rode straight towards Zhongliang Yinfeng on his iron pedestal. It was only after Yaya found the exact location that he quickly turned around and headed towards the Musher sect. This native keeps changing direction. I thought he had sensed my presence. It turns out he is just unfamiliar with the route. I was puzzled as to why he didn't simply turn off his phone after realizing I was there, but instead took me on a detour. Behind Gu Xiangyu, Ouyang Fuyong was like an experienced hunter, glancing at the positioning on his wristwatch from time to time, a faint smirk of ridicule hanging on his lips. Despite Gu Xiangyu adjusting his direction several times, Ouyang Fuyong was in no hurry at all. When Ouyang Fuyong handed over the storage ring to Gu Xiangyu, he not only swiped the wristwatch from Gu Xiangyu, but also placed a tracking device on him, confident that he would not lose track of Gu Xiangyu. Ouyang Fuyong never intended to hand over his storage ring to anyone. The energy crystal coins inside the storage ring contained not only all of Ouyang Fuyong's possessions, but also many treasures he had seized since arriving on Water Blue Star. Gu Xiangyu, since I descended on Water Blue Star, you are the first native to truly frighten me. Do you think this is your luck or your misfortune? The moment Ouyang Fuyong figured out Gu Xiangyu's identity from his wristwatch, he felt a mix of despair and extreme anger. Since arriving on Water Blue Star, Ouyang Fuyong had always emphasized making a fortune through amicable means, and his only tactic had been to steal valuable items from others. This time, however, he was filled with murderous intent. As he closed in on Gu Xiangyu, the smile on Ouyang Fuyong's face grew wider. 2 kilometers, 1 kilometer, 500 meters. Did he only now realize my presence? Is it too late? From a distance, seeing Gu Xiangyu's panicked figure and glancing at the gray positioning icon on his wristwatch, Ouyang Fuyong's lips curled into a mocking smile. With a few leaps, he caught up to Gu Xiangyu, who had just stepped into the Musher Sect's conference hall. At a critical moment, Gu Xiangyu threw the storage ring towards the hall and shouted, "Third uncle, our family is being pursued by thieves, and all our treasures are in this storage ring. Please, for the sake of our family's treasures." Before Gu Xiangyu could finish his sentence, his head tilted, and he collapsed to the ground. In the conference hall of the Musher sect, the elders were passionately discussing how to seize more resources from the chaos of the Water Blue Star disaster to expand their sect. Suddenly, when they saw a stranger burst into the hall, before they could scold him, a seemingly extraordinary storage ring fell right before their eyes, accompanied by the stranger's sorrowful words. "Who is this person's third uncle?" In the hall, they exchanged glances, and their eyes all fell on the storage ring on the ground. Unable to resist swallowing their saliva, the Musher sect was only a second-rate sect, and, until today, the elders had only heard of storage rings but had never seen one. Today, they finally saw one, and it was so close. Feeling the energy fluctuations emanating from the storage ring and recalling the treasures within it, the elders were so excited that their faces turned red and their breathing quickened. Dozens of elders from the Musher sect stared at the storage ring on the ground, but none dared to reach for it. They had no idea who the third uncle mentioned by the stranger was, and could only guess that he must be one of them, leaving them all frozen in place. Just as the sect leader was about to ask which elder's descendant was lying on the ground, a murderous middle-aged man suddenly burst into the conference hall. "You bastard, run! Keep running! Why aren't you running anymore?" After Ouyang Fuyong entered the hall, he kicked Gu Xiangyu hard a couple of times while cursing loudly. Just as Ouyang Fuyong was about to kill Gu Xiangyu out of frustration, he noticed that the crowd in the hall was completely ignoring both him and Gu Xiangyu and was instead fixated on the storage ring on the ground. Ouyang Fuyong's expression changed. He could no longer care about killing Gu Xiangyu and swiftly lunged to grab the storage ring tightly in his hand. "Impudent! Leave it to me. The Musher sect won't tolerate your arrogance." Almost the moment Ouyang Fuyong picked up the storage ring, dozens of shouts rang out in the hall. Accompanied by these shouts, an overwhelming wave of attacks engulfed Ouyang Fuyong. Despite being mentally prepared, facing so many attacks all at once still left him a bit overwhelmed. With the clanging of metal, Ouyang Fuyong successfully blocked dozens of attacks with his battle armor, but his armor was rendered useless. "You foolish natives, you have angered me." Licking a smear of blood from the corner of his mouth, a flicker of rage flashed in Ouyang Fuyong's eyes as he sneered. "Now you have 2 choices. Either you voluntarily offer all your sect's wealth to me, or I will kill you and then go to your treasury to pick and choose at my leisure." Upon hearing Ouyang Fuyong's words, the conference hall fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter. "You call us natives? It seems you're a descender from an alien civilization. Is every alien civilization filled with arrogant fools like you? Your only reliance is that battle armor, yet your true cultivation level is only that of a third-tier evolver. Who gave you the courage to speak so brazenly before us? If you are sensible, put down the storage ring and kneel to apologize. We might consider forgiving your earlier rudeness. Otherwise, don't expect to leave this conference hall alive today." In the face of Ouyang Fuyong's threats, the people of the Musher sect felt no fear at all. Instead, they shouted at him, "Since you have made your choice, then all of you can die." Hearing the accusations from the Musher sect, Ouyang Fuyong sneered. He took out a shiny golden object from the storage ring and threw it into the air, then fled like lightning towards the exit of the conference hall. I've long been prepared for you to run away. You won't escape. Just as Ouyang Fuyong was about to charge out of the hall, the sect leader threw a giant net that caught Ouyang Fuyong squarely, causing him to uncontrollably return to the hall. Don't! Seeing the explosive item he had thrown, the thunder roar, so close and radiating a blinding light. Ouyang Fuyong turned pale and felt a wave of despair. Are the natives on Water Blue Star all idiots? They see a rune bomb and don't even know to dodge, focusing instead on me. Just as the thunder roar was about to explode, a thought flashed through Ouyang Fuyong's mind, and he quickly pulled out a rune from his storage ring and crushed it. At the moment of crushing the rune, Ouyang Fuyong felt a sharp pain in his heart, causing the corner of his mouth to twitch. Chapter 60. The extreme panic of the martial arts department after the great catastrophe struck. It seemed that all thermal weapons on Water Blue Star, except for the least powerful handguns, had become ineffective, and the world had once again entered the era of cold weapons. This was also the reason for the establishment of the Human Federation of Water Blue Star and its reliance on the martial arts department. Because of this, when the members of the Musher sect saw Ouyang Fuyong throw out the thunder bomb, a thermal weapon resembling a bomb, they felt no panic whatsoever and even wanted to laugh. In the conference hall, everyone, including the sect leader, believed this was just a distraction by Ouyang Fuyong to escape, and all their attention was focused on him, completely ignoring the thunder bomb. It was only when they saw the terrified expression on Ouyang Fuyong's face and heard his desperate shout that they began to feel something was amiss. Could it be that the bomb thrown by this alien civilization's visitor was not a product of Water Blue Star and was unaffected by the great catastrophe? This was the last thought of the Musher sect leader and all the elders. Then they saw a flash of white light in front of them, followed by a deafening explosion. The sect leader and all the elders of the Musher sect realized they were blinded and deafened, and soon their consciousness fell into an endless darkness. On the halfway up Zhongliang Yinfeng, Xiangyu looked at the mountain that had been nearly sliced in half and couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. When Ouyang Fuyong was arguing with the elders of the Musher sect, Xiangyu quietly slipped out of the conference hall. He originally wanted to hide nearby and watch the drama of Ouyang Fuyong and the Musher sect tearing into each other. However, Ye suddenly panicked and urged Xiangyu to hurry down the mountain as fast as possible. Xiangyu dared not hesitate and rode Iron Pillar down the mountain. Just as he reached the halfway point, he and the bear were thrown into the air by the shockwave of the explosion, and his ears nearly went deaf. What was happening? Didn't the thermal weapons on Water Blue Star become ineffective? How did Ouyang Fuyong's bomb go off? After a long while, Xiangyu finally said in shock, "Master, what Ouyang Fuyong brought out was actually the thunder bomb from Cold Star. It is a rune weapon, completely different from the thermal weapons on Water Blue Star," Yi patiently explained. "Dada, do you think this explosion destroyed Ouyang Fuyong's storage ring and the treasure vault of the Musher sect?" Xiangyu did not dwell on the successful explosion of the thunder bomb, but instead asked with great anticipation, "Master, I suggest you not hold any fantasies about Ouyang Fuyong's storage ring and the Musher sect's treasure vault. The explosive power of the thunder bomb is equivalent to a full-force strike from a peak transcendent, and everything will turn to nothingness. We should leave here quickly before the federal government arrives," Yi said after a moment of silence, sounding very speechless. A full-force strike from a peak transcendent? Hearing Yi's words, Xiangyu couldn't help but feel regret. "I remember Ouyang Fuyong had 3 thunder bombs in his storage ring. Unfortunately, I didn't know what they were at the time and didn't take them seriously." Despite the regret of not obtaining Ouyang Fuyong's storage ring and missing out on the Musher sect's treasure vault, Xiangyu felt extremely excited about successfully eliminating the threat posed by Ouyang Fuyong and uprooting the Musher sect. Having repeatedly antagonized the Musher sect, Xiangyu knew he had certainly made it onto their blacklist. Even if he didn't bring disaster to the Musher sect this time, they would eventually seek him out for trouble. "Master, there is a group of color-changing lizards 30 kilometers to your left front, and they're descending onto Water Blue Star through a space-time rift. Should we go hunt them?" Jaya informed him. When alien beasts cross through rifts, their strength is suppressed and weakened. Some may even be severely injured. Therefore, the best time to deal with them is right when they arrive on Waterblue Star. Once they regain their strength, it will be much harder to deal with them. Hearing Yi's words, Xiangyu felt a surge of joy. The explosion from the Mushu sect should have drawn all attention on Waterblue Star. Hunting that group of color-changing lizards now should not attract any notice. Since that's the case, why hesitate? Xiangyu had also noticed that the energy of the Star Source battleship key was flashing wildly at the warning level. If he didn't replenish its energy in time, Yi might enter a dormant state at any moment. So while he was pondering where to kill the alien beasts that had descended, he was instantly excited upon hearing that there were newly arrived alien beasts not far from him. Half an hour later, Xiangyu arrived at the location where the group of color-changing lizards had descended. After surveying the surrounding environment, Xiangyu's expression changed slightly, and some unpleasant memories surged to the surface. The place where this group of color-changing lizards had landed was less than 3 kilometers away from the official shelter of Yuta Province. In his past life, about half a month after the great catastrophe struck, a group of beasts descended from the sky, destroying the newly established official shelter of the War Department and numerous private shelters built with the help of the War Department, turning Yuta Province into a paradise for beasts, forcing its people to flee to other provinces for refuge. Could the beast that caused Yuta Province to fall in his past life be this group of color-changing lizards? Looking at the nearly 1,000 color-changing lizards densely packed in front of him, Xiangyu thought to himself and instinctively activated his Eye of Truth talent. In the next moment, the physical attribute template of one of the color-changing lizards appeared before Xiangyu. Species, Lizard Strength, Tier 3 General Level Beast Power, 322, minus 227, Speed, 473, minus 316, Constitution, 331, minus 198, Spirit, 311, minus 187, Bloodline, None Skill, Tongue Strike a grade. The strength of the other color-changing lizards was similar to that of this one, generally ranging from Tier 2 to Tier 4 general level. Seeing the minus signs behind the four-dimensional attributes of these lizards, Xiangyu understood that this was the effect of the space-time rift suppressing and weakening their strength. His eyes lit up, and excitement appeared on his face. "Yi, do you know the weaknesses of lizards? How can we catch all these nearly 1,000 lizards in one go?" Xiangyu instinctively asked Yi. However, after asking several times, he did not receive a response from Yi. Xiangyu instinctively glanced at the energy display of the Star Source battleship key and found that it indeed only had 9 energy left. Yi had obviously fallen into a dormant state. It seemed that ever since he had Yi, he had unconsciously developed a reliance on her, and this habit was not good. Xiangyu gently exhaled a breath of turbid air, silently observing the movements of the group of lizards in front of him while contemplating how to deal with them. While Xiangyu was deep in thought about how to eliminate the color-changing lizards, both Waterblue Star and Super Yuan Planet were shocked by the massive explosion of the Mushu sect. The martial arts department, in particular, was thrown into extreme panic due to the unexpected incident, as they did not know the true reason behind the massive explosion at the Mushu sect. Chapter 61. The Collision of Heaven's Wrath. Jiang Qingfeng Minister Tang. How did the War Department respond to us? Minister Tang. Was the explosion at the Moonstone sect caused by the War Department? Just as Tang Hung stepped into the conference room, the 2 elders from a Moonstone sect couldn't contain their excitement and began to inquire. The others, although silent, were equally curious about what had happened with the explosion at the Moonstone sect. Casting a slow glance over everyone in the conference room, Tang Heng's expression was as calm as water as he said, "I just called Jiang Qingfeng from the War Department, and he was completely unaware of the situation, likely just brushing me off." Our informant within the War Department provided a very important piece of information. Just minutes before the massive explosion at the Moonstone sect, the monitoring satellite above the sect suddenly malfunctioned. In less than 10 minutes after the explosion, the satellite returned to normal. Upon hearing Tang Heng's words, the conference room erupted in chaos. The 2 elders from the Moonstone sect were especially furious, shouting loudly. However, as they continued to argue, the room gradually quieted down, and the atmosphere became extremely oppressive. "Minister Tang, Do you think this could be the War Department's warning to our martial arts department? If firearms can still be used, then the importance of our martial arts department will be greatly diminished during the cleanup of the beasts and the reclaiming of lost territories. Moreover, with the threat of firearms, our martial arts department will certainly not be able to stand as firmly against the War Department as we did before. Seeing the dejected expressions of everyone in the conference room, Tang Hung couldn't help but sigh. Compared to the War Department, which was united and coordinated, the martial arts department was simply a scattered mess. The core members of the martial arts department had been arrogant when in power, and now they were in a state of utter embarrassment. The explosion at the Moonstone sect also caused a huge stir within the War Department. However, no meetings were held, and only the members of the War Department speculated and discussed the matter privately. Jiang Qingfeng was called to the cabinet courtyard immediately. Several cabinet elders. Before I came here, I was questioned by Tang Hung for half an hour. Other members from the martial arts department and the War Department have also asked me what happened, but I truly know nothing about it. And I assure you this incident has nothing to do with our War Department. Upon entering the courtyard, without waiting for the cabinet elders to speak, Jiang Qingfeng began to voice his frustration. All monitoring satellites of the Zhuzhou Federation government are managed by your War Department. The monitoring satellite above the Moonstone sect malfunctioned just when a massive explosion occurred. Do you really think you can wash your hands of this so easily? Before you came to the cabinet courtyard, we received calls from both the American Federation government and the European Federation government. They said if the Zhuzhou Federation government develops new firearms, we must share it with them. Otherwise, when we face unmanageable beasts and invaders in the future, they will no longer provide support. Even if this incident truly has nothing to do with your War Department, you must conduct a thorough and in-depth investigation into the truth of the matter to prove your innocence. Hearing the words of the cabinet elders, Jiang Qingfeng finally realized the seriousness of the situation. When he first heard of the massive explosion that turned the Moonstone sect into nothingness, he was quite pleased and even couldn't help but laugh. However, at this moment, his mood had become extremely complicated. As the outside world was captivated by the explosion at the Moonstone sect, engaging in various speculations and discussions, the instigator of the explosion, Ouyang Fuyong, was struggling to climb out of the deep pit beneath the conference hall. It turned out that at the moment of the thunder roar explosion, Ouyang Fuyong had pulled out a talisman from his storage ring. This talisman could withstand a full-force strike from a peak extraordinary being and had been given to him by his family for protection when he descended to the Water Blue Star. Ouyang Fuyong had thought that in this low martial world of the Water Blue Star, he would never need to use this talisman. He didn't expect that in less than a month, even such a precious protective charm, which would be invaluable even on Cord Star, would be consumed. Damn Xiangyu. Damn the natives of Water Blue Star. Ouyang Fuyong spat out a mouthful of dirt-laden saliva and cursed fiercely, climbing out of the deep pit in a sorry state. Seeing the Moonstone sect's base nearly leveled, Ouyang Fuyong couldn't help but frown again. He knew that the treasure vault of the Moonstone sect had most likely been reduced to ashes in this explosion. However, thinking of the moment before the explosion, when he had taken items from the sect leader and several elders of the Moonstone sect, Ouyang Fuyong felt a bit more balanced. Xiangyu should be dead, right? Ouyang Fuyong checked his storage ring and remembered the culprit who had led him to the Moonstone sect. A massive explosion not only completely destroyed the watch he had taken from Xiangyu, but also shattered the tracking device on him, preventing Ouyang Fuyong from locating Xiangyu's position. Unless Xiangyu knew the power of the thunder roar and fled down the mountain the moment I unleashed it. Otherwise, with his 9th tier awakened strength, he would definitely be unable to withstand the explosion's power. Could Xiangyu know the power of the thunder roar? Would he be able to resist the urge to watch the commotion before leaving? Too bad for that bastard. As Ouyang Fuyong was torn between whether to find Xiangyu's corpse to vent his frustration, he suddenly heard the roar of planes overhead. Remembering the severe injuries he had sustained from the thunder roar explosion, Ouyang Fuyong's expression changed, and he quickly pulled out an invisibility talisman, swiftly slipping down from Zhongliang Yanfeng. Meanwhile, Xiangyu, whom Ouyang Fuyong despised, was completely immersed in the dual joy of cultivation and monster hunting. At first, Xiangyu was quite fearful of the color-changing lizard with a 3rd-tier cultivation realm, carefully observing it for a long time before making a move on a lone color-changing lizard. Then Xiangyu excitedly discovered that after he had entered the basics of Starfall Palm and Cloud Dragon Step, although his four-dimensional attributes hadn't changed much, his combat power had increased several times. As a 9th-tier awakened being, he managed to kill a color-changing lizard in less than 10 seconds. What excited Xiangyu even more was that after defeating a color-changing lizard, he easily dug out a white crystal core from its body. Xiangyu originally planned to let the Star Source battleship Qi absorb the crystal core for energy, but the moment his palm touched the crystal core, he discovered that his infinite mimicry skill was also effective on the crystal core. After carefully absorbing the crystal core, Xiangyu noticed a new energy point display bar had appeared in his body attribute template. Name: Xiangyu Strength. Awakened, 9th tier. Power, 99 speed, 99 constitution, 99 spirit, 113 talent skills. Infinite mimicry. A rank can be upgraded. Eye of Truth. This rank can be upgraded. Cultivation techniques. Dust Universe Transformation. Beginner 145-1000. Star Moon Perception. Beginner 13500. Martial Arts. Starfall Palm. Beginner 236-1000. Cloud Dragon Step. Beginner 189-1000. Energy points. 10. Xiangyu tried to use the energy points, but he found that they couldn't be used to enhance his four-dimensional attributes, nor to improve the proficiency of his cultivation techniques and martial arts. He didn't know if it was because the number of energy points was insufficient or for some other reason. He then attempted to use the energy points to recharge the Star Source battleship Qi, and it succeeded easily. With Xiangyu's operation, the energy of the Star Source battleship Qi increased by 0.1. Chapter 62. Promoted to Evolver, the first mutated lizard contributed a crystal core to Xiangyu, which filled him with enthusiasm. His gaze once again fell on the chameleon lizard group. Xiangyu still didn't dare to rush into the chameleon lizard group. Instead, he materialized a longbow, nocked an arrow, and lured the chameleon lizards one by one to his side. When 5 chameleon lizards gathered around Xiangyu, he put away the longbow and used the cloud-soaring dragon step to evade the chameleon lizard's tongue attacks, while simultaneously employing the Starfall Palm to attack the chameleon lizards. Dealing with 5 chameleon lizards, each possessing the strength of a general-level monster, even in their weakened state, still put some pressure on Xiangyu. However, with Iron Stump assisting nearby, he didn't have to worry about life-threatening dangers. After a dozen minutes, Xiangyu managed to take down the 5 chameleon lizards. However, his luck this time was average. He only extracted 2 crystal cores from these 5 chameleon lizards. After absorbing the 2 crystal cores into his body, Xiangyu drew his bow again to lure 5 more chameleon lizards. After repeatedly killing 5 waves of chameleon lizards, Xiangyu finally gathered 10 crystal cores. He immediately charged the energy of the Star Source battleship Qi, raising its energy to 10, and Yaya also awoke at that moment. Master, thank you for releasing me from the little black room. I'm so happy. Yaya flew around Xiangyu and then chirped, Master, it seems there's a visitor nearby, spying on us. Should we take care of that visitor first? Upon hearing Yaya's words, Xiangyu's expression changed drastically. He quickly nocked an arrow, aiming at the hiding spot of the visitor according to Yaya's hint. Brother, don't shoot. It's me. In Xiangyu's vigilant gaze, Wang Xiaoqi emerged from the bushes with her hands raised and her long hair flowing. Stay right there and don't move. When did you arrive? Why were you hiding and spying? Seeing Wang Xiaoqi approach him with a smile, Xiangyu took 2 steps back and scolded sternly. Brother, I arrived when this group of chameleon lizards just descended on Water Blue Star. I was preparing to tame them for my own use when I saw you riding the iron-eating beast coming over. I thought you were also planning to tame them, so I wanted to hide and observe your beast-taming skills. Wang Xiaoqi explained nervously as she gulped, noticing Xiangyu's fierce demeanor. After hearing Wang Xiaoqi's explanation, a thoughtful expression flickered in Xiangyu's eyes. You're lying. There was such a loud explosion nearby. A normal person would be drawn to it, not hiding in this remote corner. Soon, Xiangyu's expression turned cold, and his gaze towards Wang Xiaoqi became chilling. Wang Xiaoqi couldn't help but smile bitterly. Brother, I'm from Source Beast Star. A large part of our strength comes from fierce beasts, and we have an innate sensitivity to them. So, the moment this group of chameleon lizards descended on Waterblue Star, I sensed it. I can believe what you just said, but how can you prove that you mean no harm to me? Since you arrived before me, you could have greeted me openly instead of hiding. Besides, you stumbled upon my secret. Do you think I would let you go? Upon hearing Gu Xiangyu's 3 questions, Wang Xiaoqi showed an awkward expression, stammering and unable to speak. Her face flushed. Brother, the reason I hid is that I know the matter of the Moonstone sect is related to you. You even tricked Ouyang Fuyong. And I'm afraid if you get unhappy, you might just eliminate me. After holding it in for a long time, as Gu Xiangyu was about to shoot the arrow in his hand, Wang Xiaoqi had to reveal the truth. As soon as Wang Xiaoqi finished speaking, a lightning bolt suddenly descended from the sky and landed in her palm. Gu Xiangyu was startled by the sudden lightning, thinking Wang Xiaoqi was about to attack him. He shot the arrow immediately and used the cloud-soaring dragon step to distance himself from her. Brother, this is my spirit beast. The reason I know about the Moonstone sect is that I saw it through its eyes, Wang Xiaoqi explained softly, dodging the arrow. It was at this moment that Gu Xiangyu realized that the lightning he saw earlier was not real lightning, but a silvery, almost transparent hawk. Unable to contain his curiosity, Gu Xiangyu used his true eye to scan the attributes of the hawk. Species: Hawk Strength, First Level General Class Monster Power, 127 Speed, 416 Constitution, 198 Spirit, 187 Bloodline, None Skills, Extreme Detection S-Class. Vision Sharing S-Class. When Gu Xiangyu saw the hawk's speed and innate skills, he immediately confirmed that what Wang Xiaoqi said was true. Brother, I really mean you no harm. To show my sincerity, I can use my innate skill to suppress this group of chameleon lizards, allowing you to kill them more efficiently. Even though I stumbled upon your secret of having super intelligence, I absolutely will not leak it. And I am willing to compensate you with 1,000 general class monster crystal cores. Actually, after hearing Wang Xiaoqi's explanation, Gu Xiangyu realized he had misunderstood her and no longer held any intent to kill. He was surprised that Wang Xiaoqi was willing to offer 1,000 crystal cores as an apology and compensation, which instantly moved him. How do you have so many crystal cores? Remembering that he had just killed 26 lizards and only extracted 10 crystal cores, Gu Xiangyu was left speechless at Wang Xiaoqi's sudden offer of 1,000 crystal cores. Brother, Source B Star has an abundance of crystal cores. Just like how your technological civilizations don't lack light brains and intelligence. Seeing that Gu Xiangyu no longer pursued the matter of her spying, Wang Xiaoqi finally relaxed and immediately handed the crystal cores to Gu Xiangyu. Gu Xiangyu needed the crystal cores urgently, so he naturally didn't stand on ceremony with Wang Xiaoqi. However, he refused Wang Xiaoqi's offer to help him deal with the chameleon lizards, as he primarily aimed to hone his skills and techniques, not just to kill for the sake of killing. After Wang Xiaoqi apologized again, she gracefully left. After Yaya confirmed the safety of the surroundings, Gu Xiangyu used his infinite materialization skill to absorb all 1,000 crystal cores into his body, instantly raising his energy points to 10,000. Name: Gu Xiangyu. Strength: Awakened, 9th level. Power: 99 Speed, 99 Constitution, 99 Spirit, 113 Innate Skills. Infinite Materialization. A-Class can be upgraded. True Eye S-Class can be upgraded. Techniques: Dust Universe Transformation. Entry 1451000. Star Moon Induction. Entry 13500. Combat Skills. Starfall Palm. Entry 2361000. Cloud Soaring Dragon Step. Entry 1891000. Energy Points 10,000. At the same time, Gu Xiangyu noticed that virtual symbols finally appeared next to his techniques and skills. Looking at these 10,000 energy points, Gu Xiangyu repeatedly skimmed through the techniques and skills section before attempting to click on the numbers behind them. It turned out that energy points were equivalent to experience points, and each exchange required at least 100 energy points to obtain an equivalent amount of experience points. No wonder he couldn't allocate points to his techniques and skills when he only had 10 energy points before. After figuring out the allocation rules, Gu Xiangyu immediately took action. He allocated 1,000 points each to Dust Universe Transformation, Starfall Palm, and Cloud Soaring Dragon Step, and 500 points to Star Moon Induction. After consuming 500 energy points, Gu Xiangyu was pleasantly surprised to find that all of his cultivation methods and combat skills had reached the proficient level, and his cultivation realm had also advanced to the first level of Evolver. Name: Gu Xiangyu. Strength: Evolver, first level, Power, 169 Speed, 199 Physique, 187 Spirit, 215 Talent Skills, Infinite Simulation, a grade, upgradable, True Eye, S grade. Upgradable, Cultivation Methods, Dust Universe Transformation, Proficient 145-10-000, Star Moon Perception, Proficient 13-5-000, Combat Skills, Falling Star Palm, Proficient 236-10-000, Cloud Dragon Step, Proficient 189-10-000, Energy Points, 6. 500. He discovered that the experience points required to advance from Proficient to Mastery for the cultivation methods and combat skills had reached 10,000, which was 10 times the experience points needed to go from beginner to proficient before. Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but frown, seeing the remaining 500 energy points. Gu Xiangyu hesitated for a moment and chose not to continue investing in his cultivation methods and combat skills. Instead, he decided to use all 500 energy points to charge the Star Source Battleship Key. After all 500 energy points were consumed, the energy of the Star Source Battleship Key had reached 75, which relieved Gu Xiangyu from worrying about Yaya falling into a dormant state for a long time. The feeling of enhancing his cultivation realm through crystal cores was simply wonderful, and he wondered if Wang Xiaoqi still had any beast crystal cores. Feeling the geometric increase in his strength, when Gu Xiangyu looked at the lizard group again, he was no longer cautious, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. In Gu Xiangyu's view, the lizards before him were no longer just lizards, but experience points for enhancing his strength. Chapter 63. This big shot is too powerful after killing 26 chameleons. Gu Xiangyu had a clear understanding of the strength of the chameleons before him, although these chameleons had cultivation levels ranging from 2nd tier to 4th tier generals. Their strength was suppressed and weakened while crossing the spatial rift. Some chameleons were even severely injured in the rift, so their true strength was only at the 1st tier general level. After manifesting a set of titanium alloy armor to cover his entire body, Gu Xiangyu charged straight into the group of lizards. His body moved like a swimming dragon, gliding through the chameleon swarm. With each strike, he inevitably took the life of a chameleon. Master, I suggest that after this battle, you try to wear the metal osmium armor in your daily life and combat. That way, you can rapidly increase your proficiency in the Dust Transformation and Cloud Soaring Dragon Step, and it will greatly enhance your physical attributes. Yaya, are you kidding? The density of osmium is so high that a full set of osmium armor would weigh at least 20 tons. I will be crushed under it. Master, you underestimate the Dust Transformation technique. With proficiency, it can allow your body to barely withstand the pressure of 20 tons. You just 1T be able to fight comfortably. Hearing this, Gu Xiangyu nodded, accepting Yaya's suggestion. For the next period, Yaya corrected some minor flaws in Gu Xiangyu's execution of the Cloud Soaring Dragon Step and Starfall Palm. As the chameleons fell one by one, the proficiency of the Cloud Soaring Dragon Step and Starfall Palm in Gu Xiangyu's attributes template increased visibly. Yaya, the Dust Transformation and Starfall Palm I exchanged seem to be incomplete. They can only support my cultivation up to the 9th tier of evolution. Can you complete them? Master, I'm sorry, but my current ability is insufficient to complete the full versions of the Dust Transformation and Starfall Palm. However, if you repair the wreckage of the Star Source Battleship, I might be able to find subsequent chapters of the Dust Transformation and Starfall Palm from the incomplete database. Do you know where the wreckage of the Star Source Battleship is? Master, the wreckage is right beneath the courtyard of Guangyang Island. I thought you bought it because of the wreckage. Upon hearing Yaya's words, Gu Xiangyu's mind was shaken, and his movements slowed down, causing him to be instantly overwhelmed by the chameleons. At a critical moment, the iron block swung its paw, knocking all the chameleons off Gu Xiangyu, allowing him to regain his composure. It seemed that the house on Guangyang Island was forcibly sold to him by Elder Jiang. Was this a coincidence? Or did he also know about the existence of the Star Source battleship? Gu Xiangyu vaguely felt that an invisible hand was arranging everything for him, and he had no strength to resist. Yaya's words made Gu Xiangyu's thoughts swirl, and he could no longer concentrate fully on fighting. Fortunately, with the help of the iron block, he faced many dangers but never encountered real peril. It was only when Yaya reminded him that Gu Xiangyu focused his mind and concentrated on the battle again. Half an hour later, with the cooperation of the iron block, Gu Xiangyu finally eliminated all the chameleons. He then spent another 10 minutes digging open the heads of nearly 1,000 lizards, ultimately harvesting 370 crystal cores. After using his talent skill to absorb all the crystal cores, Gu Xiangyu's energy points on his attribute template reached 700 points. Energy points are still too few. Gu Xiangyu did not use these energy points but chose to accumulate them, planning to use them when he had enough. After dealing with the chameleons, Gu Xiangyu opened the personal terminal issued by the War Department and uploaded the video and photos of his battle against the chameleons to the War Department's email before riding off on the iron block. Less than 10 minutes after Gu Xiangyu left, several armored vehicles arrived at the site where he had killed the chameleons. The middle-aged leader was shocked and fearful upon seeing the mountain of chameleon corpses before him. Everyone, count and assess the number and strength of the chameleons, and then load all the chameleon corpses into the vehicle. The middle-aged man ordered loudly as he saw over 20 subordinates standing ready. With his command, more than 20 soldiers quickly sprang into action. "Old man, why are you just standing there?" The middle-aged man complained, looking at his father, who was calm beside him. "You unfilial son, have you grown wings? You dare to command your old man? Have you forgotten who taught you your skills?" The old man's retort came immediately after the middle-aged man's words. If Gu Xiangyu had not left, he would have recognized that the father and son, Zhong Shouwei and Zhong Shungang, were sent by the War Department to clean up the chameleon corpses. After being scolded by his father, Zhong Shungang wanted to argue back. But recalling his father's tendency to ramble and seeing the over 20 subordinates nearby trying to suppress their laughter, he wisely chose to remain silent. "Shungang, where do you think Brother Gu went?" That bunch from the martial arts department insists on labeling Brother Gu a murderer, making him untraceable and unknown. "We can't even contact him." Zhong Shouwei sighed as he thought of Gu Xiangyu's stunning performance at the giant Dragon Sports Center. If only Mr. Gu were here. The invaders completely disregard the natives of Water Blue Star, taking lives at will. With Mr. Gu's temperament, he would definitely lead us to fight back. Zhong Shungang couldn't help but join the conversation. "Report, Captain, we have discovered a total of 973 chameleons. Most of their strength is between 2nd-tier and 4th-tier generals. Judging by the wounds on the chameleons, they should have all been killed by the same person." While Zhong Shouwei and Zhong Shungang were chatting, all the chameleon corpses had been cleared away, and a soldier saluted Zhong Shungang, reporting in an orderly manner. Upon hearing the number and strength of the chameleons, Zhong Shouwei and Zhong Shungang exchanged shocked glances. Because the War Department's branch in Yudu Province only had one controller in charge and just a few dozen evolvers, the strengths of the awakened 8th tier and 9th tier were already considered outstanding in the Yudu branch. If this group of powerful chameleons had not been discovered and killed in time, taking advantage of the Yudu provincial officials' focus on the mushy explosion incident to attack the shelters, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This big shot codename Desperate is too powerful, capable of annihilating nearly 1,000 2nd-tier to 4th-tier monsters without giving them any chance to escape. He must be at the peak of the controller level, right? I don't know how powerful the Desperate Big Shot really is, but I know that this action has truly saved the lives of tens of millions of people in Yudu Province, allowing us to successfully avoid a catastrophe and preventing the downfall of Yudu Province. As the group expressed their emotions, Zhong Shungang quietly opened his personal terminal, compiling a report on the strength, number, and injuries of the chameleons, and sent it to both the Yudu branch and the headquarters in Kyoto. Chapter 64, striking at rich codename, Death, suspected to possess pinnacle mastery of the controller level, has killed nearly 1,000 chameleon lizards ranging from Commander Level 2 to Commander Level 4, with none escaping. Jiang Qingfeng looked at the battle report submitted by the Yudu provincial branch, and he almost thought there was something wrong with his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Xiangyu's personal terminal was issued by him, and that the nickname Death lay in his personal terminal's friend list, he would have almost believed that the War Department had gained another pinnacle controller. Little guy, what kind of opportunity allowed you to create such a miracle? Jiang Qingfeng did not contact Gu Xiangyu to inquire further. Instead, he unhesitatingly elevated the confidentiality level of the information regarding codename Death to the highest level. Little guy, I don't know how many miracles you can create or how far you can go. The only thing I can do is protect your identity and your family. Gu Xiangyu was unaware that his massacre of the chameleon lizard group had caused a huge sensation in the War Department and the Martial Arts Department. At that moment, he had transformed into a digger, panting as he dug holes in his courtyard. Although the Star Source battleship might be reduced to a wreck, the incomplete database of the Star Source battleship might still contain subsequent cultivation chapters for dust transformation and starfall palm, making it impossible for Gu Xiangyu to ignore the Star Source battleship. Since there was only one courtyard on Guangyang Island as the sole owner, Gu Xiangyu had no worries about anyone discovering his digging activities. Master, you really don't need to do this kind of hard labor yourself. Let the spirit beasts do it, Yaya cautiously reminded him from the side. Do you think Iron Block can dig? It doesn't he have that talent skill? Gu Xiangyu replied with annoyance, glancing at Iron Block, who was sitting beside him gnawing on a metal piece. Iron Block, doesn't he have the talent skill for digging? But the burrowing moles do. Why not tame a group of burrowing moles? Yaya continued to explain as Gu Xiangyu looked puzzled. Wang Xiaoqi comes from Source Beast Star. He seems to particularly like Iron Eaters. I think you could try to exchange an Iron Eater for the Chengyun B scripture with him. In front of the high-grade Chengyun B scripture, the mid-grade divine concealment beast control technique is simply trash. If you can successfully trade for the Chengyun B scripture from Wang Xiaoqi, wouldn't you be able to get any spirit beast you want in the future? Upon hearing Yaya's words, Gu Xiangyu tossed the iron shovel in his hand into Iron Block's mouth without hesitation, then lay down in the bedroom's game pod and entered the Super Yuan Planet. Master, can you send a panda to Guangyang Island? I urgently need it. No problem. It will be delivered within an hour. One asked directly, and the other answered promptly. After receiving Jiang Qingfeng's affirmative reply, Gu Xiangyu exited the Super Yuan Planet, donned his heavy osmium metal armor, and practiced Starfall Palm and Yuyan Jingshulang step in the yard while waiting for the panda's arrival. Jiang Qingfeng said the panda would be delivered within an hour, but in fact, less than half an hour later, a giant helicopter appeared over Guangyang Island. After confirming Gu Xiangyu's identity information, the helicopter dropped off the giant panda and left immediately, using the True Eye skill to check the physical attribute template of the panda. Gu Xiangyu found that the panda had neither a special bloodline nor talent skills, which made him a bit anxious. Would Wang Xiaoqi really be interested in this panda? Would he be willing to exchange the Chengyun B scripture for this panda? After much deliberation, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but call Wang Xiaoqi and invited him to Guangyang Island. Hearing that Gu Xiangyu had actually caught another Iron Eater, Wang Xiaoqi, who was wandering near the Yudu Provincial Zoo, excitedly screamed, "I'm coming right now," and hung up the phone. A few minutes later, Wang Xiaoqi appeared in front of Gu Xiangyu. Wow, is this the Iron Eater my brother caught for me? It's so cute. This is the divine beast of my dreams. Wang Xiaoqi glanced at Iron Block, then at another petite and adorable panda next to Gu Xiangyu. His eyes lit up, and he swiftly lunged towards the little panda. Thank you, brother, for fulfilling my wish. From now on, you're my real brother. If you tell me to go east, I absolutely won't go west. After excitedly hugging the little panda and talking to himself for a while, Wang Xiaoqi scratched his head and remembered that Gu Xiangyu was still standing beside him. While speaking, Wang Xiaoqi took out energy crystal coins from his storage ring and handed them to Gu Xiangyu. Gu Xiangyu hesitated for a moment, did not reach out to take the energy crystal coins, and instead said sheepishly, Xiaoqi, actually, my success in taming Iron Block was just a coincidence. I only know some rough and primitive beast taming methods, which are completely unrefined. Since you come from Source Beast Star, you must know a lot of beast taming methods. I wonder if you could teach me? Gu Xiangyu ultimately felt shy and didn't dare to directly mention the Chengyun B scripture. Even so, after saying this, He felt embarrassed. Brother, what is wrong with that? For people from Source Beast-Star, beast taming methods are really too common. However, I only know the mid-grade Xiangyu beast scripture. I don't know any higher-level beast taming methods. If you don't mind, it's low-grade. I can teach you right away. Hearing Wang Xiaoqi's words, Xiangyu was first stunned and then overjoyed. The Xiangyu beast scripture being too low-grade, that was completely non-existent. The best beast taming methods on Water Blue Star were all trash compared to the Xiangyu beast scripture. Seeing that Xiangyu really intended to learn the Xiangyu beast scripture, Wang Xiaoqi did not rush to tame the Iron Eater. Instead, he carefully explained the incantations and taming techniques of the Xiangyu beast scripture to Xiangyu in detail. It wasn't until Xiangyu had memorized everything that Wang Xiaoqi began taming the Iron Eater. Brother, observe closely the details of how I tame the Iron Eater, and compare these details with the incantations and taming methods I just explained. If you don't understand anything, feel free to ask me at any time. You will soon be able to grasp the Xiangyu beast scripture. Wang Xiaoqi affectionately patted the Iron Eater's head and couldn't he help but remind Xiangyu again. Given such an excellent learning opportunity, Xiangyu naturally welcomed it. To help Xiangyu better understand and master the Xiangyu beast scripture, Wang Xiaoqi refrained from using his fierce beast intimidation talent skill, even though using this talent skill would significantly increase both the success rate and efficiency of taming fierce beasts. Xiangyu naturally noticed Wang Xiaoqi's good intentions, and he looked at Wang Xiaoqi gratefully. Wang Xiaoqi taught with great dedication, while Xiangyu learned with a singular focus. 2 hours later, when Wang Xiaoqi successfully tamed the Iron Eater, Xiangyu also successfully entered the basics of the Xiangyu beast scripture. Haha, with this Iron Eater, I didn't come to Water Blue Star in vain. I also have an explanation for the task for my family. Wang Xiaoqi named his Iron Eater Iron Pillar and then laughed heartily. Xiaoqi, your Iron Eater is just an ordinary fierce beast. It doesn't have a special bloodline or talent skills. Will your family recognize and like it? Xiangyu asked with a puzzled expression. Haha, brother. You don't understand this. When it comes to taming and cultivating fierce beasts, Source Beast-Star, especially our Wang family, is absolutely professional. Our family can not only help this Iron Eater awaken an ancient bloodline, but I can also let it inherit various talent skills of ancient Iron Eaters. Hearing Wang Xiaoqi's words, Xiangyu was left speechless. A fierce beast can actually have its bloodline awakened and inherit talent skills by human intervention? Brother, since you don't want the energy crystal coins, I'll give you fierce beast crystal cores. When I came to Water Blue Star this time, I brought a total of 5,000 crystal cores. I've already used 2,000, and I'll keep 1,000 for myself as a reserve. The remaining 2,000 crystal cores are all for you. While Xiangyu was still processing Wang Xiaoqi's words, Wang Xiaoqi tossed a pile of crystal cores and then rode off on Iron Pillar at lightning speed. After a long while, Xiangyu finally realized that Wang Qiqi had already left. Looking at the pile of crystal cores on the table, he couldn't help but smile widely. Comrade Wang Qiqi is really a good person. He made a huge profit from this deal. Chapter 65. Huang Su's distress message after obtaining the Demon Beast Crystal Core. Xiangyu immediately used his infinite transformation talent to convert all the crystal cores into energy points. The energy value in his body attribute template instantly broke the 5-digit mark, reaching 23,700 points. Looking at the more than 20,000 energy points on the attribute template, Xiangyu fell into deep thought. Initially, Xiangyu only wanted to spend 1,000 energy points to upgrade the skill level of the Xiangyu beast scripture to the proficient level. However, Wang Xiaoqi repeatedly reminded him that the skill level of the Xiangyu beast scripture is related to the strength of the taming target and the success rate of taming fierce beasts. If he only wanted to tame beast soldier level fierce beasts, the beginner level or proficient level Xiangyu beast scripture would be sufficient. To tame beast general level fierce beasts, it was best to upgrade the Xiangyu beast scripture to the mastery level. Otherwise, the success rate of taming fierce beasts would be less than 1 in 10,000. After much internal struggle, Xiangyu decided to humbly accept Wang Xiaoqi's suggestion. He first spent 1,000 energy points to upgrade the Xiangyu beast scripture from beginner to proficient level. then spent another 10,000 energy points to upgrade it to mastery level. After painfully spending 11,000 energy points, Gu Xiangyu's energy value was left with only 12,700 points. After a brief contemplation, he spent 10,000 energy points to upgrade the dust transformation technique to mastery level, and allocated the remaining 2,700 points entirely to the star-moon sensory technique. Once Gu Xiangyu finished distributing all the energy points, a warm current surged within him, and he felt that his strength had significantly increased. Name: Gu Xiangyu Strength. Evolver, 3rd Stage. Power, 419 Speed, 347 Constitution, 432 Spirit, 495 Talent Skills. Infinite Transformation, a level upgradable. Eye of Truth this level. Upgradable, Cultivation Technique, Dust, Transformation, Incomplète, Mastery 987 000, Star Moon Sensory Technique, Prophecy 2913 5000. Chenyan B Scripture, Mastery 0,100,000. Martial Techniques, Falling Star Palm, Incomplete, Proficient 749 10,000. Cloud Soaring Dragon Step, Proficient 819 10,000. Energy Points, 0. Seeing that he successfully advanced to a 3rd Stage Evolver, especially with significant increases in his power, constitution, and spirit attributes, which completely met the standards of a 4th Stage Evolver, Gu Xiangyu knew his assumptions were correct. At all times, upgrading the skill level of dust transformation must be prioritized. The reason Gu Xiangyu used all the remaining energy points to upgrade the Star-Moon sensory technique was that he had a vague feeling that the evolution of the infinite transformation talent skill was related to the strength of his spirit attribute. When he first awakened the attribute template, his spirit attribute value was only 27 points, and at that time, the infinite transformation talent was still a C-level skill. When his spirit attribute value broke 50, the infinite transformation talent evolved into a B-level skill. After breaking 100, the infinite transformation talent was upgraded again to an A-level skill. This made Gu Xiangyu very much look forward to another upgrade of infinite transformation. As the level of infinite transformation increased, Gu Xiangyu found that the volume of metal he could transform at once was getting larger, and the speed and quantity limit of absorbing and transforming metal were also rapidly increasing. If his deductions were correct, after breaking 500 in spirit attribute value, the infinite transformation skill should evolve into an S-level skill, right? While Gu Xiangyu was pondering how to better enhance his strength, his phone's text message alert suddenly rang. I am Huang Su from the logistics supply of the War Department. I have been captured in Sanshiko Town. Please save me. Glancing at the text message, a look of confusion flashed in Gu Xiangyu's eyes. Although Huang Su had Gu Xiangyu's phone number before, Gu Xiangyu had changed his number upon returning to Water Blue Star to completely cut off contact, as per Jiang Qingfeng's suggestion. Logically speaking, Huang Su should not know Gu Xiangyu's new phone number. Moreover, the wording of Huang Su's message was strange, leaving Gu Xiangyu uncertain whether this distress message was genuine or just a prank. Master, I just checked the monitoring satellite footage over Water Blue Star, and Huang Su has indeed been captured in Sanshiko Town. However, the ones who captured him are not the Descendants, but rather people from the martial arts department. Just as Gu Xiangyu was still guessing the authenticity of the distress message, Yaya's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Yaya, keep an eye on the movements in Sanshiko Town. We're going to rescue him right away. Upon learning that Huang Su's capture was true, Gu Xiangyu immediately made the decision to save him. Master, I suspect this is a conspiracy targeting you. You will be in danger if you go, Yaya said with concern. Yaya, a true man knows when to act and when not to. If it were someone else, I might turn a blind eye. But Huang Su is one of my few friends. I cannot remain indifferent knowing he is in trouble. However, we can't just rush and save him. We need to be methodical. Otherwise, we will just lose our lives in vain. Help me check if there are any burrowing mouse swarms or other fierce beast gathering points along the way from Guangyang Island to Sanshiko Town. We need to find some helpers. Upon hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, Yaya's eyes lit up, and she praised Gu Xiangyu without hesitation before quickly hacking into the internal networks of the War Department and Martial Arts Department in Yudu Province. Master, Yudu Province is simply a paradise for fierce beasts. No wonder the assessment location for this Super Yuan Planet plan is in Yudu Province. And you were also assigned there by the War Department. I just checked all the data from the internal networks of the War Department and Martial Arts Department and found that there are 19 fierce beast gathering points in Yudu province, among which 5 have beast general level fierce beasts stationed. There is a cave near Sanchiko town, which not only has nearly 1,000 burrowing mice, but also hundreds of mutated magic bats. The leaders of the burrowing mice and mutated magic bats are approximately at the 4th stage of beast general level, while the others are generally at the 1st to 2nd stage of beast general level. Huang Su and his group are near the cave, and the martial arts department likely intends to use that group of mutated magic bats and burrowing mice against you. Upon hearing this, Xiangyu couldn't help but recall the email reminder the War Department had sent him half an hour ago. Could it be that the target of the martial arts department this time was Jiueming? It seemed that the martial arts department was really going to great lengths to deal with a Jiueming. Fortunately, he had followed Wang Xiaoqi's advice and upgraded the Chengyun B scripture to the mastery level. Otherwise, he might have fallen into the hands of the martial arts department this time. After learning about the strength of the burrowing mouse swarms and mutated magic bats from Yaya, Xiangyu couldn't help but be astonished. Connecting Huang Su's message with the War Department's email reminder, Xiangyu had a rough idea of the truth behind the situation. Huang Su, I have to say your luck is quite extraordinary. If Jiueming were someone else and not me, your distress message would have fallen into the sea without a ripple. Moreover, before I mastered the Chengyun B scripture, I wouldn't have had the strength to go to the fierce beast gathering point in Sanchiko town to save you. Recalling that he had inadvertently saved Huang Su twice and was now going to Sanchiko town to save him again, Xiangyu felt a strange sensation in his heart, as if he had become Huang Su's personal firefighter. Chapter 66. Rush to Death. Huang Su. At this moment, do you regret refusing to join our martial arts department? An old man with a full goat beard looked at Huang Su, who was covered in blood, and sneered. Huang Su spat out a bloodied tooth in response. However, this action pulled at his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain and let out a soft groan. I've always been puzzled. You were clearly prepared to join the martial arts department, so why did you suddenly change your mind? The old man with the goat beard suddenly asked curiously. Elder Liang, I'm also puzzled. Clearly, it was your Musher sect that repeatedly sought trouble with Mr. Gu. So how do you have the face to accuse him of being a murderer? Huang Su deeply, Gelansing Sai Wei. Hearing Huang Su's words, Liang Yuqing, the elder of the Musher sect, was momentarily stunned. You actually refused to join the martial arts department because of Xiangyu? Liang Yuqing recalled that Huang Su reported to the martial arts department just as they were furious over Xiangyu killing Su Haijiang and several disciples of the Musher sect, hastily declaring him a murderer. You probably never dreamed that not only I refused to join the martial arts department for this reason, but also Zhong Shouwei and his son Zhong Shungang didn't want to join either. Huang Su couldn't help but laugh out loud at the shocked expression on the elder's face. Liang Yuqing was astonished. Although the martial arts department claimed not to care about the Super Yuan Star Plan S tests and assessments, they still had the intention to develop some of the standout individuals into new blood for the organization. However, the martial arts department never expected that first Xiangyu firmly refused to join, and then the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place scores also refused to join, turning around to join the War Department instead. Liang Yuqing originally thought that the War Department was obstructing them, preventing the martial arts department from recruiting the best performers from the assessment. He never imagined the truth would be so ridiculous. Huang Su, I initially just wanted to use you as bait to attract a big shot from the War Department. After killing that big shot, I would see if there was a chance to turn you to our side. Since you have such a good relationship with Xiangyu, there is no need for me to spare your life anymore. You can accompany him on the road to the Yellow Springs. Liang Yuqing's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom as he gritted his teeth. Wait, Mr. Gu is already dead? You killed him? The previously calm Huang Su revealed a look of panic and sorrow upon hearing Liang Yuqing's words. Xiangyu is just a 9th-tier awakener. Do you really think he could survive being targeted by our Musher sect? Liang Yuqing sneered. Not only you and Xiangyu will die, but Zhong Shouwei and Zhong Shungang will also die. Upon confirming Xiangyu's death from Liang Yuqing's mouth, Huang Su felt as if he had lost his soul and couldn't hear what Liang Yuqing said next. Scenes of Gu Xiangyu saving his life twice flashed in Huang Su's mind, and tears streamed down his face. Brother, do you think Huang Su's message can really draw Zhu Ming over? Next to Liang Yuqing's brother, who looked somewhat similar to him, asked. I think the possibility of Zhu Ming coming is extremely slim unless Zhu Ming knows Huang Su and has a deep relationship with him. But Huang Su is just a businessman. How could he possibly have connections with a peak power holder? I'm even worried whether Huang Su's message actually reached Zhu Ming's phone number. Zhu Ming's phone number should be correct because his confidentiality level was suddenly raised today. One of our martial arts department's informants has an exceptional memory. He memorized Zhu Ming's information before the confidentiality level was raised. Unfortunately, there is too little information about Zhu Ming. Apart from phone number and a contact code, there is almost no other information. Hearing Liang Yuqing's conversation clearly, Huang Su felt his heart tremble. He previously only knew that the martial arts department and the war department were at odds, but he didn't realize their relationship was so bad. The martial arts department was not only trying to eliminate the war department's mysterious experts, but also had planted insiders in the war department's intelligence section, thoroughly understanding their details. How can I successfully pass this information out? Huang Su anxiously scanned his surroundings, his eyes darting around. Huang Su, don't delude yourself into thinking you can accomplish anything useless. Since my brother and I dare to discuss these secrets in front of you, do you think you still have a life to leave here? Before Huang Su could think of a way to convey the information, Liang Yuqing's chilling voice rang in his ears. It has been an hour since you sent the message. If that expert from the War Department really cared about your life, he would have come long ago. Since he hasn't shown up, it only means he doesn't care about your life. Liang Yuqing looked at Huang Su with pity, then turned to leave. The two people beside Huang Su had already understood Liang Yuqing's intent. They grinned and simultaneously raised their swords, striking heavily towards Huang Su's neck. Liang Yuqing, Mr. Gu only killed a few trash from the Musher sect, and you claim he is a murderer? You killed the War Department's logistical support. What do you think will be your crime? Huang Su shouted unwillingly. Huang Su, there is no need to provoke me. The moment the Musher sect was destroyed, my brother and I decided we would no longer seek to survive. The 9 provinces' federal government can label us with any crime, and we don't care. Liang Yuqing shrugged indifferently. Hearing Liang Yuqing's words, Huang Su felt a wave of despair. If you really have no intention of surviving, why not just commit suicide now to avoid causing conflict between the martial arts department and the war department, plunging the 9 provinces' federal government into chaos? Just as Huang Su closed his eyes to await death, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears, making him look towards the newcomer in delight. Gu! Mr. Gu, you're not dead? As Huang Su spoke, he struggled to break free from the grip of the 2 people beside him and rushed towards Gu Xiangyu. Gu Xiangyu, you're still alive? You came at just the right time. My brother and I have been searching for you everywhere. We need to see you alive or confirm your death. We can't stand not knowing the fate of this little clown. As the saying goes, there is a path to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to hell, yet you rush in. Gu Xiangyu, do you think you're living too long, trying to rush to your death? Suddenly hearing Gu Xiangyu's voice, Liang Yuqing's eyes lit up with surprise. Chapter 67, I will kill you quickly. Mr. Gu, I'll hold him off for you, you run. Huang Su was initially very happy to see Gu Xiangyu arrive, but his expression changed dramatically upon hearing the words of Liang Yuqing. Ignoring the gap in cultivation between himself and Liang Yuqing, he turned and stood in front of the brothers. Aunt, get lost. Don't obstruct us. Liang Yuqing's eyes were fixed on Gu Xiangyu, not even glancing at Huang Su, and he swatted Huang Su away with a single slap. Mr. Gu, the martial arts department knows the phone number and code of the mysterious figure death from the War Department. Please make sure to spread this information. Huang Su touched his stinging face and crawled over to Liang Yuqing, grabbing his thigh and shouting hysterically, Mr. Gu, you saved my life twice. I have no way to repay you, so I can only be your servant in the next life. After finishing his sentence, a fierce look flashed in Huang Su's eyes, and he reached for Liang Yuqing's groin like a monkey picking peaches. Liang Yuqing felt that Huang Su was a nuisance and was about to slap him to death, when his pupils suddenly constricted, and he involuntarily opened his mouth, letting out an extremely suppressed roar from his throat. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, even with Liang Yuxing's high level of cultivation. When someone grabbed his most vulnerable spot tightly, he couldn't help but cry out in pain, beads of sweat the size of mung beans appearing on his forehead. You are seeking death. Liang Yuxing heard his brother scream and turned to look in confusion. He instinctively squeezed his legs together, then in a fit of rage, swung his sword fiercely at Huang Su's neck. Mr. Gu, run. You must run. Huang Su completely ignored Liang Yuxing's sword aimed at his neck and shouted desperately at Gu Xiangyu. Seeing Huang Su risking his life to create an opportunity for him to escape, Gu Xiangyu suddenly smiled. Just as Liang Yuxing's sword was about to strike Huang Su's neck, Gu Xiangyu's body suddenly disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, a hand appeared around Liang Yuxing's neck. With a crisp snap, Liang Yuxing hadn't even realized what was happening before he felt his strength rapidly draining away, and his consciousness gradually fell into an endless darkness. No! Ah Cheng, don't die. Witnessing his brother Liang Yuxing being killed by Gu Xiangyu, Liang Yuxing seemed to forget the pain in his body, letting out a heart-wrenching roar, then kicked to Huang Su. At a critical moment, Gu Xiangyu grabbed Huang Su's arm and used the cloud-soaring dragon step to dodge Liang Yuxing's full-force kick. Gu Xiangyu, you killed Ah Cheng. This enmity cannot be forgiven. I will kill you quickly. Liang Yuxing glared at Gu Xiangyu, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Are you all from the mushy sect crazy? I have no grudges against you. You keep looking for trouble with me, and after failing to kill me, you blame it on me. Gu Xiangyu sneered disdainfully. Hearing this, Liang Yuxing became furious. Knowing he couldn't out-talk Gu Xiangyu, he chose to remain silent and unleashed his sword, aiming straight for Gu Xiangyu's vital points. Gu Xiangyu had already used the Eye of Truth to check the cultivation levels of the Liang brothers and knew that Liang Yuxing was a 7th-tier evolver while Liang Yuxing was a 5th-tier evolver. After swiftly killing Liang Yuxing, Gu Xiangyu wanted to test his own strength, so he did not immediately summon the mutated bat swarm and burrowing mice he had painstakingly tamed in the cave. Instead, he used the cloud-soaring dragon step and starfall palm to engage Liang Yuxing. You actually advanced to become an evolver and a mid-tier evolver at that? Liang Yuxing had thought that killing Gu Xiangyu would be a simple task, but after attacking Gu Xiangyu more than 10 times and missing each time, he was left dumbfounded. This was partly due to Liang Yuxing underestimating his opponent and his anger affecting his performance. However, evading his attacks was definitely not something a 9th-tier awakener could achieve. Liang Yuxing, you need to put in some effort. Otherwise, you might end up like your fellow sect members, unable to kill me and instead getting killed by me. If I remember correctly, the explosion at Zhongliang Yinfeng basically wiped out the entire mushy sect, leaving only you and your brother as the last remnants. Once I kill you, the mushy sect will be history, and I won't have to deal with flies bothering me anymore. Gu Xiangyu did not respond to Liang Yuxing's words, but deliberately provoked him with his remarks. Gu Xiangyu, I must say, you are truly a genius, advancing to an evolver so quickly and even practicing techniques and martial skills. If I'm not mistaken, the War Department is publicly cooperating with the Martial Arts Department to convict you, but secretly they are nurturing you. I wonder if they will feel heartache after I kill the genius they cultivated? Having failed to subdue Gu Xiangyu, Liang Yuxing instead calmed down. He took a deep breath, and the sword technique in his hand suddenly became sharp, showcasing his true strength. Seeing Liang Yuxing become serious, Gu Xiangyu also did not dare to be careless, putting in all his effort to respond to Liang Yuxing's attacks. Meanwhile, Huang Su was dumbfounded. Initially, he thought Gu Xiangyu was wasting the hard-won chance to escape and felt that Gu Xiangyu was foolish. However, at this moment, seeing Gu Xiangyu able to defend himself against Liang Yuxing's full-force attacks, Huang Su's heart was tossed about, and he looked at Gu Xiangyu with admiration. Could it be that Gu Xiangyu was the mysterious figure from the War Department that the Liang brothers wanted to lure? A thought suddenly flashed through Huang Su's mind, but Huang Su quickly shook his head with a bitter smile. The War Department big shot mentioned by the Liang brothers was at the peak of mastery, while Gu Xiangyu was merely an evolver. How could he link the two together? No, Mr. Gu's movements are getting slower. He should not be Liang Yuxing's match. I need to quickly seek help from the War Department. Huang Su stood there in a daze for a moment before aiming in a direction and running off. Just as Huang Su made a move, he was surrounded by a dozen people. Although Liang Yuxing had the upper hand in the battle with Gu Xiangyu. Seeing Gu Xiangyu remain calm and composed, as if treating him as a sparring partner to familiarize himself with techniques and skills. A sense of unease grew in Liang Yuxing's heart. Could it be that there was a mysterious figure protecting Gu Xiangyu? After this thought crossed Liang Yuxing's mind, he immediately lost the desire to continue fighting Gu Xiangyu. Gu Xiangyu, I have things to do today, so I will spare your life for now. Take good care of your own head. Don't let others take it away. After abruptly sheathing his sword and throwing down this line, Liang Yuxing turned to leave. Seeing Liang Yuxing leave, those who had been attacking Huang Su also stopped and followed Liang Yuxing. The inexplicable behavior of Liang Yuxing's group left Gu Xiangyu momentarily stunned. Huang Su was equally perplexed. However, upon seeing the direction in which Liang Yuxing's group left, Gu Xiangyu suddenly understood Liang Yuxing's scheme, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Elder Liang, you just said you would kill me quickly. Why did you suddenly run away? A man must keep his word. Let's quickly settle our grudges. I don't have the patience to wait any longer. Gu Xiangyu shouted, eagerly pursuing after him. Chapter 68. Do you think you're related to the mutated demon bats and burrowing moles? Liang Yuxing was initially uncertain about the accuracy of his judgment. But when he saw Gu Xiangyu actually chasing after him, a strange smile appeared on his face. Gu Xiangyu, if I were you, I would definitely run as far away as possible after seeing me, instead of rushing to your death. Liang Yuxing sneered at Gu Xiangyu but did not stop, continuing to hurry towards the cave. Since you want to kill me, then don't run away. Does your Musher sect only know how to kill with words? Behind Liang Yuxing, Gu Xiangyu shouted angrily, not caring about the consequences. Huang Su, who was following Gu Xiangyu, looked at the fleeing Liang Yuxing and then at the relentless Gu Xiangyu, falling into deep confusion. Who is stronger between these two? Who wants to kill whom? How did he become so confused? Soon, Liang Yuxing arrived above the cave. With a swing of his sword, he cut a deep chasm into the ground. As Liang Yuxing made this strike, hundreds of mutated demon bats flew out from the cave below, and even more burrowing moles popped their heads out from the chasm. Gu Xiangyu, the reason you dare to shout at me should be because you have a protector by your side, right? I wonder if your protector can still save your life in front of this swarm of mutated demon bats and burrowing moles. I originally planned to use these mutated demon bats and burrowing moles to deal with a mysterious master from the War Department, but unexpectedly, I ended up using them against you. You can only say you were too lucky. The moment the swarm of mutated demon bats and burrowing moles appeared, Huang Su understood what was going on. After hearing Liang Yuxing's words, Huang Su's heart sank to the bottom. He regretted not thinking of this earlier and reminding Gu Xiangyu not to chase after Liang Yuxing, resulting in falling into Liang Yuxing's carefully laid trap. Liang Yuxing, are you not afraid of dying? Seeing Liang Yuxing's calm demeanor, Gu Xiangyu asked in confusion. Of course I'm afraid of dying, but since the sect is gone, what is the point of me living? If I can do something for the sect before I die, I can at least die with a purpose. Liang Yuxing sighed, his face filled with desolation. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but take a serious look at Liang Yuxing. For Liang Yuxing, perhaps the sect was everything to him. However, paths diverged, and the moment the Musher sect repeatedly offended him, its demise was already predetermined. In fact, the Musher sect could have remained safe and sound, but you insisted on pushing me to my death. So I had no choice but to strike first and uproot it. When heaven wants to destroy something, it must first make it crazy. This applies to the Musher sect, as well as all its disciples, including you two brothers. What? What did you just say? That the destruction of the Musher sect has to do with you? Upon hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, Liang Yuxing, who was originally waiting for death, suddenly became agitated. He looked at Gu Xiangyu with bloodshot eyes, questioning him frantically. Gu Xiangyu said nothing, only looking at Liang Yuxing with pity. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. Gu Xiangyu's silence was an answer in itself. You executioner, the Musher sect has hundreds of years of heritage, with thousands of lives at stake. How could you bear to do this? Xiangyu, you are dead. No one can save you today. I will kill you. I will tear you to pieces. After confirming that Xiangyu was the mastermind behind the destruction of the Mushu sect, Liang Yuxing regretted offending Xiangyu while also feeling extreme hatred towards him. In Liang Yuxing's eyes, there were no mutated demon bats or burrowing moles. He could see nothing but Xiangyu. Seeing Liang Yuxing rush towards him like a madman, Xiangyu couldn't help but show a hint of a cold smile. If it were a different time and place, he might indeed be taken down by Liang Yuxing, who was hell-bent on dying. But now, surrounded by hundreds of mutated demon bats and nearly 1,000 burrowing moles, it would be difficult for Liang Yuxing to even get close to him, let alone perish together. Liang Yuxing charged forward for over 10 meters, and when he was still more than 3 meters away from Xiangyu, he fell into the nightmare attack of the mutated demon bats and was then besieged by a group of burrowing moles. No matter how strong Liang Yuxing's body was, he could not withstand the burrowing moles' innate digging skills. When Liang Yuxing finally regained consciousness amidst the excruciating pain, there was not a single intact spot on his body, and several burrowing moles had even burrowed into him. I will kill you, I must kill you. Ignoring the dozens of burrowing moles attacking him, Liang Yuxing struggled to move his legs, step by step approaching Xiangyu. No, you can't kill me. Xiangyu shook his head, smiling as he said, Liang Yuxing, do you really think that with this trap, you can make anyone below the level of a transcendent be unable to return? Isn't that the case? Although these mutated demon bats and burrowing moles are only at the beast general level, their sheer numbers and terrifying innate skills are overwhelming. No one can escape their attacks except for transcendent beings, so you are doomed. Your protector hasn't shown up, and if he dares to come out to save you, he will also perish here, Liang Yuxing asserted. Hearing Liang Yuxing's words, Xiangyu's smile grew even wider. Haven't you noticed? Whether it's the mutated demon bats or burrowing moles, they only attack your group, but not me and Huangsu. What a ridiculous joke. Do you think you're related to the mutated demon bats and burrowing moles? They want to attack you, Liang Yuxing instinctively retorted, but he abruptly stopped mid-sentence, horrified to realize that Xiangyu was indeed telling the truth. The dozen or so people he had brought from the martial arts department were now just a pile of bones, and he himself was severely injured, on the verge of death. Although Xiangyu and Huang Su were surrounded by the mutated demon bats and burrowing moles, it seemed as if they were invisible to the creatures, who showed no intention of attacking them at all. What is going on? Everything happening before Liang Yuxing was too absurd, and after a wave of dizziness, he couldn't help but stammer his question. This is a secret of the War Department. Why would I tell you? Unless you tell me a secret of the martial arts department in exchange. Xiangyu chuckled. Liang Yuxing opened his mouth, wanting to exchange secrets with Xiangyu, but when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he realized a fact. As someone on the brink of death, what good would knowing the secret of the War Department do him? Was he supposed to take the secret of the War Department to the underworld? Thinking of this, Liang Yuxing's blood surged, and he opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of filthy blood. Xiangyu, I hate this, I regret this. After trembling out those words, Liang Yuxing collapsed to the ground. Chapter 69. Huangsu's loyalty. Seeing Liang Yuxing, who had been so high and mighty just moments ago, suddenly turn into a dead body, Huangsu couldn't help but sigh about the unpredictability of life. However, surrounded by a group of mutated bat demons and mole rats, Huangsu dared not be the slightest bit careless and closely followed Xiangyu, his heart racing anxiously. Don't be nervous. These mutated bat demons and mole rats have been tamed by me and won't attack you, Xiangyu explained with a smile upon noticing Huangsu's nervous expression. To Huangsu's astonishment, Xiangyu whistled, and the group of mutated bat demons and mole rats swiftly retreated like a receding tide, disappearing in an instant. This, Mr. Gu, these mutated bat demons and mole rats are really your pets? Huangsu was stunned for a long time before coming to terms with the shocking reality he had just witnessed. Although the strongest among the mutated bat demons and mole rats only had the strength of a 4th-tier beast general, The others range from first-tier to second-tier beast generals. When the number of mutated bat demons and mole rats reached a certain level, the quantitative change could lead to a qualitative transformation. Even a powerful transcendent being could find it difficult to escape if suddenly surrounded by these creatures. Huang Su couldn't fathom how Xiangyu had amassed such a powerful force in such a short time. Mr. Gu, are these mutated bat demons and mole rats a secret weapon of the War Department? Huang Su pondered for a long time before coming up with a somewhat reasonable explanation and cautiously asked. Xiangyu was momentarily taken aback, then realized Huang Su had misunderstood. But he did not explain. Seeing Xiangyu tacitly acknowledge his guess, Huang Su smiled and decided not to dwell on the topic further, instead expressing his thoughts. Mr. Gu, when you sold me the gaming helmet earlier, you suggested that I stay on the Super Yuan Planet until my attribute points reached 80. I didn't understand what you meant at the time, but now I finally do, though it's too late. I never dreamed that Water Blue Star would be suffering such great hardships, while we ordinary humans have been unknowingly relocated to the Super Yuan Planet by the federal government, enjoying their protection. Do you regret returning to Water Blue Star? Xiangyu suddenly asked. Regret? At first, I did feel a bit of that. After all, I'm a businessman, and my biggest wish has always been to obtain the status of a top citizen of the Republic, then to expand my business. I never thought about becoming a warrior, but after learning the truth about this world, I was shaken. The Republic is working tirelessly to protect the existence of Water Blue Star. Countless young warriors have sacrificed themselves to resist the invasion of the Descendants and ferocious beasts. While I've been busy toiling for trivial fame and profit, it's too narrow-minded. To be honest, I am currently in a state of extreme confusion. If Water Blue Star ceases to exist, what use is it to earn more money? But with my current strength, I have no ability to resist the invasion of the Descendants and ferocious beasts. I feel like a useless person. The only thing I can do now is engage in some trade to provide food for the War Department. Xiangyu's remark opened the floodgates for Huang Su, who poured out all his confusion and frustrations. Mr. Gu, I sincerely apologize for making you listen to all this nonsense. I hope it hasn't delayed your business. Huang Su said after realizing how late it had become. Xiangyu shook his head. In a flash, a thought surged in his mind, and he couldn't help but ask, Huang Su, would you be interested in taking on a part-time job for me? It won't interfere with your business or the War Department's tasks. Mr. Gu, you're too polite. It would be my honor to work for you. Just give me your orders. Hearing Xiangyu's words, Huang Su replied excitedly. In fact, for me now, doing business is secondary. The War Department hasn't assigned me any mandatory tasks, so as long as you don't mind my lack of strength, I will definitely do my best to help you. Seeing Huang Su's excitement, Xiangyu instinctively sighed in relief. You should be familiar with the Blue Flame mercenary game, right? What I want you to do is establish a mercenary guild on Water Blue Star similar to that game. How you operate the guild is up to you. I need the mercenary guild to help procure ferocious beast crystal cores. As Xiangyu shared his idea, Huang Su's eyes lit up with anticipation. The instinct of a businessman told him that if the mercenary guild were successfully established, it could definitely make a huge profit. However, there was one prerequisite. The mercenary guild itself must have enough strength. Huang Su felt that his financial resources could barely support the early operations of the mercenary guild, but he was unable to assist with its combat capability. After some contemplation, Huang Su voiced his thoughts and concerns to Xiangyu. You don't need to worry at all about the guild's combat strength. In this day and age, money can make the world go round, especially in chaotic times. With money, who would you worry about not being able to hire? Until the guild recruits enough talented individuals. I will stay with the mutated bat demons and mole rats to ensure no small-time troublemakers get a chance to cause chaos. Upon hearing that Xiangyu was willing to have the mutated bat demons and mole rats stationed at the guild, Huang Su instantly felt more confident. The two discussed the details of the mercenary guild for a while before parting ways. At Guangyang Island, the group of mutated bat demons and mole rats had already been waiting for Xiangyu to return. After confirming the exact location of the Star Source battleship with Yaya, the group of mole rats began their work under Xiangyu's command. Witnessing the efficiency of the mole rats at work, Xiangyu generously praised Yaya. Just standing by and talking in a wide, neat tunnel is extending into the depths of the earth at a visible speed. This feeling is simply fantastic. As Xiangyu directed the mole rats to dig tunnels in the courtyard of Guangyang Island, dozens of spatial rifts suddenly appeared in the sky above Waterblue Star. The monitoring satellites quickly captured the emergence of these spatial rifts and triggered a warning mechanism, automatically sending alerts to the governments of the Jojo Federation, the American Federation, and the European Federation. After receiving the warning, the three major federations swiftly organized and assembled experts from the real world to converge near the spatial rifts, hoping to deal with the Descendants as quickly as possible when they arrived through the rifts, to prevent missing the best opportunity to combat them. However, the highest leaders of the three federations soon changed their expressions dramatically, their hearts sinking to the bottom. Because the experts from the Human Federation were still on their way to the spatial rifts, all monitoring footage suddenly disappeared. Even more despairing for the leaders of the three federations and the human experts was that all communication devices suddenly malfunctioned. The last image the people of Waterblue Star saw on the monitoring video was a blinding white light flashing across the screen, followed by complete darkness. Chapter 70: The Crisis of the Fall of Yudu Province, Yueshi Mansion. Pan noticed it was already late at night, and her father still hadn't returned home. She tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. She ran to her aunt's bedroom to inquire about her father's whereabouts. But her aunt was also evasive and couldn't explain the situation. Realizing something was wrong, Pan quickly used her prophetic abilities to check on her father's location. After more than 10 minutes, Pon's originally rosy complexion turned pale, as if she had been pulled out of water, but a dazzling light flashed in her eyes. "Aunt, do you want to live a free life, or do you want to be locked in a cage forever?" Pan asked directly when she re-entered Gu Wanner's bedroom. Gu Wanner looked confused. Her niece's question was too abrupt, and she didn't know how to respond. "Aunt, besides my dad, you're the person I'm closest to. Although Dad has repeatedly warned me not to reveal secrets in front of anyone, I believe you are trustworthy. In fact, I awakened my prophetic abilities when the great disaster struck, and I can see some future events by using my talent." Pon's long eyelashes fluttered as she carefully observed her aunt's reaction while explaining what she had foreseen. You mean you can see the future? If we don't leave Yueshi Mansion immediately, will we be locked in the secret base of the War Department, never to see the light of day again? Gu Wanner repeated Pon's words, her mouth agape, for a long time. She seriously doubted that Pan was making sense. However, she had to believe Pon's words because she hadn't had the chance to tell Pan that the War Department was planning to take them to the secret base. Pan, what do you think we should do now?" Gu Wanner instinctively asked. After hearing that Xiangyu had been sentenced for murder, Gu Wanner's mind was in turmoil, and she was filled with anxiety about their future, which was why she couldn't sleep in bed. "Aunt, the first thing we need to do is leave Yueshi Mansion before the War Department arrives. Find someone we can trust to rely on, and then we can look for Dad or wait for him to find us." Pon's suggestion was excellent. "I'll contact Aunt Xiao right away." Gu Wanner kissed Pan fiercely and quickly dialed Xiao Hailing's number. After eavesdropping on Gu Wanner's conversation with Xiao Hailing, Pan gently patted her chest, her little face showing a proud smile. Neither Xiangyu nor Gu Wanner knew that Pan had been secretly training since awakening her abilities. For Pan, her prophetic skills had become her favorite toy, making her somewhat addicted to it. Under Pan's relentless training, not only did her physical attributes rapidly increase, but both her S-Class prophetic talent and S-Class ice talent also reached the brink of evolution. Pan had just seen the great disaster that Waterblue Star would soon face, as well as the life-and-death situation of her father, which was the main reason she was eager to return to Waterblue Star. Even if Gu Wanner forgot to contact Xiao Hailing, Pan would subtly remind her to reach out to either Xiao Hailing or Huang Su for help in returning to Waterblue Star. Even with a large group of free laborers helping, Xiangyu still couldn't see the shadow of the Star Source battleship by late at night. Ultimately, he couldn't resist the overwhelming drowsiness and instructed the burrowing mice to continue digging while he directly went back to his bedroom to sleep. Although the world had fallen into darkness after the great disaster, with no daylight ever coming again, Xiangyu still habitually pulled the curtains closed and turned off all power devices in the room before going to bed. "Hey, Why is my phone out of signal? After waking up, Xiangyu habitually took out his phone to check the time, only to find it had no signal at all. He tried to make a call, but found he couldn't contact the outside world. He then opened the personal terminal issued by the War Department and discovered it was also disconnected from the network. Master, last night, 67 spatial rifts appeared above water blue star simultaneously. After these rifts opened, a large wave of flying mosquitoes emerged, destroying the monitoring and communication satellites above water blue star in the first instance. Now, the monitoring, communication, and network systems of water blue star are all paralyzed, and only the Super Yuan Planet can still operate normally. During last night's battle, without the assistance of monitoring and communication systems, the casualties among human experts on water blue star were heavy, leaving almost none alive. It is estimated that the high-ranking officials of the Federal Republic will accelerate the Super Yuan Planet plan to bring more people back to the real world. Just as Xiangyu was preparing to contact Yaya to find out what was going on, Yaya's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Hearing Yaya's words made Xiangyu's mood particularly heavy. He paced back and forth in his bedroom, and after a while, he lay down in the game pod and logged into the Super Yuan Planet. Mr. Gu, I couldn't reach you on Water Blue Star, so I can only send you a message in the Super Yuan Planet. Last night, a swarm of mosquitoes the size of soccer balls descended over Yudu province. Their wings are sharper than steel knives, and their mouth parts are like giant needles. Under the attack of these mosquitoes, most of which possess the strength of a fourth-tier beast general, our official refuge in Yudu province fell in less than half an hour, and over a dozen civilian refuges were also breached. I just received orders from the War Department to prepare to gather the survivors of Yudu province 3 days later to evacuate to the nearby Sichuan province. After reading Huang Su's message, Xiangyu's mouth twitched fiercely, and he felt a wave of sorrow in his heart. Had he already lived a second life and still couldn't save Yudu province from falling? No. Since Huang Su said the War Department planned to organize the evacuation of survivors from Yudu province in 3 days, it meant that the federal government had not yet given up on Yudu province. If he could contribute to the fight against the mosquitoes, perhaps he could change the fate of Yudu province's fall. Soon, a determined light flashed in Xiangyu's eyes. Yaya, I need to increase my strength as quickly as possible. Do you have any good suggestions? Xiangyu didn't think that with his third-tier evolver strength, he could contend against a swarm of mosquitoes that generally had fourth-tier strength, even with the help of mutated bats and burrowing mice. Master, your strength has recently increased too quickly. You need to spend some time solidifying your cultivation level, otherwise, it will seriously affect your future training. Yaya hesitated and reminded him gently. Yaya, you should understand the principle of without skin. Where will the hair attach? If water blue star is gone, what meaning is there in my existence? So you don't need to consider anything else. Just tell me the fastest way to improve my strength. Xiangyu ordered in an unquestionable tone. Chapter 71. The Defiant S-Rank Infinite Metamorphosis Master, for you at this moment. The fastest way to enhance your strength is still by absorbing the beast crystals. Use the energy from the beast crystals to improve your martial arts proficiency, thereby increasing your four-dimensional attributes and cultivation level. Since the Great Catastrophe began, the human Federal Republic has collected quite a number of beast crystals, but they do not know their uses and are still in the experimental and research phase. Therefore, the 3 major federal governments should have a lot of stock, and you can directly call the War Department to request some. Noticing Xiangyu's resolute attitude, Yaya no longer hesitated and quickly proposed the most reasonable suggestion. Wait, you just said that the human Federal Republic doesn't know the uses of the crystals. Don't they absorb them to enhance their strength? Xiangyu asked in surprise. Master, the reason you can absorb the crystals is because of your infinite metamorphosis talent. In fact, the crystals are only very effective for those with awakened talents. For ordinary people, the crystals are mostly used as fuel and power in scientific research and machinery. Moreover, only a very few talent skills can directly absorb the crystals. Most awakened talent users slowly absorb the energy of the crystals by devouring and refining them. Compared to direct absorption, the efficiency and conversion rate are worlds apart. Upon hearing Yaya's explanation, Xiangyu's face showed a look of realization. Remembering the vast stockpile of crystals in the human Federal Republic, Xiangyu couldn't help but feel excited. If he could take all the beast crystals from the three major federal governments for himself, wouldn't he become extraordinary in no time? However, Xiangyu only thought about it in his heart. He knew that such a thing was absolutely impossible. He also wondered if the War Department would be willing to give him the crystals. Xiangyu quickly contacted Jiang Qingfeng and expressed his needs. What do you want that for? Our War Department has researched it for a long time. Although drinking it can strengthen the body and speed up cultivation, the efficiency is too poor. We only kept 20,000 crystals. The rest have all been thrown to the Research Institute. If you need it, I can send you 3,000. Thank you, Uncle Sure. Hearing Uncle Sure's straightforward response, Xiangyu felt 1,000 words stuck in his throat, which ultimately turned into a simple 4-character reply. No need for the formalities. Just living well is the best gratitude for me. Sensing the heaviness in Xiangyu's words, Jiang Qingfeng paused, scolded him lightly, and then hung up the phone. 20 minutes later, Xiangyu received the 3,000 crystals sent by the War Department. He quickly absorbed these 3,000 crystals into his body, and the energy value in his body attribute template reached 30,000 points again. Xiangyu stared at the numerous martial arts and combat skills on his body attribute template, falling into deep thought. Seeing that the energy point requirement for upgrading Dust Universe Transformation and Cloud B Sutra from proficiency to subtlety was 100,000, he did not hesitate to skip it. Then, Xiangyu decisively allocated 10,000 energy points each to Starfall Palm and Cloud Dragon Step, raising both to proficiency level. Noticing that Star Moon Perception needed just 100 energy points to reach proficiency level, Xiangyu added 100 energy points to it as well, elevating Star Moon Perception to proficiency level. He did not distribute the remaining 900 energy points and planned to save them for emergencies. After consuming over 20,000 energy points, Xiangyu's body attribute panel underwent a tremendous change. Name: Xiangyu Strength. Evolver, 5th Stage Power, 521 Speed, 576 Constitution, 543 Spirit, 615 Talent Skills, Infinite Metamorphosis, S rank. Can metamorphose any absorbed talent. Eye of Truth, S rank, can be upgraded. Martial Arts, Dust Universe Transformation, Incomplete, Proficient 987-100-000. Star Moon Perception, Proficient 7950-000. Cloud Beast Sutra, Proficient 1-876-100-000. Combat Skills, Starfall Palm, Incomplete, Proficient 859-100-000. Cloud Dragon Step, Proficient 939-100-000. Energy Points, 7,900. Seeing his cultivation level rise from 3rd Stage Evolver to 5th Stage Evolver and his Infinite Metamorphosis talent advance from A rank to S rank, Xiangyu felt immense joy. At this moment, nothing was more worth celebrating than his increase in strength. However, when Xiangyu inadvertently glanced at the notes following the Infinite Metamorphosis, he was taken aback. Yaya, it seems my Infinite Metamorphosis talent has changed. Can I absorb and metamorphose others' talents now? Xiangyu asked excitedly. Yes, Master. After your Infinite Metamorphosis talent upgraded to S rank, it is no longer limited to the absorption and metamorphosis of metals. It also applies to human talent skills, provided that the skill level of others is lower than your Infinite Metamorphosis skill level. Receiving confirmation from Yaya, Xiangyu couldn't help but open his mouth in shock. He originally thought the Infinite Metamorphosis talent was already very powerful, but he did not expect that after evolving to S rank, it became this outrageous. Does this not mean that as long as he has enough energy points, he can possess countless talent skills? Master, although your inference is correct, absorbing one S rank talent requires 1,000,000 energy points, and each metamorphosis of an S rank talent also requires 100,000 energy points. Therefore, in the short term, you will not have the opportunity to absorb and metamorphose the talent skills of other awakened talent users. Hearing Yaya's reminder, Xiangyu felt as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water, instantly waking up. Moreover, Gu Xiangyu also discovered a problem. Once his martial arts and combat skills reached proficiency level, further improving proficiency also required astronomical amounts of energy points. This meant that although he could still enhance his strength by absorbing beast crystals in the future, it would be difficult to quickly raise his cultivation level as he did before. Master, the burrowing mole has already dug the tunnel to the vicinity of the Star Source battleship a minute ago. Shall we go check the situation on the Star Source battleship now? The Star Source battleship belongs to a big figure in a level 5 civilization. Perhaps it contains treasures that can greatly enhance your strength. Just as Gu Xiangyu was worrying about how to quickly improve his cultivation level in the future, Yaya's words made his brows instantly relax. Can we finally see the Star Source battleship? That's fantastic. Gu Xiangyu excitedly waved his fist and quickly exited the Super Yuan Planet. Just as Gu Xiangyu walked out of his bedroom and into the courtyard, preparing to dive into the tunnel to check the Star Source battleship, the door of the courtyard was suddenly kicked open. In Gu Xiangyu's astonished gaze, Ouyang Fuyong stepped into the courtyard with a gloomy expression. Damn native. You really have a strong life. You weren't even killed by the thunder. I originally planned to come here to whip your corpse, but since you're not dead, get ready to bear the wrath of your grandpa, Ouyang. Chapter 72. Ouyang Fuyong will never fall in the same place twice. As Ouyang Fuyong spoke, his eyes were fixed on Gu Xiangyu, filled with hatred as if he wanted to devour him alive. How did you find this place? Gu Xiangyu cautiously stepped back a few steps while trying to contact the mutated bat leader using the Qingyun B scripture, asking in confusion. You don't need to worry about how I found this place. You just need to know that today you will find no way to live and no way to die. Hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, Ouyang Fuyong was almost enraged to the point of spitting blood, and he replied fiercely. After finishing his words, Ouyang Fuyong reached out to grab Gu Xiangyu's neck, intending to subdue him first and then slowly deal with him. Ouyang Fuyong initially thought that Gu Xiangyu had died in the explosion of the thunderclap, and even the tracker he had placed on Gu Xiangyu had been destroyed, so he had already given up on him. However, after repairing the tracker's receiving device and wanting to check on his other targets, he found that the tracker on Gu Xiangyu was actually lit up. Even so, Ouyang Fuyong did not believe that Gu Xiangyu was still alive. Instead, he thought that Gu Xiangyu had been collected by someone else. Ouyang Fuyong never expected that after following the tracker to the courtyard on Guanyang Island, he would actually see the lively Gu Xiangyu. Remembering his experiences at the Mushy Sect and the extremely precious thunderclap and protective talisman he had lost, Ouyang Fuyong felt heartbroken and chose to act without hesitation. Soon, Ouyang Fuyong was stunned because he realized that his unexpected attack had actually missed. He thought it was his carelessness that allowed Gu Xiangyu to successfully dodge his grasp. He snorted coldly and raised his hand to slap at the evasive Gu Xiangyu. The next second, a look of confusion appeared on Ouyang Fuyong's face again. He looked at his palm and then at the smiling Gu Xiangyu in front of him, utterly perplexed. How could a speed-type 3rd-tier evolver not catch a 9th-tier awakener? Hey, weren't you a 9th-tier awakener before? Why can I see through your cultivation level now? After staring at Gu Xiangyu for a long time, Ouyang Fuyong finally discovered the problem and exclaimed in surprise. I never said I was a 9th-tier awakener. You've always thought that, Gu Xiangyu said playfully, seeing the changeable expression on Ouyang Fuyong's face. No, you must be a native of Waterblue Star, because your wristwatch and the many contacts inside have exposed your identity, and your cultivation level is lower than mine. Otherwise, you wouldn't have easily lost your energy crystal coins and storage ring to me last time, nor would you have escaped after tricking me out of my storage ring. Ouyang Fuyong said loudly, as if trying to convince himself. Ouyang Fuyong, how about we make a deal? You tell me how you found me and return my storage ring, and I'll let you go, Gu Xiangyu said with a smile, seeing Ouyang Fuyong's unease. Gu Xiangyu, you tricked me once, you won't trick me a second time. Ouyang Fuyong will never fall in the same place twice. Seeing Gu Xiangyu smiling, Ouyang Fuyong instinctively recalled the scene of being tricked out of his storage ring last time, and he couldn't help but shout angrily. Why bother? I gave you a chance, Gu Xiangyu sighed, and then reached out to grab Ouyang Fuyong. When Ouyang Fuyong saw that Gu Xiangyu dared to take the initiative to attack him, he was overjoyed and reached out without hesitation to grab Gu Xiangyu's arm. The next second, both of them grabbed each other's arms simultaneously. Xiangyu, I finally caught you. Haha, let's see how you pretend now. Ouyang Fuyong laughed loudly and suddenly exerted force, intending to show Xiangyu his power. Soon, an extreme shock appeared on Ouyang Fuyong's face. Although he had grabbed Xiangyu's arm, he felt as if he was holding onto a piece of extremely hard metal. No matter how hard he tried, he could not affect that metal in the slightest. Meanwhile, the arm that Xiangyu had grabbed emitted a crisp crack sound, followed by a heart-wrenching pain radiating from his arm, causing him to involuntarily let out a groan of pain. Not good. This water blue star native is stronger than me. And not just by a little. Remembering how Xiangyu had managed to escape and scathe from the thunderclap explosion and had repeatedly dodged his attacks. And now it subdued him with one move. Ouyang Fuyong's heart sank. Realizing that his strength was far inferior to Xiangyu's, a fierce glint flashed in Ouyang Fuyong's eyes, and he instinctively wanted to take out the thunderclap to die together with Xiangyu. However, just as Ouyang Fuyong pulled out one of the remaining 2 thunderclaps from his storage ring, his mind momentarily went blank. Ouyang Fuyong realized he had been having a nightmare. In the dream, the water blue star native he had been hunting suddenly became a master capable of killing him instantly, almost forcing him to use the thunderclap to perish together. Luckily, at a critical moment, he woke up from the nightmare. Ouyang Fuyong put the thunderclap back into the storage ring, yawned, and prepared to lie down and take another nap. In a daze, Ouyang Fuyong logged back into the Super Yuan Planet, where he saw his master and respectfully reported everything he had done and all his gains on Water Blue Star. Master, rest assured, the extraordinary beings on Water Blue Star are very law-abiding and have not dared to attack the arrivals and ferocious beasts. The indigenous people below the cultivation level of the extraordinary beings on Water Blue Star are simply unable to handle the invasion of the arrivals and ferocious beasts. I think they won't last until the Planetary Alliance's assessment time, and the entire planet will fall. Finally, Ouyang Fuyong said triumphantly. After finishing his words, Ouyang Fuyong felt something was off. Why did his master, standing in front of him, increasingly resemble that Water Blue Star native? Ouyang Fuyong, thank you for telling me so much, making me understand the truth about you arrivals and ferocious beasts invading Water Blue Star. Seeing Ouyang Fuyong's consciousness becoming clear again, Xiangyu said disinterestedly, You, what just happened? What did you do to me? Did you take my storage ring? Give it back. Remembering what he had just reported to his master on the Super Yuan Planet, Ouyang Fuyong's face changed drastically. If the person he reported to on the Super Yuan Planet was not his master, but this native in front of him, then all the efforts of himself and many arrivals during this time would be in vain. Despite Ouyang Fuyong's inner unwillingness to believe that everything that had just happened was real, seeing the extreme shock on Xiangyu's face, he knew that in a state of inexplicable confusion, he had said everything he shouldn't have said to this native. Remembering the consequences of telling Xiangyu the truth about the Planetary Alliance assessment, Ouyang Fuyong instinctively wanted to use the thunderclap to kill and silence him, even if it meant dying together. However, when he tried to retrieve the thunderclap from his storage ring, he found that his storage ring had already disappeared without a trace. Xiangyu, I was just talking nonsense. None of my words should be taken seriously. Please, give me back my storage ring. I promise I won't trouble you again. Ouyang Fuyong said, seeing that Xiangyu seemed to still be processing and absorbing what he had just said, and his eyes turned as he devised a plan. Chapter 73. The Arrogant Survivor, Ouyang Fury. Do you really think I would believe you? I doubt you would believe it yourself, right? Xiangyu saw through Ouyang Fury's thoughts at a glance and sneered. Ouyang Fury knew he was too anxious, leading him to speak without thinking, and a sheepish smile appeared on his face. Rather than thinking about how to deceive me, you should be thinking about how to stay alive, Xiangyu said, not giving Ouyang Fury a chance to plead for mercy. He directly materialized a metal osmium chain and bound Ouyang Fury to a large stone pillar in the basement of the courtyard. Xiangyu initially planned to go check on the situation of the Star Source battleship deep underground, but Ouyang Fury's arrival forced him to abandon that idea. According to the information Ouyang Fury revealed, the reason humans and fierce beasts from other planets descended upon Water Blue Star was that a special magnetic field information suddenly emanated from Water Blue Star. This special magnetic field might be emitted by the rarest super energy crystals in the universe. It can delay the aging of a planet and rejuvenate it. This magnetic field is an excellent opportunity for the evolution of plants and animals, not only for those on Water Blue Star, but also for creatures from other planets. The visitors not only sought to find super energy crystals, but also aimed to obstruct Water Blue Star from joining the Planetary Alliance, intending to turn Water Blue Star into a subordinate planet of their own. Yaya, I have a bad feeling. If the Star Source battleship appears, something bad will happen. So I temporarily don't plan to activate it. I will wait until the time is right. Master, Yaya has hidden something from you. In fact, the super energy crystals were delivered to Water Blue Star through quantum transmission by a big shot from the L-Star system. They are currently on the Star Source battleship. Yaya was born because of the arrival of the super energy crystals, so she has known about them for a long time. The reason Yaya suggested you activate the Star Source battleship was to help repair it as soon as possible and enhance your strength. But Yaya forgot about the attraction of super energy crystals to alien civilizations. I'm truly sorry. Just when Xiangyu was worried that Yaya would be upset if he was unwilling to activate the Star Source battleship, Yaya's words left him dumbfounded, unable to speak for a while. Master, please don't be angry with Yaya. Yaya will definitely not make such a low-level mistake again. Master, Yaya also wants to grow up quickly and help you better, which is why she was anxious to activate the Star Source battleship. While Xiangyu was in a daze, Yaya thought he was angry and kept apologizing, pleading for his forgiveness. Yaya, I'm not angry. I'm just frustrated that I have worked so hard digging tunnels for so long. Xiangyu came back to his senses and comforted Yaya. Master, we haven't worked in vain. Although we can't activate the Star Source battleship right now. When the drill mold digs the tunnel near the Star Source battleship, Yaya is already successfully linked to the battleship's database through super energy. As long as you give Yaya time, she will soon be able to help you improve and repair the dust universe transformation and starfall palm, Yaya said excitedly. Hearing Yaya's words, Xiangyu's frustration vanished. That's great. Thank you for your hard work, Yaya. You're too polite, Master. Doing these things is Yaya's duty. Master, the database of the Star Source battleship is too severely damaged. In the coming time, Yaya needs to focus entirely on studying the data, so she will stay in the courtyard and won't accompany you outside. Master, remember to think of Yaya. After chatting with Yaya for a few more moments and reluctantly glancing in the direction of the Star Source battleship, Xiangyu finally stepped out of the courtyard. Tai Dun, it's time to work. Seeing the iron pillar lying motionless on the ground, Xiangyu genuinely envied him. This guy only eats and sleeps all day, yet his strength has improved faster than his own. In just one day, since returning to Water Blue Star, Tai Dun's strength had already risen from Beast Soldier level 9 to Beast General level 3. It was unclear whether it was due to eating too much simulated metal or being close to the super energy crystals. After orienting himself, Xiangyu directed Tai Dun to head straight for the location provided by Huang Su. Along the way, Xiangyu saw several destroyed shelters and encountered countless survivor teams engaged in life-and-death battles with fierce beasts. Witnessing survivors being chased, bitten, and devoured by fierce beasts, Xiangyu's expression turned somber. Compared to when the great disaster first struck, the humans of Water Blue Star had clearly accepted and adapted to the bloodshed and brutality of the fierce beasts. They no longer simply shrank back or dodged in fear. Instead, they had learned to fight and resist. When survivors faced life-threatening situations, Xiangyu mostly passed by at lightning speed, only occasionally intervening to slay fierce beasts. It wasn't that Xiangyu was cold-blooded, but there were simply too many survivors in need of help along the way. He was overwhelmed. If he tried to save everyone he saw, he would likely never reach Huang Su before nightfall. Xiangyu didn't want to let the entire Yudu province fall because of a moment of compassion. After the official shelter in Yudu province was breached by fierce beasts, the authorities built a temporary shelter about 10 kilometers away to preserve and save the combat strength of Yudu province as much as possible. Due to the heavy casualties in the combat department and martial arts department, many heads of civilian shelters joined the official team to gather survivors together. Scar 6. Due to Xiangyu's influence in this life, left the Su family early and did not join the Woodstone sect. However, with his outstanding four-dimensional data values and his daring spirit, he successfully became the second-in-command of a civilian shelter. Early this morning, Scar 6 received orders from the combat department to select a few elite fighters from his shelter to execute an official mission. Once the mission was completed, there would be generous rewards and bonuses. After Scar 6 carefully submitted his selected list to the combat department, within 10 minutes, he and the people on the list had all arrived at the temporary shelter. Am I dreaming, or is this reality? After arriving at the temporary shelter, despite being busy, Scar 6's mind was constantly pondering this question. As a native of Yudu province, he was incredibly familiar with every tree and blade of grass, and he was certain he was standing on the land of Yudu province. Yet, why had the land before him changed so drastically from what he remembered? Could it be that after just one night of sleep, Yudu province underwent such a dramatic change? Please, kind sir, give us something to eat. We can wash your clothes, cook for you, and even give you foot massages or keep your bed warm. Get lost. We barely have enough food for ourselves, let alone for you burdens. If you want to eat, go kill some fierce beasts. Their meat is delicious. At the entrance of the temporary shelter, such dialogues echoed from time to time. Scar 6's ears grew calloused from listening, yet he felt no sympathy. I don't care whether you have food or not. Since you brought me here, then the needs of these people around me must be met. Just as Scar 6 stood up straight, preparing to go outside to continue searching for survivors with awakened or evolved abilities, a very arrogant voice suddenly entered his ears, causing him to freeze in place. Scar 6 instinctively turned to look at the speaker, and when he saw the face of the person speaking, disbelief filled his expression. How could it be him? Chapter 74. Scarface teaches you how to be a person in minutes. I'm sorry, sir, but our shelter is temporary. We're only able to provide each person entering the shelter with a bottle of water and a loaf of bread. We really can't provide hot meals. The staff member patiently explained. If you can't provide hot food, then hurry up and do something about it. There are plenty of dry twigs outside, and there's a pond nearby with fish and lotus roots. Do I need to teach you how to do your job? The visitor impatiently reprimanded. Sir, we're too busy registering the survivors to have time or energy for anything else. The staff member's face turned exceptionally pale upon hearing the visitor's words. Just as the staff member finished speaking, he was slapped to the ground by the visitor. You're busy with trivial matters instead of doing serious work. What's the point of you being alive? After slapping the staff member down, the visitor seemed unsatisfied and raised his foot to stomp on the other's chest. Yin Qingwei. Some things should have limits. It's not good for anyone to go too far. Scarface Lu intervened at a critical moment, helping the staff member who had been knocked down by Yin Qingwei back to his feet. Scarface, this guy came here on purpose to cause trouble. If it weren't for your constant reminder to avoid conflict, I would have taken care of him long ago, the staff member said, his face filled with indignation upon seeing Scarface step in. Scarface Lu raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to stop talking, and instead looked at Yin Qingwei with a questioning gaze. Your subordinate is quite clever. I indeed came here to stir things up. Yin Qingwei replied, meeting Scarface Lu's glare without backing down. Scarface, weren't you quite arrogant before? I only owe you a little gambling debt, and you chased me for more than half a month, making me unable to return home, living in constant fear and unable to sleep peacefully. Why are you now working as a servant with a group of little brothers? Scarface Lu remained silent, instead scrutinizing Yin Qingwei and the young man beside him with a puzzled look. Years of experience in the underworld told Scarface Lu that something unusual was afoot. Yin Qingwei, who had always been submissive before him, had suddenly become arrogant, which meant he had some backing. The young man beside Yin Qingwei gave Scarface Lu an extremely dangerous feeling. Scarface Lu, you probably never imagined that one day I would be doing better than you, right? Let me tell you, I've encountered a great opportunity. I am now a 6th-tier awakened one, and I have a sworn brother. Do you know my brother's strength? Just saying it might scare you to death, haha. Upon hearing Yin Qingwei's boastful words, Scarface Lu's expression changed drastically, because Scarface Lu was also only a 6th-tier awakened one, and that was after he had accepted a mission from the War Department, which had helped enhance his attributes to better complete the task. Yin Qingwei, congratulations on your good fortune. If you are willing, you can stay and complete the War Department's mission with me. Right now, The ferocious beasts are rampaging everywhere, and we need more people to help. Otherwise, our Yudu province will soon fall into the territory of these beasts. Scarface Lu invited sincerely after a moment of silence. Scarface Lu, your brain must be packed with something. I certainly don't have a packed brain. In this era of great change, strength is paramount. Since I am so strong, others should serve me. How can you ask me to go serve others? Before Scarface Lu finished speaking, Yin Qingwei disdainfully interrupted. Scarface Lu, since you enjoy serving people so much, then prepare a hot meal for us 10 first. Yin Qingwei, have you forgotten the days when Scarface Lu had you under his control? If you want to die, just say so, and Scarface Lu will teach you how to be a person in minutes. Don't think just because you have a bit of strength you can act arrogantly in front of us. Our temporary shelter has a ruler overseeing it. If you don't want to die, you better stay far away. As soon as Yin Qingwei finished speaking, a group of subordinates behind Scarface couldn't help but shout at Yin Qingwei. Hearing their words and seeing their fierce looks, Yin Qingwei instinctively shrank his neck and then looked at the young man beside him. Brother Yu, they're not giving me face. What do you think? This temporary shelter was established by the official authorities, but the strong ones from the authorities were mostly wiped out last night. The only ruler of Yudu province died last night as well. Now there are only a few evolvers in the camp, and they are not to be feared. Just deal with them. With me by your side, no one can touch you, the young man named Brother Yu said arrogantly. Upon hearing Brother Yu's words, Yin Qingwei instantly regained his confidence. He grinned maliciously as he approached Scarface Lu, slapping Scarface Lu's face and saying, "My Scarface, did you hear what Brother Yu just said?" Scarface Lu looked at Brother Yu with a puzzled expression, filled with confusion. Who exactly was this Brother Yu, and why had he never heard of him before? How did Yin Qingwei get close to him? Just as Yin Qingwei prepared to continue insulting Scarface Lu to take revenge for the earlier bullying, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his fingers. In the next second, his body involuntarily fell into Scarface Lu's embrace, and his throat was tightly gripped by Scarface Lu. The sudden change not only scared Yin Qingwei to death, but also made Brother Yu's pupils contract as he looked at Scarface Lu with surprise and wariness. Let go of Yin Qingwei, and I can spare your life, Brother Yu commanded fiercely after staring at Scarface Lu for a moment. No, I can see the killing intent in your eyes. I don't trust you. If you want Yin Qingwei to live, then you must leave our shelter. After 3 days, when I confirm my safety, I will release Yin Qingwei. Otherwise, even if I have to die at your hands, I will drag Yin Qingwei down with me. Why bother? I gave you a chance to live, but you failed to seize it. Upon hearing Brother Yu's words, Scarface Lu's hair stood on end, and he stared at Brother Yu warily. Seeing Brother Yu standing still, Scarface Lu was puzzled. In the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. In shock, Scarface Lu involuntarily released Yin Qingwei. Scarface, watch out. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream rang in Scarface Lu's ears. Scarface Lu focused his gaze and saw Yin Qingwei looking at him with a smug expression, a dagger in his hand stabbing fiercely towards Scarface Lu's abdomen. Yin Qingwei, even if you have grievances with Scarface Lu, it's never right to side with the invaders against your own people, is it? Just as Scarface Lu thought he was doomed, a hand suddenly appeared near his abdomen, grabbing the dagger in Yin Qingwei's hand, preventing it from advancing any further. Chapter 75. Mr. Gu doesn't kill you for fear of getting his hands dirty. Gu Xiangyu, it's you. How could you be here? After Yin Qingwei's sneak attack on Scar 6 failed, he was furious. When he saw that the meddlesome person was Gu Xiangyu, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Gu Xiangyu ignored Yin Qingwei and snatched the dagger from his hand, instinctively absorbing it into his body. Mr. Gu, thank you for saving my life. It's dangerous here. Please rest aside, Scar 6 said sincerely to Gu Xiangyu after narrowly escaping death, instead of attacking Yin Qingwei right away. Scar 6, since Gu Xiangyu wants to meddle, he must take responsibility for his actions. Don't think about protecting him. You can't protect him, Yin Qingwei said, recalling how Gu Xiangyu had once threatened and extorted him. Old grudges and new hatred surged in his heart as he glared fiercely at Gu Xiangyu. Scar 6, upon hearing this, showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. He reached out to grab Yin Qingwei's shoulder, intending to use him to threaten the arrival of the Descendant Yuge. However, as soon as Scar 6 moved, He heard Yu snort coldly. In the next moment, Scar 6 inexplicably lifted off the ground and then crashed heavily to the floor, kicking up a cloud of dust. He uncontrollably opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Quick, go notify Deputy Commander Jiang. Tell him that a descendant has come to attack." Scar 6 shouted to his subordinates after finally catching his breath. "Brother Scar." Deputy Commander Jiang went out early this morning to hunt the flying divine mosquito and hasn't returned yet. A voice as faint as a mosquito buzzed from behind Scar 6. "Are you still hoping for someone to come save you? Let me reveal a secret. All the experts sent from your temporary refuge have been ambushed. Most of them have likely become the souls under the claws of the ferocious beasts. Even if one or two manage to escape by luck, they will ultimately die at our hands." Seeing Scar 6's face filled with despair, Yu couldn't help but laugh heartily. Yin Qingwei beside Yu also wore a smile, as if he were not a human from Waterblue Star. Hearing Yu's words, Scar 6 and his men looked as if they had lost their last hope, their fighting spirit completely extinguished. "Sun Yu, if other descendants are as weak as you, your plans are likely to fail." A voice suddenly sounded in Yu's ear just as he was feeling proud and looking down at the despair on Scar 6's face. Hearing that the voice's owner knew his name and shamelessly claimed he was too weak, Sun Yu became furious and instinctively turned to look at the newcomer. But before Sun Yu could clearly see the figure, he felt a heavy slap on his face. Furious, Sun Yu unhesitatingly used his mental secret technique against the opponent. However, Sun Yu quickly fell into despair as he discovered that his mental technique had sunk like a stone in the sea, showing no effect whatsoever. Could it be that the opponent's mental strength was stronger than his, and not just by a little? A horrifying thought suddenly popped into Sun Yu's mind. "No, you're just a native of Waterblue Star. How could you ignore my mental techniques?" Sun Yu yelled hysterically, touching his burning face. "You have caught the attention of Ouyang Fuyong. It seems you have quite a bit of wealth. Why not hand it over to me for safekeeping?" While Sun Yu was still astonished by Xiangyu's strength, Xiangyu stretched out his hand and snatched the storage ring off Sun Yu's finger. When Sun Yu realized that Xiangyu's gaze had landed on his storage ring, he sensed that something was off and tried to hide his finger. But in the face of absolute strength, his attempt to hide his finger appeared clumsy and powerless. "Ouyang Fuyong, how do you know that devil? Did he help you enhance your strength? Are you one of his people?" After the ring was snatched, Sun Yu finally reacted to what Xiangyu had just said. He panicked and looked around, trying to find Ouyang Fuyong's figure. Seeing Sun Yu's panicked expression, Xiangyu was taken aback. Remembering what Wang Qiqi had said and the several red dots displayed on the tracker device from Ouyang Fuyong, he couldn't help but feel amused. Indeed, a person's name carries their shadow. Ouyang Fuyong was too famous in the circle of descendants. "I'm not in cahoots with him, but I am of the same kind." Xiangyu smiled, and then threw a heavy punch at Sun Yu's chest. Poor Sun Yu was still pondering the meaning of Xiangyu's words when he heard a cracking sound. Several of his ribs had been broken by Xiangyu's punch. In excruciating pain, Sun Yu involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood and then fainted on the ground. "No, it's impossible. Yu is an evolver. How could a terminal cancer patient like you be stronger than Yu?" In the moment Sun Yu fell heavily to the ground, Yin Qingwei, who had been watching from the side, was stunned for a long time before he stumbled and nearly sat down on the ground, also exclaiming in shock. "Yin Qingwei, you just said I was meddling and should take responsibility for my actions? How should I take responsibility? Killing Sun Yu and then killing a few of you. Is that taking responsibility?" Xiangyu approached Yin Qingwei step by step, questioning him sternly. Under Xiangyu's hawk-like gaze, Yin Qingwei felt a warmth in his lower body, and then his pants became soaked. He blushed and was speechless for a long time. Seeing Yin Qingwei's embarrassing state, Xiangyu frowned in disgust and lost interest in continuing the conversation. He used the cloud-soaring dragon step and starfall palm to knock down several people, including Yin Qingwei, and prepared to turn and leave. Xiangyu didn't come specifically to rescue Scar 6. He had merely stopped for a moment upon seeing Yin Qingwei while passing by. Now that the trouble was resolved, Xiangyu naturally didn't want to waste any more time. "Mr. Gu, please save Deputy Commander Jiang." Deputy Commander Jiang hasn't slept for several days to resist the ferocious beasts. In fact, she was already seriously injured and should have been resting at the camp. I didn't expect her to force herself to go out early this morning. Seeing Gu Xiangyu's displayed combat power, Scar 6 was first stunned, then joyfully cried, quickly pleading with Gu Xiangyu. All right, you handle these people. Make sure they don't escape. If you truly have no energy to guard them, killing them is also fine. Hearing that Deputy Commander Jiang was actually in the same position as Huang Su, Gu Xiangyu nodded and quickly left. Gu, brother-in-law, no. Please don't throw me to Scar 6. I beg you to take me with you. I am already a 6th tier awakened. I can help you run errands. Seeing Gu Xiangyu abandon him, Yin Qingwei finally panicked. Although Gu Xiangyu had demonstrated greater strength than Scar 6, Yin Qingwei was even more afraid of Scar 6. At this moment, Yin Qingwei desperately wished that Gu Xiangyu could take him away, even if it was just to turn around and say a word to him. But in the end, Yin Qingwei was left dumbfounded and despairing. Because Gu Xiangyu seemed not to have heard his words, he never stopped walking, nor did he look back. Brother Scar, I'm sorry. I was just joking with you. I apologize. Please spare my life. Realizing he couldn't rely on Gu Xiangyu anymore, Yin Qingwei decisively bowed his head to Scar 6. Joking is fine. I also like jokes. Scar 6 laughed when he heard this. He slowly walked up to Yin Qingwei and gently patted his face. Can you tell me how you quickly enhance your strength and how you awaken your talent skills? Sure. No problem. But Yuji's storage ring was snatched away by Gu Xiangyu, and all the opportunities to enhance strength are in that storage ring. Yin Qingwei's mind turned, and a malicious idea arose. Your intentions are clear. You want to sow discord between me and Mr. Gu. However, you're too obvious in your actions, and you've underestimated my character as Scar 6, so you can go to hell. No, you can't kill me. Gu Xiangyu is my brother-in-law. Since he hasn't killed me, it means he can't bear to do so. My brother-in-law saved your life, yet you want to kill his brother-in-law. That's repaying kindness with enmity. Mr. Gu doesn't kill you because he doesn't want to dirty his hands, but my hands can't be cleaned anyway, so helping Mr. Gu with some dirty work is not a problem. What do you think? After Scar 6 finished speaking, he reached out and grabbed Yin Qingwei's neck. Yin Qingwei wanted to argue, but couldn't make sound. Looking at the calm Scar 6, Yin Qingwei felt deep regret. After obtaining the opportunity to become stronger, why did he rush over to seek revenge on Scar 6 instead of quietly developing his own power in the world of the Great Cataclysm? After killing Yin Qingwei, Scar 6's gaze fell on Xiangyu. I know you are awake. Tell me how to enhance my strength. If you try to deceive me or say another word of nonsense, the consequences will be severe. Glancing at the corpse of Yin Qingwei beside him and then at the indifferent Scar 6, Xiangyu's face showed hesitation. The next moment, Xiangyu couldn't help but scream in pain because during his hesitation, one of Scar 6's subordinates had smashed a large iron hammer onto his big toe. For every second you delay, I'll give you a hammer until you tell me how to become stronger. You can think slowly. I have plenty of time to play with you. While Scar 6 was slowly tormenting Xiangyu, Gu Xiangyu, after killing dozens of flying divine mosquitoes, finally saw the bloodied and battered Huang Su lying in the filth, along with dozens of severely injured members of the combat department. In front of Huang Su and the others stood a heroic long-haired woman, who seemed to protect them like a hen guarding her chicks. This armored woman was covered in blood, wielding a long spear stained with blood, but her face revealed an endless expression of fatigue, and one of her arms was already powerless and drooping. Opposite them were hundreds of 4th-tier beast generals, the flying divine mosquitoes. Chapter 76. The natives of Water Blue Star are too weak, Commander Jiang. You should leave quickly. There's no need to risk your life fighting these beasts for us. Commander Jiang, these beasts are endless. You're already severely injured. If you continue to fight, you might lose your life here, which is not worth it. Behind the armored woman, members of the War Department, including Huang Su, urged her to leave. Faced with their pleas, the armored woman tightly pressed her lips together and remained silent. She stared intently at the swarm of flying god mosquitoes ahead, her eyes filled with limitless rage and hatred. It was this group of mosquitoes that had destroyed all the official and civilian shelters in Yuta Province. It was also this group of mosquitoes that had almost annihilated the high-end combat power of the War Department in Yuta Province. Why? Why had Water Blue Star suffered such a calamity? Hey, this woman's appearance is somewhat similar to Jiang Shibua. I haven't heard that Jiang Shibua has a daughter. Gu Xiangyu thought as he caught a glimpse of the armored woman's face, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Gu Xiangyu activated his true eye skill to check the armored woman's body attribute template and learned that her name was Jianghua and that she was a strength-type 7th-tier evolver. It turned out that her physique, speed, and mental attributes had all reached the 7th tier, with her strength attribute even reaching the 8th tier. No wonder she could withstand the attacks of a swarm of flying god mosquitoes for so long. However, she was already severely injured and had now lost an arm. If she continued to hold on, she would likely lose her life soon. From Jianghua's eyes, Gu Xiangyu saw endless fighting spirit, as well as her determination to face death. Soon, his gaze swept past Jianghua and landed on the hundreds of mosquitoes surrounding her group. Species Mosquito Strength, 4th tier Beast General Strength, 420 Speed, 570 Physique, 410 Mental, for 90 Bloodline. Flying God Mosquito, A level, Skills, Wing Blade, S level. Itchy Bite, A level, Master. Wang Junxing as Gu Xiangyu pondered how to deal with this group of mosquitoes. He was astonished to discover that this swarm of flying god mosquitoes actually had an owner. Wang Junxing seemed to be one of Ouyang Fuyong's targets. Gu Xiangyu took out the tracking device he had seized from Ouyang Fuyong and quickly found Wang Junxing's name. Wang Junxing's location was also clearly displayed on the tracker. Since this group of ferocious beasts had an owner, as long as he dealt with their master, the crisis for Jianghua and Huang Su's group would be resolved. Gu Xiangyu had originally planned to use the Qingyun Beast Sutra to tame the hundreds of flying god mosquitoes, but that would be too slow, and there was a risk that he might anger the mosquitoes during the taming process, leading them to harm people. Now that he had a better method, Gu Xiangyu was naturally overjoyed. Gu Xiangyu did not reveal himself to greet Huang Su, but quietly made his way toward Wang Junxing's hiding place. Brother. This time the arrival of the flying god mosquitoes has already brought catastrophic destruction to Yuta province. We don't need to take action against the natives of Water Blue Star. Shao Qi, you don't understand. Even if we don't take action against these natives, other arrivals will also take action against them. Brother, the natives of Water Blue Star are also human. Shouldn't we unite with them to fight against the forces of other non-human civilized star systems? The natives of Water Blue Star are indeed human, but they are too weak. Yet, Water Blue Star has produced super energy crystals, making it a prime target for all arrivals and ferocious beasts. Brother, there are also extraordinary beings on Water Blue Star. Aren't you worried that the extraordinary beings will squash us arrivals with a single slap? The extraordinary beings of Water Blue Star cannot interfere in battles below the level of controllers. Otherwise, not only will they be annihilated, but the entire Water Blue Star will also be buried with them. When Gu Xiangyu found Wang Junxing, he was surprised to see someone he recognized sitting next to him. Although Gu Xiangyu had already learned from Ouyang Fuyong about the truth of the invasion of Water Blue Star by arrivals and ferocious beasts, he couldn't help but feel furious when he heard Wang Junxing's self-righteous logic again. Gu Xiangyu stealthily approached the two from behind, delivered a heavy slap that knocked Wang Shaoqi out, and then placed a knife against Wang Junxing's neck. Wang Junxing, I heard you acquired a lot of good things after coming to Water Blue Star. I wonder if you could lend me a look? As Gu Xiangyu spoke, he reached out to remove Wang Junxing's storage ring. After Gu Xiangyu snatched away the storage ring, Wang Junxing felt a surge of panic and instinctively wanted to fight back. However, just as Wang Junxing moved, he felt a sharp pain in his neck and then smelled blood, causing him to immediately stop any movements. Which planet's arrival are you? The arrivals in Yudu province agreed to join forces against the natives of Water Blue Star. Why did you violate the agreement and attack me? Wang Junxing questioned, furious, as he sensed the unmistakable killing intent from the person behind him. Who I am isn't important. What matters is that your life is in my hands. So, you must listen to me, understand? Gu Xiangyu sneered, then pressed the blade harder against Wang Junxing's neck. Wang Junxing, I know that all the flying god mosquitoes nearby have been tamed by you. If you want to see whether your mosquitoes are faster or my knife is faster, feel free to try. Wang Junxing was just about to order the flying god mosquitoes to discreetly deal with the arrival behind him when he heard Gu Xiangyu's words and instantly dismissed that idea. Right now, you need to recall all the flying god mosquitoes attacking the natives of Waterblue Star. We will go rob a few other arrivals together. If you can help successfully rob a few other arrivals, I might consider not taking your and your brother's storage rings. Seeing Wang Junsheng finally obedient, Gu Xiangyu issued his first command. Ouyang Fuyong, you must be Ouyang Fuyong. Upon hearing Gu Xiangyu's words and recalling Ouyang Fuyong's actions after arriving on Waterblue Star, Wang Junsheng couldn't help but shout excitedly. Don't talk nonsense. As Gu Xiangyu denied 3 times, an idea quickly formed in his mind, and he rapidly manifested a metallic osmium mask to wear on his face. Hearing Gu Xiangyu's somewhat panicked words, Wang Junsheng was even more convinced that the person behind him was Ouyang Fuyong. I can help you rob other arrivals, but you have to agree to 2 conditions. First, my brother Wang Xiaoqi is kind-hearted, and our actions must not let him know. Second, you must return my storage ring first. Otherwise, I would rather die than comply. Okay, I'll return your storage ring. Let your brother lie here for a while. You can leave a few mosquitoes to protect him. He should be in no danger. Let's hurry. Seeing Wang Junsheng anxious about his storage ring, Gu Xiangyu knew there must be good things in it and was eager to claim it for himself. However, recalling the urgent situation facing Yudu province, Gu Xiangyu forcibly suppressed his greed. After retrieving the storage ring, Wang Junsheng first cautiously checked it to confirm that none of his belongings were missing. Only then did he follow Gu Xiangyu's instructions. Recalling the swarm of flying god mosquitoes that were attacking Jianghua and her group, and together they crept toward the nearest arrival. Chapter 77. Aren't you underestimating me a bit? Ouyang Fuyong, why do you always snatch away the Descendants? If I didn't often see you speaking in the communication channel of the Super Yuan Planet, I would doubt your identity as a descendant, Wang Junsheng asked in confusion. Gu Xiangyu was taken aback upon hearing this. Do the Descendants also need to log into the Super Yuan Planet? Is the Super Yuan Planet they log into the same metaverse world as the one humans from Waterblue Star log into? Ouyang Fuyong, let me say this first. My strength among the Descendants in Yudu province is quite average. I was fortunate to become one of them due to my beast-taming ability. So whether we can successfully rob a few other Descendants mainly depends on your own skills. I'm just here to cooperate. Seeing that Ouyang Fuyong was ignoring him, Wang Junsheng decisively changed the subject. It's fine. If you can snatch it, then snatch it. If you really can't, I won't let you go to your death, Gu Xiangyu said indifferently. Upon hearing Ouyang Fuyong's words, Wang Junsheng finally felt relieved. Although Wang Junsheng was leading the way, Gu Xiangyu still occasionally glanced at the tracking device in his hand, while vigilantly surveying the surroundings. After experiencing 20 years of hardship in the world of cataclysm in his past life, caution had become second nature to Gu Xiangyu. Wait a minute. How did they suddenly gather together? Did you secretly notify them? Gu Xiangyu suddenly stopped in his tracks while walking, pressing the knife heavily against Wang Junsheng's neck. The sharp pain in his neck left Wang Junsheng's mind blank, and his face turned pale. Ouyang Fuyong, your knife is resting on my neck. Every move I make is under your surveillance. How could I dare to make any small moves? If I'm not mistaken, they should have all rushed to the rendezvous point after completing their ambush mission. If it weren't for your delay, I would have already completed my task and arrived at the rendezvous point. After listening to Wang Junsheng's explanation, Gu Xiangyu finally removed the knife from Wang Junsheng's neck. Since they have gathered together, our action plan is cancelled. You go and join them. Remember not to expose my presence in front of them. Otherwise, next time I will focus solely on you. Gu Xiangyu threw down a sentence and turned to leave. Confused, Wang Junsheng stared at Gu Xiangyu's departing figure, touched the blood on his neck, and after a long while, he couldn't help but curse. What a damn lunatic! After cursing, Wang Junsheng suddenly recalled Ouyang Fuyong's talent for deception, and his expression changed drastically as he quickly checked his storage ring. Finding that nothing was missing from his storage ring, Wang Junsheng instinctively breathed a sigh of relief and then strode towards the rendezvous point. What Wang Junsheng didn't know was that Gu Xiangyu hadn't really left. After disappearing from Wang Junsheng's sight, Gu Xiangyu turned around and followed him from a distance. A few minutes later, Wang Junsheng arrived at the official shelter hall in Yudu province, where he saw 7 other descendants waiting and an indigenous person from Waterblue Star. Although the official shelter in Yudu province had almost turned into ruins under the attack of the flying god mosquito, compared to other buildings around, the shelter was relatively intact. At least the tables and chairs in the hall were mostly usable. Wang Junsheng, why did you come so late? Was the situation on your side very tricky? Upon seeing Wang Junsheng enter, the leading young man greeted him enthusiastically. Suge, I didn't want to be late either. Logically, the task you assigned to me should have been the easiest, but suddenly a beautiful woman showed up. That woman probably has the strength of an 8th level evolver. Even though she was already seriously injured, it still took me a full hour to deal with her, Wang Junsheng complained. An 8th level evolver? Is that woman incredibly beautiful? With long hair and wearing red armor? As soon as Wang Junsheng finished speaking, Tang Xiangyu, sitting at the farthest end of the hall, asked anxiously. Wang Junsheng glanced at Tang Xiangyu without raising his eyelids, too lazy to respond to him. Although Tang Xiangyu had decent strength with the cultivation of a 5th level evolver, his identity as an indigenous person from Water Blue Star made his status in the hall very awkward. The person you're talking about should be Jiang Hua, the deputy commander of the official shelter in Yudu province. I fought her yesterday. Although I broke one of her arms, she also broke one of my ribs. I didn't expect her to fight even when injured today. It seems there are still tough nuts to crack on Water Blue Star. Suge said this while glancing at Tang Xiangyu. Suge, Chenggu, Jiang Hua is just stubborn. If she agrees to your plan and is willing to cooperate with you to find opportunities on Water Blue Star, not only would she not suffer, but Yudu province wouldn't fall either. Under the strange gazes of the crowd, Tang Xiangyu uncomfortably shifted in his seat, trying to please the descendants in the hall. Tang Xiangyu, we have already destroyed all the shelters in Yudu province, as per your request. The experts from the Yudu province War Department have also suffered heavy casualties under our schemes. Should you tell us the address of the secret base of the Jiuzhou federal government in Yudu province now? Suge coldly responded without acknowledging Tang Xiangyu's flattery. Rest assured, Suge, I will take you to the secret base in Yudu province right away. Additionally, our martial arts department has also prepared 30,000 healthy humans from Water Blue Star for you. Outside the shelter, Xiangyu had already seen the physical attribute templates of everyone in the hall through the Eye of Truth, thus learning their names and strengths. When he discovered that the fall of Yudu province was not entirely caused by the Descendants and fierce beasts, but also involved the martial arts department's underhanded schemes, he couldn't help but feel his eyes turn red with rage, almost unable to restrain himself from charging into the hall to confront Tang Xiangyu. At the critical moment, Xiangyu took a deep breath, trying to adjust his emotions and calm himself down. After a few breaths, dozens of mutated demon bats silently infiltrated the hall. Once they targeted their respective objectives, they quickly unleashed their nightmare abilities. After cautiously observing outside the hall for a moment and confirming that everyone inside had entered a state of nightmare, Xiangyu rushed into the hall, swiftly removing the storage rings from each person's hand before turning to leave. As he passed by Tang Xiangyu, a strong sense of disgust flashed in Xiangyu's eyes. Without hesitation, he pulled out a knife and swiftly cut Tang Xiangyu's throat before quickly departing. Almost at the moment Xiangyu left the hall, Suge shouted angrily, waking the people who had fallen into the nightmare attack. His hands continuously swung, killing all the mutated demon bats in the hall. Coldly glancing at the slashed throat of Tang Xiangyu, Jiangsu's gaze fell upon Wang Junsheng. Wang Junsheng. I've always heard that Wang Shaoqi sympathizes with the indigenous people of Water Blue Star. I didn't expect you to have a compassionate heart like him. But killing someone in front of me, and then sitting here nonchalantly afterward, isn't that a bit too much of an underestimation of me? Chapter 78. Abundant Harvest, Brother Sue. It's unjust. I admit that I looked down on this indigenous person from Water Blue Star, but I really never thought about killing him. Moreover, if I wanted to kill this indigenous person, I could easily find an opportunity to do it secretly. Why would I kill him in front of you, Brother Sue? I have no reason to undermine your authority. Seeing Zhang Su and everyone in the hall staring at him, Wang Junsheng was sweating profusely. You say this indigenous person from Water Blue Star wasn't killed by you, then explain to me how all these mutated magic bats in the hall came to be. Is there another beast tamer in this hall besides you? Zhang Su questioned sharply. I don't know. These mutated magic bats are really not my spirit pets. Ah, my storage ring is missing. My storage ring is also missing. Wang Junshin's words were interrupted by a sharp gasp from the hall. This scream seemed to trigger a domino effect, causing several other arrivals in the hall to scream as well. For a moment, the hall was filled with screams, and chaos ensued. Wang Junshin, did you take our storage rings? Quickly return our storage rings. After a brief panic, everyone's gaze quickly focused back on Wang Junshin. It's not me, it's really not me. My storage ring is also missing. If you suspect me, feel free to search me, Wang Junshin explained with a sorrowful face. At that moment, the image of Ouyang Fuyong flashed through Wang Junshin's mind, and he wanted to mention Ouyang Fuyong. But remembering Ouyang Fuyong's warning and his unpredictable talent skills, he dared not reveal Ouyang Fuyong's existence. Look, there are fresh writings on the table. What the hell is death sentence? As Zhang Su and Wang Junshin's group were in a panic, suddenly they felt the shelter hall shake violently, and then a booming sound echoed in their ears, causing them to involuntarily look out the window. It seemed like the sound was coming from the gathering point of the flying god mosquito. Why does this sound resemble the explosion from yesterday on Zhongliang Yinfeng? As everyone in the shelter hall exchanged glances, guessing what had happened outside, another loud bang resonated in their ears. Glancing at the direction of the explosion, their expressions changed drastically, and their mood became heavy. I think I know what the death sentence on the table means. Tang Xingwu once mentioned that a mysterious expert from the War Department arrived in Yuta Province, probably at the peak of controller level. We all thought that was a fabrication by the War Department and didn't take it seriously. If I'm not mistaken, Tang Xingwu should have been killed by death sentence. After all, the martial arts department led by Tang Xingwu has been plotting against the War Department, so it's normal for the War Department to want him gone. Death sentence taking our storage rings, but not taking our lives should be a warning. The previous two explosions should be actions from the War Department. They not only blew up the gathering point of the flying god mosquito, but also destroyed the gathering point of the flying mantis, which poses the greatest threat to the official shelter, demonstrating the War Department's powerful strength while also showing their determination to protect Yudu Province. After a long silence, Zhang Su solemnly stated his deductions. Let us keep a low profile. If the War Department uses bombs against us, no matter how high our cultivation level, we can't defend against it. One of the arrivals shrank his neck, recalling the destruction after Zhongliang Yinfeng was bombed, speaking with lingering fear. The others remained silent, but deeply resonated with this sentiment. Damn Xiangyu, that was my thunder roar. How could you bear to use two at once? I worked so hard to steal those from the sect, and you made them all disappear. In the basement of the Sihiyuan on Guanyang Island, Ouyang Fuyong's expression was pained as he heard the thunderous sounds outside, unable to refrain from cursing. On the mountainside of Jinyan Mountain, Xiangyu also wore a pained expression. Ouyang Fuyong was upset that his thunder roar was taken by Xiangyu, while Xiangyu lamented the thousands of beast crystal cores from the two beast gathering points turning to nothing. However, in light of the overall safety of Yudu Province, Xiangyu felt that the loss of the thousands of beast crystal cores was insignificant. In fact, upon learning that Ouyang Fuyong possessed the thunder roar, Xiangyu had already set his sights on Ouyang Fuyong's weapon and made plans for the two thunder roars in his mind. Even if Ouyang Fuyong didn't come to Guanyang Island to find him this time, Xiangyu would find a way to seek Ouyang Fuyong, because there were simply too many beast gathering points in Yuta Province, and these beasts were too powerful. It was difficult to combat them solely with official forces, especially with the arrivals stirring things up. Among the many beast gathering points in Yuta Province, the one that was the most numerous, the strongest, and posed the greatest threat to the official shelter was undoubtedly the flying mantis gathering point, located 3 kilometers from the official shelter. Therefore, after obtaining the storage ring from Ouyang Fuyong and confirming the existence of the two thunder roars, Xiangyu had no time to count the other items in the storage ring and rushed to the official shelter of Yudu Province without delay. In Xiangyu's plan, one thunder roar was naturally meant to deal with the flying mantis gathering point. The other thunder roar was originally intended to deal with the numerous arrivals in Yuta Province. However, plans changed quickly. The sudden emergence of the flying god mosquito and its immense destructive power forced Xiangyu to temporarily abandon the arrivals and instead use the thunder roar against the swarm of flying god mosquitoes. The biggest advantage of the thunder roar was its immense power, but the biggest drawback was also its immense power. Although the two thunder roars contributed significantly to the safety of Yuta province. Thinking about the thousands of beast crystal cores that were completely obliterated by the thunder roar still made Xiangyu feel heartbroken. If the thunder roar had only killed the beasts without turning their bodies and internal cores to nothing, his strength could have increased significantly. Silently surveying the explosion site turned into ruins due to the thunder roar, Xiangyu mounted the iron stump and quickly left. Xiangyu initially wanted to visit the temporary shelter to check on Huang Su, but remembering his current identity, he dismissed the idea. After killing Tang Shengwu and deliberately leaving a code at the scene, and just using the thunder roar to eliminate the two strongest groups of beasts in Yuta province. The martial arts department and the arrivals should be more restrained now, right? Upon returning to Guangyang Island, Xiangyu's face revealed an excited expression as he eagerly opened the storage rings of the 9 arrivals, including Ouyang Fuyong, Wang Junshun, and Jiangsu. To tally his harvest from this time. Haha. These arrivals are indeed wealthier than the last. Each of their storage rings contains quite a few beast crystal cores. And Wang Junshin even possesses over 10,000 beast crystal cores. No wonder he was so anxious about his storage ring. These energy crystal coins should be the universal currency of the Planetary Alliance. I can't use them for now, so I'll just store them for now. When did Ouyang Fuyong obtain the techniques and martial skills of the wood and stone sect? This guy is indeed quite the thief. I thought the inheritance of the wood and stone sect had already been obliterated in the annals of history. While counting his gains, Xiangyu's mouth was agape, and a happy smile lingered on his face. And what's this? Why is it packed in a jade box and placed separately in a specific area? As Xiangyu cleaned out the items from the 9 storage rings one by one, he was suddenly drawn to a jade box in Wang Junshin's storage ring. Could it be that Wang Junshin was more anxious about the contents of this jade box than the over 10,000 fierce beast crystal cores? Remembering the fierce beast crystal cores that Wang Junshin had casually thrown into the corner of his storage ring, and looking at the jade box that was clearly treated differently, Xiangyu's eyes instantly became fiery. Chapter 79, another SSS-level contract spirit beast, after holding the jade box and examining it for a long time. Xiangyu took a deep breath and slowly opened the lid. Inside the jade box was a thin layer of liquid, and a dark worm pupa lay quietly within, exuding a rich spiritual aura. Xiangyu used his true eye to take a look at the worm pupa, and his face immediately showed extreme shock. Species, mosquito strength, beast general level 1 power, 120 speed, 110 constitution, 110 spirit. 170 bloodline, devouring heaven mosquito, SSS level, skills, death wing blade, S level can grow, fatal strike, S level, can grow. How could a worm pupa possess the strength of a beast general level 1? Xiangyu's eyes were filled with confusion. The next moment, Xiangyu understood what was happening. Under his gaze, the worm pupa gently shook its body, and then the thin outer shell fell to the ground, revealing a pair of nearly transparent wings. Following this, the wings slowly unfolded, and a mosquito the size of a baby's fist revealed its full form. While Xiangyu was staring blankly at the little mosquito, it suddenly dove into a pile of beast crystal cores. Xiangyu watched as the number of beast crystal cores rapidly decreased at a visible rate. Seeing the beast crystal cores he regarded as treasures being devoured by a little mosquito made Xiangyu want to slap the mosquito dead. However, when he saw the changes in the mosquito's 4-dimensional attributes, his eyes widened in shock. In just a moment, the mosquito that was at Beast General Level 1 had actually transformed into Beast General Level 2. Could it be that Wang Junsheng had specially prepared those beast crystal cores for this devouring heaven mosquito? A thought suddenly popped into Xiangyu's mind. With the bloodline of the devouring heaven mosquito and 2S level growing talent skills, it was no wonder Wang Junsheng treasured this worm pupa so much. He must have wanted to tame the devouring heaven mosquito as his own spirit beast. After practicing the Chengyun beast scripture, Gu Xiangyu knew that the relationship between a beast tamer and spirit beasts is divided into three types: rune spirit beasts, contract spirit beasts, and fate spirit beasts. A beast tamer can only have one fate spirit beast in their lifetime, so they are very careful when searching for their fate spirit beast. The number of contract spirit beasts a beast tamer can have depends on their cultivation level. Awakeners can only contract one spirit beast, evolvers can contract two, controllers can contract three, and so on. For each major cultivation level the beast tamer advances, they can contract one more spirit beast. Rune spirit beasts have no quantity limit. As long as you prepare enough beast taming runes, you can control the corresponding number of spirit beasts. However, beast taming runes have a time limit, and the loyalty of rune spirit beasts is hard to guarantee, so in most cases, they're used for temporary battles. Before becoming a beast tamer, Gu Xiangyu inadvertently turned a heavy iron block into his fate spirit beast, which left him conflicted about whether to return the devouring heaven mosquito to Wang Junsheng or tame it as his contract spirit beast. If this devouring heaven mosquito belonged to Wang Xiaoqi, he might have to return it. Since this devouring heaven mosquito belonged to Wang Junsheng, he would pass it up for free. Remembering what Wang Junsheng and the other rivals had done in Yudu province, Gu Xiangyu quickly made a decision. Little guy, don't rush to eat yet. Let's play a game. Gu Xiangyu waved his hand and stored all the beast crystal cores piled outside into his storage ring, while his other hand caught the devouring heaven mosquito in his palm. After its food was snatched away, the devouring heaven mosquito anxiously dashed around in Gu Xiangyu's palm, even biting his hand hard. Seeing this, Gu Xiangyu was not angry. He recalled the method for taming contract spirit beasts and released his spiritual power to communicate with the devouring heaven mosquito. After a dozen minutes of coaxing and deceiving, the devouring heaven mosquito was finally successfully tamed, allowing it to continue eating the beast crystal cores. The beast crystal cores were surprisingly more effective than taming techniques. Watching the devouring heaven mosquito, which originally required an hour to tame, being tamed in less than 20 minutes. Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. 2 hours later, Gu Xiangyu was dumbfounded. The devouring heaven mosquito was simply too gluttonous. It not only finished the 10,000 beast crystal cores prepared by Wang Junsheng, but also devoured all 3,000 beast crystal cores from several other storage rings. This completely dashed Gu Xiangyu's hopes of using the beast crystal cores to enhance his strength. However, seeing the devouring heaven mosquito reach level 5 strength, Gu Xiangyu felt it was all worth it. Little guy, you can eat all the beast crystal cores we collected this time, but you have to work hard for me later. Gu Xiangyu patted the head of the devouring heaven mosquito, his eyes filled with anticipation. While Gu Xiangyu was taming and feeding the devouring heaven mosquito, the outside world had turned upside down. The official and civilian shelters in Yudu province had been completely destroyed by the arrivals and beasts. And after the combat forces of the Ministry of War in Yudu province were mostly slaughtered, the cabinet had issued an order to gather the survivors of Yudu province within 3 days for evacuation. In fact, under the joint assault of the arrivals and beasts, whether the survivors of Yudu province could successfully evacuate was a big question. However, at a critical moment, the beast tamer who had been besieging Jianghua and his group inexplicably left with the devouring heaven mosquito. Subsequently, the attackers at the temporary shelter unexpectedly fell into the hands of a level 6 awakener. Then all the arrivals collectively gave up on chasing and encircling the survivors of Yudu province. Finally, there were violent explosions at 2 beast gathering points near the official shelter of Yudu province, which not only resolved the biggest security threat in Yudu province, but also thoroughly deterred all forces eyeing Yudu province. Jianghua. After the cabinet learned about the events in Yudu province, they have already issued new orders for you to begin the reconstruction work of the Ministry of War in Yudu province, while also helping to establish official and civilian shelters to protect the area's safety. In the conference hall of the temporary shelter, Jiang Qingfeng announced the cabinet's orders. Understood. I will ensure the task is completed flawlessly. Although Jianghua had already lost an arm, she still respectfully performed a standard military salute and responded loudly. Huar. As a daughter, You should be at home playing the piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting, yet your dad tricked you into the Ministry of War. Do you hate your dad? After reading the cabinet's orders, the solemn expression on Jiang Qingfeng's face disappeared, replaced by a look of kindness and concern. Dad, I never regret my choice to join the Ministry of War. I just regret not training hard enough usually and not having enough strength at critical times. Jianghua shook her head and said bitterly, Huar, don't set your expectations too high. You're only 23 years old and already have the strength of an evolver at level 8. There are not more than a handful of peers in the Nine-Continent Federation who are stronger than you, and moreover, you are still a girl. At this point, pride filled Jiang Qingfeng's face. Dad, who exactly is the desperate fate? I've been in the Ministry of War for 5 years. Yet I've never heard of this person. Is he really at the peak of controller-level cultivation? Since he is also in Yudu Province, why not make him the commander of the Ministry of War in Yudu Province? Also, has our Ministry of War really developed a new type of bomb that can explode in the Cataclysm world? If so, then the arrivals and beasts will no longer be a threat to our water blue star. Remembering the recent events in Yudu Province, Jianghua excitedly asked. Chapter 80. You bastard who stole our storage rings, Jianghua. You've been in the War Department for so long, yet you still don't understand its discipline. Since Zhu Ming's identity is classified as a top secret by the 9 Provinces Federation government, it's not something you and I can know. I came here this time not only to announce your new appointment and tasks, but also because the cabinet has assigned me 2 missions. The first mission is to investigate Tang Xiangyu. Tang Xiangyu's death at the hands of Zhu Ming has caused strong dissatisfaction in the martial arts department, which demands a satisfactory answer from the War Department. How much do you know about Tang Xiangyu? The second mission is to appease the Descendants in Yudu Province. Their storage rings were stolen by Zhu Ming, and although the Descendants are wary of our War Department's new bombs, they have subtly hinted that we should return their storage rings. Otherwise, they will make us regret it during the assessments of the Planetary Alliance. Jiang Qingfeng glared at Jianghua sternly before shifting the topic to the 2 tasks assigned to him in Yudu Province. Upon hearing the name Tang Xiangyu, a trace of disgust involuntarily flashed in Jianghua's eyes. Tang Xiangyu is too fake in both speech and action. I've always kept my distance from him, so I don't know him well. As for appeasing the Descendants, I think it's completely unnecessary. Zhu Ming only took their storage rings and didn't take their lives. Shouldn't they be grateful? They even have the nerve to ask us for their rings. Should we make them pay for the lives lost in the War Department instead? I knew you would say that. Jiang Qingfeng couldn't help but smile wryly upon hearing his daughter's response. The events that occurred in Yudu Province have caused a huge stir throughout the Human Federation Republic. After a painful reflection, the higher-ups of the Human Federation Republic decided to gradually reveal the truth about the water blue star catastrophe to the general public and to allow and encourage ordinary people to return to the real world to resist and kill the beasts. Although Yudu Province almost fell this time, it has also produced many talents. Setting aside you, the Red Armor War God, Huangsu's proposal to establish a mercenary guild on Water Blue Star has been recognized and approved by the cabinet. Scarface Liu proposed turning the beast gathering points into game-like dungeons for the newcomers in the martial arts department, the War Department, and the general public to train and improve their strength, which was also highly praised by the cabinet. Outside Guangyang Island, a group of 8 Descendants led by Zhang Su was sneaking closer to the courtyard. Hundreds of flying divine mosquitoes and nearly 1,000 mutated demon bats were circling above their heads. Wang Junshin, are you sure Zhu Ming lives on this island? Zhang Su looked at the overgrown weeds on the island and seriously doubted that Wang Junshin had taken them the wrong way. Brother Su, I don't know who lives on the island. I only know that the SSS-grade bloodline mosquito eggs are here, Wang Junshan said with a mournful face. Upon hearing this, Zhang Su and the others looked at Wang Junshan with sympathy, knowing that after the flying divine mosquitoes descended on Water Blue Star, Wang Junshan sensed the SSS bloodline mosquito eggs while taming the flying divine mosquitoes with runes, and then risked his life to sneak into the mosquito's nest to steal the eggs. Later, Wang Junshan exhausted all his savings to exchange for super energy liquid from other Descendants and gathered nearly 10,000 beast crystal cores to cultivate the SSS-grade bloodline divine beast. Little did he expect that before the SSS-grade bloodline divine beast was born, someone would intercept it, turning all of Wang Junshin's hard work into someone else's wedding dress. Tang Xingwu's death and the theft of our storage rings occurred almost simultaneously. If Tang Xingwu was killed by Zhu Ming, our storage rings must have also been taken by Zhu Ming. We just don't know how strong Zhu Ming really is and whether our preparations will be sufficient to deal with him. Looking at the courtyard before them, Xiangyu suddenly felt uneasy. Although the storage rings were important, his life was clearly more important. If they charged in aggressively to demand their storage rings and ended up losing their lives instead, it would become the biggest joke in the Planetary Alliance. Brother Su, we are well aware of the information on the extraordinary beings of the 9 Provinces Federation. Zhu Ming cannot be an extraordinary being. As long as he is not one, there is no chance of victory against us in our collaboration. Exactly, the leader of the War Department in Yudu Province is at the peak of the controller level, and he still died under our schemes. Brother Su, the reason we were caught off guard by Zhu Ming this morning was that he used the mutated demon bats to ambush us. Now Wang Junshin has also tamed a large group of mutated demon bats with runes, so we don't need to worry about Zhu Ming's mutated demon bats anymore. Seeing Zhang Su's hesitation, the other descendants were afraid he would give up the idea of demanding their storage rings back from Zhu Ming and quickly began to persuade him. Zhang Su saw through his companion's thoughts at a glance. He didn't say anything further, but signaled for Wang Junshin to continue leading the way. After a few minutes, they finally arrived at the courtyard. Looking at the iron-eating beast gnawing on a metal block and a native of water blue star lying in the courtyard with eyes closed, the group exchanged glances. Brother Su, I think I heard Xiaoqi mention this native of water blue star. Xiaoqi's iron-eating beast was bought from him. After glancing at Gu Xiangyu and then at the iron-eating beast beside Gu Xiangyu, Wang Junshin volunteered. I'll go ask him if he knows where Zhu Ming is. Zhang Su sensed Gu Xiangyu's strength and found that he was only a 5th-level evolver. He nodded in agreement with Wang Junshin's actions. Kid, are you really that oblivious? Seeing so many descendants arrive, you don't even get up to greet us? Do you think just because Xiaoqi is easy to talk to, all descendants are easy to talk to? Wang Junshin stepped up to Gu Xiangyu and scolded him condescendingly. Are you sure you're talking to me? Gu Xiangyu abruptly opened his eyes and impatiently questioned. Gu Xiangyu had actually sensed the arrival of Zhang Su and his group long ago and had heard their conversation from afar through the mutated demon bats and the burrowing moles. However, as he was practicing the Star Moon induction technique, he didn't want to interrupt his training and chose to ignore their arrival. He didn't expect that the descendants would be so forgetful. Having just suffered a heavy loss and knowing that the person who caused them trouble was likely on the island, yet they showed no restraint at all. Besides us, you are the only one here. If I'm not talking to you, who else could I be talking to? Wang Junshin rolled his eyes, his tone increasingly unfriendly. After finishing his sentence, he couldn't help but twitch his nose. In the next moment, he widened his eyes and pointed at Gu Xiangyu, stammering, You are Ouyang Fuyong. No. You're not Ouyang Fuyong. You are Zhu Ming. No. You're not Zhu Ming. You are the bastard who stole our storage rings. Seeing Wang Junshin's flushed face and hearing his incoherent words, Zhang Su and the others were first confused, then suddenly enlightened. They couldn't help but glare at Gu Xiangyu with righteous anger in their eyes. Chapter 81. No discussion on deception, although Wang Junshin spoke with a stutter, leaving everyone confused. The last half of his sentence was understood by all. No one expected that the person who stole their storage rings would be this native from Water Blue Star, who was only a level 5 evolver. Remembering their stolen storage rings and the numerous treasures inside, Zhang Su and the others became increasingly agitated. Kid, quickly return our storage rings. If anything is missing from our rings, we will tear you apart. Due to their extreme excitement, the voices of these invaders grew louder, making Gu Xiangyu's head buzz and causing him to frown. Only when the crowd quieted down did Gu Xiangyu turn to Wang Junshin and ask, How did you find your way here? Was it because of your keen sense of smell? Gu Xiangyu had previously used his Eye of Truth to examine Wang Junshin's body attributes and knew that Wang Junshin possessed the talent skill of keen sense of smell. So he was not surprised that Wang Junshin could identify his scent. What he was curious about was how Wang Junshin managed to find his way here, as Guangyang Island was dozens of kilometers away from the official refuge. Could the range of the keen sense of smell be that vast? You. How do you know about my talent skill? Did Xiao tell you? Stop changing the subject and hurry up and return my storage ring. Wang Yunxing instinctively asks. Then hurriedly urged. Bro, I know your precious devour mosquito. I wouldn't dare neglect it. I not only fed all 10,000 beast crystals from your storage ring to the devour mosquito, but I also helped you feed the beast crystals from their rings to the devour mosquito. Gu Xiangyu said while handing the devour mosquito and the storage ring back to Wang Junsheng. Hearing Gu Xiangyu's words and seeing him return the ring and the devour mosquito, Wang Junsheng was completely baffled. This native from Water Blue Star was surprisingly easy to talk to. Despite his doubts, Wang Junsheng unconsciously took the storage ring and the devourer mosquito from Gu Xiangyu. Feeling the rich SS-level bloodline of the devourer mosquito, Wang Junsheng's breathing became rapid, and his mind was entirely captivated by the creature. Bro, since you've already tricked them all here, there's no need to keep acting, right? Bro, are we really going to kill them? What if their family or sect finds out and comes to take revenge? Gu Xiangyu nervously sought Wang Junsheng's opinion while glancing at Zhang Su and the others. Unfortunately, Wang Junsheng's eyes were solely focused on the devourer mosquito, and he didn't hear what Gu Xiangyu said. When Zhang Su and the others heard Gu Xiangyu affectionately call Wang Junsheng bro and saw him hand over the storage ring and the devourer mosquito, they became wary. Upon hearing Gu Xiangyu mention killing them and seeing Wang Junsheng remain silent, they felt a chill run down their spines. Zhang Su and his group had dared to cause trouble for Zhu Ming mainly because Wang Junsheng was a high-level beastmaster. As long as he had enough fierce beasts, even a high-level evolver could be overwhelmed by them to ensure they could kill the peak-level Zhu Ming. They had spent half a day severely injuring nearly 1,000 mutated bats, greatly increasing Wang Junsheng's taming speed and success rate. They never dreamed that Wang Junsheng was actually in cahoots with Zhu Ming. Therefore, their hard work in helping Wang Junsheng tame the mutated bats was equivalent to giving someone a sharp butcher's knife, and that knife was meant for their own slaughter. While Zhang Su and his companions were terrified, they were also furious. Wang Junsheng, how dare you scheme against me as well? Godi. Seeing Wang Junsheng focused on examining the devourer mosquito and ignoring them, Zhang Su roared and threw a punch at Wang Junsheng's back. Fueled by rage, Zhang Su put all his strength into the punch, holding nothing back. Wang Junsheng never expected Zhang Su to attack him suddenly, and he was caught off guard. His body involuntarily lifted off the ground, and he spat out a piece of internal organ as his breath instantly faltered. Bro, are you okay? Now that we're back at the base, keep your distance from them. How can you expose your back to them? Gu Xiangyu shouted anxiously as he rushed towards Wang Junsheng. Before Wang Junsheng landed, Gu Xiangyu successfully caught him. He then opened a jade box and poured the remaining super energy spiritual liquid from the hatching of the devourer mosquito into Wang Junsheng's mouth. It was only at this moment that Wang Junsheng realized he had been ambushed by Zhang Su, connecting Gu Xiangyu's strange behavior towards him. He vaguely understood what was happening. However, due to his severe injuries, it was difficult for him to speak. I initially felt a bit guilty for taking your storage rings and didn't want to harm your lives. But since you dared to ambush my brother, don't blame me for being rude. Gu Xiangyu yelled, his eyes bloodshot, then used his mental power to communicate with the mutated bats hiding around the courtyard and the burrowing moles underground. Everyone covered their ears and heightened their vigilance, knowing that they shouldn't waste time and energy killing fierce beasts. As long as they dealt with Wang Junsheng and this native from Water Blue Star, all crises would be resolved. At a critical moment, Zhang Su shouted and then shot towards Gu Xiangyu, who was holding Wang Junsheng. Seeing this, Gu Xiangyu's face displayed panic, and he instinctively held Wang Junsheng and dashed towards the courtyard hall. However, after just 2 steps, he had to stop because 2 invaders were already blocking the entrance. Gu Xiangyu sneered and turned without hesitation, running in the opposite direction. The 2 invaders, having just prepared to pursue Gu Xiangyu, found themselves suddenly covered in a few burrowing moles. In a panic, they hurriedly swatted and killed the moles on their bodies, slowing their pursuit of Gu Xiangyu. Gu Xiangyu, while holding Wang Junsheng, changed directions several times. although the mutated bats and burrowing moles assisted him. The circle of invaders kept closing in, and their attacks occasionally landed on the two of them. Bro, at this point, don't hesitate any longer. They clearly want to kill both of us. Why don't you let those mutated bats in the sky take action? Xiangyu shouted in a panic. Bro, I promise you 6 storage rings for you, 1 for me, and for everything in the storage rings, you get 9, and I get 1. While frantically escaping, Xiangyu shouted. Hearing Xiangyu's words, Wang Junqing opened his mouth, excitedly trying to say something, but due to his weakened state, his voice was completely drowned out by the sounds of fighting. At this moment, Wang Junqing fully understood Xiangyu's scheme. He had fallen into the nightmare attack of the mutated bats after being momentarily distracted by the devourer mosquito. By the time he escaped the attack, he had already been severely injured by Xiangyu. Although Xiangyu used the super energy spiritual liquid to keep him alive, he was unable to speak. What made Wang Junqing even more furious was that while dodging the attacks of the invaders, Xiangyu used his body as a shield, making Wang Junqing's already severe injuries even worse, leaving him in unbearable agony. Chapter 82. Life hanging by a thread if you cooperate with me, for Xiaoqi's sake. I can spare your life. If you continue to play dead, you might really end up as a corpse. Just as Wang Junqing was gnashing his teeth in hatred towards Xiangyu and intentionally ignoring his words, Xiangyu suddenly leaned close to his ear and said, I might as well tell you plainly, even without your cooperation, all I need to do is use Ouyang Fuyong's super sedative incense. In just a few breaths, these people will all be weakened and fall to the ground, becoming fish on a chopping block. However, if I use the sedative incense, you and they will meet the same fate. Xiangyu's words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing Wang Junqing to surrender in an instant. If Xiangyu had mentioned something else, Wang Junqing might not have understood, but he was very familiar with the super sedative incense. Ouyang Fuyong was able to successfully rob most of the arrivals not because of his strength, but because the super sedative incense he possessed was too powerful. If Xiangyu really had the super sedative incense, Zhang Su and his group, without any defenses, would definitely fall into Xiangyu's hands today. However, at this moment, his life was also in Xiangyu's control, and the beasts in the sky had already become mere decorations. After realizing this, when Wang Junqing looked at Zhang Su and his group again, his eyes were filled with pity and sympathy. Wait, the nearly 1,000 mutated demon bats and hundreds of flying mosquitoes haven't attacked us. Perhaps we wronged Wang Junqing. He doesn't seem to be in cahoots with this native of the water blue star. Moreover, this native occasionally uses Wang Junqing's body to block our lethal attacks, clearly intending to take out Wang Junqing using our hands. After Zhang Su's group killed the mutated demon bats and burrowing mice attacking them, they finally sensed something was amiss. Once they successfully killed the beasts surrounding them, Zhang Su removed the cloth stuffed in his ears and gestured to several companions. Seeing Zhang Su's actions, the other arrivals felt guilty towards Wang Junqing, while their gazes towards Xiangyu were filled with murderous intent. Kid, I have to say, you're really impressive. Not only have you tamed so many mutated demon bats and burrowing mice as spirit beasts, but you've also successfully sowed discord between us and Wang Junqing, almost making his mutated demon bats and flying mosquitoes your tools. Zhang Su said through gritted teeth as he coldly glared at Xiangyu. I can't understand what you're saying at all. Xiangyu smiled and lowered his head toward Wang Junqing, saying, Brother, they've almost tasted my appetizer. Next, it's your turn to serve them the main course. Kid, even at this point, you're still trying to sow discord between us and Wang Junqing? If you know what's good for you, you should quickly let go of Wang Junqing. That way, we can let you die quickly. Otherwise, I will make you die in rhythm. Behind Zhang Su, an arrival's eyes flashed with a fierce look as he shouted at Xiangyu. As this arrival spoke, he unhesitatingly used his innate skill against Xiangyu. Xiangyu suddenly felt as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer. The intense pain made him grit his teeth, almost dropping Wang Junqing. At a critical moment, Xiangyu bit his tongue, forcing his mind to become clear again. The innate skill of soul burning is indeed powerful, but it seems to have no effect on me. Xiangyu, feeling a lingering fear, glanced at the arrival who had just used the innate skill against him and said nonchalantly. Seeing Xiangyu successfully withstand the soul-burning, innate skill, Wang Junshin couldn't help but sigh in his heart, finally daring not to entertain any further hopes. Wang Junshin silently released his mental power, issuing an attack command to the hundreds of flying mosquitoes and nearly 1,000 mutated demon bats circling above. The moment they received the attack order, the hundreds of flying mosquitoes descended upon Zhang Su's group like raindrops. Seeing this, Zhang Su's group was horrified, and they all used their best skills to eliminate the flying mosquitoes on them. Just as they were engaged in a fierce battle with the flying mosquitoes, a piercing sound echoed in their ears, and illusions filled their vision. In the moment of distraction, they were already hit by the itching bites of the flying mosquitoes, feeling unbearable itchiness all over their bodies, causing their combat movements to become distorted. After a brief moment of panic, this group of arrivals once again stuffed their ears and stood back to back, starting to methodically kill the beasts above them. However, this group clearly underestimated the wing blade skill of the flying mosquitoes, as hundreds of flying mosquitoes repeatedly used their wing blade skill on them. Even if the weapons in their hands were good, they quickly turned into scrap metal under the attacks of the wing blades. After more than 10 minutes, although this group of arrivals still had the strength to fight, all the weapons in their hands were rendered useless, leaving them to fight the flying mosquitoes and mutated demon bats with bare hands. Just as this group of arrivals was covered in blood and in a sorry state under the siege of the flying mosquitoes and mutated demon bats, Xiangyu felt Wang Junshin in his arms suddenly convulse violently and then become stiff. As Wang Junshin's body stiffened, the flying mosquitoes and mutated demon bats that had just been fiercely attacking the arrivals seemed to lose their targets and fell into a brief state of stagnation. Beast tamers are indeed more suited to fighting in the shadows rather than exposing themselves to the enemy's sight. Xiangyu knew that Wang Junshin must have died from the soul-burning, innate skill. In fact, Xiangyu could have taken Wang Junshin away from the battlefield to hide, making it impossible for the arrivals to kill him. However, if that were the case, Wang Junshin's control over the mutated demon bats and flying mosquitoes would weaken significantly, making it easy for the arrivals to escape from Guangyang Island, which was not the outcome Xiangyu wanted. Xiaoqi is different from the other arrivals. He has never killed a native of the Water Blue Star. Please spare him. Xiangyu suddenly felt that his actions were a bit too cruel for Wang Junshin, remembering the last words he struggled to say before his death. With Wang Junshin's intelligence, he must have long understood one truth, that whether he cooperated with him or not, he couldn't escape death. However, for Wang Xiaoqi's safety, Wang Junshin ultimately chose to cooperate with him. While Xiangyu was lost in thought, Zhang Su's group had already killed all the chaotic flying mosquitoes and mutated demon bats. Then, the group, filled with killing intent, surrounded Xiangyu. Kid, I have to say, whether it's acting or scheming, you're really impressive. We're far inferior to you. You're the most cunning and vicious native I've encountered on the Water Blue Star. Our group almost suffered total annihilation because of you. If you hadn't offended us, but instead obediently sided with us, perhaps you would have gone far. Unfortunately, you chose to stand against us. So have you thought about how you want to die? Zhang Su said as he touched the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth, then sucked his finger clean before glaring at Xiangyu with bloodshot eyes. Chapter 83. I'll send you to the underworld to laugh. Are you so sure that you've won and I've lost? Seeing Zhang Su's confident demeanor, Xiangyu smiled, and he smiled very happily. Upon noticing Xiangyu's unusual reaction, Zhang Su and the others instantly felt a knot in their throats. They were like startled birds, cautiously observing their surroundings, afraid that this native of Water Blue Star had ambushes waiting for them. However, after searching for a long time, they found no danger. When they saw Xiangyu looking at them with a mocking expression, they thought they had been tricked by him, which made them furious. You bastard! I'll make you laugh. I'll send you to the underworld to laugh. One of the descendants bellowed, reaching out to grab Xiangyu's throat. Hearing the shout from this descendant, the others looked at Xiangyu with pity. This descendant possessed an S-level talent skill, Soul Shock. This skill had a significant limitation. It had to be unleashed with a loud shout in an extremely quiet environment. However, once successfully activated, The target would be completely paralyzed and unable to move for 3 seconds. After Gu Xiangyu was hit by the soul shock skill, his body indeed fell into a stiff state, leaving him helpless as he watched the Descendants' hand clutching towards his neck. Just when the Descendants thought Gu Xiangyu would definitely be choked to death, a black line suddenly streaked through the air, and the Descendant who was attacking Gu Xiangyu suddenly widened his eyes, involuntarily retracting his hand to touch his own throat. The Descendant stared at Gu Xiangyu in horror, filled with unwillingness. He tried to speak but found he could not make any sound. He pointed at Gu Xiangyu, then collapsed to the ground. Everyone, don't panic. He was killed by this native spirit pet. Just as the other Descendants were in a panic, considering fleeing, Zhang Su's gaze fell on the heavenly devouring mosquito on Gu Xiangyu's shoulder, and he said with a serious expression, "You actually took Wang Junshin's opportunity and tamed this SSS-level bloodline mosquito as your own spirit beast. We were too careless. However, if your only reliance is this heavenly devouring mosquito, you still might not escape death." As Zhang Su spoke, he released the aura of a 9th-tier evolver, locking onto Gu Xiangyu and the heavenly devouring mosquito tightly. Under the immense pressure of strength, both Gu Xiangyu and the heavenly devouring mosquito felt it hard to breathe, let alone act. Zhang Su, in fact, when I killed Tang Shengwu in the shelter, I could have taken your lives. But I spared you because I took your storage rings. Now I give you another chance to live. Just leave behind your cultivation techniques and combat skills, and I'll let you go. How about it? What a joke. Your life is in our hands now, and instead of begging for mercy, you dare to bluff us. You're about to die, yet you still want our techniques and skills. This native of Water Blue Star has quite the appetite. Doesn't he fear being stuffed to death? As soon as Gu Xiangyu finished speaking, several Descendants beside Zhang Su couldn't help but shout loudly. Zhang Su didn't speak, but his gaze towards Gu Xiangyu grew colder. Clearly, like the other Descendants, Zhang Su did not believe that Gu Xiangyu had any chance of turning the tables at this moment. He didn't even want to waste another word with him. Just when Zhang Su coldly snorted and prepared to deal a fatal blow to Gu Xiangyu, he felt the power within him suddenly vanish without a trace. Zhang Su flared his nostrils and then showed a look of horror on his face. Super mysterious incense. How do you have such a wicked item? What is your relationship with Ouyang Fuyao? The other Descendants also felt the loss of power within them, and upon hearing Zhang Su's words, they realized what was happening. You seem to want to kill me just now? Gu Xiangyu did not answer Zhang Su's question, but slowly walked up to him, grabbing Zhang Su by the throat and coldly saying, Zhang Su figured out how to respond when he heard a crisp crack, followed by a sharp pain radiating from his arm. Gu Xiangyu had actually broken his left arm. You look down on us humans of Water Blue Star? After Gu Xiangyu finished asking, before Zhang Su could respond, he heard another crisp crack. Zhang Su realized that his right arm had also been torn off by Gu Xiangyu. You seem quite unconvinced. Seeing Zhang Su glaring at him with fiery eyes, Gu Xiangyu sneered, kicked up, and heavily struck Zhang Su's left knee. With a crack, Zhang Su's left leg was rendered useless. You just asked me if I had thought about how to die. Now, I return that question to you. Have you thought about how to die? Gu Xiangyu seemed to be talking to himself, as he didn't care whether Zhang Su would answer his question. After asking, he lifted his foot and kicked Zhang Su's right knee. When you were plotting against and slaughtering the humans of Water Blue Star, did you ever think about being counterkilled by them? Gu Xiangyu's gaze swept over Zhang Su, finally landing on his throat. No, don't kill me. I'm a member of the Lion Star royal family. I'm willing to give you my techniques and combat skills, and before Zhang Su could finish speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his throat, and then it felt as though he was falling into an endless abyss, his consciousness gradually fading. Sorry, when I gave you the chance to live before, you didn't cherish it. Now it's too late to beg for mercy. Just before his consciousness completely sank into darkness, Zhang Su heard a devilish voice. Witnessing Gu Xiangyu quickly and decisively kill Zhang Su, the other Descendants were all stunned. As Descendants, they always felt superior to the humans of Water Blue Star, full of a sense of superiority, even when they fell into Gu Xiangyu's hands. They didn't think their lives were in danger. However, seeing Zhang Su reveal his identity and plead for mercy, And then this native of water blue star ruthlessly killed Xiangyu without hesitation. The other descendants were completely panicked. Don't worry. Since you all came to the island together, you must leave together, all in order. Not a single one can be missing. Seeing the descendants who just moments ago were full of confidence, now looking frightened and pale, Xiangyu couldn't help but sneer. His voice was unusually gentle, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, as if he were discussing something very ordinary with the descendants. Chapter 84. Kill cleanly. Hearing Xiangyu speak the most brutal things in the most indifferent tone, the group of arrivals finally broke down. Xiangyu had already demonstrated through his actions that he truly dared to kill, and was not merely threatening with words. The group of arrivals hurriedly knelt before Xiangyu, begging for mercy and pleading for him to spare their lives. It was too late. When you raised the butcher's knife against the humans of Water Blue Star, your fate was already sealed. Faced with the pleas of these arrivals, Xiangyu's heart was as hard as iron, and without hesitation, he killed them all. Although Xiangyu had considered trading with these arrivals, letting them keep their techniques and skills, and sparing their lives, he quickly dismissed the idea. While their techniques and skills might be quite good, he had already offended them to the core. They might tamper with their skills and techniques, and once given the chance for revenge, they would definitely not miss it. It was better to kill them cleanly now than to leave endless troubles due to his own greed. 1-1. Don't be lazy. Help dig out the crystal cores. Xiangyu looked at the corpses of the fierce beasts scattered all over the ground and called to the heavenly devouring mosquito on his shoulder. Hearing Xiangyu's words, the heavenly devouring mosquito disappeared in a flash, leaving Xiangyu standing alone in place with a bitter smile. Damn mosquito, you're faster than anyone when it comes to eating crystal cores, but when it's time to dig them out, you pretend you didn't hear me. Don't expect me to feed you half a crystal core next time. Xiangyu muttered, then bent down and started searching for crystal cores from one fierce beast to another. Just as Xiangyu finished speaking, he saw the heavenly devouring mosquito, which had just disappeared, reappear in front of him. After giving him a flattering glance, the heavenly devouring mosquito spread its wings and swiftly sliced open the heads of one fierce beast after another, its efficiency being more than 10 times faster than Xiangyu's, leaving him dumbfounded. In fact, Xiangyu had just said that casually. He would never really withhold crystal cores from the heavenly devouring mosquito just because it didn't help dig them out. After all, the heavenly devouring mosquito was not only powerful, but also had limitless potential, and more importantly, it had just saved Xiangyu's life. Xiangyu never expected that the heavenly devouring mosquito would actually fear that he wouldn't give it fierce beast crystal cores. He originally wanted to explain, but seeing the efficiency of the heavenly devouring mosquito digging crystal cores, Xiangyu decisively swallowed the words that were about to come out. With the help of the heavenly devouring mosquito, Xiangyu quickly collected over 700 fierce beast crystal cores. Feeling guilty, he threw all these crystal cores to the heavenly devouring mosquito. You actually killed Xiangyu and the others. When Xiangyu dragged the bodies of Xiangyu and his group to the basement, Ouyang Fuyong, who was tied to a stone pillar, couldn't help but stare in disbelief, stammering for a long time before speaking. Yes, I should thank your super enchantment incense. If it weren't for that, I really wouldn't have been able to handle them. Xiangyu said with a smile. You've doomed me. Their families and sects will probably think I killed them. In fact, I've never killed anyone, only Rob. Ouyang Fuyong complained. To avoid them causing you trouble, how about I kill you too? Xiangyu blinked and asked for his opinion. Ouyang Fuyong couldn't help but shudder. If it had been before today, he might have thought Xiangyu was just trying to intimidate him. But after seeing the bodies of Xiangyu and his group, he was completely intimidated by Xiangyu. Xiangyu, you promised me that as long as I provide you with information about the arrivals, the Star Alliance assessment, and the information about the Super Yuan Planet, and actively cooperate with you, you wouldn't kill me. Did I promise you? I don't remember that. I suddenly remembered an insider tip. If the newly awakened planet natives can kill 10,000 arrivals before the Star Alliance assessment arrives, the assessment time will be moved forward. Seemingly defeated by Xiangyu's shamelessness, the survival instinct-driven Ouyang Fuyong rolled his eyes and revealed a very important piece of information to Xiangyu. Is that so? Do you think it's better for the Star Alliance assessment time to be moved forward or not? Xiangyu asked with a serious expression. The 3 months after a planet awakens is the most crucial time for the planet natives to increase their strength. The Star Alliance assessment time is set to 3 months after awakening, which is just right. However, if the planet natives are strong enough, the Star Alliance assessment can be opened earlier. After passing the assessment, they can enjoy the protection of the Star Alliance and will no longer be invaded by rivals or fierce beasts. Why are you rolling your eyes when you speak? Do you look down on the strength of the Water Blue Star natives? Or are you mocking my question? Xiangyu. It's not that I look down on the Water Blue Star native strength. To pass the Star Alliance assessment, the overall strength of the planet natives must at least reach the evolution level. Don't you know how the overall strength of the Water Blue Star humans is now? After hearing Ouyang Fuyong's words, Xiangyu fell silent. He knew that Ouyang Fuyong was telling the truth, and he finally understood why the humans of Water Blue Star, despite having so many powerful experts capable of easily killing rivals, would rather endure humiliation than easily kill them. Master, good news, great news. I just found a very fun module in the Star Source Battleships database. As long as we use a certain amount of energy crystal coins, we can enter the interstellar version of the Super Yuan Planet. Just as Xiangyu was hesitating whether to log into the Super Yuan Planet to report to Jiang Qingfeng about killing Tang Shunwu and the group of arrivals, Yaya's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. What does the interstellar version of the Super Yuan Planet mean? Hearing Yaya's excited voice, Xiangyu instinctively asked, Master, the Super Yuan Planet you previously logged into only open the Water Blue Star map, and only the humans of Water Blue Star can log in. You can think of it as a single-player game for the humans of Water Blue Star. The interstellar version of the Super Yuan Planet can be understood as a connected game. We can go to other maps outside of Water Blue Star in the Super Yuan Planet. Normally, the interstellar version of the Super Yuan Planet will only officially open to the humans of Water Blue Star after they pass the Star Alliance assessment. Are you interested, Master? If you enter the interstellar version of the Super Yuan Planet now, you can come into contact with other star-level civilizations in advance, and you can exchange resources with them. Wait a minute, Yaya. Why do I feel like you're trying hard to persuade me to enter the interstellar version of the Super Yuan Planet early? Seeing Yaya getting more and more excited, Xiangyu interrupted her doubtfully. Is my performance that obvious? It must be your delusion. Yaya said nervously. All right, I still don't know your little thoughts. You just want to enter the interstellar version of the Super Yuan Planet to gather information about the wreckage of the Star Source battleship and repair it sooner. What is wrong with admitting that? Hee. Yaya, I suddenly thought of a plan. If my plan can be realized, it will be a blessing for the Jiuzhou federal government and even the entire Water Blue Star humanity. Let us hurry up and log into the interstellar version of the Super Yuan Planet. Xiangyu was a typical action-oriented person. Once he decided to do something, he acted on it. After chatting a few words with Ouyang Fuyong and instructing Taidun and Wenwen to ensure the security of the courtyard, he went to his bedroom and laid down in the game pod. Interesting, so interesting. Yudu province was previously the weakest in combat power in the Jiuzhou federal government, and it was also the most likely place to be attacked by fierce beasts. Unexpectedly, in just 2 days, Yudu province has resolved 4 of the most dangerous fierce beast gathering points and killed 8 arrivals. 8 ascenders suddenly died in Yudu province, and it is estimated that stronger ascenders will soon flood into Yudu. Jiang Huakai, an 8th-tier evolver in Yudu province, may not be able to hold on. Should we send a few more controllers to support? When Xiangyu successfully landed on the interstellar version of the Super Origin Planet with Yaya's help, the events occurring in Yudu province had already been known to several extraordinary beings from the Jiuzhou Federation, who gathered to discuss the deployment matters in Yudu province. Chapter 85 Amazing Rewards Dayu. You really have too much courage. How can you kill a descender so casually? You could at least have asked me before you did it. When Jiang Qingfeng received the news from the cabinet, he remained silent for a long time before he couldn't help but sigh. It's also my fault for not giving you a heads up earlier, but I didn't expect you to have the ability to kill a descender so soon. As the deputy commander of the headquarters, Jiang Qingfeng knew far more than the average person. However, due to disciplinary requirements, he couldn't disclose anything to Xiangyu. Descenders cannot be killed casually. Killing too many will lead to major problems. Jiang Qingfeng looked at the many documents on his desk concerning the certain death and rubbed his forehead, falling into deep thought. When the cabinet's elders suggested treating Gu Xiangyu as a wild card, neither the elders of the cabinet nor Jiang Qingfeng thought Gu Xiangyu could stir up much trouble in a short period. They never dreamed that in just 2 days after returning to the real world, Gu Xiangyu would cause so many incidents, each one more significant than the last. Tang Xiangyu is the nephew of Tang Heng, and there are even rumors that he is Tang Heng's illegitimate son. If Tang Heng were to learn the true identity of certain death, he would undoubtedly go to Yidu province himself to take Gu Xiangyu's life. Remembering how the martial arts department had repeatedly sought an explanation from the War Department in an unprecedentedly aggressive manner in the past few days, Jiang Qingfeng couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Although there were rumors that Tang Xiangyu had amassed wealth through corruption during his time as head of the martial arts department in Yidu province, even colluding with Descendants to betray the interests of Yidu province, without solid evidence, Jiang Qingfeng could only cope with the martial arts department's inquiries. No, the identity of certain death absolutely cannot be leaked, and those around Gu Xiangyu must be protected. After sorting through his thoughts at his desk for a while, a determined look appeared in Jiang Qingfeng's eyes. Suddenly, there was a knock on the office door, and then a middle-aged man in plain clothes hurried into the office. Report. Sir, Gu Wanner and Gu Pampan have left the Yueshi mansion and are missing. I was unable to complete the task. Please punish me, sir, the man said respectfully, saluting Jiang Qingfeng with a guilty expression. What happened? Jiang Qingfeng questioned sharply. I carefully checked inside and outside the villa, and found no signs of struggle or disturbance. Some of Gu Wanner and Gu Ponpon's personal toiletries have been taken, so they may have left on their own. However, all the surveillance equipment and footage at Yueshi Mansion have been destroyed as if someone deliberately erased their traces, the middle-aged man reported. Keep the incident confidential. Increase the investigation efforts, and find their whereabouts as soon as possible, Jiang Qingfeng commanded after a moment of silence. The middle-aged man promptly acknowledged and quickly turned to leave. If Gu Wanner and Gu Pampan left on their own, that would be fine, but if they were taken by the martial arts department, Gu Xiangyu would be in danger. Jiang Qingfeng furrowed his brows and paced back and forth in the office, his face filled with anxiety. Due to the sudden crisis in Yidu province, all of Jiang Qingfeng's attention was drawn in, to the point that he forgot to arrange for someone to go Yueshi Mansion to pick up Gu Wanner and Gu Pampan. By the time he remembered this, after handling most of the matters, he hurriedly arranged for a trusted aide to go to Yueshi Mansion, only to find that an accident had occurred. Dayu, I'm sorry. Remembering how he had persuaded Gu Xiangyu to use 6,000 contribution points to buy a courtyard on Guanyang Island, Gu Xiangyu did not blame him at all and instead accomplished so much for the War Department in Yidu province. Yet he couldn't even take care of Gu Xiangyu's family. And Jiang Qingfeng felt a burning shame on his face. No, Tang Heng is an unreasonable madman. I need to prepare for the worst. Jiang Qingfeng suddenly stood up straight and strode out of the office. In the Super Yuan Planet, guided by Yaya, Gu Xiangyu arrived at the square outside the official shelter in Yidu province. Yaya, are you sure that this stone slab with the carved pattern in front of me is a teleportation array? Can I use these slabs to travel to other Super Yuan planets outside of Water Blue Star? Looking at the plain-looking stone slabs, Gu Xiangyu's eyes were filled with doubt. Master, Yaya cannot guarantee that the data block template of the Star Source warship is completely correct, but I believe there is an 80 to 90 chance it's fine. Yaya said uncertainly. You can give it a try. After all, if the teleportation fails, we won't lose anything. Hearing Yaya's rather irresponsible words, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but roll his eyes. His gaze swept back and forth over the stone slabs before finally selecting one with a carved panda. Ding. Would you like to pay 500 energy crystal coins to activate the one-way teleportation? Yes, no? The moment Gu Xiangyu stepped onto the slab, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Yes. Remembering that he had nearly 30,000 energy coins on him, Gu Xiangyu unhesitatingly chose to activate the teleportation array. Ding. Synchronizing items. Ding. Synchronizing body. Ding. Synchronizing consciousness. Ding. Detected that the host is the first human from Water Blue Star to activate the teleportation array to other Super Yuan planets. Special reward. 100,000 energy points. Randomly increase 1 level of talent skill. Ding. The host has been teleported to the Source Beast star map. After silently acknowledging this in his heart, a series of crisp mechanical prompts suddenly rang in Xiangyu's mind, and then his vision plunged into darkness. When his sight brightened again, he found himself in an unfamiliar city square. Yaya, I just seem to hear the system prompt about item synchronization and body synchronization. What does that mean? Xiangyu immediately inquired Yaya without taking time to observe his surroundings. Master, it means exactly what it says. Your body and all your items have been teleported to the Source Beast star. Hearing Yaya's words, Xiangyu wore a puzzled expression on his face. Then why do humans from Water Blue Star retain their bodies in the real world when landing on Super Yuan planets, and do not enter the Super Yuan planets? Firstly, the technology of Super Yuan planets far exceeds the understanding of humans from Water Blue Star. Although the higher-ups of Water Blue Star spent 7 years studying Super Yuan planets and gained many benefits from it, they still cannot fully trust the technology of Super Yuan planets and do not dare to entrust the lives of all humanity to them. Another very important reason is that while the higher-ups of Water Blue Star can establish their own order in Super Yuan planets, Super Yuan planets have their own operational rules, which are not under the control of the higher-ups of Water Blue Star. Thus, they inherently resist and fear Super Yuan planets. Yaya's explanation was simple and straightforward, but it made Xiangyu realize the situation. Xiangyu no longer struggled with the issue of physical teleportation and excitedly looked at his body attribute template. Name, Xiangyu Strength, Evolver, Tier 5, Power, 573 Speed, 596 Constitution, 567 Spirit, 685 Talent Skills, Infinite Imitation, S level, can imitate any absorbed talent. I have Insight, SS level. Can view information on any creature and item. Cultivation techniques. Dust Universe Transformation, incomplete. Proficiency 1209, 100,000. Star Moon Induction, proficiency 3971 50,000. Chengyin B Scripture, proficiency 12376, 100,000. Combat skills. Falling Star Palm, incomplete. Proficiency 1259, 100,000. Cloud Chasing Dragon Step, proficiency 2331 100,000. Energy points 107,900 after absorbing 3,000 ferocious beast crystal cores provided by the War Department. Xiangyu had already advanced to a Tier 5 Evolver. Afterwards, Xiangyu continued to train hard, and his proficiency in martial arts and combat skills improved significantly, but he was still a little distance away from advancing to a 6th-tier Evolver. Xiangyu immediately looked at his 2 talent skills and was pleasantly surprised to find that the level of his true I talent had risen from S rank to SS rank. The name of the talent skill also changed to Insightful Eye, allowing him to view the information of any living being and object. In other words, from now on, he could not only see the physical attribute templates of people and animals, but also view the information of plants, martial arts, combat skills, weapons, and all other non-biological items. Xiangyu spent quite a while calming his excited emotions and then shifted his gaze to the last column on the physical attribute template. Upon seeing the long string of numbers in the energy attribute column, Xiangyu suddenly felt as if he had struck it rich overnight. Chapter 86. Because you are qualified for in-game purchases, however, when Xiangyu saw that the energy points required for Xiangyu's transformation, the Chengyin B Scripture, the Falling Star Palm, and the Floating Cloud Dragon Step to upgrade from Mastery to Subtlety level was 100,000 energy points, he instantly calmed down. Master. Energy points are generally used to help cultivators quickly learn techniques and combat skills. It's rare for cultivators to use energy points to elevate their techniques and combat skills to the proficient level. As for methods like yours, directly using energy points to push techniques to the mastery level is even rarer. Noticing Xiangyu's distress, Yaya's voice timely echoed in his mind. Why didn't you remind me earlier? Because the talent skill of infinite simulation destined you to be qualified for in-game purchases. Yaya didn't need to remind you deliberately. As long as you are willing, you can even continuously use energy points to push techniques and combat skills to perfection. While Xiangyu was communicating with Yaya, He felt someone patting him on the shoulder. "Sir, please do not stand in the teleportation array for too long, as it will affect others' normal use." Xiangyu turned to see a guard beside the teleportation array, watching him warily. Glancing at the guard's attributes, Xiangyu was taken aback to find that the guard was actually an 8th-tier controller. After muttering an apology, he quickly stepped out of the teleportation array. Curious, Xiangyu walked around the square and discovered that it was located on a cliff by the sea. One side of the square faced the ocean, while the other was lined with steep cliffs. The massive cliffs were adorned with murals depicting battles between humans and fierce beasts. The buildings in the square were primarily constructed from stone and wood, with various high-tech applications, giving the overall style a rugged and violent feel. After familiarizing himself with the environment, Xiangyu headed straight into the largest business establishment in the square. "Dear guest, Tagore Trading Company is at your service. How may I assist you?" Xiangyu had just reached the entrance when he was greeted warmly. "This is my first time here. I'll just look around. No need to mind me." Xiangyu glanced at the staff as attributes and was surprised to see that even an ordinary employee had reached the 5th-tier evolution level, making him feel a bit uneasy. "All right, please feel free to browse. If you need anything, just ring this bell, and I will be there to assist you right away." The staff handed Xiangyu a small bell and politely retreated to the entrance. Xiangyu smiled politely at the staff and then began to examine the items in the trading company. Wow, the cores of source beasts are so cheap. When Xiangyu reached the sales counter for the cores, he was astonished to see that one energy crystal coin could buy a core from a beast of the general level. His eyes widened in disbelief. Recalling that he had over 29,000 energy crystal coins on him, Xiangyu suddenly felt like he wasn't poor anymore. So energy crystal coins are this valuable. No wonder that guy Ouyang Fuyong likes to rob others. I must learn from him when I return to Water Blue Star and rob a few more descendants. Xiangyu cautiously surveyed his surroundings, forcibly suppressing the urge to buy a fierce beast core immediately, and continued to explore other counters. Fierce beast cores were the most abundant items for sale in the trading company, ranging from general to king level, with varying prices. Next were the skins, bones, internal organs, and blood of fierce beasts. Xiangyu also saw different types of fierce beast eggs and young beasts, as well as weapons made from various materials sourced from fierce beasts, along with production and daily necessities. As expected of Source Beast Star, it seemed all products revolved around fierce beasts. Xiangyu spent a full 2 hours touring the first floor of Tagore Trading Company. When he reached the second floor, he discovered that the company not only sold various raw materials from fierce beasts and ordinary production and daily necessities, but also techniques and combat skills. However, seeing the prices that often range from tens of thousands to millions of energy crystal coins, Xiangyu couldn't help but think it was out of his league. Just when Xiangyu thought that the third floor might sell even more precious items, he noticed a scrolling screen on the wall of the hall displaying a series of purchase requests. 1. Space storage ring. 2. Iron-eating beast. 3. Water blue star teleportation coordinates. Seeing over 200 purchase requests on the screen, Xiangyu showed a perplexed expression. What use does Tagore Trading Company have for so many random items? Sir, among these purchase requests, only the space storage ring is being purchased by the company itself. Most of the items are requested by customers holding the company's top VIP card, which the company is unable to obtain in a short time and is therefore posting on behalf of them. After ringing the small bell, the staff who had previously attended to him quickly ascended to answer his question. "May I ask what price your company offers for the storage rings?" "Sir, because the internal space of storage rings varies in size, the prices also differ. If you have a storage ring for sale, the company can arrange for an appraiser to help you estimate its value immediately." Xiangyu hesitated for a moment before nodding to let the staff assist him. Under the guidance of the staff, Xiangyu arrived at the VIP room on the top floor of the trading company. After waiting for less than 2 minutes, the door to the VIP room was pushed open again, and an elderly appraiser entered, accompanied by the staff. Behind them was a middle-aged man with a commanding presence. After a brief introduction, Xiangyu learned that the middle-aged man was the store manager, Lei Seheo. After signaling the staff to leave the VIP room, Lei Seheo shook hands with Xiangyu and said, "Mr. Gu, Our reputation at Tagore is absolutely guaranteed on Source Beast Star, so you can sell any items with us. We not only ensure that your interests are protected, but also guarantee your safety. Hearing the implications in Lei Seheyo's words, Xiangyu couldn't help but smile knowingly. After exchanging pleasantries with Lei Seheyo, Xiangyu took out all 8 storage rings he had robbed from Zhang Su and Wang Jun's group. Seeing Xiangyu produce 8 storage rings in one go, Lei Seheyo couldn't help but look at him in surprise. Noticing Xiangyu looking at him with a half-smile, Lei Seheyo smiled apologetically and shifted his gaze back to the storage rings. Seeing that Lei Seheyo showed no signs of taking action against him, Xiangyu finally relaxed. After spending over 2 hours touring and understanding the trading company, Xiangyu knew that Tagore Trading Company was the largest in Source Beast Star, with guaranteed credibility and quality. However, since it was Xiangyu's first time in Source Beast Star, and he was unfamiliar with the environment, and since even the ordinary staff in Tagore Trading Company had comparable cultivation levels to him, while the store manager and appraiser were controllers, this made Xiangyu feel extremely insecure. He was afraid that he would accidentally expose his identity, or that Tagore Trading Company would develop greed for the storage rings he presented, which could cost him his life. Mr. Gu, among your 8 storage rings, one has an internal space of over 500 cubic units, and the company can offer 150,000 energy crystal coins for it. The remaining storage rings have internal spaces of about 100 cubic units, and the company can only offer 20,000 energy crystal coins each. Would you be willing to transfer them? After half an hour, Lei Seheyo spoke excitedly. Hearing Lei Seheyo's offer, Xiangyu fell into deep thought. He had no idea about the market value of storage rings and whether Tagore Trading Company's offer was fair. Mr. Gu, you can rest assured that the Tagore Trading Company is a time-honored establishment and will definitely not let customers' interests be compromised. If you have any doubts about the price, you can compare it with other shops. I can guarantee that Tagore's purchasing price will not be lower than any other shop. Seeing Xiangyu hesitate, Lei Seheyo laughed heartily. Xiangyu looked at Lei Seheyo's face for a moment, then smiled and reached out his hand to Lei Seheyo, saying, "Deal. Please help me convert the energy crystal coins into equivalent beast general crystal cores. Thank you." Chapter 87. The total increase of 4-dimensional attribute values by 10,000 points, Brother Gu. Although our trading company stock of crystal cores can meet your purchasing needs, with such a large quantity, you can directly buy from mercenaries, which will be more than half cheaper. Lei Seheyo hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but remind him. Hearing Lei Seheyo's words, Xiangyu was momentarily taken aback. It should be noted that for Lei Seheyo to say this to him not only undermines the interests of the trading company, but also seems rather presumptuous, completely unbecoming of a mature businessman. However, Lei Seheyo still said it, which greatly increased Xiangyu's goodwill towards him, making him feel that Lei Seheyo was a trustworthy person. "Thank you for the reminder, Manager Lei. Then please give me the energy crystal coin." Xiangyu smiled at Lei Seheyo and couldn't help but curiously ask, "I just saw on the 3rd floor that someone is looking to buy iron-eating beasts and the coordinates for Water Blue Star. May I ask what prices the buyers are offering?" The purchase information for the iron-eating beast was posted by the young master of the Wang family, the first beast-taming family in Source Beast Star. He has a special affection for iron-eating beasts, so the price is hard to say. It certainly won't let anyone lose out. As for the price of the coordinates for Water Blue Star, it is astronomical. It is rumored that newly awakened planets have a high chance of awakening S-level or higher talents when participating in the Planet Alliance assessment. If people from other literary star systems can teleport there before Water Blue Star participates in the assessment, they not only have the opportunity to gain talents, but also the chance to sabotage Water Blue Star's assessment and enslave it. In response to Xiangyu's inquiry, Lei Seheyo had no reservations. "As far as I know, someone from Source Beast Star should have teleported to Water Blue Star. If the coordinates for Water Blue Star are so profitable, wouldn't they make a fortune by sharing them?" Mr. Gu, those who truly qualify to access the coordinates for Water Blue Star are not short of money. To them, money is probably as worthless as beast dung. What they value more is the opportunity to become stronger. Moreover, before Water Blue Star joins the Planet Alliance, those who are teleported there cannot log into the complete super origin planet. They can only chat in the water blue star area channel of the Super Yuan Planet. So those who have been teleported there, even if they really want to make a fortune, cannot share the coordinates of water blue star with the outside world. As Lei Seheo spoke, his eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Gu Xiangyu with great anticipation, excitedly asking, "Mr. Gu, you wouldn't happen to have the coordinates for water blue star, would you? If that's the case, we can definitely offer a price that would satisfy you." "I'm afraid I have to disappoint Manager Lei. You just said that those who truly qualify to access the coordinates for water blue star are not short of money. Right now, my mind is filled with thoughts of how to make money. How could I possibly have the coordinates for water blue star?" Gu Xiangyu smiled apologetically and shook his head without hesitation. Hearing this, Lei Seheo chuckled awkwardly and said loudly, "To express my sincere apology, I would like to invite Mr. Gu to visit the 4th floor of our trading company to see the truly good things we have. If Mr. Gu finds anything he likes, I can offer you the maximum discount within my authority as compensation." While chatting with Gu Xiangyu, Lei Seheo had already instructed the trading company to prepare a crystal card for Gu Xiangyu, which contained 290,000 energy crystal coins. After receiving the crystal card handed over by Lei Seheo, Gu Xiangyu felt a surge of confidence. Accompanied by Lei Seheo, Gu Xiangyu arrived at the 4th floor of the Tagore Trading Company. "Brother Gu, the 4th floor of the trading company is rarely open to the public. Only those holding the top VIP card of the trading company are qualified to enter, and I must accompany them personally. So usually, there are hardly any people on the 4th floor," Lei Seheo explained patiently while pushing open the heavy stone door. Gu Xiangyu realized, no wonder the lower 3 floors of the trading company were bustling with activity, while the 4th floor was quiet. The quota for the Abyss Secret Realm is priced at 7 million energy crystal coins. There are many opportunities and treasures within the Secret Realm, and some of the opportunities and treasures themselves are worth over 10 million energy crystal coins, provided that the trial taker can survive and come out of the Secret Realm. The baptism of the 100 Beast spiritual spring is the greatest opportunity for the evolvers of Source Beast Star, without exception. As long as they soak in the 100 Beast spiritual spring for a day, the total increase of their 4-dimensional attribute values can randomly rise by 510,000 points. This humanoid puppet is even more precious. It possesses the peak cultivation of a controller and can make contracts like spirit beasts, making it the best choice for some royal, sect, or family disciples as guardians. There weren't many items on the 4th floor, only about a dozen. Even though Lei Seheo excitedly described the information of each item in detail, they still finished touring the entire 4th floor after half an hour. Listening to Lei Seheo introduce the details and values of the items on the 4th floor, Gu Xiangyu was in a state of extreme shock, his mind blank. Gu Xiangyu's first feeling was that the Tagore Trading Company was indeed incredibly influential, as if the good things of Source Beast Star were only those they didn't want, and there was nothing they couldn't obtain. His second feeling was that he was too poor, even though he had just acquired nearly 300,000 energy crystal coins. Because the prices of the dozen items on the 4th floor were increasingly beautiful, with the cheapest being 7 million energy crystal coins, and the most expensive reaching 40 million energy crystal coins. "Brother Gu, whatever item you like, feel free to tell me, and I guarantee I will sell it to you at the best price." Upon returning to the VIP room, Lei Seheo had the staff brew another cup of tea and said to Gu Xiangyu with a smile. Gu Xiangyu glanced at Lei Seheo with resentment and said, "Manager Lei, I seriously suspect that you took me to tour the 4th floor of the trading company to undermine my confidence. Because even if you were to have the prices of the items on the 4th floor, I still couldn't afford any of them." "No, Brother Gu can definitely afford any item from our trading company's 4th floor. It's just a matter of whether Brother Gu is willing," Lei Seheo said confidently. Upon hearing Lei Seheo's words, Gu Xiangyu's expression changed drastically. Could it be that his identity as a citizen of Water Blue Star was exposed? For a moment, Gu Xiangyu looked at Lei Seheo with vigilance, ready to escape at any moment. "Mr. Gu, there's no need to be nervous. Although I have my eye on the metallic armor you are wearing, if you really don't want to sell it, our Tagore Trading Company will not engage in forced buying or selling." Sensing the change in Gu Xiangyu's attitude, Lei Seheo realized that Gu Xiangyu might have misunderstood him and hurriedly explained. Gu Xiangyu was taken aback upon hearing this. Could it be that he was overthinking it? He looked at Lei Seheo with suspicion and deliberately asked, I wonder how much your trading company is willing to pay for my set of armor? I'm not entirely sure if the armor you're wearing is made of divine metal. Would it be convenient for Mr. Gu to remove a piece for me to identify the metal composition of the armor? Seeing Gu Xiangyu's hostility dissipate, Lei Seheo breathed a sigh of relief and asked nervously. Gu Xiangyu hesitated for a moment, then took out the gloves of the armor from his storage ring and handed them to Lei Seheo. Lei Seheo carefully took the gloves and then turned to enter the identification room next to the VIP room. 5 minutes later, Lei Seheo walked out of the identification room with a flushed face. Gu, Brother Gu, it really is divine metal, and the purity has reached 100%. This is the divine metal our trading company has been searching for over 1,000 years. I wonder if you would be willing to part with your armor and sell it to our trading company, even just a piece? Lei Xiao hurriedly approached Gu Xiangyu, excitedly grabbing his hands. Seeing Lei Seheo's excited and incoherent demeanor, Gu Xiangyu was a bit confused. His armor was clearly made of osmium. How did it become divine metal in Lei Seheo's mouth? If osmium was divine metal, wouldn't that mean he was wearing a mountain of gold? Manager Lei, are you sure your appraisal is correct? If not, would you arrange for a few more appraisers to confirm? Gu Xiangyu forcefully suppressed his excitement and tactfully reminded. Chapter 88. Titan God Race Bloodline Brother Gu. While other items might require multiple appraisers for confirmation, the divine metal does not need such complexity. In fact, when I was trading the storage ring with Brother Gu, I already caught a whiff of the divine metal. To verify my sense of smell, I invited Brother Gu to visit the 4th floor of the trading company, where there is a divine metal detector. Once Brother Gu entered the 4th floor, the detector lit up brightly. After that, I took the opportunity to make physical contact with Brother Gu and discovered that his armor was actually made from divine metal. I had just used professional equipment in the appraisal room to test the purity of the divine metal in Brother Gu's armor. Hearing Brother Gu's words, Lei Seheo thought that Brother Gu was deliberately making excuses to refuse the trade. He firmly stated his judgment, blocking all of Brother Gu's retreat options. Brother Gu, I know my request may be a bit presumptuous, but I still earnestly ask you to part with some divine metal for the trading company. As long as you are willing to part with some divine metal, you can choose any 2 items from the 4th floor, and the company can also meet 3 of your conditions. Finally, Lei Seheo sincerely threw out the trading company's chips. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiangyu's heart couldn't help but race. The items on the 4th floor of Taigir were all good things and worth a fortune, some of which made Gu Xiangyu drool. However, due to financial constraints, even if he had previously set his sights on those items, he could only sigh in vain. Now that Lei Seheo was actively offering these items to him, Gu Xiangyu found it impossible to refuse. I can part with the entire set of divine metal armor for the trading company, but I want 4 items from the 4th floor, and then the company must agree to one of my conditions. Faced with the benefits presented by the Taigir Trading Company, Gu Xiangyu felt he had no reason to refuse. After pondering for a moment, he stated his request. The entire set of divine metal armor? Lei Seheo had originally thought that it would be great if Gu Xiangyu could sell a piece of armor to the trading company. But he didn't expect Gu Xiangyu to be willing to part with a whole set of armor. He was momentarily stunned. No problem. 4 items are completely fine, but I wonder what condition Brother Gu has proposed to the trading company. I want the company to help acquire 600,000 beast general-level ferocious beast cores. Just this? Brother Gu, how much do you look down on our trading company? Since you are so generous as to part with the entire set of armor, the company cannot be stingy. I have decided to give you 6 million beast general-level ferocious beast cores as compensation. Faced with Lei Seheo's extravagant demeanor, Gu Xiangyu didn't know how to respond. After reaching an agreement on the trading conditions, the two looked at each other and then burst into hearty laughter. Both were not the type to drag their feet. Gu Xiangyu unhesitatingly took off the metal osmium armor he was wearing, along with the armor parts in the storage ring, and handed them all to Lei Seheo. Seeing Gu Xiangyu trust him so much, Lei Seheo quickly ordered the Tiger Trading Company's headquarters and all branches to drop everything they were doing and focus on organizing the company's stock of beast general-level cores, while also actively acquiring beast general-level ferocious beast cores. After issuing a series of commands, Lei Seheo took Gu Xiangyu back to the 4th floor of the trading company. "Brother Gu, I wonder which 4 items have caught your eye? Tell me, and I will fetch them for you immediately." Manager Lei. "Brother Gu, even at this time, you still call me Manager Lei? Brother Lei? That's more like it, Brother Gu. Let me tell you, you've helped me tremendously. With these 2 tons of divine metal, our Tiger Trading Company will be unshakable in its position on Source Beast Star for at least 100 years. And my position as the overall head of the trading company is also completely secure." As Lei Seheo spoke, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Brother Lei, congratulations. However, many times fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. You cannot become too complacent because of this. Sometimes, what defeats you is not external forces, but your own state of mind." Seeing Lei Seheo so excited that he lost himself, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but kindly remind him. "Ah, yes. Brother Gu is truly a good brother recognized by Lei." This cold water was poured at just the right time. Hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, Lei Seheo was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly awakened, dripping with sweat, and looked at Gu Xiangyu with immense gratitude. "Brother Lei won't be angry because of my words, right?" Gu Xiangyu smiled, and then stated the 4 items he was interested in. "Brother Gu, I can understand your choices of the qualification for the 100 Beast Spiritual Spring, the humanoid puppet, and the heaven-shattering thunder, but this Titan God blood is really unreliable. Why not choose the Invincible Protective Talisman or the Beast King Projection Clone instead? Although they are both one-time items, they can save your life at critical moments." Looking at the 4 items Gu Xiangyu chose, Lei Seheo frowned and softly suggested, "Thank you, Brother Lei. I want these 4 items." Gu Xiangyu insisted. "Brother Gu, the Titan God blood is really a scam. Although there is a 10% chance of awakening the Titan God race bloodline talent. In fact, over the past 1,000 years on Source B Star, 20 portions of Titan God blood have been auctioned off. But no one has awakened the Titan God race bloodline after consuming it. Otherwise, this portion of Titan God blood would not have gone unsold and been left in the trading company gathering dust for over a decade. If it were someone else hearing Lei Seheo's advice, they would probably unhesitatingly give up the Titan God blood and choose other items instead. However, Gu Xiangyu just smiled, completely unmoved. In fact, among the 4 items, what Gu Xiangyu wanted the most was the Titan God blood, because Gu Xiangyu had already seen the properties of the Titan God blood with his inside eye. Item, Titan God blood. Quality, upper grade divine item. Bloodline, SSS level Titan race. Remarks. There is a 10% chance of awakening the Titan race bloodline after consumption. Once the Titan race bloodline talent is awakened, each time a ferocious beast core is absorbed, both physical and strength attributes can be enhanced. Master, you must not listen to Lei's advice. Get it, you must get it. Others have only a 10% chance of awakening the Titan race bloodline after consuming this drop of blood. But you can absorb it with infinite mimicry to achieve 100% awakening of the Titan race bloodline. The Titan race bloodline is simply a perfect match for your infinite mimicry talent skill. Fearing that Gu Xiangyu would be convinced by Lei Seheo, Yaya excitedly shouted in his mind. Gu Xiangyu naturally knew that the Titan God blood was a good thing. If he could awaken the Titan race bloodline, he would not only gain energy points when absorbing ferocious beast cores in the future, but also enhance his physical and strength attributes, achieving 3 objectives with 1 action. Even if there was only a 10% chance of awakening the Titan race bloodline, Gu Xiangyu was willing to try. Moreover, there is a 100% chance of awakening the Titan race bloodline. This made Gu Xiangyu feel that the Titan God blood from the Tiger Trading Company was prepared just for him. Chapter 89. Did I really just miss such a big opportunity? Brother Gu, I would be very grateful if you were willing to sell the divine metal armor to the trading company. You don't have to deliberately choose lower value items. To be honest, even if you let me exchange all the items on the 4th floor of the trading company for your full set of divine metal armor, I would agree. Seeing that no matter how he persuaded him, Gu Xiangyu insisted on the Titan divine blood, Lei Seheo felt quite guilty. In Lei Seheo's heart, the divine metal was a priceless treasure, and no one would be willing to part with it. Even if Xiangyu rejected him, he could fully accept it. Lei Sihao never expected that Xiangyu would generously give the entire set of divine metal armor to the trading company, but only asked for 4 items, and even chose the Titan divine blood, which was tasteless and a waste to throw away. Brother Lei, if I really took all the items from the trading company's 4th floor, wouldn't the company lose its treasure and be surpassed by other companies? Xiangyu looked at Lei Sihao with a strange expression for a moment and said softly. It wasn't that Xiangyu didn't want to make a big request and ask Lei Sihao for all the items on the 4th floor of the Tagore Trading Company. But many of the items on the 4th floor, although good, were not suitable for Xiangyu. For example, the Abyss Secret Realm wouldn't officially open until 6 months later. If Xiangyu waited for 6 months on the Source B star, he would definitely miss the Planetary Alliance assessment on Water Blue Star. The quota for the Mirage Tower was also very precious. Entering the Mirage Tower could at least increase the spiritual power attribute by 300 points, but once inside, there was no way to determine when one could awaken from the illusion. It could be a month or half a year. And Xiangyu also didn't dare to take that gamble. The Invincible Protective Talisman and the Beast King Projection were also good items, but both required super energy crystals to operate. Without super energy crystals, these 2 items were just decorations. Other items also had various usage restrictions, so Xiangyu, in the end, had no choice but to choose 4 items, which instead left a generous impression on Lei Sihao. Brother Gu, I will remember your great kindness. You familiarize yourself with these treasures today, rest well, and tomorrow morning I will take you to the Beast Spirit Spring for baptism. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave for now. After arranging for Xiangyu to stay in the VIP building, Lei Sihao hurriedly left. After watching Lei Sihao's figure disappear, Xiangyu couldn't wait to close the door and set his gaze on the 4 treasures that Lei Sihao had sent over. Xiangyu first opened the wooden box containing the Howling Thunder and looked at the 5 Howling Thunders quietly lying inside. Xiangyu knew that the safety of Yudu Province now had an additional guarantee. The fact that the Tagore Trading Company placed the Howling Thunder on the 4th floor indicated that it was an extremely rare item on the Source B star. How could Ouyang Fuyong carry 3 Howling Thunders with him? Was the Howling Thunder something very common on the planet he was from? Remembering the few Howling Thunders in Ouyang Fuyong's hand, a question popped up in Xiangyu's mind. Putting the Howling Thunder aside, Xiangyu's gaze fell on the humanoid puppet. Item: humanoid puppet. Strength: peak controller level. Material: divine wood tree. Energy: all spiritual energy that can be absorbed in the universe. Note: after signing the contract, the humanoid puppet will automatically copy all the techniques and battle skills from the host and assist in training to improve proficiency. When Lei Sihao introduced the humanoid puppet to Xiangyu, he only mentioned its strength and the contract attributes similar to spirit beasts, without saying anything else. However, Xiangyu, through his insight eye, saw more information, such as the fact that the humanoid puppet could automatically absorb spiritual energy from the universe and help improve the proficiency of battle skills and techniques. Given Lei Sihao's character, if he knew these characteristics of the humanoid puppet, he would definitely have mentioned them. Since Lei Sihao didn't say anything, it could only mean that he didn't know either, which made Xiangyu feel like he had stumbled upon a great find. Xiangyu stared at the humanoid puppet for a moment with his inside eye, and then took out the contract scroll that the Tagore Trading Company had prepared for him. After tearing open the contract scroll, a milky white light enveloped both Xiangyu and the humanoid puppet. Then, Xiangyu's mind was flooded with memories from his past life, as if a movie was playing, with scenes rapidly flashing before his eyes, reliving all his emotions. During this process, Xiangyu felt like a spectator or perhaps a tool. He couldn't move at all, let alone stop or exit. There was a mysterious force guiding everything. After a full 2 hours, the milky white light enveloping Xiangyu and the humanoid puppet finally disappeared. Then Xiangyu's body uncontrollably slumped to the ground, his clothes drenched in sweat, and his eyes filled with terror. Master, the humanoid puppet is too amazing. After signing the contract, it actually resembles you a bit. Just as Xiangyu was gasping for breath, and trying to overcome the psychological shadow of being controlled. Yaya's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. I am a split of the master, so I naturally resemble the master. Moreover, I can communicate with the master telepathically. Just as Yaya finished speaking, another voice also rang in Gu Xiangyu's mind, startling him greatly. Gu Xiangyu was stunned for a moment before realizing that the voice was coming from the humanoid puppet in front of him. Item: humanoid puppet, to be named. Strength: peak controller level. Material: divine wood tree. Techniques: dust universe transformation, star moon perception, cloud beast sutra. Battle skills: falling star palm, cloud, wandering dragon step. At this moment, the humanoid puppet was no longer a statue, but had transformed into a young man whose stature and appearance were very similar to Gu Xiangyu's. If it weren't for the insight, Gu Xiangyu would never have believed that the figure standing in front of him was a statue. Master, please give me a name. While Gu Xiangyu was staring blankly at the humanoid puppet, he heard its voice in his mind. You will be called Gu Xianghua from now on, and your public identity will be my cousin. A painful memory suddenly flashed in Gu Xiangyu's mind, and he said in a low voice, All right, brother, Xianghua will remember. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiangyu's heart trembled. He looked up at the humanoid puppet in front of him and found that it was also staring at him blankly. After a long while, Gu Xiangyu finally came to his senses. The young man in front of him was not his cousin, but the humanoid puppet he had just contracted. Brother, from your memories, I sense that your cousin's death was very suspicious, but you are unwilling to face it or investigate the truth. After returning to Water Blue Star, I want to uncover the truth behind your cousin's death, so he can rest in peace and then truly inherit this name. You. Hearing the humanoid puppet's words, Gu Xiangyu's eyes widened in shock. Could these words come from a puppet? Gu Xiangyu realized that both the Tagore Trading Company and he had underestimated the wonders of the humanoid puppet. Initially, Gu Xiangyu intended to use the humanoid puppet as a fighter and bodyguard. In his mind, the humanoid puppet was not as clever as his own spirit beast and contracted spirit beast. He never expected that the humanoid puppet would possess its own thoughts and emotions after the contract. Did the Tagore Trading Company know about this characteristic of the humanoid puppet? A question involuntarily surged in Gu Xiangyu's mind. Brother, under normal circumstances, the humanoid puppet is just a battle machine. The reason I am special is that the material of the divine wood tree is unique. The Tagore Trading Company does not know that I am made from the divine wood tree, so they did not pay too much attention to me. Divine wood tree? Hearing the words of the humanoid puppet, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Although Gu Xiangyu was an engineering student, he was equally knowledgeable about mythology. The Shanhai Jing, classic of mountains and seas, mentioned 3 divine trees, one of which was the Jinmu. According to legend, Jinmu could connect the heavenly realm and the human realm, serving as a path to the heavens. Both Fuxi and the Yellow Emperor had traversed Jinmu to learn from the gods and ultimately gained extraordinary powers. Master, I initially thought that the Titan blood was your greatest opportunity on Source Beast Star, but it turns out that the Jinmu divine tree is your biggest chance. Although the myths of the 9 provinces have some fabricated elements, the fact that one can gain extraordinary powers through the Jinmu divine tree is true, and it is also recorded in the database of the Star Source battleship. Yaya shouted excitedly in Gu Xiangyu's mind. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiangyu was equally thrilled. His face flushed with excitement. He had stumbled upon such a significant opportunity. Chapter 90. Gu Xiangyu, get out here to die. Brother, I'm very sorry, but only the complete Jinmu divine tree can help practitioners comprehend extraordinary divine powers. I'm just a small branch of the Jinmu divine tree, and I've been cut off for thousands of years. I can't help you comprehend divine power. The voice of the humanoid puppet was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. It's fine. Actually, I'm already very satisfied that you can help me improve my proficiency in techniques and combat skills. And you can also protect my safety. Seeing the humanoid puppet's embarrassed expression, Gu Xiangyu comforted softly. He also noticed the humanoid puppet's awkwardness and did not continue the topic. Soon, Gu Xiangyu's gaze fell on the jade box containing the Titan divine blood. As he opened the jade box, Gu Xiangyu felt a faint pressure. He took a deep breath and reached out to touch the Titan divine blood. As he activated his infinite mimicry skill, the Titan divine blood gradually disappeared from the jade box, but Gu Xiangyu's fingertips turned red at a visible speed. The redness quickly spread from his fingertips to his palm, then to his whole arm, and finally his entire body turned red. Without any warning, flames erupted from Gu Xiangyu's body. Under the scorching flames, his clothes instantly turned to ashes. Yeah, is the master in danger? Would, don't worry. The master is just undergoing a blood transformation. This process is like a phoenix's rebirth, very painful, but once the master gets through this ordeal, he will no longer be an ordinary human, but a titan. Who's the wood? I have a name. Please call me Huazai. You're just a piece of wood. Should I call you Branch? I know why you're angry. You're jealous of my relationship with the master because he treats me like a brother, but only sees you as a tool. Dead wood, rotten wood, stinky wood. I'm not jealous, boo-hoo. I was wrong. We're all the master's tools, no? We're all the master's siblings. That doesn't seem right. As Gu Xiangyu absorbed the Titan divine blood, gritting his teeth to endure the pain of the blood transformation, his body undergoing a great metamorphosis, the humanoid puppet and the super-intelligent one nervously watched him while bickering. Yeah, why do I feel like the master is going to die? Deadwood, even if you die, the master won't die. But watching from the side is painful. Isn't it even more painful for the master to experience it himself? The pain the master endured while refining and merging the Star Source worship key was no less than this time. So I firmly believe that he can endure this as well. I hope the master can endure it. Otherwise, we will both die. Deadwood, shut up. Just when the humanoid puppet and Yiyo were arguing fiercely, the flames on Gu Xiangyu finally began to extinguish, and then he abruptly opened his eyes. Ya, Huazai, thank you both. If you hadn't been talking in my mind just now, I probably would have sunk into an endless abyss, not only unable to awaken the Titan divine bloodline, but possibly becoming a vegetable. I finally understand why ordinary people have only a 10% chance of awakening the Titan divine bloodline after taking the Titan divine blood. The pain of blood transformation and marrow cleansing alone is enough to drive most people to collapse. Even more torturous is the honing of consciousness. After absorbing the Titan divine blood, my consciousness was trapped in a dark abyss, continuously sinking. I felt as if my body was also falling with no end in sight, filled only with panic and despair. During this process, your voices were truly like heavenly music to me. Just when you shrank her neck, thinking Gu Xiangyu was going to blame her, she was stunned to hear his heartfelt gratitude. What? Did you deliberately start an argument with me because you knew the master would encounter danger after absorbing the Titan divine blood? Recalling how she had ignored the humanoid puppet several times, only for it to relentlessly provoke her until she couldn't help but retort, Yiya asked in surprise. The humanoid puppet nodded, confirming Yiya's guess. I have many fragmented memories in my mind, and vaguely know that the most dangerous part of awakening the Titan divine bloodline is not the collapse of the body, but the descent of consciousness. So I acted this way. Okay, I'll admit you're impressive. From now on, I won't call you Wood. I'll call you Huazai, Yiya said with admiration. After Gu Xiangyu expressed his gratitude to the humanoid puppet and Yiya again, he eagerly looked at his body attribute template. Then Gu Xiangyu was pleasantly surprised to find that a new section had appeared in his body attribute template. Bloodline attribute, clearly stating, Bloodline, Titan Divine Bloodline, SSS grade. With the SSS grade bloodline, his cultivation aptitude and speed would greatly increase, and with Huazai's help in improving the proficiency of techniques and combat skills. He wouldn't need to use the energy points obtained from absorbing beast crystal cores to increase proficiency, but could use them to absorb and mimic the innate skills of other awakeners. When Gu Xiangyu learned that the infinite mimicry talent could absorb and mimic the innate skills of other awakeners, he became particularly excited. However, the energy points required for absorbing and mimicking other awakeners' talents were remarkably high, making Gu Xiangyu feel that it would be nearly impossible to absorb and mimic the innate skills of other awakened talents in a short time. But thinking of the 6 million beast general-level crystal cores that the Tagore Trading Company would soon pay him, Gu Xiangyu's anticipation for the upgraded infinite mimicry talent skill surged. Yeah, I plan to return to Water Blue Star after receiving the baptism of the 100 Beast Spirit Spring tomorrow. Do you have any clues about the Star Source worship hearts on Source Beast Star? After studying his body attribute template for a long time, Gu Xiangyu suddenly spoke up. Master, there shouldn't be any star source warship parts on Source B star because the coordinates of Source B star are too far from L star and Water Blue star. However, there's a small difficulty for the Master to return to Water Blue star. What is it? Because you only found a way to teleport from Water Blue star's super origin star to other super origin stars in the Star Source Warship database, and hasn't found a way to teleport back to Water Blue star's super origin star. So, if the Master wants to return to Water Blue star, he can only arrive through the method of temporal rift. So, during the process of teleporting to Water Blue star, I might die from temporal turbulence. Or after arriving at Water Blue star, I might be killed by the humans of Water Blue star as an invader. Hearing Yi's words, Xiangyu was speechless. Yi seemed to realize she had done something wrong. She nervously pinched her skirt and didn't dare to say anything further. Brother, my strength won't be affected by temporal turbulence. After arriving at Water Blue star, unless a transcendent being intervenes or multiple peak controllers attack us, we won't be in any life-threatening danger. That's not right. Brother has the Howling Thunder, so he is not afraid of peak controller attacks. If we do encounter an attack, I will take you away at the first opportunity after you throw away the Howling Thunder. Just when Xiangyu was worried, Huazai patted his chest from the side. Hearing Huazai's words, both Xiangyu and Yi couldn't help but rejoice. They felt incredibly lucky to encounter and gain Huazai on Source B star. While Xiangyu was missing Water Blue star from the distant Source B star on Water Blue star, Jiang Qingfeng had already arrived at Guangyang Island with a young man who looked strikingly similar to Xiangyu. Number 7. Do you understand the specifics of this mission? Report. Chief. Number 7's mission this time is to use a decoy to draw the snake out of its hole, cut the tail to survive, and create a smokescreen. You're correct. Number 7. If you encounter misfortune this time, the federal government will remember you. The young man pressed his lips together, remaining silent. But a look of determination flashed in his eyes. Jiang Qingfeng tugged at the black mask on his face, looking towards the Sihiyuan, his heart racing. He hoped his judgment was wrong, that Tang Heng wasn't so insane as to directly attack Guangyang Island. Just as this thought crossed Jiang Qingfeng's mind, he heard a loud rumble, and then watched helplessly as the Sihiyuan nearby turned into a pile of rubble. Xiangyu, I know you're hiding in the basement. Come out and die. Just when Jiang Qingfeng's eyes widened in despair, thinking Xiangyu had already been killed by Tang Heng, he suddenly heard Tang Heng's furious roar. Chapter 91. Beast King's Blood. Although it was already late at night, Xiangyu, in the VIP building of the Tagore Chamber of Commerce, was too excited to feel sleepy. After awakening the bloodline of the Titan divine race, Xiangyu discovered that a tremendous power seemed to be hidden within his blood, flowing like a mighty river, continuously nourishing his body and strengthening his physique. Before the great cataclysm, Xiangyu's figure was slightly thin, even after gaining various opportunities and advancing to a 5th-tier revolver. He still appeared somewhat lean. However, at this moment, Xiangyu had long limbs, skin that glowed like crystal, and muscles that clung to his bones like steel cables. Compressed,